someone just threw that up one time and they're like, "Yo, that's cool." Like,
Yeah, because
I've
it's
never.
flat.
Yeah,
It's flat.
that
So,
makes sense.
if you're talking to somebody else and you start mentioning something about, the earth and what's going on and stuff, hold your arm up like that, and if they give it back, it's like you both know that you're flat earthers in a crowd of people without having to say that. Or it's like a sign of recognition or something like that, perhaps.
Yeah.
Um,
Not gonna
I
lie,
wasn't.
bro, I've never thrown it up like a gang sign. "Hey, what up? What up?"
Oh, yeah. And
Yeah, you gotta
you
be
know what's
careful in California. It might be a gang that has that gang sign or something.
"Hey, vato, what are
oh,
you doing throwing that up here, man?"
what's a trip is that I had a dream. This is, it's been over a year ago, but I had a dream that one of the guys at work, that I got along with fairly well, he threw up that flat sign like that. And I threw it back up and he goes, "You know what that?" My dad said, "You know what that means?" And he goes, "Yeah." I thought, "Oh, cool." And I didn't really realize that I'd had that dream, but I had that memory when I went to work. And so, like, the next day, I walked up and I put my hand up like that. And he looked at me like kind of strange. I said, "You know what that means?" He goes, "No, what's that?" It was like, that was such a
And then you
realistic dream. I
and then
thought
you
it
got
had to have
fired.
happened. Oh, no, hell no. Hell no. No, I've got
Hey,
a
hey,
sticker.
hey, do you
Go
know
ahead.
Dust? Do you know Dust, who comes on here sometimes? Dust,
Um,
or Dusty. He's
Not
from
that I
California.
recall.
He's been to one of those meetups. Some of those
Well,
meetups.
I might have met him there. Do you see him here in the picture anywhere?
Nah, that's what I was going to see if you could point him out. But yeah, he's a nice, really nice guy. I think he went to one of them and then he's been back to another. He comes in here. He pops in here every now and again.
That's cool.
Dust.
So,
I'm assuming it's short for Dusty or something like that, like Dustin, maybe.
oh, maybe you're right.
It's possible.
Assuming.
Um, you know, maybe. Well, okay. If you see the guy with the orange suit and the hat in the back row, then just over his elbow, there's a guy with a baseball cap and sunglasses. His name might be something like that. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if he said, I've talked to him there a couple of times. I'm not sure if he said he's been on Discord. And I honestly don't remember his name. There's so many people there. It's just like, I'm bad at names as it is. I got to carry a driver's license around with me just so I can remember my own name.
Hey, so I had my live stream muted earlier, so I didn't hear. But what was that picture from? Was that a flat Earth meetup or?
Yeah, this was a flat Earth meetup, and I think this wasn't last summer. It was the summer before, I believe. So,
And there's globe Earthers there.
or no, this was last June. This was last June. Yeah, Matthew Learns. He was there, and I guess he brought a couple of kids with him or something. But he showed up, and he was cool. It wasn't outrageous or anything. There were no problems.
Like kids?
got-
What do you mean, like students or?
His
Well, they
children?
were. No, 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 no. I don't know if they came with him. I noticed that he was talking with them, and they were younger. I'm 65 years old, so if you're 20, you're a kid. Okay, so they could have been
Yeah.
like college students or maybe older high school students. But they were young. They were old enough to shave. They're old enough to get a girl knocked up. I don't know if they were old enough to drink legally, but probably pretty close to around there.
There's other people in the back holding globes. You can see there's like 3 or 4 people just
That's
in the back
Matthew.
row. Yeah, Matthew,
Yeah.
and then those other people. Yeah, they must have been his students or whatever. But that's
Yeah, and
funny
someone
that they go there to a flat Earth meetup.
and someone had a globe on their head. Well, they might have gone there to see what it's about. No. Oh yeah, there's one guy in the background. He looks like he's bald. He's given a peace sign, holding a globe.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I think Matthew's a closeted flat earther, to be honest.
Now, I had a globe in my right hand, but I was hiding it behind my
Smart.
my son's brother-in-law. My son's brother-in-law, the guy with the sunglasses and the blue shirt.
Yeah.
So for those of you that haven't heard this story already, the gentleman that's to my right on the left in the picture with the sunglasses and the dark hair and the blue shirt holding up the flat sign, he is my son's wife's brother. He is the first person that I ever talked to about flat Earth and said, "Whoa, seriously?" And he's full-blown flat earther now.
Wow.
He gave a sermon at church about a month or so ago, and he very lightly touched on the subject of the firmament and creation, but he was talking about something totally different that the pastor had asked him to, go ahead and present something about. But he is going to be doing another presentation at some time in the future and go more into creation and what the Bible says and, what we're told. And I'm going to go to it. I don't normally go to his church. I haven't been there, but I'm going to go when he does this presentation because I think that's going to be pretty cool when he does that.
Yeah, I think it's much easier for a Christian to accept flat Earth than like an atheist because it's the Bible already backs it up, and atheism is you're caught up in evolution and there's no creator and all that stuff. So I think it's much easier.
Well, he was the first seed that I planted. He was the first seed that sprouted, and now he's taken it to church and he's going to be sprouting it there. So. This isn't like a religion that needs to be spread, but I think it's information that people should know, the truth about, our existence and what's going on and what's being held back from us. And then you can get into your own whys, and whose. The fact of the matter is it's happening. This is what it is. And, I still have my own reserves about the Bible because I wasn't there. He who wins the battles writes the history books. Now, I can look at some stuff in the Bible and say, okay, well, look, this says that there's a firmament that was built, and the sun and the moon were built inside of the firmament. And I can use my logical mind, and I can see how pressure needs a container. Now, I was an auto mechanic for many years, and an internal combustion engine needs to have pressure. As the piston comes up, the valves close, fuel up, goes up, boom, pressure. If you have bad rings or a bad valve, you lose the pressure. So without solid containment, you do not have pressure. Aerosol can, paint. If you go ahead and run out of aerosol in the can, you might have paint in there, but with no pressure, there's nothing to go ahead and force that paint out. So you take and poke a hole in the can, it loses the pressure, it doesn't work anymore. Pressure, you got to have it. I understand this stuff, that makes sense. I can look at the sun and the moon, and I can see what they actually do and how they look as compared to what I was told and how they're supposed to be and how they look. And I don't see us spinning around on a globe. I don't see a big, huge, giant ball millions of miles away. I see what appears to me to be objects that are above our head, roughly the same size, roughly the same distance, and both of them seem to have their own illumination. The sun has a very warm illumination. The moon, it looks to be illuminated, and why there's times where part of it is cut off and it's just a crescent, I have no idea. I know that when I look up there, it almost looks like I can see the whole thing and there's something blocking it like a disc. I can't say that there's a disc blocking it. I have no idea what it is, but it just looks like there's part of it blocked off and darkened out. I see all kinds of stuff. I look at the clouds, and I see clouds that I don't know if they're natural or not, but they look more natural. And I look at some and I see that are highly artificial. And I see patterns in the sky for frequencies that are just directing the clouds in the sky in a wave-like pattern. And there's all kinds of stuff that I see and I never really paid attention to when I was younger. About politics when I was a kid, I was fortunate enough that by the time I turned 18, they had just stopped the draft. So I didn't have to go into the services. And a little while after I was too old to go in the draft, I think they said, okay, now everybody has to at least enlist and sign up, whether you get drafted or not. So I got that perfect window where I didn't get called into that. I don't believe in the wars and why they take young kids and send them off to other countries to go ahead and take property away from other places. My grandson, he was telling me he wanted to join the army. And this has been, a few years ago. And I said, you do? I said, why do you want to do that? He said, well, to go ahead and help my country. I said, okay, well, cool. So you're willing to go ahead and, take a gun, go to somebody else's property and help, shoot and kill and take their property to bring, so we got oil and stuff over here. And he goes, yeah. So, okay, well, I'll tell you what, before you do that, the neighbor's across the street. He's got a really nice car over there. What do you say that we go over there and we shoot him, we take his car and bring it over here? Because I'd really like to have that. He goes, oh, you're crazy? We can't do that. I said, well, wait a minute. I'm your grandpa, and you're living here with us for free. I'm giving you a place to stay. I'm giving you food, and you help me with my car when I need work on it. We got a real good relationship. You don't want to go out and kill and rob for me, but you're going to do it for some perfect stranger? And that's the same kind of silence he had. Needless to say, he didn't go into the service. He's married. He has provided me with my first great-grandchild, which is about 3 years old right now. And I'm glad to see he did not go into the service. For all the people that are out there that served for our country, my hat is off to you. Thank you very much for putting your life on the line for what you have done. I'm very sorry if you have been used and misled for your purposes being there, and I'm very sorry for anybody that's lost their lives or their limbs, or any other type of inconvenience. Not to mention all the vets we have on the street that are homeless. And the American government. God bless America. I'm not going to go off on a tangent here, and I could. I do that sometimes. I have to be hauled back in because I'll go way off into the weeds. And this is all about the flat earth. And once I learned that the earth is flat, that we never went to NASA, and that buildings don't implode all on their own at breakneck speed. And once I realized that where we think we are living, we've been indoctrinated into believing it. And my whole voyage right now is to try to figure out, now that I know where I'm really at and what's going on, how am I going to go ahead and play this game of life here on this earth? Because, there's powers that be that are in control. And if you actually do believe, that there is a God and there is a devil, the Bible says that the devil is in charge of this place we live, and there's not a damn thing we can do about it until God comes back to go ahead and save us. So, if that's all true, amen. If it's not true, I don't know. I can't say one way or the other. What I can say is I've been to the beach. I've taken my P1000. I can see farther than I'm supposed to see. And I've seen the NASA videos, and I've seen how those are all faked. So if the curve is all fake, then my whole life, I need to go ahead and reevaluate everything. So that's where I'm at right now. The end of sermon for the day.
Awesome, man.
I agree. I agree with everything. To me, the biggest benefit of waking up to flat Earth is it's not the shape. It's not really what matters. If it were really a globe or flat, I don't think that has that big of an effect. But it's about waking up to deceptions that go on constantly, and once you wake up to flat Earth, you'll never fall for another bullshit story from the government or anything ever again. You know that these people, they basically tainted their reputation, their validity, and you're no longer going to believe anything that they tell you anymore. Flat Earthers are awakened people who are not as easy to control. So that's the best part about it to me. And that's why
Well,
they're
for
so
me,
afraid of us, is that they know that we're the ones that question reality, not the Globers. Well, not
for
the
me, I
Globers
see.
who continue to be Globers, you know.
For me, I see I'm still under the control. I'm still using the monetary system. I'm still using the electric grid system. I'm still using the food and the water system here. So I'm still under that control. Here in Los Angeles, all of our water is piped in either from Northern California or from the Colorado River. So if that supply was cut off, we would have no water here, with the exception of the ocean. And now I actually have a water distiller. So I could take ocean water, I could distill it, and I could drink it. It's not very big. I can only get about a gallon a day. But that's enough to suffice for my wife and myself. And I've been drinking distilled water now for several months. But as far as I know, I'm in control now, and I know that as for this system that I live in, I live in Los Angeles, man. I'm so deep in the middle of all of this control that I can barely go to the beach and get away from the system, go to the mountains. But ideally, I would love to be someplace where I'm farther away from the city. I came really close. I was going to buy some property in Central America where all the food is grown or organically, locally there, so you don't have to worry about if all of a sudden the trucks aren't coming to the stores bringing you toilet paper and food anymore. Because of some of the political unrest in that area, I put the brakes on that. Two things. We had a death in the family. And then during that time, I started looking at some of the political unrest, and I said, wait a minute. If I move away from where I'm at right now, I don't want to run away from where I'm at. I want to run to where I want to be. And I want to make sure where that is, where I want to be. Because once I make that move away from Los Angeles, there's no moving back. You move out. This place is just too ridiculously expensive to buy property, to live in. We're right by the harbor where all the oil comes in and the oil rigs at Long Beach, and we've got some of the highest gas prices right here in Los Angeles. It's what, $5 a gallon, something like that. I think it is now, which is low.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. And yeah, that's true. We're all relying on the system to some extent, but you can learn online how to be more self-sufficient. You're always going to be in the system somehow, using their money and stuff like that, but you can grow your own food, you make your own water like you do. And the more people that do that, I think the better society will be. But it's interesting that they don't teach that stuff in school, right? They don't teach you how to grow your own food, like important stuff like that. They don't want you to know how to do that. They want you completely reliant, so you have to go to the grocery store and buy everything. They don't teach you what you should learn how to do. It's crazy.
They don't even teach you logic in school anymore.
Oh, they teach you it's okay to be a boy or a girl.
Yeah, exactly.
Teach you it's okay to choose what sex you want to be.
Yep.
Yeah.
I gotta go on mute for just a second. I got to turn some heat on. It's starting to get cold. I'll be right back.
It's been cold as hell lately.
Really, it's starting to warm up here, boys. Get over it. But we were thinking the exact same thing there. Hey, who is that? Is that Crimson? Who
is it? Still flat?
Zodiac.
Zodiac, my nigga. What's up?
Is it still flat?
Well, I pinged about the Mr. Beast thing today. Did you see that?
Yeah, I guess it's still flat. Well, it's all right. I'll be back next year. I'll just check back in next year and see if there's any.
Listen, man, just like they kick the can down the road with the
next year with the globe.
You have to wait. You just need to be patient. Okay, you guys are always trying to rush to prove the globe. Just time. You need time. Good things
land is slowly starting to curve. Eventually, it'll turn into a globe.
Right.
Just
really?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Nice.
The gravity is pulling the ground into a ball. It just takes some time.
Still, yeah, correct. It's like Pangea. It's like
How much
Pangea.
time do you think?
Exactly. Well, the Earth is a couple billion years old, maybe like another billion.
Yeah, give it another, maybe just add a couple extra
All
billion.
right,
Just
that's
for
not that bad. Just another one. Just another billion years.
several reincarnations. Then you'll see the curvature.
And in that time, it'll also start to spin, right?
Yes. Yep.
Yes.
And
when
the
sun
when
will
is
burn up.
Yeah.
That's right. The sun will burn up as well. Yes.
When is
Snap out of it?
Never mind.
Have you heard? Because people say, "Oh, the Greeks have known for thousands of years." I don't believe that even. Like, I've heard like they just started teaching the globe in like the past couple hundred years. What do you think about that?
I've heard that.
Oh, how long ago was it? Like
1800s.
Oh, okay, so that's pretty recent, I guess.
Yeah, it's very recent.
I wonder.
And
what?
I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah.
There's videos of dudes' grandmas being like,
before 1800.
Yeah.
What was the I know about Archimedes' principle, but was that what they called it? Like, I actually don't even remember, because I'm pretty sure
I don't know what. Yeah, go ahead.
Before gravity, before the word gravity was invented, that's like
they probably had some belief that they probably hid all of it. Like, who knows? They probably just wiped it from history. Like, they probably had some whole model and belief about it. They probably knew exactly what it was, and they just destroyed all of it, and just came up with this heliocentric bullshit, and then said, "Oh no, it's thousands of years old. The Greeks figured it out." Who knows?
Yeah, it is.
Well, the Council of Trent, the Jesuits, Copernicus, starts with this heliocentric mentality, and then later in 1600 and I think it was 70 something, after the big fire in London, 1666, then Newton creates the Principia Mathematica, or Principia Mathematica. Oh no, Principia Mathematica. Sorry, it's like this Latin thing. And there he tries to prove the existence of this hidden occult force that is holding the balls together.
Oh my.
Balls together.
They really love their balls, don't they?
Yeah, they do. A lot of balls in the heliocentric model.
Oh.
Oh my.
But it comes from the church, the Jesuits and the Catholics. The Big Bang comes from a priest. So for some reason they were very obsessed with the heliocentric model. And Helios is this thing that is the light bringer, whatever that is.
Right. Weren't they they worship the sun? That's why they put the sun at the center of the model, right?
They were messing with the Trinity. They were trying to replace the sun in the Trinity with themselves. They're always trying to figure out what this Trinity is. Because most of these people were not only Christians and understanding theosis, tried to become God through alchemy. And therefore they started messing up with this objective truth that we now hold. Like you're sitting on a stationary plane, you're very relaxed, everything's fine, and then somebody comes up to you and says, "Hey, we're moving, man. We're moving." And that just messes with your concept and your worldview. No, not your concept, your actual worldview, And yeah, they were so obsessed with it metaphysical and making it physical somehow.
Okay, shout out to Gilly.
Amen.
So I wasn't really raised in a religious family. During my 20s, I was going through some trials and tribulations with my ex-wife, and we separated. I went to go live with my brother, my half-brother, who became a Christian, and I went up there to go ahead and just to get away from my ex-wife, but he was telling me all about, being happy and finding God and getting to know God. And so I went ahead and prayed with him and the pastor of the church and accepted Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior. I had some questions, though. I was reading the Bible, and it talked about the firmament, and I was asking questions about that and the sun and the earth being inside of the firmament. And I didn't quite understand that, and the waters being separated from the waters. And that was a big obstacle in me having faith and believing everything that the book said. As I said, well, they didn't quite have an understanding of what the earth was, and you don't really have to take it for its literal meaning. I thought, well, if I don't have to take it for its literal meaning about the very beginning and creation of earth, why should I take the literal meaning, for anything else? So there was a couple of other things that happened that, kind of got me away from the church. And for a long time, I didn't go to church. I didn't practice it. I didn't think about it. But something happened in my life a few years ago, kind of a life-changing event. And I started praying. When I'd go to work and I'd be driving on the freeway, I'd have about an hour and a half or so just not to do anything except for think and pray. And I had prayed to God that he give me some kind of sign that he was really there, just to let me know that he could hear my prayers. And it was a short time after that, I found out about the flat earth and the firmament. And I got to thinking, I asked to have some kind of proof. And if the earth really is flat, and there really is a firmament, that was one of the big problems that I had becoming a Christian in the first place, was because, I was told that not to take it literally. So at that point, I looked like, maybe I can go ahead and take this literally. I got flat smacked by God. He said, here's proof. Here's the proof that you were asking for years ago when you went ahead and accepted Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, and then you walked away from the church because you didn't get, anything. So here's your proof. I created the earth. That is what has brought me to flat earth. And in honesty, a lot of the religion, the different versions of the Bible, the things that say different things, I'm personally, now I don't knock any person's religion. You've got the right to believe anything you want. But I personally have a very hard time with the fact that the Catholic Church has allowed so many pedophiles to be within their ranks and moving them around and easily accepting it until there's been a lot of publications and noise about it. That doesn't seem like a very godly thing to me. But that's just my own personal interpretation, so I can't,
I just wanted to kind of ask you a little bit. What kind of church, what type of church were you going into?
What kind of church did I go to? I went to a Pentecostal, and I've been to, it was the one I went to that was a Pentecostal was Assembly of God. And I also went to one that was, it's no longer here. They actually ended up closing down. And that one, I don't remember the name of it, but there are Christian churches. The one was non-denominational. And the problem I had with that last one that I went to was it seemed like they were more about trying to get money in for their different events. Now, one was the normal tithes for the church. Another one was a special event that they had coming up. So they wanted to pass around a basket for that. And then they were building a new youth center in the back. It was like a big, huge gym, bigger than the actual church itself. And they wanted donations for that. And then the pastor's son or pastor's daughter was getting married. And so if you wanted to go ahead and donate to that, and I'm like, what the fuck? I didn't come here to try to see how much money I could spend. I actually came there because I was going through a lot of financial troubles, and I was down and out, so I was looking for any kind of help that I might get. And I thought, spiritually, if there is a God, maybe, we can find something. It's like, well, here, my daughter's getting married. Let's help send him off to Hawaii. And let's build a gym for all the kids. And there weren't that many youth. There was like maybe 6 or 7 kids that were there with the families, as mostly younger families didn't have the kids. They wanted to build the youth group because they figured if you build the youth group, the youth will come. To make a long story short, they ended up selling that property to the Midnight Mission, which is a very famous mission out here in the Los Angeles area, where they always have food there for like Thanksgiving, and they have homes for people. But they took over that church there. But those are the kind of churches I went to.
I highly recommend, from personal experience and trying to seek this understanding. If you go there, you can go and find the church fathers. And if you read the origins of Christianity, and in the letters in the church fathers, you can understand all these different branches in this tree of Christianity today. And orthodoxy is something that I'm currently researching. It's like 34,000 pages. So, but in there, the pristine worldview is depicted according to the ancient ones that were trying to withhold the knowledge inside the church, inside the rituals, inside the understanding of what came from the origin. And it clears up a lot of misunderstanding about what's going on today. Today we have all these different things. And there was a schism in 1024, I think, which was the schism between the Orthodox Church and the Catholic Church. And the papacy is something that the Orthodox guys didn't like. They didn't want somebody representing God on earth as some Dalai Lama or whatever. And the Catholic Church became a safe haven for celibate men that didn't fit in the culture. So that could have caused the perversion that we have witnessed over the past 1,000 years. So, but in the Orthodox priest can marry. There's a very strong understanding that marriage is sacred between a man and a woman, and the Trinity is key. And the Protestants, they were the Arians that didn't believe in Jesus Christ and were making it up to become some kind of a hippie. And that's what Newton was trying to do, to Christify himself through alchemy and sex magic. And that becomes Aleister Crowley, and that becomes all these twisted, occultic, spellcraft nonsense that we're currently under today, in my opinion. That's what my research has shown me.
And that can be, disrupted too. I was born Orthodox, born and raised Orthodox by my grandparents, which they were like the most straight people I will ever meet in my life. They would never do harm. They really were born into the Orthodox. It means the right way. This is how it's translated. But then in East Europe, Orthodoxy was, kind of skewed by the, the communists that came, and then they distorted the religion, and the priests that they were left, they had to be hand in hand with the security, that oppressor force coming out. So most of the priests, you wouldn't trust them. And then we had a lot of, like, in my youth, then I kind of fight the religion, especially Orthodox, because this is what I knew, because they got corrupted, and but then now a year have passed, and then you still can find old priests that they really do preach the old way. I'm not very religious. I do acknowledge in a recent time that it should be an intelligent design. So, it is true with Orthodox. I mean, I can only relate to my grandparents that they were the most, like that you would simple people, but you'd see them doing no harm and living the right way. Sorry to interrupt, but yeah, any religion can be corrupted, but if it's taken, by its roots, then yes, orthodoxy could be a way.
That's
I mean,
exactly right.
just yeah, exactly. But just to make clear, I mean, Christianity is not a religion. It's the way of life, how it is, how every human being should live.
Indeed. But my point was that any religion can be corrupted. So, as you mentioned with the Catholics, they let a lot of pedophiles and stuff, and it was the case with Orthodoxy that they got corrupted for the money. I mean, they built the biggest church. I mean, Romania. I'm in Romania, and we had so many problems, but they, the church built the biggest structure ever. So to compete with the one that Ceausescu built, like so the two biggest building in Romania, there are one of the communists and one of the recent Orthodox. So like you don't have to just be blinded by the human corruption when you seek religion. My opinion.
I feel, and I try to decipher when I'm reading the Church Fathers, the pure understanding of the text and the different translations of the Bible. And you can get so lost in the mistranslations, and there is a reason why they were mistranslated. Because I feel like the people involved in this practice of metaphysics and ethics and epistemology, all these transcendental ways of living. If you have ego involved.
Gillapong, this isn't a translation server. All right, get back on the flat Earth.
Sorry.
No, you don't have to apologize. Just let's change the topic. Thank you.
All right, well, let's take a look at the panel. Yep, Zodiac, you're the man.
Titan
Yep.
right there. Needs VC verified.
Titan, what up?
Or that goon 24 there.
That goon, what up?
Or SMC.
SMC, welcome back.
Thanks, brother.
Yes, sir.
Hey, SMC, welcome to the Flat Earth, man. How you doing?
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
Yeah, well, welcome to the Flat Earth. How you doing? You doing good?
Fantastic. How y'all doing?
Shit, chilling.
What do you do? What am I doing here?
What? Right, SMC, do you believe in the spinning ball space monkey religion? Yes or no?
Look at that.
Spinning ball space monkey.
Yes. Are you?
No. I think St. Thomas Aquinas said it the best when he talked about the unmoved mover, the uncreated creator.
No, that was Aristotle.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yes. Good try, though. You had a lot of people fooled there for a second, but I got you. Gotcha, bitch.
St. Thomas Aquinas came up with 5 proofs that God exists.
I'm not saying he did.
the unmoved mover. I forget what the 5 were.
He stole that off Aristotle.
Yeah, I'm sure he did. Those ancient Stoics knew what they were doing. Now, is it Aristotle or Socrates that's hypothetically not real? One of them was a student of the other, right?
I don't know if I got my genealogy correct. It's been many years.
I think Aristotle was
Socrates was the paterfamilias. Now, was Plato his student or Aristotle? I think. Nah, I'm gonna screw it up. I can't remember, man. It's too many years ago. Go look it up.
Yeah, my phone's charging.
My phone's charging. I'm right in the middle of a message here. You want me to go away from a message and try to look this up?
Let's see.
Who's the contemporary of Socrates? Just ask that. It's either Plato. I think it's Plato, but I could be wrong.
Let's see.
And then Plato's the contemporary of Aristotle. I wouldn't bet the farm on that, though.
Let's see. Plato was a student of Socrates. Aristotle was a student of Plato.
I got it right. I fell bass backwards right into it. Look at that shit.
What's up, Kiwi?
Guy.
Hey. What are you doing out of the kitchen?
What you doing out of the kitchen?
I'm not out of the kitchen. I'm in it. Do you hear my dishwasher?
My girl. That's my girl.
Are you barefoot?
Nope. I'm in my Crocs.
You know what the next question is?
What is it?
I don't want to hear it.
Are you in the kitchen barefoot? And what's the next question?
Pregnant?
There you go.
No.
There you go.
Cooking mac and cheese.
I'm done having kids.
And ordering
Ooh,
Uber Eats.
What?
I had a very complicated pregnancy with my son.
Oh, gotcha.
I don't
Track
want to
it.
go with that again.
Yeah, I got you. Sure. Yep.
One more, Flatty, one more.
Don't get me wrong. He was worth all the trouble that I went through. But not again.
One of the nice things about being a grandparent is you get to get all the love and attention from the kids, and then you get to give them back.
Yeah, the grandkids are the reason why you have kids anyways. So, Kiwi, did you come in hot bopping heads?
I think I did earlier. He was provoking me. I wasn't going to say anything, but CB had to open up his. He just wanted to get the server riled up. I wasn't going to say. I was sitting here quiet. I wasn't saying anything.
I know. We've been going this whole time, and you ain't nothing to say until that one dude popped in. He's like, "Witsit definitely gets it." I'm like, "Oh shit."
Oh, that's one way to prod the.
I wasn't saying anything though. I let him go. It was a long time after that. When he was talking about reflections of floors and ceilings.
no clue what he was talking about. No clue. I just I went into Glober mode where I just drifted off. My mind just stopped listening. And Kim, tell me if you remember this movie, Mulan. She's like singing because she was a girl in the military, and she
Yeah.
was singing. She was like, when she was like her reflection. She wanted her reflection to show how she was inside. And I'm sitting here thinking, this guy's Mulan, bro. Looking into the mirror, when will my he's like literally singing. Oh man. Shit had me wrong.
My reflection shows.
Oh man. I literally played it into the damn microphone.
All right, I got a question for SMC. Still there?
Yeah.
All right. Would you like
He's busy singing Mulan.
Yeah, let him sing, man. Damn. No, I'm just
Different question. Different question. That's a good one too. I like that question too.
What's up? Shoot.
All right. Would you like the opportunity to earn the flat earther role? It's a blue little dot on your profile.
sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
What does that involve, CB? Break it down.
What?
It is
That's Zodiac.
Yeah, close enough. Yeah. It's just like we're just gonna ask like 3 best evidence, best proof why you or how you realized, how you know it's the Earth was flat. And
I didn't think you were going to get that out. I'm going to tell you, I had bets that it wasn't going to be coherent.
My bad.
I'll say this. I'm on the fence. I don't believe that it's flat, but I also don't believe the contrary.
Oh my. Do you know what believe means?
Yeah.
What does it mean without looking it up?
Well, it implies that I don't know. It's almost the opposite of knowledge. It's
that the second part's correct. Okay, what it is acceptance without evidence.
So I guess I'm a little bit more Buddhist, a little bit more metaphysical. I can only verify my immediate surroundings. And I was talking about this earlier. Like, I can't even prove to you that China exists or Australia or like there was someone from Belgium. I can't prove that
Australia
Belgium
exists.
I can't prove that though. You can look at it on a map and I can say, okay, it's a visual image, but
maps aren't reality.
Google Earth is round.
Gallopong. Yeah, I get.
But I also can't see a roundness to the Earth. Like I can't see it being flat because I can't see that far. But I also can't see it being round because I can't see that far.
I'm gonna have to steal that shit, man. That's too good. Sorry. Please continue waffling.
Australia exists. It's just they all stand on their head.
It's not the sunburned country. It's the high blood pressure
I guess
country.
I could say it like this. I believe Australia exists, but I don't know for a fact that it's actually there. I believe it's there.
I'll tell you 100% it is.
You're talking to the kangaroo guy.
Well, how do you know that America exists?
Because I've been there.
What the bleeding hell? We were having a right rip snort here, and then this piker shows up, and just like that, it's good night, Irene.
We get it, you're from space Australia.
See? That proves it.
Perfect. That's irrefutable.
Well, now I know for a fact Australia is there, but I still don't know for a fact that China's
Aye,
there.
Spice Oz. That's me own planet.
Wait, hold on. You're from Australia?
Spice Australia. Or more specifically, Spice Brisbane. Go Spice Broncos!
So, it's like Australia.
In Spice. Gotta be careful though, Berta. Spice Dingo will eat your spice baby.
That's irrefutable proof right there.
Here it is.
So it's like Australia.
All right, so now you know Australia exists. So what other beliefs do you have about flat Earth? Tell us.
Well, I don't know enough. I know that
Mhm.
I can see a horizon. I've never been to space, so
You
I've
can see.
never
Whoa! Stop! There's the
I've never
problem right
been
there.
outside of Earth.
Hold on a second. Shit. You said you could see the horizon?
Yeah.
See, there's a problem right there because it's impossible to have a horizon on a globetard. You know why?
No.
According to the slope intercept formula, y equals mx plus b, the slope of a horizon or a horizontal line, the horizontal line is derived from horizons, have slope of 0. Baltar's IQ. The problem arises with the definition of curvature. From the United States Naval Academy, curvature, rate of change of slope. So, how can you be living on a globetard, a spheretard, which has a rate of change of slope in every direction from a tangent in every direction from your feet, and yet at the same time observe horizons that have a rate of change of slope of 0 without committing the paradox of the millennium?
Well, see, I don't know. All I know is in my reality.
No. I'm not talking about your reality. Stick to my point. You have to reconcile a rate of change of slope of 0 with horizons. We all see horizons. They're in reality. We all see them. Versus what you're told that we live on curvature that has rate of change of slope.
Right. There's no proof that I have that there's a curvature.
Well, I didn't ask you for your proof of curvature. I just showed you that you can't have horizons with curvature at all. 0. But have you ever seen a horizon?
Yeah.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are in the back, bathrooms on the left, DJ spinning requests. Smoke them if you got them. Miggy, come back.
No, I'm sober now. I did like the Johnny Cash shout out in the chat.
That's on topic.
So what are the 3 questions that I can't?
No. We're not bypassing. No. No, you're not doing that to me. Reconcile how you can have a rate of change of slope, curvature, but yet see horizons that are defined as rate of change of slope of absolutely 0.
You asked me to do something I can't do.
That's the point. It's a gotcha.
All I'm saying is I can see the horizon. I can't see the curve.
Do I need to say this? Or
what?
Huh?
Huh?
What?
Wait, what?
I can see that it's flat. I can't see that it's round.
What?
Flat and round. Hold on. Flat and round aren't mutually exclusive because you can have a flat and round penny, dime, nickel, pizza, record, LP. So you have to change your vernacular.
But how do you explain rainbows?
I didn't explain shit. Did I make a claim about fucking rainbows?
No, I did. I'm asking you.
No, you did. So you fucking explain it. And then with your explanation, I'm going to need some validation because I can get explanations down on the corner with Village Idiot. He'll give me an explanation on just about anything. So don't ask us about explaining shit we haven't made claims for. Let me ask you a question. You ever go to a gas station and there's a bunch of strangers there, and then you walk up to the stranger and you you request that they explain something that they hadn't made any claims for? You ever done that?
No, I'm pretty antisocial.
Yeah, if you were to do it, I would suggest to get fucking some big earmuffs, don't wear glasses, and I would probably check my fucking sprint time.
That was funny.
Yo. The reason why he's saying all this because Glow Earthers put so much stock on explanations. They're trash. They mean nothing. Anybody can explain anything.
Oh, they ain't the only ones. We got some flat earthers out there that think the power of explanation, the shit they just made up or they're gonna make up. They think that that's some type of magical, like the ballers with their explanatory power. Bruh. Yeah. I'll tell you what, explanatory power. I got a village idiot in this town he's DEFCON fucking 5 on explanatory power. He'll smoke anyone with explanatory power. Is DEFCON 1, what's the worst one? DEFCON 1 or 5?
5?
Is it 5? I'm asking. I'm just said DEFCON 5. I'm just taking a shot in the dark.
DEFCON 1 is the worst.
I got a fucking village idiot that is DEFCON 1 on explanatory power.
Golly.
So don't be fooled by... In fact, when people say explain something, ask them what explain means. I'll bet you they don't. I'll bet you they don't know. SMC, I'll bet you don't know. 5 seconds. What does explanations mean?
What does explanations mean?
Yeah.
What does explanations mean? Oh, what does explanations? What does?
Holy shit! I didn't ask you to repeat it 3 times.
God damn, bro.
Try to search it. Let's see.
Don't search it.
He's looking it up.
Shit. What the hell are you doing?
That was called a short circuit.
Let's see. The act or process of making something clear or understandable.
Nope. Wrong.
I'll
tell you what. Let me make it. I'll make it easier.
Reasons or details to help someone comprehend a concept, phenomenon, or event or idea.
No, that's close, but it doesn't get to the root. I'll try to make it easier. Differentiate between explanations and descriptions.
Well, description describes.
No.
Can't use it. Description is relaying the physical attributes or the attributes of a concept, person, place, or thing. Trying to break down the details of of its attributes, whereas an explanation would be defining how it works.
No, he got it. So roundabout, he got it by reading it from Google. So simply, descriptions deal with the what's and the is's, whereas explanations deal with the how's and the why's.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, you play Scrabble, you'd be a bad mamma jamma.
I make up a lot of words in Scrabble.
Don't do that. Don't do
No,
that right
that's
here.
not Scrabble anyway. That's definitions. I was just fucking with you. You'd be a bad mamma jamma if you play. You just sunk my battleship. I'm just being silly, man. Go ahead, carry on, but don't fuck up anymore.
I've got you in my sights.
One theory that I heard that kind of
wait a second, you're fucking up. You're fucking up again. What a theory?
Is that there's
hey, well, hold on, SMC, hold on. You said this theory. What did you say about theory?
It's a flat Earth thing, right? I was told that there's a hole in the sky.
Shut the fuck up. I said, shut the fuck up. You said theory.
The sky.
Shut up, Jetty.
Can get to other planets?
Holy shit, he's still talking.
He's funny.
Connected
done
through
talking
a
yet?
roadway.
Nope, he's still going.
That's where you get the connection with the ISS, with from the hole in the I don't know where.
RE5. RE5.
Try
Cease
to make a
and
joke. Sorry.
Cease and desist.
Oh well.
Somebody's got a new soundboard, man.
You like that? You like that?
You need to send that shit to me.
All right.
Right? Fucking now.
What do you want? I'm still waiting for that connection with ISS, with the landline to talk to the astronauts.
Is he? Are you trying to? Are
What?
you cock blocking me?
Nope.
That's terrible.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't dare.
I wouldn't have said. You damn Skippy. You wouldn't. SMC. You said theory. Your first statement before I tried to get you to stop, but you just kept going and going and going. You're like the Energizer Bunny. You said theory. What the hell does that mean?
Right. Well, the fact then. Is it a fact?
Actual scientific theories are facts. Yes.
So, what's the whole thing about the hole in the sky?
What?
Can you explain it?
Oh my god.
Is that
talking
a
about the ozone hole?
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
That's what I was told with flat Earth. There's a hole in the sky that you go through to get to other planets.
No.
What?
What have you been talking to?
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
I have no preconceived ideas from flat Earth except for some crazy notions that were thrown at me.
Yeah, that
And this
sounds
is
pretty
one of them.
nuts, by the way. Yeah, none of us think that.
That's one of the craziest I've ever heard of.
SMC, how do you have gas pressure without a container?
Sky helps.
What, like the vacuum?
Can you demonstrate a vacuum next to an well, first let's finish QE. Let's let QE finish his point first, and then.
Nah, I was done, man. Just go on the red herring fallacy. Go for it.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead. What? Can you demonstrate an open vacuum?
What the fuck?
Or can you demonstrate gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container? Either way.
He needs re-educated, man.
I don't see why anybody has any contention with QE. Ain't he just a peach?
Yeah, I figured. Yeah, they're lining up.
I don't know anything about physics or whatever. I can't make a vacuum.
Okay, how about this? Let's say you have a tire on a car, okay? You fill the tire with air, okay? And you take away, now the tire is filled with air, right? And let's say instead of having the rubber and the steel and the rim, you just take away the physical container, the tire, and you just have the air with gravity. Can you demonstrate gas being held without and have the car just run on that air without any, just the air there? Is there a way to demonstrate that?
Wouldn't it just like float away into the atmosphere?
Wouldn't it just?
Big gas. Yeah. So is there a way to, do you agree that it would be impossible to demonstrate that?
Yeah, for me to do it, yeah.
Okay, and why is that?
For you to do it? Who can do it?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Why is it impossible? Hold on, stop. Why is it impossible?
Because that's not how air works.
Okay, how does air work?
I don't know.
You do know.
It's okay.
It's invisible. I don't know. It's a bunch of stuff.
Okay, does air move in one direction or multiple or every direction?
Every direction. I guess unless it's windy, right?
Bingo. Okay, that's good. All right, so well, let me ask you this: what happens when you put that air next to a vacuum?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know anything about vacuums. I know
Or
a vacuum cleaner.
How about this? How about let me
Yeah, Flatsy doesn't.
Yeah, get the chores done, girl. Sorry, Zodiac. Go ahead, bro.
Let me ask you this.
Huh?
Oh,
What?
What?
Okay, you take over. You got
it. Zodiac, keep cooking, bro. Keep cooking, bro. Please. So yeah, Zodiac was asking.
Okay.
Keep going, bro.
Okay, so SMC, you can still hear me, right? I think he's gone. Yeah, I think he's gone.
Who was our homeboy? What was his name?
He's still there?
Yeah, he's still here.
SMC.
Yeah.
All right, Zodiac.
Right.
Go
So
ahead, Zodiac.
SMC, so let me ask you this, right? What would happen? Let's say you have a spaceship, right? Hypothetically, okay?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
I'm getting there. Don't worry, I'm getting there.
We're getting there. Okay.
Just let me get there.
Can I bring my unicorn too?
Let me cook.
You cook. They fucking simmering, man. Come on, bring it to the boil.
Bring a spaceship and a unicorn. Let's get
Because
it.
he's not gonna get it. If I don't.
Okay.
All right. So SMC. Let's say you have a spaceship and you put air oxygen in the spaceship, right? Okay. And then you go into space. Now, what happens when you open the door to the outside? What happens when you open the door to the air?
Probably die.
Okay, why does it?
No, the air is not going to die. What's going to happen to the air?
Yeah.
The air is not dying.
It would get sucked out, right?
Go ahead, Zodiac. He's all yours.
Okay. So the air goes out of the spaceship, right? So we agree on that. So now the atmosphere that you're breathing, all of us are breathing, is gas. It's air. So
Paradox.
And that atmosphere is right next to the same thing, right? The outer vacuum space, right? And that would cause the gas, the air, to move away from the Earth and into space, right?
Yeah, I wondered that too. I mean, how does the atmosphere not, like, they say some sort of science explanation, but I'm not very good at science. Like, that's not bad.
Don't worry. Don't worry. It's not science. Keep going.
Yeah. So basically, so if I were to ask you, what prevents the gas?
What is your sign?
Or what is the science? Yeah, what is the science?
I'm sorry, Zodiac. You need to go back for. I'm sorry, Matt. You need to go back for re-education.
The internet says gravity.
What?
Okay. Define gravity. What is
even Zodiac's laughing. He's just out of practice. But go ahead, Zodiac. It's fucking hilarious, dude.
Okay, SMC. So why does the atmosphere not go into outer space? What stops it from going into outer space?
According to ChatGPT, gravity.
ChatGPT. Okay.
Oh my.
Okay. And what is gravity? Ask ChatGPT to define gravity. Tell me. Read it out loud.
Gravity is a fundamental force in the universe that causes objects with mass or energy to be attracted to each other. It is one of the 4 fundamental forces of nature.
That's wrong too. All that shit's wrong, man. All that shit's wrong. It's not one of the 4 fundamental forces, and it's not a force. ChatGPT is smoking some serious shrooms.
Also, Google Bard.
You're not even
It's not a
supposed to
force.
smoke
It's a
those.
farce.
Can you smoke shrooms?
You're not supposed to smoke those, all right? that's even worse, man.
Here, I gotta go. You take this over. I gotta go. Sorry, guys.
Hey, that was pretty funny, Zodiac. That was some funny shit, man.
That's a Zodiac, man.
Wait, let me ask you a question. So imagine you're in a spaceship. That's brilliant.
Imagine I was smoking shrooms in a spaceship.
With a wheel without a tire. Brilliant.
Star would be brighter.
Huh?
The stars would be brighter. if
Imagine
on
you're in a
ma-
spaceship and you have a wheelbarrow.
I want to bring my unicorn.
Now, God made the universe and the stars to look over the earth. God made the sun and the moon and the stars to be protectors of the earth.
Protectors of the earth.
Oh, brother.
What is that, Jedi?
Masters of the universe.
Funny.
Bro,
Is that he?
I
Is
swear,
that He-Man?
he's like, I'm like the non-British version, bro. I swear. I'd be over here having the exact same reaction as Jedi. I'll be on mute. He's unmuted, laughing into the mic and shit. I have the exact same reaction. Over here, it's hilarious. Anyway, who else is in here?
Was that He-Man, Jedi?
Who that?
It was a pretty good impression of He-Man, wasn't it? Yeah. But no, it was a take on Defenders of the Earth. These protectors of the Earth.
Ooh, what's that?
AJ.
They're
AJ.
They're twanging your sister's back hair.
Oh.
Oh no.
Whoa.
Sorry. I'll leave that up to you, QE.
Oh my.
Oh my.
You know what it is now?
It's nice back hair.
Oh my.
Well, one thing I can definitely appreciate is y'all's concession towards God, your appreciation for God.
Well, we're not dumbasses.
There's not outside of church. There's not a lot of places that will agree that God is the ultimate creator of everything.
Well, who else would it be? Nature?
God made nature. So I've recently found God. I've recently come to Christ. So I do appreciate.
There you go. Good job.
A strong stance on that. It's a good forum for that. I'm not very good at science, so I can't talk about the science.
That's all right.
So.
That's all right. This isn't a scientific topic. You're good. You like that, Jetty? You like that?
I do, yeah. Because I can hear his brain just starting to explode a little bit.
What?
Jedi, I got to take a break for a few minutes. Can you explain why that the flat Earth or sphere tard's not science? Can you explain that to him for us, please, without laughing?
Yeah, sure. Of course, I can. So, natural science and the scientific method do not adjudicate shapes. Natural science and the scientific method only adjudicate cause and effect relationships. A hypothesis is a prediction into a cause and effect relationship. You observe something to happen in nature, and then you're going to make a prediction of what caused that to happen, and then you're going to test that supposition in an experiment where you vary and manipulate your presumed cause to see if it makes that happen. The shape, on the other hand, that's a mathematical and geometric question. To figure out the shape of something, you observe it and you measure it. Not a question for science. Science deals with how and why, not what is questions.
There you go.
When they first discovered or thought the Earth was round, there was the boats
Globe.
on the water. At least that's what I was told in school. There was boats on the ocean, and they saw them disappear.
Well,
And
the
they
first
jumped
problem is that's a bunch of horseshit. Number two, round and flat aren't mutually exclusive. That's the second problem.
Why is it crap that they like? Is it wrong that they disappeared, or is it wrong that the assumption is that the Earth is flat because they disappeared?
What?
What?
Is the assumption wrong, or is the fact wrong?
What?
Yeah, all right, I'll bite on this.
Yes.
They're both.
16. Now, wait a second. I'll bite. Well, hold on a second. Hold on. I want to go back to the previous point with SMC. Are you in live stream voice text?
Yeah.
Remember you said that gravity was a force and it was part of the standard model of physics, one of the forces? Remember I said that they're both wrong?
Says, yeah.
Remember I said that? If you look at 59 minutes after the hour, watch this. From Baltard's Alma Mater Wiki. Standard model particle physics is a theory describing 3 of the 4 known fundamental forces, the electromagnetic, weak, strong interactions, while omitting gravity. That's number 1. Number 2, from Andrea Ghez, UCLA professor of physics and astronomy. Einstein's right, at least for now, said Ghez, a co-lead author of the research. We can absolutely rule out Newton's law of gravity. Follow?
At least for
They're
now.
not both wrong. You're just making general statements. Like, what are they even wrong about? And here's the thing. You guys are just playing, flat earthers just play semantic
What
games.
the fuck are you
whole
talking
day.
about? I didn't make no general statements.
Yeah, kid, you are. And you're just playing
Semantics? No, I
semantics
didn't,
like when you're
dumbass.
talking
What's
about.
general about what I just said, dumbass?
Oh,
Yeah, interrupt me.
Hold
the
on.
definition of horizon.
Shut the fuck up.
Hold on, Goon. Bro, hold on, man. Now's not the time for this right now.
Yeah, you're a dumbass. You better get off your script because I didn't give you any general statements. I gave you hyper-specific statements. You glue-sniffing fungus muncher. Get off your script.
Not right now, Goon.
Go Google yourself. Carry on.
I mean, I think he's just LARPing, QE, but because we were doing the fake flat earther, we were doing the fake globe earther shit earlier. Me and him were faking as globe earthers, if I recall correctly. I think he was just going back into his fake glober mode, but not right now, Goon. This is not the time for that. At least not at the moment. I would say, let the globers do that right now.
Hey, SMC, I'm sorry about that. I gave you, because you said gravity was a force, right? It's not one of the 4 fundamental forces. And then I gave you a citation that said that Newtonian gravity is kaput. You'd have to know that Newtonian gravity was a force, but I'll hook you up right here. I got about 15 more of these. From Phys Libre Text, the answer is that gravitation is not a force between 2 objects. We good now?
Yeah, I didn't know it was one. I was just quoting ChatGPT.
Oh, so I was debunking ChatGPT.
Yeah, I don't know anything. Like this is all science. I failed science.
This isn't science. This is pseudoscience, and ChatGPT is a bunch of crack sniffing fungus munchers, man.
I got a D in physics, man. It's
Holy shit! Have you heard me the last week? That this doesn't have anything to do with science.
well, it's talking about Isaac Newton, the law of gravity.
Law of gravity laws don't have anything to do with science, and that was debunked 109 years ago.
And this is from a physics library. Like,
Yeah, no shit. I guess they're not physics then. All right, carry on. I'll be back about 5-6 minutes.
So when they originally came to the conclusion, albeit wrong conclusion that the Earth was round or the Earth was a globe shape or whatever when it was flat, and then some dude was like, "Hey, no, it's not." Where did they mess up? You know what I'm saying? Like when they saw the boats and they were like disappearing on the horizon, and they're like, "Yo, why
I
is that
got you.
boat
I got you.
gone?"
This is where they messed up. They assumed the globe and then made all of their conclusions based off that assumption.
So why did the boats disappear? Just because they were too far away to see?
Well, the way that
In
optics work, things you don't see forever. And you have a bunch of other reasons why. Perspective, the air is pretty thick here where we're all walking around because this is where the gases are produced from the earth at or near the surface.
I mean, you want
And
the short answer? Yeah, the boat will disappear because it's too far away for you to see.
becomes
Too
too
small.
small.
Yeah. And then you whip out your binoculars and you can see it a bit clearer
And then it
until
gets
it
too small
becomes
again.
too small to see. Yeah, then you whip out your telescope and watch it again. And then it becomes too small to see. It's
But if you had
basically,
like
you go
one
on.
of those telescopes that can see to space, like can see to the sun or whatever, can clearly
Right.
see that if you were to watch a boat, would it ever disappear?
Right. So, yes, theoretically, even if the ocean was, let's just say, an infinite distance for the boat to travel any distance we want along, if the size of the aperture was big enough, and we are going to start talking about any size, then yeah, theoretically, you could still see that boat. One of the problems is we don't have that size aperture. They're all at the top of mountains looking up at the sky. Right? None of them are on really beaches or anything looking at boats. They're looking at stars. But yeah, theoretically, if we had the device to do this, then theoretically, yeah, it's possible. Big problem is though, when looking through atmosphere, 100 miles, 1,000 miles, 2,000 miles, so that atmosphere is going to start getting thicker. Now, when light passes through atmosphere, it becomes occluded, so to speak, diffuse. It's like trying to look down to the bottom of the ocean. The light can't get down there because even though the water's clear, there's so much of it becomes so opaque the light can't pass through it. Same as looking through the atmosphere at distance. The thing is, though, about 10, 12 years ago, a camera did come out, P9000. The P900, and with that camera, very, very long distance observations were made, superseding any curvature, which should always, doesn't matter what the optic that you use, should be the limitation to our view, or 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, which gives us a horizon for a 6-foot observer to see at 3 miles away. If you get a high powered zoom camera that can see beyond 3 miles away, why can you still see a horizon? You should be looking over it, right? But we don't.
Yeah, that makes sense. Like, what's the distance like the theoretical distance where the curvature, like you're not supposed to be able to see anymore? It's like a mile or something, right?
1.22 times the square root, 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's how far the horizon is predicted to be on a globetard.
So that means 1-foot observer, horizon 1.2 miles away. 6-foot observer, horizon 3 miles away. 35,000 feet in an aeroplane, horizon 229 miles away. We see with optics much further than this limitation to our view.
That's crazy. So the longest sniper shot was over 2 miles long, and if he was laying on the ground, he should not have been able to see. Like if he was 1 foot high laying on the ground, he should not have been able to see over 2 miles. But yet the longest shot where he killed somebody was over 2 miles away.
Yeah, you
So
can see further than that from 1 foot off the floor. Much further.
Yeah, you can see up to at least up to 10 miles, but there's plenty of other observations made that it was further.
so how do they say it's just one? What is it, like 1.5 miles or whatever? How do they?
The reason why they say that is because of the dimensions given of the globetard, the globe Earth. Sorry.
I mean, it makes more sense that you can just see what you see and then not take into account like all of the facts that are wrong. Like not like if they're telling you stuff that's wrong and it doesn't line up with like the things you can actually empirically verify for yourself. Yeah, it makes more sense to just go with what you can verify.
So has anybody shown you the Black Swan yet?
Like the movie?
Good one though. That's what my husband said when I said it.
No,
No,
I like.
Natalie Portman ballerina, yeah, brilliant.
the Black Swan is a photo taken of the horizon being way beyond the predicted distance. And it comes along with a beautiful Modus Tollens brought to you by our one and only Quantum Eraser. I will post it in the live stream. Just give me a second. I gotta find it. There it is. Oh, it was already selected. What the heck? Oh, okay. Hold on. I don't know if you've ever heard of a Modus Tollens. It's denying the antecedent. So it's a valid form of argument, especially being given values of the dimensions of the Earth. So we use the Modus Tollens to deny the antecedent. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, U. So with this picture as a beautiful demonstration, and I'll give you the there's like I've got a little clip where you can see the person that took this picture go down by the shoreline and get down right at the water to take this picture. You can even see that he had to lift up his camera because of a wave crashing in and then put it back down. You can see the wave coming in and stuff. So, because he's right there at the water. And yeah, so not Q, because the distance of that horizon is further than 9.41 miles. Therefore, not P. The Earth is not a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. So, valid argument put forth that denies the antecedent, that completely crushes the globetard. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, I don't. According to what this like, I'm not good at science, but or math. I'm terrible at both. But it doesn't make sense. And so
What doesn't make sense exactly?
well the math that they're saying should make sense, right? It should equate, but it doesn't, right? Like those two things are the same size, those big platform habitat things. Platform hill house. They're the same size things. And one of them's 6 miles away and one of them's 9 miles away, but you shouldn't be able to see either one, right?
Well,
Like not if you can only
according to
see
their curvature rate. Yeah, the you shouldn't see the horizon should be blocking each front one. So yeah.
What's this about the size of the oryx?
And
I'm
like
not
they're pretty much at the same level. Like there's the one's a little higher, but they're pretty
Yeah.
much the same.
Okay.
I don't know.
I mean, look, I'm looking right at the image. The oryx on the on the right hand side, which is closer, appears to be bigger than the one that's obviously reduced and anglicized behind it because it's further away.
Yeah, but they're the same size. Like if they were like they're the same size structure.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be able to see either one because they're over a mile long. Like they're over 2 miles away. You shouldn't be able to see them. Like
But you
they're over
can.
1.2 miles away, and then the one is over 1.2 miles away from the other one. So if you see the one, you shouldn't be able to see the other one.
Why?
Because according to their math, right?
No,
Yeah.
don't get mistaken with the horizons. The so-called horizon starts at 1.22 miles, not it blocks everything after 1.22 miles. Yeah? Don't get that mixed up.
So the horizon starts at 1.22 miles.
No. Where do you see the horizon in the image in relation to the distance markers? In front of them, between them, or behind them? Where's the
Like
horizon?
way behind them.
Yeah. If the Earth was a globe, where should the horizon be? In front of them, between them, or behind them? 1 foot observation. We're giving you the calculation. We'll go for it again. So it's a
1.22
1.
miles.
Yeah. But it's not, is it?
No, it's like way back there.
Yeah.
Probably like 40 miles away.
It's at least 10 miles away.
Well,
It
okay.
could be more, but it's at least 10. That old rig's, what, 9 point something miles away? The horizon's beyond that, at least 10 miles away. Now, we can show you.
Why is there like a horizon at all? Shouldn't it just
Because
be
it's
like
the limitation of your view. Now, you'll notice that when you observe the world, things reduce in angular size with distance. That's why I jumped in when you were talking about the sizes of the oil rigs. Now, as we look across the plane of the Earth, we understand that the horizon is the demarcation between where the Earth appears to meet the sky. You'll notice that things above your eye line with distance go downwards towards the horizon. If you look at the road or the street beneath your feet and you look down towards the horizon, it appears to ramp up towards the horizon. So the horizon is just a limitation of your view.
But like we said, if we had a telescope, you could see
A
all the way straight.
horizon. You'll just see. Imagine you're at the beach and you can just see the water in front of you. With your eyes, you see a horizon. You get some binoculars out, and then you see a horizon. Telescope, horizon, high-powered zoom camera, horizon. The horizon's optical. It doesn't exist in nature. It's not the curvature of the Earth. It's the limitation of your perspective, only observable through optics.
So what does that change for your like daily life other than knowing that everything's I mean, what does it change to know that everything you've been told up to this point is a farce? Like for me, what changes in my life knowing that I've been lied to my whole life?
Get to maybe ask some of those questions that you already thought that you had the answers to, like maybe how the Earth got here, how it was created, why you're here, that type of deeper kind of theological thought process. The globe Earth kind of tries to answer those questions for you, right? Universe is ever expanding. It's huge. You don't really mean much. You're a speck on an infinitesimal speck surrounded by other specks. It's your chance that you're here. You're lucky that you're alive. You might as well just enjoy it while you're here because you're going to be dead tomorrow. Who knows? Right? Life might have some more deeper purpose to that when you ask that question again. Understanding the Earth is flat.
Now, I'd like to add something to that too. Something that it would do for you is to maybe, like Jedi said, that maybe you don't know what you think you know, and to reevaluate everything by using logic and reasoning and knowing what science is. So when things are labeled as science, you can thoroughly go through each case by case and see if it holds up to scrutiny. So it's not just about your, it's not just about what Jedi said, but that is a huge part of it, of course. But it's also about not being mindless and being subjected to whatever crap information given to you uh, as truth or whatever. So you'll be able to decipher and discern better.
It's just like a way of critical thinking and a thought process, kind of thinking for yourself.
Well, I don't know about you, but with age, I hope to grow and learn always and be a better version of myself as I get older for my kids, my family, all of that. Those things mean something to me. So if they mean something to you, that would be a pretty good motivation to not be mindless like most of the people on earth are. It seems like people pretty retarded. Just saying. It's kind of scary, actually.
But it also should give you confidence. Anyone in here. Your average Joe Blow is a dummy. So, like, you don't have to be the smartest person in here. You don't have to be an Indio or a Mimas or any of these technical types to achieve the same effect, the same result that they do. So, yeah, pat yourself on the back. These guys don't know what the hell they're talking about. So if you know a little bit, you're already off to a good start.
Well, that's what's up, and God bless for you wanted to take care of your family and be better for your family. God bless.
You too. Thanks.
Yeah.
I noticed you said God bless. I mean, there's something right there. Like, some people probably grow closer to God after they find out the earth is flat with the firmament over it, just like the Bible says.
Yeah, I'd be saying go and read Genesis again, mate. It might make a lot more sense now.
Oh, I'm reading Genesis now. I'm in the story of where Jacob goes off to Egypt, becomes the pharaoh or whatever, and his family comes back in the famine, and he's like pretending that he doesn't know them, and secretly he's crying in his room because his family came back.
So when he says, "Bring me your youngest sibling,"
Yeah, and he's like, they're like, well, we promised our father we'd bring him home, and he's like, nah, he's a slave now. Give me Benjamin, he's my slave. And they're all sad. So Joseph comes back and he's like, he sends a bunch of stuff to go get him. He sends like all of the best stuff of Egypt to prove that he is who he says he is. And that's how Israel's born. Becomes a nation.
And as far as talking about the Bible, I don't care about people. I don't care that people say what the Bible says. I really start like wanting the conversation to end when people try to say what the Bible means. So just be careful. Don't let anybody dissuade you from just checking it out for yourself.
Yeah, I went to church the other week. The pastor got up there. Like I've been checking out churches in my area. Like I'm newfound Christian, so I'm trying to find a good church. And the guy goes up there and he's like, if you don't believe in Jesus, then if you only believe in the Old Testament, then you can't have the Old Testament without Jesus. Or something like that. He's like, if you don't believe in Jesus, then you don't get the Old Testament. You have to have both. And I was like, that's not in the Bible. You can't just make stuff up. Like even in the book of Matthew, it talks about like the Jews that know Jewish law that come to Jesus, then they get two treasures. They get the Old Testament and the treasure of the New Testament. It doesn't nullify the Old Testament if you don't believe in Jesus. It just adds to it. Dude was crazy. But I appreciate that you guys are committed to God and committed to the Creator. That's pretty cool.
To an intelligent design, whatever that you name it. And not thrown out into space like accidentally as they portray it.
Right. We just want people to know how special they are and how special this moment is that we're living in this thing. But they hate us for it. They hate us because we want them to see how special they are. So they hate us for it.
That's programming. Like we're these like godly beings, and then they tell us, no, you're a slave. You gotta think what we tell you. You gotta believe what we gotta do what we tell you. Like I agree, that's kind of crazy. Because humans are special.
First of all, you are special. Without you, there is nothing, right? I mean, what is it without you from your
Amen.
perspective?
God bless. We're all special.
An intelligent design doesn't really contradict logic. It should go hand in hand. I mean, you see things you want to be explained logically and by your understanding. Maybe you don't know math, maybe you don't know physics, but then if someone explain it to you like that shouldn't be possible in your realm, then if you don't accept it, then you have another belief. You know, whatever that belief is, might be scientism or whatever they call it, space. But then it's a belief. If you the intelligent design, it's with intelligent features in it, right? Sorry, I'm going off my way, but so obvious.
So, like with the firmament, you're not supposed to be able to get out of Earth, right? That's the whole idea of the vault between the heavens and the earth. Like God created a vault to separate the heavens from the earth. So with the dudes that were astronauts that we were supposed to be able to talk to today, they were supposed to be up in space, right?
That was a joke, dude.
Yeah, if you didn't get the
Yeah.
memo.
It was a joke.
Of course, it was a joke. With a landline talking with the astronauts. Of course, you cannot talk to the astronauts. That would be You know, they would put a webcam so we can see the Earth and not just some cloudy shit. Because you supposedly can see live stream from the ISS, but there's no proof the Earth is a round ball spinning and wobbling and do all the crazy stuff they say they do. It does. You only see some, you know, formation of clouds, and it shows you on the map, on a, you know, design map, on like a graphic map where it's supposed to be, but you cannot correlate. You cannot say, okay, that's there, so I can see it there. They have, you know, I mean, there's so many. It's not a proof that Earth is round. So if the Earth is not a globe, then what else isn't there? It's only your imagination. So this is not about, firstly, it's not about religion. Everyone should find its own inner self. It's about, you know, things you can observe and prove. And that's why all these people are very skeptical and they really own their position. I've learned my lesson very well coming here, like saying all, you know, stuff, not crazy stuff, but things that I don't really understand and state them as I would own them and understand them. And then I realize, oh, I don't know shit about it. Why am I talking? Yes, and I learned my lesson very well with these guys, you know. So welcome to the most retarded community, as they say.
Thank you.
And everybody coming here, they are keep revolving the same question over and over and over again. And these people try to explain it over and over and over again. Do you see a curvature? How can you prove curvature? How can you see further than you're supposed to see? All kind of this stuff that is logically and is in your eyes to believe, not to believe, but to see and prove and measure and then you think it's flat Earth is a crazy shit, and then but you spinning out in the universe with millions of miles along with the whole galaxy, and you don't feel nothing, you don't see nothing, and you cannot prove it. It's normal. So you know, think about that.
Okay, okay.
I got it right.
Yo, just keep cooking, bro. I see you doing your thing, man. Keep
Yeah,
up the good
well,
work.
I'm trying to own my words. You know, I've learned that from you guys.
Yeah. You'll definitely learn that around here. Any word you use better be, you better know what that word means and better use it wisely, because you'll get called out quick.
Right,
So
and if you want to engage in something that you don't own, as a, you know, don't understand, then you might, you know, notice, hey, I might, you know, that might be a crazy stuff, but here's the thing, you know, not to just say it like you really know it. 'Cause that would be a belief, right? And I've learned that. I mean, for me, it's very important because I have two kids and my son's 6 years old. And then I am trying to think of a way how to make him ask things for himself. You know, I'm not trying to say, hey, world is flat, everything that teach you is bullshit. And then I really know 80% it is. But then I don't want to put him in a, you know, position that, hey, your father is crazy or something like that, because we all know about it. So I just, you know, these are questions that, you know, I think of how should I put it? How should I uh, show him a way that he should search for answers and only accept what's logical, not to follow beliefs, even if they are taught they are science, or because when I realized that I mean science, okay, science, but when I realized that I really have to understand the whole of of mathematical equation just in order to understand simple things. And I think that's not the way. I shouldn't. I mean, of course, you need complex calculation in order to build a huge structure. You have material resistance, you have a lot of other stuff, you have to calculate, of course, but those calculations only have to serve your purpose, not to. I mean, I do a little bit of programming. I mean, I can have a syntax and equal left to right of what it is, and then I can go for there and I can, make like Einstein stuff, and they would still be equal, but you wouldn't, you have to take it separately and calculate for a year what did I do there. And it's not the way. I mean, when I think of something, I try to make it the simplest way, the fastest way, and with the less resources. So this is how I come to the conclusion that the Einstein theory is the most fraud ever invented. I still don't, and we still don't have a real explanation to what caused an object to fall, but sure hell is no gravity as they mention it. Am I right? Am I correct in my thinking? I mean, not correct what I say, but correct in my way of searching the answers.
Yeah, I mean, you like you have a 6-year-old son. It's like,
Yeah,
like you
it's
can't
all.
force religion upon someone. You can't
No, I won't
force.
force anything upon him.
But how do you get? You just gotta live. You just gotta live the right way. I mean, even like, real. I don't know. Christianity teaches everything. Like even in First John, it talks about not believing every spirit that comes along, every truth for truth. You have to test the spirit and see if it is true, and see if it's from God. There's many false teachers, many false prophets, and they're out in the world, and you gotta test the spirits to see if they're of God, to see if they're true. And if it claims to be of God, then it's of God. But if it can't claim the truth of God, then it can't be true.
Yeah, but the truth of God can be interpreted by who's teaching you the truth, that truth, the God truth. Who's teaching you? But yourself.
Exactly. The only word you can go by
Yeah.
is the Bible.
Well,
It
that
is
can
the
be
word of God.
interpreted, translated in all kind of ways. I can resume my religion that I acknowledge an intelligent design and not a chaotic random act of, somehow universe Big Bang. So from there, it doesn't really matter further. If there is an intelligent design and we are not, dust, then we can build up. Because I've seen, religious people acting, all weird and not, orthodox, not the right way. I've seen them all. I fight those religion in my youth times, corruption of the church and all kind of that. So I don't want to get there. I don't want to follow a priest. I mean, if it's a priest and it's talking to my soul, I will straight away get it, understand it. Regardless of its religion, of its, I will know, I will feel. This
I would,
is
my advice is to, when you accept or when someone
please
is
do.
trying to give you information at all, to try to take in that information without any emotion, without any reaction, and of course, don't just blindly believe anything. If they can
Yeah,
demonstrate to be
if it's
true.
if
If they
it's like
can't, to take
factual
them into
stuff, but
anybody.
sometimes people can address you emotionally, so you can interpret that because we also have an emotional intelligence, and we cannot prove it, we cannot show it what it is, but I have this theory from a long time ago. If I steal $100 from you, I would go to jail, right? But if I'm a crazy maniac and I will obsess and make you somehow make you suicide, I won't be charged for anything. So I'll be like a constitution of emotions. We don't know, and we don't know how to handle those emotions. So emotions have also an intelligent way of be manifest. So that it's where we don't know shit anything. So I do trust some emotions. I do trust some feelings, but not when it's about factual stuff. So when it's about factual stuff, I'm doing exactly as your advice says. But when somehow emotionally I can be attached or not of someone else, I don't know. I can explain it in words, but I think we should look. I mean, on this spiritual side, we should look more in understanding our emotion.
Well, there's certain emotions that are from God, the fruits of the Spirit: love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. Those are the fruits of the Spirit. Those are from
Yeah, but a
God.
kid can be naughty, and you cannot say God made him or devil made him evil when he's naughty, or when he do crazy stuff.
No, that's in Genesis, Adam and Eve. I mean, there's the temptation, and then there's the desire, and then there's the temptation. The temptation is the sin. It's not the desire to do wrong, but it's the temptation to do it. We
Yeah,
all
and
have.
then we get to the question: are people genuinely good or bad? Or the way they are taught, the way they grow, their environment made them be bad or good. How is it
Most
genuinely?
people are going to be trusting. Most people will trust that you're going to do the right thing. And most people, I think it's like 30%. I mean, most people are going to do the right thing unless they're tempted. But there's a trust bias. Like if you're talking to someone, you're going to automatically assume that they're honest, that they're not lying to you,
And
unless
that's
you
what I'm
just assume
saying.
that
That's where
everyone is lying.
where your intelligent way of perceiving emotion should come in handy. Like you would know if someone's lying to you. I mean, more than words. We should look into that more and take it as a science. Okay, my impression was that he was lying. What was he, lying or not? And account for these things. Of course, if he was lying, why did he lie? Did he lie on purpose, or did he lie because he thought so? This kind of stuff we're not taught to be trained in our mind. And then I'm having a lot of thoughts about it. But it's not, crucial. It's not like, okay, the world ends tomorrow, but it's just an observation that we have emotion that we do not understand and we do not control. And how do we go on us? First of all, we do go harsh. I mean, do we judge ourselves harsh? Do we let ourselves loose with bad things that have were proven to be bad in our life, and it just go over it, or like this kind of stuff? Nobody teach you. And religion it's kind of addressing this, but not quite right, in my opinion.
Religion's good for morality. Like you can
Yes, but if you can be stronger and morally right without thinking of fear, because I was born and raised Orthodox, and my grandparents and I would go to church every second day or whatever, how often they would go. And then when I was 7 or 8 year old, I was like, hey, I should be scared of God. I mean, what if I think, okay, I don't like God? Does something happen to me? And it didn't. And then was where our path spread away. And then it was later on, and I realized it's not like that. And I'm not a Christian now. I'm not. I mean, I'm not a religious in that strict term. But somehow I don't differ. I'm not different than you, because I think we have like a not necessarily a purpose, but I'm not here accidentally, and I'm not here by a mistake, and I'm not like a piece of dust that you can throw away.
No, God made us from dust to be better. God made us for
Well,
a
it would be like
purpose.
fairy dust. Without
Well, he made us
his,
from mud,
blowing on
dirt.
the dust, giving us life, we wouldn't have be humans, right? So it's not just dust; it's like a magic dust.
Yes, yeah, we're all magic. Sure.
Yeah, yeah. That I mean, if you really search for magic, look at us. That's already magic enough. You don't need unicorns to understand magic. It's you on me and everything, everybody else. That's already magic enough for me. Sorry, I'm not a good speaker, but I just frame some
Yeah,
of
that's
my
all we
thoughts.
need. I think you do well enough.
Thank you. I'm trying.
Yeah, God is there's a lot of fear, like the fear of God, but God is love. God wants to love us. God wants a relationship of love. And he gets angry, but when it talks about the fear of God, it's really just the reverence for God. The knowledge that God is all powerful and that we should respect that power, but we shouldn't walk outside and be trembling in fear. We should
Yeah,
be
but
like
that any
excited.
religion imposed that, and then well, that was my first
Yeah.
revolt against God, like, why should I be fear? I mean, I did nothing wrong. Why should I be why should I be scared all the time?
Yeah,
Because
Catholicism is
it's from times where humans they were not in control of their morality. I mean, I can be morally correct, and I do stand by that. I mean, I do not want to do harm, but because I consider that, not because I'm afraid of God or hell, so I can be a Christian in your terms without, you know, even reading the Bible.
well, yeah, that's how Christianity became. I mean, originally it was just for the Jews, but Paul saw that the Gentiles were able to understand God and basically were Christians without knowing Christ. So he taught them the foundations of Christ because they already had a concept of God. He taught it to pagans.
Well, yeah, but again, this old chat and old talk, it's not about necessarily a religion. I mean, we can address it, but we're here for something else. We're here to prove that we are deceived, we are wrongly taught, and this shouldn't be the way. And what can we do to change that? This is why I'm here. I mean, I'm not here to search for God. I'm not here to search my religion. I'm not here to any of that. I'm here to just see consequent minds that really know how to address logical things and spot fallacies and I really want to train myself how to think in material terms, not in spiritual terms. But I respect your input of your beliefs because God is a belief, and that I can respect in. I cannot respect when you say Earth have a curvature. That's a belief which shouldn't be there.
Perfect.
Yeah,
God
thanks.
bless. Yeah. Yeah, it's well, I'm new to this, but I would like to hear more about how I can grow in a positive way to better myself, to think more clearly.
Well, God or no God, first of all, do no harm. You can respect your religious trainings and then it wouldn't contradict with any of what you see here, any of it. Us knowing the secrets of God, I don't think God wants us to stay in the darkness and not knowing things. I don't think. I mean, Jesus Christ is totally the opposite of it, right? Even gives you with the impression that we might even evolved in that sense that we can even heal ourselves better than a medicine. I mean, I'm not crazy not to go to the doctor if I'm have a broken arm, but in that terms, like if you really look for that, I mean, we are. I mean, I don't think religion wants us dumb, stupid. Any, if it's a true religion.
Yeah, I
And
don't
then
believe
and that's
that
where I have
that's
a problem when the religion says believe and don't research. I don't know how is it if it's in English it's the proper, but like we have to believe and not to research. Yeah, I believe not researching God, but I want to research everything is around me. Everything is physical, touchable, measurable, that I want to research. And if someone is telling me that I should stop doing that, and I think that's not the way.
right, that's harmful.
Because if I'm stupid and then I'm blinded by stupid information, then it can be anyone who pretend that is master of religion and influence me like what's really going on now. And influence me in a bad religion, in a bad way. So I do want to understand my realm, and even if it's whatever, I mean, we should understand our lives and what we step on and what we hold in our hand and what we see.
Power of the magic that we are.
Yeah, that's the hardest thing to understand. That requires beliefs.
Well, I got to tell you, flat Earth is a lot different than what I was led to believe, what my
Of course.
preconceived notions were.
Disc in space, man. Disc in space. Where's the edge?
Are you making fun of me because I asked that earlier?
Nah,
Follow the
man.
cat.
It's. I'm making fun of everyone who comes in and says, "Where's the edge?"
Yeah, you follow the cat who drops everything off the edge, and then you'll find the edge. What we should do, like a humongous petition to
Welcome to Flat Earth.
found an expedition to the Antarctic.
That would be dope.
That's what someone was suggesting. Yeah,
Yeah.
no, that's not going to work.
No, of course it doesn't.
Aren't there a bunch of like military bases that prevent you from going to like North Pole or South Pole or the Antarctica?
They don't need military bases.
Think
they
about
only
this,
need
right?
ships.
Think about this, right? You don't even need that. So, how many points on the Earth can you head south from and even think about getting to the Antarctic Circle? How many points on Earth do you think that would be?
Very few.
You got South Africa, yeah, pretty far. That's pretty far. You got Australia, that's still pretty far.
South America,
New Zealand,
closest.
still pretty far. South America's the closest. All right, so you got 4 points on the Earth that you can leave from to head that way. Now, what happens? What happens when you? What do you need to leave a port? It's exactly the same as an airport. If you have a boat, you want to leave a country, there's a checklist that you need. They
Where
need
do
to
you
know
go?
where you're going,
Yeah.
who you have on board, and your time of arrival. Estimated time of arrival at that next port. All right. So where are you going? I'm going to Antarctica. Are you sure about that? Okay. And let's say you get past and you end up going there.
Someone was making fun of
What do
that Witsit. I don't know. I mean, I've watched some of his videos, but he was mentioning at some point that he was even ready to pay 250 grand to get a permit, and he couldn't get it.
Yeah, you can't. You can't.
And
They say,
then-
yeah, you can just apply for a permit, but
Yeah,
the
he
loops
said
you
he
have to
did.
go through, you
Yeah.
can't do it.
And then they have that Mr. Beast, you know, the popular on social, and then
Yeah.
he was there and was supposedly made some, you know, disclaiming of, oh, you can go there. See,
Yeah,
Mr. Beast,
probably
Mr.
probably
Beast
went on
work.
a cruise. Went on a cruise, ended up on a peninsula somewhere. Said, I'm in Antarctica.
Yeah, I'm on the
Yeah.
South Pole. Yeah, but circumnavigating south to the equator should be I mean, if I have to put it, the easiest way to prove it is like circumnavigating south of equator. And then
Yeah, like you're heading from the equator, going down south and coming up on the other side. Yeah.
oh no, that would be impossible. But like further you
No,
go
I know,
south,
but that's
yeah, that's impossible. But further you go south, the circle is bigger, right? And the circumnavigation should be longer. So then you can prove at least for yourself that hey, I did more kilometers here than you know on the equator where should be the longest distance. But then again, I'm not I'm not surprised that when the balloons were the era of balloons, you know, like we see picture, they have hundreds, if not thousands, like you have parking with the balloons in the 1900, right? And then with that incident with so many important people were blown up in a balloon, so then there was the end of balloon era.
the Hindenburg.
Yeah, right. I missed the name. Yeah,
Yeah.
so they ended up with that. I mean, no balloons for you guys.
Yeah,
Only for us.
Yeah. This is too easy for people.
Yeah, because that would be the easiest way. I mean, I would use a balloon just to travel, you know?
Yeah, I'm going to the shops, honey.
Yeah. Put on my balloon up.
Park your balloon on the roof.
So if you packed enough supplies, you think you could probably, like, if you took a hot air balloon and like started floating down to the south, like theoretically, if no one stopped you, if it was all you had all the supplies, if you just floated all the way down,
They will stop you for your own protection, man.
so they won't. But I'm just saying, like, if you got through and you were just floating along, what would happen? Like, where would you float to? If you just kept floating south.
Nobody knows. Nobody knows, and the weather conditions are extreme since the sun doesn't go there. It's extreme conditions. So you, first of all, you would have to be very well prepared. I mean, equipment and everything. You know, I mean, me and you, we cannot do that.
That'd be nice to try, though.
Yeah, but they should. I mean, if that thing is getting the momentum and everybody will say, "Hey, prove to us that you can circumnavigate through this." I mean, to circumnavigate north to south, not east to west, just going circle. Prove to us, just go there. But nobody will do it. I mean, we see how gullible are people only with this. I don't know. I'm not trying to touch any subject with COVID and stuff, or the war and stuff, but then they will portray, oh, everybody who wasn't vaccinated is a flat earther or something like that. So, I mean, I wasn't against. I mean, I kind of do software development. I know beta version when I see it, so I wasn't like, okay, I'm against this stuff. I'm just okay. I'm waiting. I'm
I
healthy.
was going to say we've got YouTube on, so just be careful what you say.
Well, I don't give a shit. I don't.
No, but
No,
we get
we do.
we get
We do.
strikes.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I said already. I don't want to touch the subject. Sorry, my
Yeah.
bad. It's on me. It's on
Yeah,
me,
it's
not
just
on you guys.
it's not about you. Yeah, it's about the stream.
Yeah, I
So
understand. I understand. My
yeah,
bad. Sorry.
they'll
I
stop the
apologize.
stream.
I
That's
really
all right.
apologize.
No worries.
But it was just to prove how gullible people are, and I don't blame anyone taking any, I mean, having any decision that they made. Everybody's in a good
And he's
conscience.
worked it out already. He's worked
Yeah,
out the codes.
yeah. But then the beta version was still a beta version, so never end up with a full release. So keep waiting, and I'm still healthy.
That balloon thing's an interesting thing.
Yeah,
Like,
balloons are, yeah,
I'm
that's
not.
where they cracked it up.
Yeah, if I'm not wrong, I think wind currents go east or west. So I think if you were in a hot air balloon, I don't think there'd be any currents that you could jump on that go south.
Yeah, it should be, and then there's a story around the world with the balloon, right? It's a very
Yeah,
popular story, and of
They go
course
east to west,
the
or
currents go like that. They go, like this the hot air produced by the sun. It's creating this circular path of the winds, so you could go on that easily.
yeah,
I mean,
but not
easily.
south.
Not easily, but I mean, it's
Yeah.
doable, like humanly possible without NASA resources. That's what I'm saying. And then you can calculate. Okay, south of equator, it took longer than expected. And why is that?
No,
wait,
because you've only got airspeed. You can only track your airspeed.
are you
So
saying
you can't track your ground speed.
I'll
could
tell you what's
follow
quite
the equator?
interesting. Sorry, guys. I'll tell you what's quite interesting. I just posted a little bit in the side chat for you. With altitude, the wind directions go in different directions. So, for example, at 50, let's try a different one. 50,000 feet, you got winds going east to west. 60,000 feet, north to south. 70,000 feet, west to east. So, depending on your altitude, you can switch which direction you're going in.
Whoa.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. If you go above a certain height, you need to let people know. Is that right?
I think so. Yeah, I think
Yeah,
You would
it's
be in like a flight path
air
or something
traffic,
like
of
that.
course.
yeah. It's
I
military,
mean,
I suppose.
I've jumped hundreds of times with a parachute. So doing that, I wasn't even thinking of this kind of stuff. And I, like, I tried to remember, it was like, I don't know, 10, 15 years ago. I've been like 8 years of doing this. And I don't have any recall of like looking at the horizon and like if I would had that
Heard about your
my mind
parachute opening.
yes. Parachute, paragliding, anything with air. I was fascinated about air. I would jump anywhere.
You're an
That's
air
why
junkie.
this is like my profile here is like from the game. It's like from the Delta Force, but it's a game. But the guy really looks like me. So it's like, oh, they put me on the picture in the game. So I just like, okay, I crop it and use it. But yeah, air, it's it should be more. It should reveal more secret to us if we, with our body, would feel more of dropping, free falling and stuff like that. Then maybe I would maybe understand more now. And now I will maybe do it, but where I am, there is no paid service to do that. I have to go to Hungary or to somewhere else to, so be, but, maybe I'll go and I'll also have to train and pay a lot to do that. But still, when you fell, when you fall, and it's a very unique feeling that we don't really get it on Earth. Then if you can accommodate that feeling, then maybe further on you can think of more stuff and understand more about it, right? I mean,
I don't know, man. I'm keeping my feet on the ground.
I can respect that.
Sorry to interrupt you, gentlemen, as well. Timbo, bruv, I sent you a video.
Yep.
I hope you've seen it. Well, you might have seen the thumbnail to it. What it's called? It's how we're going to be hiding the flat Earth because of nautical miles. Same guy as before, the guy who brought up the time zones, the magnetic declination, the sailing guy, right? He's now brought out a new video.
Cool.
Yeah, Taboo Conspiracies has dropped it again. It is talking about how the deception happens with boats in the southern oceans. And I sent it to you because it made me think of you, because it sounds like this is what you've been trying to describe for the past 2 years to people who ask about navigation and this type of thing in the southern seas. It's all to do with it's fucked. It's completely fucked.
Sweet. That'll give me something to watch tonight.
Yeah, man, you should watch it for sure. I finished watching it, man, and I've got to watch it again just because the guy speaks with a French accent, but it comes across all right. But he goes into some detail about wind speed and actual distance travelled on, water and nautical miles and shit. So it's really interesting.
Yeah, how you can't measure it.
Yeah, basically how you can't measure it, or how you can use it deceptively because you say you can measure it.
Yeah. Yeah. Cool.
Yep. Watch it, man.
Thanks for that.
No worries, brother.
So who were we just speaking to? Wait, Lime's back in here. Lime, you ducked out yesterday. You want to open up your mic and have a chat? Say hello. Introduce yourself to the panel. Do you need an unmute or? Yeah, you do. Go ahead. You got control of your mic. 9.
Thank you. Thanks so much. It's always a pleasure, you
There
guys.
we go.
I'm glad we're still open to
Welcome.
business. Or not, or
Okay.
Discord. That's what's up.
Yeah.
Thank you guys.
So, do you believe you live on a spinning water space ball, or you believe you live in reality? Very loaded question, but did he just disappear? Come on, he
Yeah.
left.
Straight
The
on
fuck,
point.
man.
What's going on? He did that yesterday, CB, didn't he?
Was that the same guy?
Yeah, same guy. Yeah.
So, can I ask I don't. It might be a dumb question.
No,
But
no question is a dumb question unless it wears the edge.
well, I don't know if it's. Can you circumnavigate the globe along the equator?
What do you mean the globe?
Oof.
You know, the spherical
Yeah, you
construct
go
that we have
circle,
us
yes.
believe
You go
exists.
circle.
Yeah, so
No.
if you think of, yeah, exactly no, but if you think of the north as a point, a magnetic point that all compasses point to. Now, if you go
Yeah.
out from north and you point yourself in a west or a east direction, your compass is always going to point north and you're going to end up doing a circle. Yeah? And you'll think that you've gone around a ball, but what you've done is it's a big circle around north and you come back to the same spot. No one's ever done this, by the way, but this is what they say. But the same thing happens on a globe unless you're on the equator. But if you're above the equator line on a globe, there is no globe, but you still have to correct the north anyway. So essentially it's the same thing. So when they say, but circumnavigation proves the globe, you go, well, it doesn't, because compasses always point north. So you're
Yeah,
just
so it'll
always
always
correcting
be
ever so slightly. Yeah? You will never be able to go in a straight line. You can't do it.
because even if you're going east, the arrow is always going to continuously slightly move. It's going to correct
Yeah,
itself to the north point.
exactly.
So you'll be the base of a cone circling around. You can go in a circle, but it doesn't prove a globe. Okay. And you can't go
Correct.
north to south. You can't go from like they
Well,
won't let you.
you can head over, theoretically, you can head over north. Because what you'll do is you'll go north and then all of a sudden you'll be going south when you
You're
cross over
going
north.
south, but you
But
can't go
you
south.
can't go south. You can go south, but you can't come back up the other side. Never happened.
Whoa.
Just look at the find any flight track map. There's plenty of them, and even there, you won't see any plane. I mean, they might put one of two there just to see to show you that there are, but they're like if you go and look at the actual flat flight map, like in real time, you'll see everybody's going on coast and to the north and right like around North Pole and Antarctica and all the routes. Because like the first argument that really got my attention, me and my obsession with the flights, it was like effectively emergency landings. You know that really got my attention for real. I mean, I was looking and it's like, hey, why the fuck did they landed in Alaska? When they were like going, from I don't know where to where on a southern or equatorial route, and they ended up landing emergency in Alaska. It's like, what the fuck? I mean, they would, basically just go to the direction, or they would just go to Hawaii, or they would go. No, they just ended up, or from I don't know what path to path they would emergency land in Moscow or somewhere in Irkutsk in Russia and stuff like that. It's like, whoa. And then when I look at the flat map and everything made sense there, that's when I started to not take this as a joke, because I've been looking to all kind of websites with all kind of, I mean, building exploding with untrained pilots, because that's again where I was like, okay, how do you train for a mount and then you really go with the speed like that on such a low altitude? I mean, the plane even cannot handle that maneuver, and you telling me that. So I was looking for the truth in general, but this was the best and the most guarded one. I mean, I wouldn't even think of it, like, oh, it's a psyop that, wants to make all the other and stuff like that, blah, blah, blah. We know the rest. Then, yeah, I'm not surprised that we're here and that the people really don't want to look into it because they have no time. They have a lot of things to worry about. They have families, they have jobs, they have like, oh, how can they? And they gullible, and here we are. Sorry, I'm off over.
You're right, man.
Well, it is pretty telling that, you can believe in all kinds of crazy conspiracies and all kinds of stuff. And people will tolerate it, but like you dig into flat earth and people lose their minds. Like that's not okay. I mean, even in like a lot of conspiracy circles, they won't touch flat earth. So I just found that quite interesting.
It's now that we know, it pretty much makes sense because it's the best guarded so-called conspiracy. It's the best guarded. Even the most skeptical mind would, stay away from it because, that's such a social pressure put on it. And then, I mean, those images and searches, it will prove like right from a typing, and then you'll understand. And how you cannot see it. I mean, how do you have a spot, I mean, on a curve, and how do the light from the sun that's supposedly setting, it's coming up to you? How do you get that on a spherical shape? How do you? It's impossible. Oh, it's big. You don't know how big is it. Okay, how big is it? Why cannot that be on a smaller scale? I mean, there are things that, like, I don't know, subatomics and huge stuff that might make a difference, but physically, everything it's at the scale should work at the bigger scale or the smaller scale, but pretty much the same, right? I mean, most of the things. I mean, I'm not expert in physics. I don't know what's the subatomic part. I don't understand.
Yeah, I'm not into all that stuff. I'm more of a practical person.
Yeah, so I was very into it. Like I was following Hadron Collider since I discovered it. Like, oh, Hadron Collider, wow, they are crashing photons and they are coming up with the string theory. And then, have you heard anything from them since? Because like it's 10 years since they haven't tweeted anything. But the budgets are still there, and they are assumably building a bigger one, and they are crushing more photons. But they prove
Yeah.
they
I reckon
came
it's
up with
money
no.
laundering, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, sure. But not just that. It's just like to sustain this religion. Oh, they do that shit on Hadron Collider. Who am I to understand? You know, this is the basic scheme. Because we're too dumb and not, we don't know shit. Because the scientist knows, and then you're too dumb to
Trust the
understand.
scientists.
Yeah,
Just trust the scientists.
it's like,
They know what they're doing.
oh, yeah. So we speak only for ourselves here. Let's see who else can prove a curvature.
So how do you explain rainbows?
Rainbows.
Yeah,
Refraction.
but like, yeah, but of what? If
Light. Light going through water.
yeah, but how are they an arc shape, like like a hemisphere shape?
I don't know.
It's that.
That's a subject that also science cannot explain very well. So, if we, with no resources, we cannot understand and explain stuff if they are not studied. I mean, just give me 2 million budget and I'll tell you in 2 months what the fucking rainbows are, right?
Well,
Right. Where are you going with the rainbow thing though? Like it's got a like you're asking why
Well,
rainbows for what reason?
so when the Earth was a globe in my mind,
You're a prick, man.
and
Not
I
you.
saw
I'm talking
a
to this guy on the
rainbow,
road. You're a fucking idiot, mate.
and I could see like the sun was hitting the hemisphere, and the hemisphere was the rainbow. Like the rainbow was the arc of the hemisphere. Like it covers the whole sky, left to right or whatever, covers the hemisphere, and that's the sun refracting in the light. And I just assumed that that was because the Earth is round, right? The Earth is a globe shape, so it's like half of a globe because the other half is not getting hit by the sun or whatever. But if the Earth is flat, then is there still like is there are we still like in a bubble? Like is there a dome
Who
around the
knows?
planet? You know what I mean? Like
If you can prove that you can have air near to less pressured atmosphere, then it's the only way you cannot think that we are not under a dome. I mean, how do you separate? And that gravitation doesn't really do it. So rainbow.
You said that. I mean, there might be. You're saying a dome, but that will imply a shape. And how can you know? How can you determine that it is a dome? How can you actually determine that?
It's a container. Let's call it that way. It's a
Yeah, because a
container.
dome will be like, yeah, we know the way it looks, and we know it's a dome. But that do we actually know that?
No, we don't.
I guess
Oh, okay.
God calls it a firmament or a vault.
But yeah, we know the antecedent to the gas pressure, which is the container, right? But we don't know the size of the container or the shape
No,
of it, or how many or how many layers the container has, because it might be there might be valve. When you have like a pressurized system between the containers, you might have a valve where the pressure might be going in and out inside of the system, outside of the system, right?
Yeah, like
You have
more
like
layers.
yeah, we don't know that either. So I think there are multiple layers, but I mean the shape of it, who knows?
How can we know this?
I mean, I do think the rainbow is it is affected by the container or vice versa.
It's the
So
first
like
logical
the
thing
first time oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry, it's the first logical thing to think because you cannot have refraction in such a perfect round way. Because if you can say that, then you can also have the light coming to you when you're at the seaside and you see the sun supposedly setting, and then the ray of light is coming straight to your eyes, right? They cannot be on the ball, because if I put a light on a spherical mirroring object, that there's no way I can have it to come to my eye. But if I put it on the plane, then it will go straight to me, right? So if the rainbows are refraction, that would be a magical refraction to just account and make that perfect shape. So yeah, you can associate it with the shape of a dome, but that's just assumptions.
Well, I mean, dome or container, I think it is evidence of a container, regardless of what you call it, you know.
Right. I mean, who am I to say right? But I agree. That's better word. There are stuff we don't know, and then we don't have 62 million per day to research it. So I'm contented that there are information that cannot be explained. It's just the one that under our nose we see that it cannot work that way physically. So that's enough proof to end up with such a plain level. Although there is that theory I've seen from that, Scottish guy. I've seen that he's not very popular around here, but if the Earth is
Do
pushing,
it.
if the Earth is pushing constantly up, that would make sense physically. I mean, the objects in free fall are true stationary, no force
For
supply,
that
and then
for that to make sense, it's so it would have to be rising
constantly, yes.
no, well, not constantly. It's got to be accelerating at the same time. So that's 9.8 meters per second every second.
Yes.
So how fast would the Earth be rising now?
9.8 meter per second.
No, you got to keep it's got to keep accelerating, not a constant speed.
Why it has to be keep
Because you
accelerating?
reach equilibrium.
It will just go up 9.8 meter per second. That's it.
But what's this? So what's this accounting for? Like it would make sense to what though? Like
To explain gravitation, for example. I mean,
what?
to
But you're just
explain
explaining a downward motion of things. Like if you drop something, that's the only thing you're explaining though.
Yes, the downward is from your reference frame.
So you think the best way to explain things falling down when you drop them is that the Earth is rising at 9.8 meters
I'm
per
not
second
saying it's the best. I just had it on my radar, and I just thought of it. I cannot. It's the
Yeah, I
same.
understand, but you said it makes sense. Like to me, that
It would
doesn't
make
make
sense in
any sense at
explaining
all.
gravity. It would make sense in explaining why objects have.
But then you would have to say that Earth is an object, and then in this case it would be a disk rising up through a vacuum of space at 9.8 meters per second.
No, it can rise
Yeah,
with the whole cover on it. Yeah, but I mean,
rise up through what?
God is big and great and can do, crazy stuff. I'm not
used to
saying
cover it in ammonia.
I'm convinced of that. It's just in physicality that kind of makes sense. I'm not saying that. I'm not sustaining that, and I cannot. It's everything. It's open to that because there's things we don't know, and then it will be like that. But like if you have an accelerometer and you put it on the ground, it will show you
Zero.
that. No, it will show you moving up. It will show a movement up.
Can you show me this?
I can show you a clip that the official narrative show it to you. I don't have an
So
accelerometer.
you put an accelerometer on the ground and it shows you acceleration
Up. Yes.
up.
Yes, I'll show you a clip here.
But that would say, like, if you were to jump from a plane, you would
Yes.
continually decelerate or accelerate
No, yeah, but
downward,
the
right?
point is that you don't need to decelerate because there's no force applied. So you just, you
But
don't have to.
there's a point, like if you used to jump out of planes, right? There's a point where
I
you
want to see
stop
this
speeding up.
accelerometer. Show me the accelerometer.
Yeah, right away.
You
I'm
stop
not
speeding
saying
up
that. I'm not,
when you're
I'm
falling.
not
You hit a
sustaining that.
point of
It's
equilibrium
an
where you
idea.
stop accelerating. So if the Earth were continually accelerating upward, you would never hit a point of stop accelerating downward if you were falling.
Nope. You wouldn't. You wouldn't reach terminal velocity.
That's the word. You would continually speed up. Like you used to jump from planes, so you should
Yeah, but
know.
you don't continually speed up.
Right. You hit a point of what
I
you just
mean,
said, terminal
the
velocity.
longest distance I've jumped, it was, I mean, in free fall, it was like 9 seconds, and that would be like, I don't know, like the least distance you can jump, it's 900 meters. I don't know how that miles, but 900 meters, and then
Not quite a mile.
yeah, no, but that's the limit. I mean, if you jump lower than that, you wouldn't have time to open your parachute and fall. But it's so when they they put you they put a cable on your parachute and then it will be stick to the plane, and then it's 9 meters long, and I will tell you to count 101, 102, 103. So you'll have 3 seconds, and then in 3 seconds you fall 9 meters, and then that will extract your small parachute, and then that's in the beginning. But then you go further up in the sky, then the maximum I free fall, it was like, I don't know, 10, 12 seconds.
But you hit a point where you stop accelerating downward.
I couldn't say that. I don't know. I mean, I cannot, realize if I'm going
Waiting on that
faster.
accelerometer.
Yeah, here. Hold on. Where should I put it?
In the live stream voice text.
Okay.
Have you got posting permission?
He does. He has perms.
I put it here in the live stream. I hope it. I told you, this is mainstream. At some point here that shows you an accelerometer, and it says it has a motion up. Other than that, I have no other proof. And then again, I want to close this subject, but it was just an idea, and in terms of physical stuff, it makes sense.
As Jemsy would say, it makes nonsense.
It makes no sense. Okay.
It's actually nonsense because you don't. Any of your senses are actually indicated that this is actually happening. So it's
Yeah,
by
but when you're
definition nonsense.
in an elevator, except for the starting point, you don't feel you going up.
I do feel when I'm going up. What you mean?
Always
an
in an
elevator,
elevator. Yeah.
because it's shaking, and like if it's a really nice one, you don't really feel you go up. You only feel it when you start going up, but then at some point in a few seconds you won't feel it.
That sounds like nonsense.
That's the example. So remember how I was saying it has to keep accelerating? For you to feel, for that to be the explanation, the Earth is moving upwards. It would have to keep accelerating for it to be able to get a reading. So imagine the speed that you would be at now, just in 1 year.
Yeah.
Think about it. It's a ridiculous claim. I don't know how they.
Well, if the claim the universe is infinite, it's not necessarily impossible, but it's not. I mean, from my understanding, we're looking for the most obvious, like the if the clearest answer. It's got to be the right answer. It's not going to be the most convoluted
Yeah,
answer.
that would be that the Earth is not moving.
There will be, I mean, my opinion, there will, since we have the gas pressure, right? There will be some endpoint. So infinite, I don't think so, because if you have an infinite volume, how are we gonna get the pressure?
But it could move up with the whole container on it.
Moving through.
Yeah, it
And
sounds
is it
unimaginable,
is
and it's no
it
difference between the universe. I understand that,
is
so that's
it
why I don't.
is it an it? Then the Earth has to be an it as well. Got to be a defined thing that's moving through something.
We'd be
Yeah.
We don't
traveling like a
detect it.
trillion meters per second, like a hundred
Yeah,
billion.
and more by now.
Yeah, every
Yeah.
second more.
That would mean that the stars would have to be traveling at that as well. If
And
we're
the
going
Yeah,
to
sun.
assume that
it can be
they're
two
physical
two
things as
different
well,
systems.
I
Nobody says
don't
that the Earth is one system and this is the same with the stars. I mean, they can correlate but not be the
Yeah,
same.
well, that in that case, then there's no detection. There's no motion detected at all.
Yeah,
Anyway,
the Earth is not the stars, obviously, right? Because the Earth is below your feet, the stars is in the heavens above, or that's what we see up above. So those are not the same thing. It's
Yeah.
like you have a vehicle. The steering wheel is not the wheels or the spark plug, right? Those are not the same thing.
Yeah, the starting point with this idea and why I thought it makes sense is because, like when objects in free fall, they don't have any displacement of the masses. Like if you drop an object, it will freeze the way it is until it drops. And that's provable.
You say it's gonna freeze because of what? Temperature?
No, freezing in terms like is no displacement. So for example, if you have a bottle of water and then there's a few air like on it, right? If you turn the bottle upside down, the air will go up, right? That's displacement. And then if you turn it, and then by the time when the bubble it's traveling and it's like, I don't know, halfway of the bottle, and then exactly then you drop it, it will stay there in the free fall. There's no displacement.
Accelerate until its terminal velocity.
It's here where I mean
no, I think he's talking about the bubble, but
the bubble will stay there as the position where it's dropped, regardless if it's up or down or doesn't matter. While it's falling, it will stay there. And
Like
that's
if you were to drop a level, have the little
hold
bubble.
on, I'll show you. Experiments. Where is it here? It is a simple.
I wonder if they ever argued this in Greek society, like ancient Rome. If there was any like what would they call them, globers? Oh, the Earth is round, and then a whole bunch of people were like, "You're crazy."
Here
'Cause it
it's an
wasn't
experiment where when
until
he
like
drops
400
the
years ago that
bottle, it will just stay there in the middle. As opposed to when it's accelerated, it will the bubble will go to the direction of acceleration in any direction, up, down, left, right, doesn't matter. But when it's in free fall, it will not go anywhere. It will stay like the same where it's dropped until it falls. That was my starting thinking point. Then again, it might have a lot of flaws in logic, and then that's why I don't, I don't state it, and I don't say it's that. And it's just that. I mean, I'm not saying it's a fact, but I'm only observing. As in any other cases, you will see displacement. If that's what I'm sure, that gravitation is not an acceleration. That certainly is not. Because if it is, then it's crazy how it will not affect the molecules in the water, in the air, within the container. But then it will have to be such a magical acceleration to calculate the density of water and air and then like equalize them, and or to just say that the gravity, I mean the attraction force only applies to the bottle and not to the things within it, and that would be, absurd. So there's that, and then further than that, I can only speculate. Over.
What's going on, Goon? DatGoon24. DatGoon24. See you in the text. And VC. Well, don't be a goon. And reply in the VC. Goon.
You sound like a troll. I can already tell by your voice.
That's how trolls sound like?
Yeah,
Like
you
me?
just sound like you're just ready to say some smart shit.
Smart shit. Smart shit. Is that even a thing? Smart shit?
No.
Can shit be smart? Goon. Goon!
This is exactly what I'm talking about.
I mean, if you say some dumb shit, I'm gonna have to say some not dumb shit. Or ask you about it. Like smart shit. What's going on, Goon? Why do you believe you live in a cartoon? Goon! Have you taken a look of the solar system, Goon? Solar system? Have you ever looked at that? Goon?
What about it?
Because you said that you believe you live in it's a globe, right? You believe it's a globe, right?
Yeah, what's your point?
Hey, Goon, you sound like a troll.
You have a kangaroo as your profile picture.
Yeah.
You're calling me a troll.
Okay, what's trolly about a kangaroo?
Do you ever drew this, Goon? I tagged you in the text. Have you ever you drew the sun with I don't know crayons or color pencils? Ever done this, Goon?
Probably crayons.
Are you a BC, Goon? Are you like a BC troll?
You're asking me if I've drawn the solar system with crayon, and you're telling me I'm a troll.
I'm asking you, have you ever done it? Because I've done it.
Okay, what's your point?
And so, have you ever done it? You ever drew the solar system yourself? That's a yes or no question.
Not defensive, bro. Have a chat, man. Like, it's not that difficult just to talk to people. It's not. Dude, when you go to if you're talking to someone face to face and they say, "Have you ever drawn the solar system before?" and you go, "What's your point?" Do you reckon that guy would turn around and smack you in the mouth? I reckon he would. Be normal, man. Just conversation.
It will be impossible to have a conversation with Gun because he's trolling.
Like I said, I'm not trolling. You're asking me if I've drawn the solar system with crayons.
Have you ever seen a drawing of the solar system, Gun?
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm looking at one right now.
what position is the Earth from the Sun? Is it the first one, the second one, the third one?
I thought flat earthers don't believe in that.
Believe
Oh,
in what?
My bad.
Drawings.
It depends what you're asking me the reference from. I mean, the position from Neptune, or what are you talking about?
From the Sun.
Position from the sun.
From the Sun, which position is the Earth? The thing below your feet. Which position is it from the Sun?
It's a weird question. Weird answer to the question. From Neptune. Why would you take a reference point from Neptune?
It's the third rock.
Third rock from the sun. Ding ding, well done.
Yeah, it's a TV show.
Yes.
You see, Gun, a lot of people have this mental perspective when they think Earth. They see this cartoon in their mind, right? They see the third rock from the sun. Is that what you think when you think about the Earth, Gun? Because you will admit, hopefully, that we don't live in a cartoon, right? We don't live in a drawing like the solar system. That's not where we're standing. You can draw this cartoon, including the Sun, Mercury, Venus, and the Earth as the third rock. But you know that's not reality, right, Gun?
I could do the same thing to you. I could draw a picture of the flat Earth and tell you, we don't live in this picture, right?
Correct. I agree with you 100%. We do not live, we are not standing on the picture depicted as the flat Earth. I agree with you 100%. So if you change the shape of the third rock from the sun and you make it a flat disc, we know that's not true, right? That's not what it is. Pretty simple. And I agree with you. We don't live in the picture of the flat Earth. But why some people believe they live in the picture of the globe Earth? Is it because they've been programmed to do so since they were pretty young? What is it, Gun? Why do you believe you live in this globe, third rock from the sun? Is it because you saw it in a book or you're invested in it?
Why do you believe you live in a flat Earth?
No, I live in my body. I'm standing on the ground.
Well, then why would you assume I don't live in my own body?
I mean, I know you live in your body. That's what I believe because I don't know you personally. But I will assume that you're speaking from a similar position than myself. I'm in my body. sitting on my computer. I have the mic, and I log into Discord, and I'm speaking to you. That you are in your body. Maybe you're in your house, standing on the ground, and yeah, that's real. That's pretty real.
And
That
how you
we
just
are.
answered my question is how I would exactly answer your question.
What was your question again, Gun? What was it?
I asked you, why do you believe you live in a flat Earth? And you told me you don't live in a flat Earth. You live in your body. So that's how exactly I would answer your question to why do I believe I live in a globe?
Yeah, I live
I
in my
don't live in a
body.
globe. I live in my body.
You do live in your body. Yeah, that's a decent reply. I mean, even though I brought it up, but you see, a lot of people believe that they live on the globe, right? You've heard people saying this before, right? Like yourself, you said, quote, I believe it's a globe. Glober myself, quote, end quote. Why? Can you give me one reason that you believe that you live in the globe? Kindly. Is that the answer? Are you trolling me, Gun? I like this. I
Yo,
like
can
this
you hear
one.
me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yes, you sound clear.
Okay, my bad.
Are you
My
busy? Are you
mic.
like working?
I just had an issue with my mic right there.
Yeah, I was able to hear the coughing and this kind of like runny nose. So mic is pretty. It sounds good. Can hear everything.
Okay.
Which one do you like better? You see, I posted two depictions of the solar system. I like the second one better because it shows like, I don't know. It's more. It has more stuff. So why do you believe you live in a globe, Gun? Do you have like any reason that you can give? Say.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of reasons. Why wouldn't I believe I live in a globe?
Wait, hold on. Guys, I'm talking to Gun. Why are you guys muting him? I'm having a dialogue at the moment. What's going on?
I said, yeah, there's a lot of reasons. Why wouldn't I believe in a globe?
Yeah, you said there's a lot of reasons, but like, can you be a little more specific, at least with one
So
reason?
essentially, you just said that I believe there's reasons that I live on a globe. So believe means acceptance without evidence. So you accept without evidence reasons for being on a globe. Makes perfect sense.
Actually, that's nonsense.
Exactly. You want to try that one more time?
Yeah, here we go with like all your semantic games.
Semantic games. Semantics. Do you know what? Let's see if he knows what semantics means. What does semantics mean?
Yeah, that's exactly why you're asking me for the definition of a word.
That's right. It's called the fucking Socratic method. It's used as the basis of communication, you idiot, dumbass cracker. You're a fuckwit. Yeah, goon. That's a good name for you. How about schmuck goober?
Yeah, somebody asked me how.
Yeah, you're a dumb fuck. Why would anyone ask you anything? Why the fuck would they do something that stupid?
Well, he's in,
Semantics. Doesn't even know what the fucking thing means or the importance of it. You're just like, are you an Evo tard too? I'll bet you are. Let's delve into that realm. You're an Evo tard. I can smell you. Because essentially all baltards are evotards in baltard clothing, right? Yes?
Why do you
You
gotta be so
believe in
mean?
evolution too? You glue sniffing fungus muncher? Go on, say
Listen,
it.
I was having a conversation with.
Shut the fuck up. How were you having a conversation without semantics?
Yeah, I was having a conversation.
How can you have one of those without semantics, without defining terms? You can't have conversation without semantics. You dumbass cracker.
Somebody in this Discord told me.
Shut the fuck up. What is the Socratic method?
Listen, kid, you're just disrespectful.
Kid. I got your kid right here.
You're just being disrespectful.
Disrespectful now. Feeling. Whoa, feeling. What semantics?
You're gonna unmute me and you're gonna mute me in 2 seconds, or you're gonna let me speak? That's why no one takes flat earth seriously, you kids.
Shut the fuck up. So let's get down into some business. How the fuck do you have a horizon on a globetard?
If I saw you in real life, I'd smack you up.
Simple question. No, you wouldn't. I'd rip your head
Yeah.
off and shit down your fucking neck.
I'd lay your nerdy ass out. So
Yeah. You think I'm a nerd? That's your first fucking mistake. So, how do you have horizons on a globetard? You don't know what either means, do you? You don't know what a horizon is, and you definitely don't know what you believe in, except without evidence, a globetard, right? Want me to break it down further?
I'd rather not even talk to you.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I'm with him. I'd rather not talk to you either, bro. You're kind of being a dick.
All feelings. Snowflake Sally feeling.
It is feelings, right? Are feelings subjective or objective, and is there a difference?
I think Quantum Eraser's objectively being an asshole.
Objectively being an asshole. That means an asshole from every which way.
Objectively.
Can you got any evidence for that?
Calling people names. He's not letting people speak. He's muting people.
What, calling them
Fucking
names like
people.
asshole, like you just did?
Yeah. I'm not saying
Yeah.
I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I'm not.
You just
I'm
contradicted
saying-
yourself, idiot.
Okay, call me an idiot.
Your sister.
I didn't just call you, I demonstrated it. See, there's a big difference. You see, that's not an ad hominem fallacy.
What are you talking
Right?
about? You literally.
Because I did it for cause, you dumb fuck. Wow.
What are you
Are you that
getting at?
stupid?
So
Seriously, are you
your
that
whole
stupid?
defense is to
Are
call
you that
people
stupid?
names, to mute people.
Are you that stupid? Yeah, because you overtalk. You have diarrhea of the mouth syndrome, just like Goon Idiot. So, Goon, back to the question. How can you have horizons on a globetard? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Because the horizon is where the sky and the land meet. So
That's the reason why you can have it on a globetard? I don't think you're feeling this. Are you familiar with the slope-intercept formula?
what?
Are you familiar with the slope-intercept formula?
What is it?
Yeah. Holy shit, you're well out of your depth. Maybe you ought to go graduate junior high school first.
Listen, I'm a glober. I'm not a fucking
No
genius.
shit.
I don't know the
No,
formulas
I
and
didn't
shit.
say genius, dumb fuck. Everyone that's graduated at least junior high knows what the slope intercept formula is.
Yeah, well, I smoke weed and shit, and I believe in the globe, so I just don't know
Yeah,
these
that's right.
formulas off the top of my
So
head.
you believe in a globe. So that means you accept without evidence a globe. Thanks. We all knew that.
That doesn't even change the fact that if it's a globe or not.
Change the fact here. I'm going to fucking train wreck your globetard right now with the slope intercept formula from junior high. You ready? Yes. Ready? Here we go. Slope intercept formula is y equals mx plus b. What it states is all horizontal lines, which are derived from horizons, have a rate of change of slope of 0, similar to the Baltard's IQ. However, here's the problem. According to the United States Naval Academy, curvature is defined as a rate of change of slope. That is a non-zero number. So everywhere on a globetard, you have rate of change of slope. From every point along a tangent from your feet, there is a rate of change of slope. You know what that is? 8 inches per mile squared. So how can you live on a globetard that has a rate of change of slope of non-zero in every fucking direction? Yet we see horizons every fucking where with a rate of change of slope of 0 and not bludgeoned to a bloody lifeless pulp. The law of non-contradiction.
Because, like I said, respectfully, you're just doing semantics.
Your semantics. You dumbass cracker. Say goodbye to your globetard. Oh, by the way, welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are in the back. Bathrooms on the left. DJ spinning requests. Smoke them if you got them. Every
Jedi.
second grader that can fog a mirror has just realized at this moment that you're a fucking retard. How you like that?
Hey, Jedi.
I'm not a cracker, by the way. I'm not even white. But what I'm saying,
I'm not even white.
So so semantics, right? For the slow kids in the back, because I can't keep up, right? So a definition of semantics, is that words and meanings and stuff?
no, so the definition of horizon he's saying is that it has no slope.
That's right. By definition.
Words and meanings.
But there could still be a horizon on a globe.
Really? And have a rate of change of slope.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
It wouldn't be a horizon if it has a change of slope.
it would still be horizon because
Listen, A horizon is impossible on a globe.
It would still be a horizon because of the distance you are from.
Go ahead, tell him again, man.
It would still be a horizon.
Shut the fuck up, not you.
Well, okay.
You're so lucky I'm not a mod, kid. I would.
Fuck you, kid. I got you. Like I told you, I got your kid right here.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, shut the fuck up, man. You're a dumbass cracker. You already been exposed, even though you're not white.
Thank God for that.
What?
That means he's not racist.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Under Heaven. You take over. See if he understands what you said.
Oh yeah, good.
I'm not white, I'm black, and I'm not racist.
We get horizontal lines from the horizon, right? So we do observe the horizon that has a slope of change, a rate of slope change of 0, right? So how can it be a ball? Because if it's curving, like in the ball, it will have to have a change.
A rate of change of slope.
Of non-zero.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's
this is
fair.
what you guys were talking to SMC about.
That's a paradox. Reconcile the paradox right now.
Okay. It would still. This is what you were talking to SMC about, but like I said, it would.
Just get to the fucking point. Reconcile the paradox.
Okay, here's the point. The point is there would still be a horizon because of the distance you are away from the quote unquote horizon.
That's fucking stupid.
It will still be a horizon because of the distance you're away from quote unquote horizon. Makes sense, man.
Yeah, it would still appear as a flat horizon by definition. Still,
by definition, it would still appear.
That's semantics by definition.
It would still qualify as a horizon on a globe.
How? How?
Because you're not far enough for it to.
No, you're not far enough is not a fucking answer. It's dumb fuck. If you would have gave me the social security number of an eggplant, it would have been more relevant.
So, are you asking like how we
security
can have
numbers, though.
how we can have a horizon if there is a curve?
Oh, Goose is up next.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
We have a new star.
I mean, isn't the horizon just the horizontal line where the sky meets the surface?
Yeah, it has a rate of change of slope of 0.
Horizontal.
Yep. You're right. Yep. So, but curvature is defined as the rate of change of slope of non-zero. Do I got to go through this again? How can you have 0 and non-zero exist at the same time? Is that better?
Hence the paradox. Explain the paradox.
No, reconcile it.
Yeah, the globe is impossible.
Yeah, so in other words, you have to reconcile a married bachelor. Floor is yours.
I think it's because the rate of change is so small.
Oh,
really?
Yes, 8 inches
How
per mile
small?
squared. 8 inches per mile squared.
That's what she said. How small?
I just gave you a number.
What number?
Sorry?
Is it more than 0?
Yes.
You're fucked.
Why am I fucked?
But why are you fucked? Let me say this again. According to the slope-intercept formula,
Y equals mx plus b. Yeah.
the rate of change. Shut the fuck up! I'm going to tell you.
I passed grade 9 math. I know what the rate of change formula is.
And I know you know that you know. So, you asked me a question. I'm going to tell you that the rate of change of slope for a horizon is 0.
Right.
Yeah.
it has to be 0 mathematically.
Yes.
Right. Do we live on a graphing calculator?
On a graphing calculator?
Yeah,
No.
it's near 0, so we just call it a horizon.
No, it's
because
not near 0. It has to be 0.
Okay, if it isn't 0, then what is it?
That's the rate of change of slope.
We just call it a horizon. It's a word that we use to describe something.
Well,
It's your paradox you have to reconcile.
We just call it a monkey, but it's actually a fucking watermelon.
Okay.
All horizontals parallel to the horizon.
You're outside my scope. You're gonna hurt yourself, Jetty. You're outside my scope. He's fucked.
That's okay then.
Do all horizontal lines?
Yeah.
Horizontal to what? Parallel to what?
Oh,
horizon.
you gave him a way out. Go ahead. See if he could get a way out with you, Jetty.
Okay, you said horizontal. Now you're saying parallel.
Yes.
Right. So you're saying that the horizon for a horizontal line to be parallel with the horizon, that would mean the horizon would have to be horizontal as well.
Yeah.
There you go.
It would have to have a rate of change of slope of 0 as well.
Have you listened to yourself?
All the time. It's my favorite thing to do. It's my favorite pastime, actually.
Are you snorting shrooms while you're doing it?
Not too many.
That's not too many. So there's a rate of change of slope of snorting shrooms?
I think as the night progresses, I consume more and more.
I can hear you laughing while you're talking. You're fucked and you know it.
Well, I don't know how to reconcile the paradox that you gave me.
You
What
can't.
can I
That's
say?
that's the point.
I don't know. Like if you go back in time and kill your grandfather, what happens?
Holy shit, that's relevant.
I'm just saying. You give me a paradox.
What? Jetty, he's losing it tonight, man.
That's brilliant.
Like you give me a paradox, I can't answer it, and then you're like, "Look at this fucking idiot! He can't answer a paradox."
Of course you can't. That's the point.
Okay, so what's the purpose of this conversation?
Is the show that you don't live on a globe tard, you fucking retard?
How does presenting me with a paradox prove that we live on a flat?
Well, because your reality is a sphere tard, and I just cold cocked it with an H bomb.
Look, sphere tard, globe tard, just pick one, okay?
I'm
fine with one. One's okay. Two.
All right. What
that's
about?
too
I'll
many.
throw a third one in there. A ball tard spinning space monkey.
That's crossing a few
It's just
horizontal
crossing
lines.
the line, man.
A few horizontal lines right there. And I don't know
No,
if
they
they're
have rate
parallel.
of change of slope.
Right, but like the formula you gave me for the rate of change.
Yep.
8 inches per mile squared.
Yes.
Right, that's a parabola.
Yes.
Right, and a sphere is not a parabola.
Really?
Yeah.
How
deep?
So it's not an accurate description, according it's accurate with trigonometry and Pythagorean theorem. So when does it start to break down?
I don't know the exact distance, but I think it's some.
I do. It's 1,400 miles.
Well, there you go.
There you go. So 1,400 miles, you're fucked.
Well, I'm just saying it's an inaccurate.
No, it's not inaccurate. It's perfectly. In fact, you get less than 1% of error in 1,400 fucking miles.
I mean, what's 1% of 100 miles?
No, 1,400 miles. Less
Right,
than
but
1%.
what's the percent error of?
Shut the fuck up. You don't know. You're a dumb fuck. You're finished. It's all over. What's the rate of change of slope in 1,400 miles?
Your sister. Well, rate of change of slope.
That was the most brilliant thing you've said all night.
Thank you.
I'd say something, Matt, but I'd give up the ghost. I could say but I'm not going to.
After 1,400 miles, I'm getting 89,600 inches, I think. I don't know.
89,600. It's 1%. 200. I'd have to take a look at it again.
So
Can you
around
do more
8,000
than-
feet.
Can you do more than inches?
8,000 feet. Or 7,500 feet, sorry.
That's what she said.
I was thinking the same fucking.
Listen. I was raised metric, so I don't know how to convert these units.
No, there's no. You were raised metric and you gave me inches. Are you retarded?
The equation is.
What the fuck? What the fuck was that? You were raised. You were raised
I
metric.
gave you no. I gave
me
you inches.
Are you
I gave you inches
fucking
because I know.
retarded? You got to be retarded. Is inches must be metric then, right?
No, I gave you inches because I know you're too retarded to.
Oh, sure. Yeah, that's what I got. You're done.
Right now, he's naked and he's trying to find a bush desperately so that he can leap into it and hide. It's the natural state of man.
I tried to do that shit in 1977, and they busted me. We won't go into that. Yeah, you're fucking done, Goose. Your goose is cooked. It was cooked a long time ago. As soon as you open your mouth, your goose was cooked. See what that is. What did he give me inches? Let me work that out. It's been a while. Where is that? So let me go pull that up. You'll be hearing this again, by the way, tomorrow evening. So stay tuned. So one of the idiot crayon munchers on the treatment is going to say 8 inches per mile squared. That doesn't work. It's only good for 100 miles. Dumb fuck. Oh, let's see. Well, what's the 1% though? Hold on.
They might need to look down for a horizon on a slope.
Hold on a second. I'm trying to figure this out. Shut the fuck up. All right. So.
Ready to.
One second. It's less than 2.5 miles. Go ahead. Who was talking?
I try to give them a quarter way out by not reconciling that they might have to look down on a slope horizon that is always rising to the eye level.
No. You can't have a sloped horizon. No, that's Mary Bachelor. You can't do that.
Yeah, they might say they you have to look down. I guess that's what they think.
So, Goose, looks like somebody unmuted your dumbass.
Thank you.
Over 1,400 miles, there's less than 1% air. That's 2.5 miles.
If someone in chat could post the equation for me, I'm too lazy to look it up.
All right,
Just so
hold
I
on.
have it from a first-hand source.
Hold on. I'll get a screenshot by. He's passed away, but he was one of the high-ranking pseudoscience ball-tard priests. Now, he was a dumb fuck. However, he had some math acumen. His name was George Hanachuk. Okay.
How do you spell his last name?
HNU. I think it's UA.
You bastard.
What the fuck was his name? HNATIUK. That was his name. And he went around correcting idiot baltards for like 3 years. And then he got frustrated and sick of it. And then made a video, over an hour video, of going through all the mathematics, everything, and showed that the 8 inches per mile squared was more or less exact at 1,200 miles. And at 1,400 miles, there would be 1% error. That would be 2.5 miles error on the low side. Hold on. Let me get you the formulas. 1 second.
I'm going to need some sources for that.
Give me a moment. Let's see if I can expand this out.
For everyone in the voice chat who is thinking that I'm not taking this seriously, I'm absolutely taking this seriously. It's just I'm a little
fuck up.
Share your pain, Goose.
Just Bill.
Yeah, share your pain, buddy. I'm not your buddy, pal.
I'm not your guy,
friend, buddy.
I'm not your friend, buddy.
I'm not your buddy guy.
You're not taking it serious, bro. You're not.
What seems to be the problem, guy?
You're not taking this seriously at all.
Of course I am.
No, you're not.
Well, explain how I'm not taking it seriously.
You're goose shit.
What is that even supposed to mean?
Dude, you are trying to grease the scales.
You're the
trying to
dung of geese.
The only thing I'm
That's what he's
greasing
trying
up
to
is
say.
your sister.
Oh, somebody else posted.
I already heard that one.
Fucking Grisp all over this shit.
Your sister must get around then.
Holy shit, that was quick. What the fuck, Grisp? My goodness, sir.
Crisp is on the ball queue.
Man, you're all over this shit, man. Good on you. Fuck.
Thank you.
Wait, did you post it?
Why won't this?
I'm looking for the.
Did I? Maybe I posted it twice.
Oh
Sorry.
no,
about
I see that. Yeah, I see it now.
Let me delete the last. I hit it twice. It's exact, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
He corrected soundly about 18 times. Soundly couldn't get it because he's a dumbass. More or less like Goon, just one level above you. He got so frustrated.
Well, I'm smarter than Goon. He doesn't even know what y equals mx plus b is.
Say again?
He doesn't know what y equals mx plus b is.
What? Yes, he
Goon.
does.
Well, neither do you.
I do.
Who doesn't know? Goon?
Goose.
Yeah.
Yeah, Goon doesn't. Yeah, he's just
y
he's
equals
below.
mx plus b.
He's below first grade. Yeah, don't worry about Goon. He's done. You can watch the video.
It's just a linear equation. For a
Yeah,
straight
you
line.
can watch the video. I mean, it's certifiable. It's an hour and a half. He goes, or not an hour and a half. I think it's an hour and 5 or 10 minutes. Some shit. I can't remember. But I remember him doing it. And his math chops are even better than mine. I can admit to that. He's an engineer. I'm not a fucking engineer. However, it checked out. So I just throw it right back into Globetards' faces. I mean, you ain't fucking with George. Not in maths. Not a chance.
Math.
They're maths.
Jenna Macy, mother. Fuck is a flurfer. Prove that the Earth is flat. Burden proof. Yeah, I've seen that before.
The
I don't
formulas
care.
are right there. Stop fucking around.
I'm looking at it.
You're looking at it. You said you know, Goose.
I didn't say I know that.
You don't know this level.
I mean, it's trigonometry, and then
Oh,
I could figure it
wow.
out if I wanted
Trigonometry.
to.
It's maths. Good job.
Oh, is it triangles? Is it triangles,
It
Goose?
is triangles, yeah.
Oh, well, what do you know?
What's
How
the
many
delta? What does the
triangles?
delta symbol represent?
How many
Change.
triangles?
You asked me what a delta symbol means?
No, in the
Shut
equation,
the
like what
fuck
was it?
up. Shut your fucking mouth. Get the fuck out of here before I slap you.
I think he knows. What
Ask
it
me what a
means.
fucking delta symbol is, for
I think-
fuck's sake. It's fucking change? What the fuck you... What's the color
Okay, that's
yellow?
not what I was
Goose?
asking. That is,
Shut
I'm
your
not asking.
fucking mouth.
I was not
Don't
asking.
speak to me again.
I'm sorry.
You fucking clown
I'm
of
sorry.
a dumb fuck.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're telling me.
I was asking.
Shut the fuck
Not-
up. You're not speaking. As long as I'm in here, I took it this far because I thought you were sort of halfway serious. What does delta mean? Are you fucking kidding me? Get the fuck out of here before I slap you, you half a sissy. Fucking imbecile. Fuck off. I'm sorry. Get the fuck out of here. It's 8 inches per mile squared, dipshit. Take your fucking show on the road. What does delta mean? My word.
Change. Asshole.
Oh, we've got some begging going on in the live stream. I'm sorry, that's not what I meant, please.
Just wait for a few minutes, Goose. I'll leave, and then you can, put your fucking retard imbecile questions up to the rest of the panel and see if they put up with your dumb ass.
There's a reason I don't have a mute button.
Yeah, I'm real fucking scared of you.
Because I'd
You
push it.
fucking imbecile of a retard. Yeah, I'm shaking in my boots. In fact, I just called my wife. She's going to have to give me some elephant tranquilizers, and they're going to have to ship me off to the hospital. You fucking retard. Scared of your dumbass. Yeah. It's all you fucking idiot globetard goobers got. You think that has traction, Goose? You fucking clown. Dude, do you know who you're fucking dealing with? Obviously not. Fuck.
The Huckleberry.
The candy ass. He has no clue. Does he? Nope.
So you're doing the treatment tomorrow?
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Yes.
Awesome. I'll be there.
Thank you.
I got to take my husband to the airport in the morning.
Where's he going?
Vegas.
Why?
He's got a millwright class out that way.
Got gambling addiction?
No, he's going out there. That's where his the company or the union hall that he works for is stationed.
So gambling.
No,
So gambling addiction.
no, he doesn't gamble at all. Actually,
No, we're just messing with you, Flatsy. We
I
shouldn't even
know.
ask you. Shouldn't even. Don't worry about it. We're just trying to fill empty air. Oh, we got Goose. Maybe he can fill some empty air.
Tell us what
Matt.
Delta made you.
Shut the fuck up.
I got a question about gambling addictions. Why is it only a
Uh-oh,
gambling addiction
Indio.
if you're a loser at gambling? But if you win all the time, how come that's not considered an addiction?
Winning as an addiction?
Yeah, they only consider it a gambling addiction if you lose at gambling. They don't consider it an addiction if you gamble all the time and win.
I guess I have a winning addiction then.
So what's your delta on gambling?
Oh, for you heard that?
Good one, Theo.
Yeah.
You have to have X
Should have told
before
him it
you
was an
have
airline.
Delta. Should have told him it was an airline. Yeah, that would help. It's Goose.
Yes.
Not yes. Just shush.
Back on the delta thing. I wasn't asking what delta meant.
Shut the fuck up.
I heard you. You said, "What does the delta symbol mean?"
No, I asked what it represented, like what
Yeah, what's it mean?
value delta was representing.
Fuck you.
Because the equation
Shut the fuck up.
The equation was
Shut the fuck up. Unless
Okay.
Indio, do you want to have at it?
I want to hear his excuse. It's always
All
funny.
right. All right.
Like listening to your kid why he's got cookie all over his face and the cookie jar's broken, but he didn't have any of the cookies.
It's like trying to explain trig to a 3-month-old. He goes, I think you bad."
Tell us. Okay, so delta in the equation, what?
okay. So in the equation, 1 minus 2 delta. I was simply asking what delta represented in terms of like what change of rate is it referring to, or what change is it referring to? That's literally all I was asking.
Shut
What do you
your
think?
fucking mouth.
What's the
What do you-
equation about? So I only heard part of it. So like, what? I don't even know what equation you're talking about.
Y prime equals s squared over 2re times 1 minus 2 delta.
You forgot the brackets, you dumb fuck.
I don't have to say the brackets. Everyone can
Why
see the
not?
fucking equation, retard.
Where's the
Retard.
equation, man? I
I'll
don't
tell you
see
what.
it.
If I'm a fucking retard, you're Helen Keller. You fucking imbecilic moron.
Just go look up Helen Keller, who that is.
Helen Keller? I know who Helen Keller is.
What's the delta of Helen Keller?
Sorry?
Oh, don't mind me, mate. Don't mind me at all.
No, I can't hear you. I'm Helen Keller.
Hey, we always say that if you're gonna troll, at least be funny.
Listen, just Bill, you saying that if I listened twice as much as I spoke is really funny considering I've been like perma-muted every time I'm in the server with one in the chat.
Yeah, because
So
you're
I'm kind of forced to
got
just listen.
diarrhea of the mouth.
This is
The
about
reason
age,
why
just-
you've been fucking muted, moron, is because you got diarrhea of the mouth. It's not a fucking, mystery. That's why you've been muted, dumb fuck. What the delta mean?
No, I'd rather have diarrhea of the mouth.
Shut the fuck up. What's the speed of dark?
Fuck you.
That's what your sister said.
Fuck you?
Yes. No, you, not me.
What?
What?
Getting weird
I
in here.
did Flatsy's there. Wait a second. What?
What?
Who?
Huh?
Listen,
What?
I'd rather have. I'd rather have.
You'd rather have hemorrhoids than your lips. Yeah.
I'd rather have.
Shut the fuck up, you stuttering
You know,
dumb fuck.
delta is defined in that equation. If it's a screenshot I'm looking at,
Yeah.
delta's defined in there. Like
Like
equals
like it was
squared
mentioned
over.
earlier. I am Helen Keller. Right.
Well, let me ask you a question. This is about 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah.
Okay, they print them on a globe, bro.
What?
There's globes with 8 inches per mile squared printed right on them.
Fucking show me. I didn't know that.
Hold on a second.
Holy fuck. Are you. Wait a second, Indio. Are you challenging 8 inches per mile squared?
No, I'm saying that.
Not you, Indio.
Oh,
you Indio.
Sorry.
I'm not challenging it. I'm just like I didn't know that was a thing.
What the fuck? You just challenged him by saying, "Oh, really? They do that?" Like that's not. Do you maths, bruh?
That's not a fucking challenge, you imbecile.
Yeah, what's not a challenge, imbecile, dumb fuck.
Me being surprised that they print 8 inches per mile squared on a globe is not a.
Yeah, it's just simple fucking geometry. Why wouldn't they?
Why is it necessary?
Why
to print on a globe?
I don't fucking know, but that's what it is.
I'm just asking for him to show me because I think that's cool.
Hold on.
You're not from
I have to
Missouri?
find it, man. Just give me a second. Might take a couple minutes.
Shut your fucking mouth, Mr. fucking Delta.
Can I change my nickname in this server? I can't.
You can't. You're not. Somebody's gonna clip that, and you're fucking done.
No, why don't you change it to Delta?
Delta Dawn, right?
No, why don't you change it to Delta Goose?
Somebody
funny.
should.
So what does everyone here do for?
Shut the fuck up.
Your sister.
We're waiting for Indio. Yeah. What does
Oh, it's gonna
everyone
be.
do?
It could be like 5 minutes, man.
Oh,
Like,
that's
find
take
it.
your time, Indio. He said,
Yeah.
"What does everyone do?" And Fe Jetty said, "Your sister."
Classic. Saw that one
Thank
coming
you.
from 8 inches per miles away.
Hey, relevant. I like it.
Hey, don't talk about her sex life like that.
Whose sex life?
Your sister.
Yours.
She takes 8 inches from a mile away, man.
He said,
What?
"Her sex life." He said, "Who's that?" His. Don't talk about her sex life. Who's that? Yours.
You guys are an absolute mess. I mean,
He
oh
is
my-
a fucking mess, isn't he? Go ahead, say something
No,
else, Goose.
that was right.
Yeah, you think you could laugh that off? You're a dumb fuck. Shocking surprise. Of course, we're well past the point of y equals mx plus b, aren't
What you
we?
say
Goose?
to me bounces.
Yeah, that we're well past the actual point, right? Of slope of 0. You think you've, I don't know, by innuendo, because that's all this is, kind of muddied the waters with the y equals
The
mx
only
plus
innuendos
b, you dumb fuck. Yeah, You think that's what you did? You think we're not on to that?
Okay, I found it.
We knew you were doing that dumb shit from the beginning. You didn't even know you were doing it.
You unmuted me and then
Shut the fuck up. All right, go ahead, Indio.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
wow.
posted a pic in the chat image.
1 second, let me take a look. Oh, there it is. Oh, cool.
Oh, cool.
No, seriously, I was actually like, I didn't know they did that.
Now you do. So parabola then.
Right, but is a sphere a parabola?
No, it's a parabola. A sphere's a sphere.
Right. So it is an approximation.
It's not.
Listen,
You
every
dumb
single
fuck.
look, every single curve calculation is technically an approximation.
Not out to 1,200 miles. It's not. It's exact.
Every single curve calculation is.
If you use the Pythagorean theorem, it's exact out to like in what is it, 1/8 of the circumference. It would be an exact solution. But trig, like if you use trig itself is an approximation.
Right. Sure. He didn't know that.
So there, yeah, I know he doesn't know that, and there is no exact solution other than the one I just told you.
Well, trig is an exact solution.
No, it's
No,
not.
it isn't.
How is it not an exact solution?
Because the circular functions are actually an infinite Taylor series that never ends, so it can't possibly be an exact solution because it never
You
ends.
dumb fuck, Goose. Just keep talking, Goose.
Dude, go on to Google and type in
He's laughing.
Trigonometric function Taylor series, and then you'll get the Taylor series expansion for the trig function.
Yeah, but Taylor series are exact.
They never end, bro.
But they're exact.
Exact to what?
I've never seen a goose cook himself. This is weird.
No, they're not
No, a
exact.
Taylor series is literally exact. An infinite Taylor series.
First of all,
Infinite. It's exact, but it's infinite.
All right. I mean, shit. If you guys
You
don't like,
dumb fuck. Could somebody clip that, please?
an exact solution is not infinite decimals, bro. And typically, the Taylor series expansion on this is rational numbers that never end. When you convert them into decimal, you're going to get more infinite decimals.
I mean, it's
more
as you
infinite.
approach.
Sorry.
Let's try something. Hold on, Indio.
Sorry, it's still got me.
Just stop, please. Let's get into something. Let's establish a rudimentary understanding of fundamentals. Goose, what the fuck is your ABCs without a song?
Z, Y.
Yeah, we're
X,
serious. That's
W,
how dumb you
V.
are.
Forgot ampersand.
What?
Ampersand used to be a letter in the alphabet.
No, it wasn't. Ampersand means and. It's not a letter. It's a word.
No, it's a letter. It was a letter in the alphabet, bro.
I think you're thinking of thigh or phi, whatever it was.
I'm thinking of ampersand.
Ampersand was a letter?
The ampersand used to be a letter of the alphabet, yes.
Okay, what sound did it make?
Your sister.
What sound did ampersand make?
Ampersand.
What sound did it make?
I think it was and per se or something like that.
That's not a sound, that's a word. A sound is like,
Look, don't believe me. Don't believe me. Don't you think I'm just like, here's some flat earther making up letters of the alphabet? No, ampersand, when they taught you your ABCs previous to the 20th century, ampersand was a letter of the alphabet.
It's not a letter.
You can just look it up, ask ChatGPT or whatever, dude.
They probably
It's not my opinion.
They probably taught ampersand because it was just shorthand for the word and.
What sound is that?
And A-N-D.
A-N-D.
It's a word.
That's he didn't ask you for that.
Okay. Do you want the
You
alphabet?
fucking retard.
Do you want the alphabet?
You
I'll
fucking
give it to you.
idiot.
I'll give you the alphabet. Z Y X W V U T S R Q P O N M L K J I H G F.
Bro, do you consider the Encyclopedia Britannica authoritative on the English language in the alphabet?
No, because I don't trust England on anything.
You don't trust England on English?
No.
For fuck's sake, bro.
America perfected it.
Hold tight, wait, what?
England,
Look in the
made
Vibrating voice act, bro.
ampersand term used to refer to the symbol, which stems from literature of the Latin word meaning and. The term ampersand is derived from and per se, right? And per se and. What the fuck? Symbol has also been used.
Direct quote from the article. First appeared in the English language in 1835 and was used as a letter in its own right.
Okay, 1835.
Yeah,
I was born in the. I was born.
That's why I said used to be a letter of the alphabet.
That used to be last week. Used to be.
That's not the only letter that used to be in the alphabet, though.
But you said that it wasn't even a fucking letter in the alphabet.
Sorry?
You said
What
it
other
wasn't
letters?
even a letter.
Go ahead, Jack.
Right. I was just saying saying it wasn't even a letter in the alphabet. That's why we're on this conversation, because you said it wasn't a letter. Now you're saying it's not the only letter that. What?
Thorn used to be. Thorn used to be a letter.
That's lovely. Same
I'm just
with
saying.
ampersand. Good.
But it's not like the ampersand, because the ampersand represents a whole word. It may have been included in the alphabet, but it's not the same as an individual letter like A or E.
So in the alphabet where letters are, when it used to be included in the alphabet where letters are, it wasn't a letter.
Show me a word with the ampersand in it.
Turkey?
Show me a word with the ampersand in it.
In Spanish, y is used as and in. It's
You
just
got it all
one.
backwards. It started as a letter and then became a word.
Show me a word from Old English that includes ampersand in it.
You probably wouldn't be able to read it because they used to write the S's like F's.
Well, show me regardless.
God, now I got to dig up 18th century text. Okay, hold on.
Does this help with y equals mx plus b?
Yes.
Yes. This is recorded, Goose, and your ass is cooked.
Listen, etymology is a big thing for me.
What's the etymology for the word planet?
Planet?
Guess it's not that big for you.
It was making a joke.
Do you want to help? Phone a friend. Phone a friend, Goose.
You can pick the Jeopardy music.
Pick me.
Oh, it means from Greek and Latin, meaning wanderer. Wander.
Yes,
makes sense.
Star.
Wandering star, yeah, that makes sense.
Why does it make sense?
Because that's what we used to describe the objects in the night sky that wandered.
Wandering stars, objects in the night sky.
So when someone says, "Are all the other planets round?" What are they saying?
Are the other planets round?
Yeah, they're saying. They say, "Well, Earth's a planet." They're saying Earth's a wandering star.
That's not what they're saying. Words change meaning over the years.
Is the observation different?
Sorry?
You said it's a description, right? Did
Yeah.
the observation change?
Well, yeah, we don't think that
wandering
what
star
we
is a
call the
description of the
planets.
observation. So we observed Earth as a wandering star.
No, because we don't even observe the planets as wandering stars anymore.
We don't. It doesn't
No,
look like a
they're
wandering star anymore.
They're not stars.
Now no.
We know that they're not stars, so it'd be weird to
Okay,
call them
now,
stars.
listen, we even differentiated them then, right? So we've differentiated the stars from the planets, and the differentiation was these wander, those don't.
Yeah.
That's the observation, though. It's descriptive. We're just describing what we see. So when someone says Earth is a planet, it doesn't fit into that description.
Right, but we've also used spectroscopy to like understand the material makeup of stellar objects.
Shut the fuck up. You don't know what is spectroscopy?
It's a study of the absorption and emission of light.
Wrong.
Okay.
Actually, I'm right.
You're wrong.
Actually, I'm right.
No, you're wrong.
Is the spectral analysis from the sun a continuous spectrum or a discontinuous spectrum?
Thank you, Jitty.
No, he's not. Dude, he's not here to help you, bro.
Well, I'm thanking him regardless. I don't give a shit. Fuck you.
Is
Go
here
fuck
to
yourself.
help you.
Go fuck yourself.
Like,
Go
I
fuck
know
yourself.
I can't help you.
Go fuck yourself.
I'm not here.
Go fuck
You didn't
yourself.
say please. You didn't say go fuck yourself, please.
You can't.
Go fuck yourself.
Share your pain, Goose.
Okay, this is going nowhere. So tell me how you compensate for Doppler line broadening in spectroscopy.
What is that?
Exactly. You're just saying buzzwords that you have no fucking clue what they mean.
I've never heard of that in my life. Can you explain it to
Of
me?
course not. Oh God. Can I explain it to you? I decided to explain the alphabet to you, so probably not.
Could you?
Yeah.
I
Seriously.
could, but that's just like shoveling shit into a fucking endless void. No.
May you please?
Well, think about what he said. Have you ever
Doppler
heard?
line broadening.
Yes, I
Think
don't.
about it. Think
I
about
don't.
it. What could that possibly mean in the context of spectroscopy?
Your mic broke up a bit. Could you repeat it?
He was clear.
I couldn't hear him on my end.
I said, what could Doppler line broadening possibly mean in spectroscopy? What do you think line broadening means?
The distance in between individual lines becomes greater.
No, the lines themselves become greater. The width.
Oh, yeah, that works too.
Okay.
That works if something you've only just found out about.
Dude, he's like,
Good analysis.
He's channeling Zanuck here.
We just have to bring something up, and instantly it seems like you're an expert in it. It's awesome.
He's an expert, and then when he's wrong about being whatever he says is expertise, then whatever the correction was, that's what he said the whole time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys got it.
Yeah, I was agreeing with you. Yep.
Listen, I'm an expert. I just sometimes need to be reminded of how smart I am.
So you understand the problem with just that Doppler line broadening, right?
And that's just one problem. That's just one example of something wrong. Okay, there's actually a bunch more. There's thermal line broadening. There's
in atomic physics. I'm just reading a definition.
variable.
In atomic physics, Doppler broadening is a broadening of spectral lines due to the Doppler effect caused by a disruption of velocities of atoms or molecules. Cool. I don't know any of that math, but seems reasonable.
Seems reasonable. Yes, seems reasonable. So when you're drawing conclusions about what the contents of something are, first of all, you don't have a. We know. You just use this in the context of we know what they are because of spectroscopy. What is it? The stars or the planets? Do you think we can tell what a planet's made out of by spectroscopy?
Yeah, I think we've done it before.
So how does that work exactly?
I don't know. I'm not an astronomer.
Yeah, we know that.
Yeah, you don't
Why
know
the
shit
fuck
about
are you asking me?
spectroscopy either.
Shut the
Because
fuck
you're
up.
the one who brought it up. So spectroscopy.
You asked me if there's a way.
So to use spectroscopy, the element has to be whatever your whatever you're analyzing to the spectrograph, has to be the primary source of the emission, right? There can't be anything in between you and the source. So when they came up with, okay, helium emits this spectrum, right? They put helium in a tube and they applied a voltage, turned it into a plasma, and recorded the spectrum that it emitted. So we take that baseline, what's done in the lab, and they apply it to what we see in the sky. But you gotta have a clear path. There can't be anything in the way, otherwise you have all sorts of confounding variables. But it has to be the primary source of emission. So in the case of a planet, are they emitting their own light? No, right? They're supposed to be reflecting the light off the sun.
I mean, I feel like everything emits some form of thermal radiation. Just, you know, like if you look
Do you
at
think
everything with a
conflating light
temperature,
and heat?
anything with a temperature emits infrared radiation.
right, and that's light.
He doesn't. You can't help him, Indio.
Borderline whether it's light or not.
It's light.
I mean,
It's a
yes and
wavelength.
no.
The wavelength of light, yes.
Visible, non-visible, radio,
Non-visible,
gamma,
yeah.
X-ray.
Non-visible light.
Infrared light.
Non-visible light.
Yeah.
Say that again.
Non-visible light.
Ask me why you can't see the sun at night.
Why you can't see the sun at night?
Yeah, why can't you see the sun at night on a flat Earth?
On a flat Earth? I don't know, because I don't believe in a flat Earth, so I can explain to you why
I'll
we
tell
can't
you
see
why.
it.
Because the
Doesn't make any
definition
fucking
of night-
sense.
Because the definition of night is when you can't see the fucking sun.
Right, but non-visible light is just wavelengths of light
is
that our
visible
eyes do
electromagnetic-
not
Light is visible
recognize.
electromagnetic radiation.
No, that's not the definition of light. Light is electromagnetic radiation. That's what light is.
So
Photons
radio
and
waves
shit.
are light.
Yes,
Oh god, we're not doing this.
it is.
We are.
No, it's not.
Why not?
Yeah, go get an X-ray and say, "Light me up."
Yeah, it's light.
Cool.
You can
Gamma
literally
torch.
you can Google
Shut the
is
fuck
X-ray
up.
light. Shut the
Shut
fuck. Go
the
fuck
fuck
yourself.
Shut
Go
the
fuck
fuck
yourself.
Shut the
Go
fuck up.
fuck yourself.
Yeah.
How do you confirm with
Were you
spectroscopy?
breastfed?
Sorry,
Yeah.
get back to the subject.
Well, I
How do you
googled it.
con-
It says light or visible light is electromagnetic radiation that can be perceived by the human eye.
Visible light, yeah.
Yeah, infrared radiation is not visible. It's very interesting how it was discovered, which is pretty cool.
I kind of want to know now.
Other types of light include radio waves, microwaves, infrared radiation, ultraviolet rays, X-ray, and gamma rays,
Dude,
all of
you're
which are
reading-
imperceivable to the human eyes. That's the definition given by
Yeah, I don't know where you got that definition from.
Hubble site.
Hubble site.
Hubble site?
Yeah.
What is Hubble
We're
site?
talking about waves.
Talking about surfing. Surfing the cosmic radiation. We're going to surf the
Oh.
cosmic background radiation.
So it's
Wait, I
interesting.
thought-
Electromagnetic radiation has frequencies and waves. Some of those waves are perceptible by your eyes. Others are perceptible by your ears at the much lower frequencies. Those are all electromagnetic
Okay, which
waves.
which electromagnetic waves are perceivable by your ears?
Sound waves. So if you
That's
have
not
a speaker,
electromagnetic. That's pressure waves. It's not
okay,
electromagnetic.
what causes that? What causes that wave?
Neither is light, by the way.
What?
Light is neither electric nor magnetic, so how can they be electromagnetic? Shut up, Goose.
Go fuck yourself.
You fucking clown,
Go
dumb
fuck
fuck.
yourself.
I can only imagine the dumb shit that come out of your pie hole from when I left. So, wave mixer.
Oh, you missed
Hello.
he was trying to talk about spectroscopy.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
yeah.
fun.
I missed that. So, electromagnetic wave, like light?
So I was
No,
messing with the
not
guy. When you
fucking, not
Hold on
fucking
a second.
so.
He tried to say light can be invisible to the eye.
Well, you have non-visible light, but we're talking about visible light. Yeah, but I'm not talking about. Maybe I interrupted this conversation.
No, he's all over the place. It's just funny.
Is it Wave Mixer or the
No,
dumbass
not Wave
cracker
Mixer.
goose?
Dumbass cracker
It's
goose.
Wave Mixer now. Goose is cooked.
Yeah, Goose was cooked long. He started talking about spectroscopy.
Yeah, Goose did.
Oh God.
Guy that just had problem with his ABCs wants to talk about spectroscopy.
The point I was getting to is just about everything is measurable by frequencies. Now, there are lower frequencies from.
Shut the fuck up. Who the fuck asked you? I asked you, is light electromagnetic radiation? You're done. You're finished. It's over.
And have a pleasant evening to you too, QE.
Yeah.
Always a pleasure to hear you.
Bye-bye now. Yeah, it's getting too late for me, guys. You're gonna have to take over.
Don't you just love comfortable silences?
Yeah, that's all right. He can he can he can whip around the fucking VC while I'm gone. Moment I get back, your fucking goose is cooked. Wave Mixer.
I like goose. Tastes good.
All right, guys.
You like goose?
Yeah.
So
it's that
I like
that
it with the-
time. It's that
like
time.
potatoes.
Thanks. It's that time. So I have
Like-
to take my leave of you. I'll
I'd
catch
do
you
it.
on the flip
All
side,
right.
guys. Have a good
Get
one.
Get some
You
rest.
just
man.
can't shut the fuck up, can you?
No, he can't. No.
You have a flat Earth dude. Do you have a fucking problem?
I probably.
Shut the fuck up.
I was just saying goodnight. That's all I said, man.
My God.
Dude, I just said goodnight. Rest
Dude.
up.
I'm just trying to say fucking goodnight, and you just can't do it. You can't shut the fuck up, can you? Can you? My unbelievable. You're as bad as these fucking baltards. You just can't shut the fuck up, can you? What's natural science, flat Earth dude? What's natural science? Define it right now.
Natural science.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
has-
Go ahead and look it up.
Has to do with our physical, real world, the natural world.
Okay. Has to deal with the natural world. What about the natural world?
What we observe
Oh no.
in the natural world.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have to take my leave of you. It's getting late and I'm getting pissed. So that's not a good combination. So have a good evening. Catch you on the flip side.
Adieu.
Take care, QE.
Yep.
Yeah, Wendy, are you still there?
Australia, getting pissed means you're going to drink a lot of alcohol.
That's what I thought you meant.
Word. What's up, Timbo? Timbo Slice. Spice. Tim Slice.
T-Dub.
Oh, my bad.
T-Dub.
My bad, bro. My bad. All of you sound the same to me. Is that racist?
Yes. But it's funny. It's fine. They're Australian. It's all right.
Yes, Australia is a race, yes.
T-Dub. What say you, man, my man? What's going on Are you on the Barbie? You got
No,
some.
no,
Do you guys
it's
cook
too hot
fish
for
and
mine.
chips in Australia?
We have fish and chip shops, yeah.
Oh my god, that sounds terrible. No, I'm teasing, man. I'm being pedantic. I'm being a pedantic dick.
That's all
Dub.
right. I won't stitch my dingo onto you.
Okay, well, okay. It's a good thing I knew what a dingo was. Otherwise, I'd be offended. Ah, you're nasty, T Dub. You're nasty. Sorry, Jedi. I didn't mean to step on you either.
Nick, you're
Indio,
all right, bud.
Jedi was looking for you.
Somebody in a chat called Jedi Gas Pressure Rambles. That's funny as fuck.
Jedi gas pressure around balls.
Hilarious.
Oh man, all right, local news. I'll give you some local news. It's about to be flooding in Texas. I know this was a popular song with Stevie Ray Vaughan, but it's actually happening, right? The floodgates have opened. The river is out of its banks and rising. In order for me to measure the height of the river, I'm going to need a plane to reference. But that's besides the point. The only thing I can do is get out of the way.
Where are you,
Water.
man? Are you in Dallas?
No, I'm north of Houston.
Oh,
About
you're way up
45
there.
miles. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was in Dallas last weekend. Just started to rain when I left on Monday, but it must have headed your way, and now you're getting soaked. The globe's spinning, so the rain went over towards you because of the globe spin, right?
Well, I'm no pseudoscientist, but I predict more rain. I learned in this server, right? I learned a practical use of being a meteorologist. It's so that you can have the golf course all to yourself.
Yeah,
That's a
how's
good
that?
that's a good job.
Oh, good evening, dude.
Hey, what's up? What's up, my man?
Well,
Good to
the
see you,
wife's
bro.
out. She's out babysitting the grandkids, so I've got a little
Oh,
chance
nice.
to get on the mic here a little bit without getting her all upset. So I figured I'd come in here and see
I
my
hear you.
welcome FE family.
That's why I come in late at night, man, because got to keep the wife happy. Can't be out here all day long. Wow, I can't do that.
So I was talking to Renee. I don't know if you've talked to him recently, but we're trying to get David Weiss out here for the summer solstice meet.
All right,
Summer
man. Sounds
solstice.
good.
What day is that?
June 21st,
Well,
When's the eclipse,
it'll-
guys?
April 8th, something like that.
That's a good one to catch. I don't know how many of you are between Houston and Chicago, but you should try to catch the eclipse, total solar eclipse.
Yeah. It's a lot. It's like a 3-minute one, man, or something like that. Yeah, I
How
would
do
like to.
eclipses
I'll
work
try. We'll
on
have to
flat
see, man.
Earth?
Go ahead.
How does sorry, I didn't. But how does an eclipse work in a flat Earth?
Solar eclipse or lunar eclipse?
Well, if you take a look at the eclipse and look up and see it, then you'll know.
That's right.
But isn't the theory that the Earth is like blocking
Not a theory.
So
light?
lunar eclipse.
There's no theory. Look up and see. That's all there is to it. And that's an eclipse.
Theory comes after experiment. There is no experiment to prove the cause of the eclipse.
Well, the solar eclipse is when the moon blocks. Well, theoretically, the moon
That's not a
blocks the
theory.
sun.
No, that's not. Your description is not a thesis. It's just not.
Well, that's what I'm asking. What is the truth?
Well, you have to prove like it. It's not my. Okay, so what is the truth of the total solar eclipse? It happens on a cycle. I don't like. What do you mean? Like, I don't know what you're asking me.
Well, like if the Earth isn't round, right, and the Earth is not. If the Earth is flat, then it can't be in between the. Like a lunar eclipse, it can't be in between. It can't be there. The sun is just there, and the moon is just there. So, like, how does that happen?
So when you say like a lunar eclipse, like I'm trying to understand where you're coming from, right? So when you say lunar eclipse, do you say that the Earth's shadow is being cast on the moon, and then on a solar eclipse is the moon occulting the sun?
That's what I thought, but I have no idea.
Well, hey, bro, there you go. That's the first step. So figure that out. Sounds like you already know.
A lunar eclipse comes when the Earth is between the sun and the moon. But if the Earth can't be in between the sun and the moon, then how does it like what? Like what's going on? What is the moon? What is this like?
Well,
Are
it's the
they?
same thing. Well, follow your okay, so you followed to the Earth between the sun and the moon, but you didn't follow when you said the moon between the Earth and the sun. So, do you see the moon between the Earth and the sun during a solar eclipse? So you don't see. We would agree. You do not absolutely. We do not see the Earth in between the moon and the sun during a lunar eclipse. We agree. We're friends. We agree. We do not see that, right? Correct?
The
We agree.
sun, the solar eclipse. We don't see the moon during a solar eclipse. Period. I
We
checked it
don't
out.
see it either way. You don't see it either way, flat Earth dude.
You don't see the Earth.
You don't see it either way.
You can see the moon during a
No,
lunar
you
eclipse.
well, you can see the moon during a lunar eclipse, but it's
We
apparently
can see
like
the
they.
moon during a lunar eclipse. That's my fucking point there, man. Yeah, get that right.
Well, you could see the moon during a lunar would give it away, right?
Well, during a lunar eclipse, man, it doesn't go completely eclipse. First
But
of
you
all,
don't see the Earth
of course, you don't see the Earth.
between the sun and the moon, do you?
No,
No.
you can see. You see the moon goes like a dark red. You can still see the whole fucking moon during the eclipse. It's not like it's totally eclipsed.
The main point is you don't see the Earth between the sun and the moon. And
I'd have to be in outer space to do that or something crazy.
And you don't see the moon between the Earth and the sun either. That's not what you see in either case.
But there's ways to calculate where the Earth and the moon, or where the sun and the moon would be at a given time.
That's true. I did that calculation years ago.
I don't know about not being able to see the Earth because I've seen the sun setting in the far west as the moon looks like it's rising in the far east, and I can look down on the ground and I can see the Earth.
That's called a Selenilian eclipse.
You can't help people, bro. I know I can't help any of you.
I mean, I can't help you either, man.
If what science is saying is wrong, then what's right?
Who is science? What science? What does science say? What are you talking about?
Science doesn't.
Show me
Science
where
is a
science
method.
has
It's
said
not a.
anything.
Science says a solar eclipse
No, it
occurs
doesn't.
when the moon passes between the
Science
Earth and
does
the
not have a
sun,
mouth. Science
blocking
does not have
all
a
of
mouth.
or part of the sun's light.
That's not
Does science
science.
have a mouth? Show me science's tongue.
Well, someone came up with this information.
I think you
A
just say
solar
give you the
eclipse occurs when
methodology
the
of
moon
I
passes
science.
think his
between the
name
Earth
was
and the sun, blocking all
Copernicus.
or part of the
Yeah.
sun's light.
Yeah.
But if that's wrong, then what is actually happening?
Well, we live on Earth. We can check it out, man. That's what we're doing. We're just here to check out Earth. And
You're
all its
answering a
aspects.
malformed question, Flat Earth, dude.
I'm
You
just
don't have
telling
to.
you.
You don't have to do that.
We live on Earth. We can check it out. But go ahead.
Yeah, we can look at it.
Yeah, that's about it.
Just
We
look
can
at
touch
it.
Earth. We can touch Earth. We can dig in Earth. We can play with
Yeah,
Earth, or swim in the Earth, sail the Earth, fly the Earth. Those are all things that we can do.
we can look at it.
This is the
And,
only place we can do it.
it's the only place we can do it. And there's nothing in the sky that looks anything like what we're standing in. Period.
But someone just said we can't see the Earth. How do we know that? How do we know what it looks like?
Where we live
Look
on
down
Earth.
on the ground, brother. There it is. It's under your
Who-
feet.
Yeah,
It's
who
right here,
gives a
man.
hell what somebody says, bro?
Bro, you said that, bro.
Who cares what somebody says?
You said that, bro.
You're believing what somebody. Did you believe me?
No.
Did you believe
I
me?
can look down and see the
No,
Earth.
you didn't believe me, but you believe what somebody else says.
Well, I don't know. Someone said if
I
we
know.
can't see the same thing in the sky, how do we know what we're on looks like? And but you
Why-
said we don't even know
Well,
what.
that's a malformed question. Why would we expect to see the Earth in the sky? What are you talking about? Like, why would you expect to see the Earth in the
Bro,
sky?
I'm just
What
quoting
kind of
what
question?
I'm
Who
just quoting
cares?
what's being said in this Discord. I'm not.
I said nothing in the sky looks like what we live on here.
But
Nothing.
but then Just Bill said that we can't see Earth, so we don't know what it looks like.
Well, we're
So
standing on Earth. We can check out Earth.
Yeah, we're
So
standing
you're-
on it. Look at your feet. There's the Earth.
You're
okay, but
strawmanning
You don't have to look up in the sky.
there's
Look
two
down.
Okay, so you guys are
that
just
person.
contradicting each other. Then you guys
If
are
he
on the
exists,
same side, but you're
no,
contradicting each other.
that person, if he exists, is strawmanning what I said. I said you cannot see the Earth in the sky, occulting the moon. That's what I said.
Correct. Correct statement. It's correct observation.
Let me ask you this: can you see a curve somewhere?
Well, I've been looking, man. I looking so hard, up, down, flying,
Well,
mountains,
there's always next year, I guess. There's always
just
next year.
sailing. I did it all, man. No curve. Like nothing curves out there, man. Jeez.
I met Flat Earth dude trying to find the curve out at the beach, and I couldn't find it.
Yeah, days. Spent days out there, man. Weeks.
Wait. Fraud. You're a globe Earth. You believe the Earth is a sphere, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Just curious. Have you ever seen like a measurement, like, or any kind of like test of like direct test on the Earth that would show you it is curved? Like a physical test, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Where was it, and how, yeah, where was it? Where was the test taken?
Well, I mean, the common answer would be the laser test and seeing a boat go over the horizon and all that.
Okay. Yeah. Which laser test specifically?
No, there's many. I don't know. I have to look it up for you.
There's many that demonstrate that the Earth is horizontal in nature. Yeah. That's
Or
why the military use them today for military targeting at distance. Lasers passing through the atmosphere to blow shit up.
Can't trust the Earth, man. It's lying to you. Can't trust it.
Or how about this question? What would be like the best evidence you think, or you that leads you to believe that you're living on a sphere that's spinning? Or if you don't have a specific laser test, is there something else that leads you in that direction, leads you to believe in this flow? Like the best piece of evidence you can think of, the best one.
I don't know. I guess an eclipse would be a good one.
Eclipse. Okay. Which kind? Lunar or solar?
Either one works.
Have you seen the Selenium eclipse?
I don't think I have.
Okay.
Snaps for Zodiac.
Okay, so you said let's pick one. Let's go with lunar. So what happens during a lunar eclipse according to you?
Earth casts a shadow on the moon.
Okay, and how did you verify that the shadow is being caused by the Earth? Physically, like what physical test did you use to prove that actually there's two questions. How do you know that the light on the moon is being caused? Like, where is that light coming from? And then the second question is, how do you know that Earth is the cause of the shadow? Go ahead.
Well, we know the motion of the Earth the Earth and the moon are on the sun, right? Or the Earth or the moon around the Earth and the Earth around the sun.
Wait. You said the motion of the Earth?
The movement of the Earth, like the spin and the rotation.
Okay. Let's start there. So
Yeah,
how
let's
would
start there.
we validate the Earth is rotating or moving?
How do we
How would we know-
validate?
Yeah. How do you know the Earth is moving? Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, I don't know, but it's a little deeper than what I studied.
That's all right.
Right on.
It's all good.
All good, man.
Are you open? Let me ask you this: Are you
Mhm.
open to the idea or the possibility that the Earth is not spinning? Are you open to that idea?
The Earth is not spinning.
Let's say hypothetically, are you would it be if you found out, like let's say you had evidence, right? Would you be open to the idea that it's not spinning, or would you like reject it before even hearing the evidence?
If the evidence comes from a reliable source, I'd be open to it.
Okay.
Even if it doesn't come from a reliable source, I'd be interested in what they have to say, but I wouldn't really
Can I
trust that.
This may be non sequitur, but I would love to give an example because they say that we're standing on a spinning reference frame, right? They say the Earth is spinning underneath the sun, moon, and stars.
Yep.
So if I was to hover a drone above that surface, then the sun, moon, and stars should stop rotating. But they do. They continue to rotate.
Yeah, well, because Earth is really big and you're still within the frame of reference of that spinning Earth.
No, it's because the Earth is not moving.
Well, it could work both ways.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, it works a lot easier if it's just sitting still.
Yeah, well, it works easier.
It's very, very. It's super complicated if the Earth is spinning underneath the flying object.
It's
Not
super
not
simple. That's
really.
why it's so hard to
Yeah,
understand.
There's a lot of
If
variables, man.
if
Oh
the
man.
Earth was spinning underneath the sun, moon, and stars, then the Earth would be spinning underneath everything.
Well, it's not
But
spinning under it; it's spinning within it, right? Everything's within space.
no, you're saying the cause of the sun, moon, and stars. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Mm.
So when we look up, right, we see the stars rotating from east to west. That's because the Earth is rotating underneath, right?
Yeah,
That's the claim. Yep.
Right.
yeah.
So if they're rotating underneath the sun, moon, and stars, then they're rotating underneath everything else as well.
Everything else regarding what? Like, what do you mean by everything else?
Everything else. If the Earth is rotating, then the Earth is rotating.
Yeah, that is the claim. Yes, the
Okay.
Earth is rotating.
If I hover a drone for
Mhm.
1 hour,
How high is the drone going?
it doesn't matter. The
But
Earth is not
Is there
rotating
an
under.
altitude that you need? Is there like a specific altitude?
preferably outside of the Earth's atmosphere. Yeah.
But where? Like how high? Is it like 40 kilometers, 100 kilometers, 2,000 kilometers?
I don't
When
know
do
if
we
I could.
magically become
62
unvelcroed from
miles,
here?
man. It's 62 miles. I checked it
Okay.
out. I don't know.
I'll take his word for it. But
Well, I mean, just think about it. Like, this is the globe claim, right? Is that like, you know, if I
Mhm.
fire a bullet, the Earth spins out from underneath it, the Foucault's pendulum, yada yada yada. But then when we bring up like what just Bill said, oh no, it's moving with the atmosphere. What determines whether you're moving with the atmosphere and whether you're not moving with the atmosphere? When do you disconnect?
like, are you asking for a number, like an altitude?
Yes.
I'm asking for anything.
I don't know. I don't have that kind of, like, I don't know.
Nobody else knows either.
Yeah, nobody else knows either. Not even the smartest people. Yeah.
So hey, I'm gonna post a video in the chat. I have a GIF for this, but I don't know where I put it.
Bro, they're
It's
trying to
very
help.
short. It shows a plane flight under a rotating Earth. Right? So it's a little short. It's only like 30 seconds. Shows the path the plane would have to fly.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah. New
So
perspective.
say you wanted to be on a single latitude, right? I want to fly from Johannesburg to fucking Belgium, which is like on the same longitude line supposedly, right?
Okay.
To stay over that line, right, on a rotating Earth, the path of the plane has to be curved.
Well,
Because
that's still within.
the path of the plane in absolute space has to be curved.
100%.
It's
As the Earth rotates and it tries to follow a line of latitude. Yeah, either one. As it tries to follow that path as the Earth moves, even though that line is straight, as the Earth moves, the path of the plane is curved because that line's moving, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So does that happen then?
It never happens in reality.
I like that video. I'm going to save it, India.
Yeah, I made a GIF of it. I'm gonna make it again. I forgot what I named it somewhere.
No, it's perfect. Just yeah. You can just.
Well, is
there no way-
Well, you know how hard it is for some Globers to actually like click something.
make a GIF out-
Just
make-
you have to force them to watch it.
Fucking make a GIF out of it then.
Yeah, I'm gonna. I already did it. I'm gonna.
You did it? Okay.
Yeah, I
Well,
mean,
is there no way for
I
the
can't
plane
remember
to
where I put
account
it.
for the spin?
Say that
Sorry.
again?
Go ahead.
Is there no way for a plane to account for that spin?
Not that
I
we
don't
found.
know. You tell me.
Oh, I'm sure there is. But
According to Globers, planes just point in a direction and just fly a great circle route from point A to point B.
We've talked to a lot of pilots, man, and they just go point A to point B, man.
Well, yeah, because they have technology
Okay.
that allows them to.
What the TAC? No, man, they've been doing it before even TAC, man. Just guys that got the stick in their hands, man. They just point the plane at heading and go.
Yeah, fuck the
They
tech,
ain't
mate.
Maybe that's
Think about
why Amelia Earhart died.
Amelia Earhart, man, just had a
Yeah, she
compass,
died because
a
she didn't
sex
compensate
thing.
for she didn't
She didn't.
compensate for Coriolis and shit. So
She
she
didn't
ended up in the
compensate.
middle of the South Pacific.
Yeah. Yeah.
Flat
So
Earth, man. Sorry, you keep interrupting people when they're talking, dude. It's just a little bit hard to listen to people when they're talking when you're kind of commenting halfway through what they say, dude. Don't want to be rude, but didn't necessarily hear everything that Injo just said then.
Oh, I just said she didn't compensate for Coriolis, and that's why she died. Amelia Earhart.
That's funny. Oh, I see you posted the YouTube Boo Conspiracy video in new releases. I watched that a little bit earlier today with regards to how they hide the distances with boats. I thought that was kind of phenomenal, man. He's brought out a good series with time zones and magnetic declination and how they hide maps. And I think this is a good one of hiding distances with nautical miles. Pretty cool.
The Glober
Yeah,
definitely
basically
sucks.
what we've been saying the whole time. A nautical mile is not actually a ground measurement
No,
at all.
it's not. Nope, not at all. But yeah, it's a good video, that one. I've got to watch it again. That's for sure.
Yeah, me
Hey,
too.
tell me
I watched
more.
it. You guys so boring. I fell asleep during it. And I gotta start halfway through again.
Hey guys, tell me more, because a knot, right? I'm thinking in navigation terms, right? Don't you like the cut of my jib? That's another navigational fucking term, right? Or navigational saying.
your
But a
jib cut's
knot,
good, man. Your jib cut's good. Okay.
yeah, the knot is a navigational term, right? It's
Yes, it is.
yeah. So how is nautical mile not a navigational term when navigators use nautical miles? For instance, I'll give you an example. Um, if you're 45 degrees away from if Polaris is 45 degrees from your observation, you subtract 45, you multiply it by 60, that gives you the nautical mile to the ground position of Polaris. Why
Well,
would that not be a distance?
Because you're not actually measuring the ground. You're just correlating how something moves in the sky and making an arbitrary unit and calling it a mile. You're changing an angle into an absolute value, right? A distance measurement value.
So you're
But like you
saying
have to confirm that, right? You have to say, hey, when it changes, 1 degree, did I actually travel
I get it.
60 miles?
I get it.
60, you know
Indio,
what
I
I'm
get
saying?
it. Indio, I
right.
get it. You're saying nautical mile is a construct, and I would agree.
Yeah, it's a second. What would you call it? An improper quantity, like speed, right? So we don't actually measure speed; we measure time,
Not only would
distance.
I agree, I do agree.
Yeah, so no one's ever measured speed directly. It's not possible. We
Hey,
measure how
India.
far did we travel over time.
India. The reason they came out with nautical miles is they would tie like knots in a rope, and then they would drag it behind the boat. And it depends on how many knots the water would pull out. It would grab, the
Yeah,
water. They drag it behind the boat, and so many knots would get pulled out, and that's how they kind of came up with how many knots you're going. Knots in the rope, bro. I'm just saying. That's all I'm saying. It's kind of funny when I learned that. I was like, that's interesting.
and then like the French, what they like to do is like they like to change. So there was basically in the 18th century, there's a big battle between the French and the English. They try to both control the world using units. They try to be the standard unit of measurement, right?
Okay.
So that's kind of like a little level of control when you're like setting the tone, right? Meters versus feet, like so there was this battle. So the French decided that they're going to make all these units, right? So they went and they did their good old Great Meridian arc measurement, right? There's the one that's supposed to have confirmed the globe through geodetic surveying. I don't know how they did that in fucking South America. That is the biggest bull crap I've ever heard in my life. Now imagine going like to the equator, right, into the rainforest in the middle of the 18th century in surveying. Yeah, dude, good luck, dude. You
Good
can't
luck,
even
what?
travel there now. What do you think it looked like, 300 years ago before, people
Yeah, it would have been
built
like
roads and every other thing?
nothing. Yeah,
They didn't survey shit. They made up everything. I guarantee it. They're like, we're getting paid, dude. Like, I'm sick of getting eaten by mosquitoes and fucking having constant diarrhea from cholera and typhus. We're out of
Hey,
here.
bro.
Just write some fucking numbers down. We're out.
Yeah, those fucking giant snakes are freaking me out, bro. Let's get the fuck out of here.
But anyway,
Yeah.
that unit, right? So they decided that they were going to make these units. So they've done this over time. They've done this thing where the meter was like a subdivision of the circumference, like whatever's coming to the Earth, it was at the equator. They subdivided the meter and they correlated that to the change of the celestial sphere. So they started mushing all these units together, and now the meter is how far light travels in 1/299th of a second or something, 299,000th of a second. So now, like, if you want to measure the speed of light in meters, well, the length of the meter is set by the speed of light, so it's always going to come out to the value they say. And they've also done this with the kilogram, right? So a kilogram, we take a kilogram as a unit of weight, but they made it a unit of mass. They've taken like these values, right, and these measurement values, these units, and they've overlapped them with other things, so that you can't actually analyze it properly.
Mm-hmm.
Because they just make something mean two things by definition.
Yep.
It's really sneaky, man.
It's sneaky, fuck, man. I mean, I got some math. I guarantee.
Like space-time, right? So space and time have merged. When, like, how do you measure speed? Right? What is speed? Right?
It's
Distance traveled
time
by
over
time,
distance, man.
right?
Time over
Well,
distance.
when
Bro.
you just merge them, like they try to make like them mean that, like, be like this, unify them, right? Speed and time are the same thing. We're gonna just unify them.
Even the speed, it assumes like
up,
one of the speed of light is the speed of light on this side of the sun as compared to 6 months later on the other side of the sun, and not to mention the radius of
Oh,
Earth,
well, hold on.
and
When you say,
not
but you gotta think
to
of what you're
mention
saying,
the
Bill.
radius of uh what's the one that you? It's not Uranus. It's Venus and Kepler's assumption, and Huygens' assumption, and Kepler, right? I mean, there's a shit ton of assumption that comes in with the speed of light.
Yeah, but how do you measure speed again?
Right?
Think about it.
Yeah.
Well, they define the unit of distance, the distance measurement. The units are defined by how far light travels. By
In
the
1
speed
meter.
of light. So
In 1
the
meter.
speed of light is defined by the meter, and the meter is defined by the speed of light.
Right. But, yeah.
So no matter what, they have to always, no matter what you actually measure, if you use those units, then it's always going to be the same result because they're defined as the same way. You can't measure anything else because
it's a
you're
math.
defining your units that way.
The reason why they conclude with that is that's what they started with. It's affirming the consequent. Yeah, if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, right? And Venus is a sphere with the radius of 3,959 miles.
I got the math.
Yeah.
I got the math.
The meter was defined as 1/40th, 1/40 millionth of the circumference of the Earth measured through the poles, based upon the Struve geodetic arc, right? But then they changed the meter. Now the meter definition is hold on a second. Read it again.
Yeah, you're more concerned than I am, yo. Especially with the
Well,
math.
they changed. Well, I'm saying is they changed these units, right?
Yeah.
The meter is the length of the path traveled by light in vacuum during a time interval of 1 over 299,792,55458 of a second.
Well, fuck a fourth dimension. Show me
Okay,
light.
so now we have the meter. That's the length of the meter. How far light traveled in that time interval?
Show me
Now
a
I
vacuum.
want to know. Now I want to know what the speed of light is.
Yeah.
In
Oh
vacuum.
well, how are we going to measure that? Oh, let's measure it in meters. What? Like it's crazy, dude. And like nobody has like problems with this. I have big problems with this.
Glad you brought it
Some
up, man.
retard Glover will come and say, "Well, it works." Yeah, so fucking what? It works, and we're stupider because of it. Great, fantastic.
Science.
That's math, man. The math works.
I wish I was funny.
That was good. It wasn't a belly laugher, but it was good. I'll give you that.
Well, it's like, okay, I want to measure how fast the speed of light is. Okay, we're going to set up a 10-meter length, and we're going to measure how fast it takes the light to go from one end to the other. Well, how do we know how long 10 meters are? Well, we got to know what the speed of light is. Well, that's what we're trying to measure. Well, shit, dude. Like, it's a bunch of circular logic. It's crazy that this is supposedly science.
Circular logic. That was the proper term for that. Exactly.
Affirming the consequent.
Yep.
Yeah.
Or spherical logic.
Prove.
I can trick all you guys with a math equation.
Spinning spaceball religion. What you
I
got?
can trick all you guys with the one math equation, and it just works out that it don't work out.
I volunteer to contribute.
You guys are you guys have all heard it. It would be nothing new, but it's the same puck shit they come in here every day with. Well, the math. What about the math? I got your math.
Yeah, math is awesome, man. We all love math.
Math is awesomely
Math-
tricky.
Thank God
Yeah.
for, you know.
Yeah. Hey, man, if I
You know why
could,
spherical logic is so awesome? Is because it has infinite circles in it.
But measuring things, man, that's a whole different. That's where this whole conversation started. Was measuring what a meter was. What's a millimeter? What's a centimeter?
Math,
right?
Math isn't measurements, though. Flat Earth, dude.
I get it, but measurements are totally different than math, right? But you use math to measure shit, right? I mean, that's what I do every day.
Right,
I mean, I'm measuring
you use constructs to measure
constructs. Is that what we call them? Constructs?
Yeah.
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 Feet,
Okay. I'll go with
meters,
that.
inches. Yeah.
I like that. Okay, so constructs, what I do, I build an instrument, I measure shit, cut wood, and I gotta, take my measurements. It's different than math, is what you're saying, right?
Horizontal, yeah, geometry, right? I mean, yeah, horizontals, right? We need a horizontal to get a vertical.
So
right?
is it this? Let me ask you this: is it the same that if I look at Earth and I measure Earth, and it turns out Earth is, relatively level, then that's a construct of a measurement. It's not math, and it's more of a reality kind of thing, right? Am I right?
You got to work on your language.
I know. I got to work that. It just came to me, man.
So you're using right numbers. You're using quantities, right? But like whatever you use is arbitrary. You could make up your own.
Yeah, you're right.
Units,
I can make my own standard. I got so many goofballs every,
You
whatever.
can be like, I don't want to use inches or meters. I want to use flat Earth dude units and make up some unit and use that for
How
everything.
many glasses of wine does it take to get to this? Yeah, I could do that. I could make up some shit. How many
The
beers?
units themselves are arbitrary. You're actually fundamentally measuring something is you're just comparing something to something else. It's actually you don't even need units at all. You don't need to even use numbers.
I never thought about that. I got to think about
NASA
that.
do it all the time. And there's an asteroid the size of 50 camels headed towards Earth. You know?
Well, think about it. Like, you can just stand next to your friend, right? Stand back to back. Am I taller than you? You don't need to know how many inches one person is versus the other, right? You're
Right.
just comparing one person to the other.
Right.
This
That
person's taller
rock's
than that.
bigger than that rock. That rock's big rock. That's a small rock. Yeah, I get
Yeah.
it. Okay. Yeah, but those are reality things that we can check out.
Exactly.
But somehow somebody said, "Hey, man, this is the units we're going to use." And by the way, they didn't come up with a standard because here in America we do totally different units than they do in fucking France. You know, they use millimeters and meters, and over here in America we use feet and miles, and it's just like, what? Why the difference, bro? Why can't we just come up with a standard measurement and use that?
Can we just all get along?
Can't we all just get along? You Mongo, you stole my line, man. So yeah, that was a point of measurement. Who agreed on it? But apparently, in the laser world, light speed world, that unit is, a couple of 100,000ths of a second over a meter of light. Okay, that's crazy, man. That's it. Light years. That was a thing that's always got me, man. Was light years. How'd they come up with that, man? And the math on that stuff is.
Well, they need an elevation angle.
What, from speed of light?
They begin with an elevation angle, flat Earth dude.
Yeah.
Yep.
An elevation angle to what? Or
well, they need
horizontal a horizontal plane. Yeah, horizontal.
They
plane.
need 90 degrees to anything.
Yeah, it's true, man. You have to have the horizontal before you do anything else, man. If you don't have a horizontal, man, you're fucked. That's all I gotta say. Your shit ain't gonna work.
So it's a construct. It's just a unit of measurement they're agreeing to. I don't know. I don't think we can help people. Like
yeah, we can. Yeah. We can help people, man.
I don't think so.
The Greeks, that's where rational numbers came from, because the Greeks didn't have units like we have them now. I mean, people say they had stad, but that was kind of like local. Like wherever stad was like a certain length of a stadium.
Stad.
I
like it. I didn't know that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
qubits there as well, didn't you?
Stod. What about a cubic? Did they have
the point is, like when they did geometry, like they would actually write, like they did geometry, they had something like called a sandboard where they would write their forms and stuff. They didn't use like pen and paper like we use. They used like sand, so they would draw like their figures in sand. But they would compare the length of something to something else. They didn't have like units, right? So they had these ratios. This is twice as long as that, right? So 1/2, right? This is half as long, or 2/1, depending on which is you're gonna which. So say you compare two lines, right? You might reference one line to another. So this is half as long as the other. So it's 1:2, right? It wasn't like but that line could be any length. It could be 20 feet, right? But you're not saying this is 20 feet. You're just saying this line is, half the size of this line. So when you have a rational number, right, something over something, you're measuring one side of the slash with the other side of the slash.
Okay.
Basically.
Yeah, it's binary code. Last time I checked.
Not binary. No.
Not binary?
No. A measurement.
Well, it's still code though, because you're just cutting everything in half constantly.
No, it's not. Well, it's not, bro.
Well, what is it?
It's not binary, dude. Binary is yes and no, ones and zeros, on and off.
Isn't that yes or no? I mean, you're just folding the measurement in half every time.
That's hate speech. There is no binary hate speech.
You fucking Mongo. No, am I wrong? Tell me I'm wrong, man. I'll admit it. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I'll go down with the ship, but it's not binary. Just cutting everything in half all the time.
Well, but you can cut it. You don't like. It's not. But you can go. This is a 1/3 as long, or 1/10 as long, or 1/100th as
I
long.
get it. That you can do that, but if you were just folding it in half every time, if you took 10 meters and fold it in half, and then you got 5 meters, and then you fold it in half, you got 2.5.
Yeah, but if
and then you fold it in half. I mean,
100th.
What code is that? Is my question.
That's not a code.
It
There's a
depends on what your
mathematical
starting unit was. So if you
fraction.
take a piece of paper, right, and you fold it in half, you're just the half is relative to itself, relative to the whole sheet of paper.
They say that you can only fold a piece of paper in half 7 times. That's it. Try it. Try to get the eighth
Binary is
one.
when you have a choice and you can only go with one choice, not with two. That's binary. That's assumed binary. Like you either have 1 or 0.
1 or 0. Yeah, I know.
Yes, when you fold something in half, this is just a fraction. Just a measure. It's just a mathematical function, not a binary.
I'll go there, man. You're probably right, man. I just was thinking outside the box for a second, man. I got lost. Sorry, my bad.
No
Get back in the box.
Get back in the box. Get back in the 30 days in the box. 30 days in the box.
Dude, I'm a caterpillar, but I hope tomorrow I'll be a butterfly. God willing, the same for you and yours.
Cheers,
We
bro.
need it. Yeah.
Yeah. I like that, man. That's good. All right. So back to measurement. So we're measuring stuff. They came up with these crazy measurements throughout history, man. We've all
No,
seen
we're not
it.
going to brush past that. We're not going to brush past that.
We can't brush past that, man, because measurement is key here. I think it's key because we can measure Earth because we live on Earth, and the way it was measured on the globe, man, it ain't adding up, bro. We got some problems, man. We gotta help these guys fix their problems.
We can't. You can't. What do you mean?
No, I'm telling
what do you mean?
I want you to think about it, and we're gonna help them fix their problems of their globe because it's got so many problems, man, and we can fix it by simply being here and talking about a flat stationary plane, man. That's it.
There's no way, bro. There's no way I can help. Like, there's no way. Okay, so
Yes, you
I see the world. The world's got a
can.
big problem. The world's got a spiritual problem. And
Mm,
there's no way
yeah,
I
it's got
can
every
help
problem, man. But
with the spiritual problem of the world.
well, we can get one at a time, man. That's all we can do, bro. Let's go. Let's do it. You guys are crushing, man. Listening to all these conversations about Earth, and it's like, shit, I just wish I had more time to listen. Because it's just been an amazing journey to see the Globers get so desperate, man. They're getting so desperate. Yeah, you guys have seen the progression. Yeah. But I mean, they got so desperate in the beginning, man. They were calling our employers and trying to get us fired, saying, "You got a flat earther working for you, bro." And the boss would be like, "I already know that, man. Guy's flat smacked me like 10 times. Yeah, whatever. He's a good worker, man. Don't worry about it." And other people have gotten fired for being flat earthers, man. And just saying, "Hey, man, I'm a flat earther, and I fly airplanes for a living." And oh, you're fired. Get the hell out of here. Yeah, I've seen that too, man. So yeah, when you talk about playing hardball, man, but when you see them at this point where they're so desperate, man, they won't even admit the most basic, like anything, man. Like,
Flat Earth dude. If you asked me, like, if you pointed to something that was obviously blue,
yeah,
and I swore before God and all creation and everybody that it was black, would you
right.
say that I had a spiritual problem?
Yes, I would.
Yeah, man. That's the
Yeah, you
problem.
do.
That's
Well,
the problem.
it's not. It's a spiritual problem. It's a indoctrination problem. We can go into all the finer details of all those kind of cognitive dissonances that we can expose. But at the bottom line, man, if you can reach somebody real cool, on the cool, and it's like, dude, man, I'm not like a crazy person, man. I'm just a dude that likes to look at Earth for what it is, man. Whether it's kick-ass mountains or ski slopes or beaches or whatever. Yeah, I'm in, man. Let's check it out. And if you don't want to check out Earth, man, you want to go out in the stars and shoot out in outer space, man, knock yourself out, man. But the spirituality's down here, man. It's not up in the, well, it's right here because we're living this great existence, man. And we'll keep moving forward and talking about where we live and figuring it out. But yeah, we are up against a mountain Everest of people who are just lost, man. They're just lost, right? Tell me I'm wrong, man. They're lost in the shuffle of the modern day manipulation machine, man, that keeps them on the globe. And they're just lost, man. And if we can reach one or two here or there, man, I think we're doing great. But we can't reach the masses, man. We don't have that kind of machine that they got. They got the big machine, man. We're just, don't take this the wrong way, man. We're just small peanuts compared to fucking the Super Bowl. I mean, come on. How the fuck are you going to compete with the Super Bowl? We don't have that kind of advertising and to like 1 billion people or whatever who watches that shit.
I don't know, bro. I think everybody intrinsically knows that the Earth is.
Ooh, I like that. Yeah, I agree with that. They do know. And you have to reach each person differently, man. Some people like the hard, oh, well, I went to school, I'm a scientist, and they want to talk to somebody that's on their level, and there's people in here that do that amazing work. But, and then there's other people that are just like, dude, I'm just an auto mechanic in a small town, Fuck, what the fuck do I know about Earth? I don't know shit. And, you and I might really reach those guys, man. We don't know. I mean, it's like, dude, we live on Earth. We can check it out. It's flat, stationary. It's not shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour, bro. I mean, come on. Crack a beer with me. And then there's other people that are super, right down to well, if the millimeter was, a half a millimeter longer, divided by the radius of the circumference, of course, everybody would know it's a globe, man, without a doubt, 100%. I guarantee it. It's a globe. Some gibberish. They take you out of your own common senses. That's what they're really good at, man. They watch your football, and you guys have heard the term bread and circus, man. Works every time, man. Shit works. I'm telling you, keeps people happy. They're going to the pub. They're rooting for their team. Those people are happy, man. And they don't give a fuck about the fucking shape of the earth. They don't give fuck all about it. They don't even think about it. They might watch it. Hey, a Star Wars movie, man. Okay, check it out, whatever. Yeah, they might do that. But, yeah, the mass majority is going to be the mass majority, not the vast. The mass majority is going to be sucked into the center. Yeah. They're going to be sucked into the center of a spinning ball with gravity and fucking all kinds of crazy fucking shenanigans, man. I mean, that shit's crazy. You're spinning around, shooting through space, man, millions of miles an hour. Fuck me, man. How did they sell that shit? Well, they didn't sell it. They tricked it. They tricked it. That's how those Mongols work, man. They trick you. Trick you into the math and globe.
Well,
Star Wars,
the biggest
Hollywood.
fear of people is that some other people think about them that they are stupid, you know. So when you are put in the face with this kind of huge calculation and these among us speeds, and then they think, oh my god, I cannot even dare to think and understand that.
Right.
So you know, like
I can never dare to understand
yes, that's the
a
main
radius of something. How dare
attraction,
me?
you know, how they keep them tight. So they are afraid not to be stupid or called stupid by others.
I
That's
like your
what I think.
thinking there. Can you repeat that again one more time, man? Just repeat it one more
Well,
time. I think you're
yeah,
on. I think you're on spot on.
English is not my
No,
native
yeah,
tongue.
say it slower. Take your time. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
well,
go ahead.
people the biggest fear of the people is that some other people, and mostly majority, to consider them stupid, you know. So all this is made so complicated because, you know, inches and meters and kilometers, and this is, you know, by constructs. So we get confused even if we know what we're talking about. So this is just an example, but it's my opinion that people are not looking into this kind of stuff because they think that if they have to understand the speed of light and all kind of bending curvature in space time, you know, they like, okay, what's that? And then they think that like in their whole lifetime will never understand that. So they you know just shut up and they don't, you know, raise their I mean things should be easy to be understood, you know, like basic stuff is like this is that, this is because of that, you know, cause effect. This is how people should think, but they are not, because they are put in the face with this huge calculus and enormous twists, and then, you know, oh, but you know, the refraction can go that, and then, you know, like to anything they have an answer, a very uh, apparent complex answer. So people are scared that if they even dare to think of it, that it might be stupid, you know. So that's, I think that's why this is the biggest, this is the way they keep people not to think of this kind of stuff. I mean, I'm just describing myself, you know, and I think about myself that I really have an amount of analytical thinking, but it got me so long until I was observing things before my eyes. There, you know, I wouldn't observe it. I wouldn't, you know, because oh, that's too complicated to understand. But then I thought, okay, let's start with the simple things. What's acceleration? What's the force? What's, you know, simple stuff, even if it's not my field. But I really have to understand simple things. I don't need a wall of mathematical equation to understand the simple thing. Of course, you need complex calculation in order to build, you know, structures and you know, stuff. But that calculation should only support what you build, not to make it, you know, like more complicated. Like if I build the software, I don't think how to make it more complicated than it has to be. You know, I think of the best way to make it the most simple and
Yeah.
fastest, and you know, and
That's why you're
direct.
poor. The thing is, that's why you're poor, man. Because
Yeah, maybe.
so
I'm not-
like so if you go back to the time of like guilds and stuff, at least in Europe,
No,
the
I don't
idea
think.
was to hide your profession from everybody else and make it obscure so that nobody else could do it. So like doctors, you go to the doctor, it isn't your
Oh,
freaking
dude, that's the
collarbone,
same.
it's your
Indeed,
clavicle, right? So like
Yeah.
every part
Yeah,
of
yeah,
your
yeah,
body
yeah, yeah.
has some doctor word for it that everybody knows that's a knee, but they're no, that's your metacarpal or some fucking bullshit, right? It's not
Yeah.
your finger, it's your metacarpal.
Right.
Right? But that protects the profession because they can talk to each other and nobody knows what they're talking about.
Exactly.
So no one can do what they can do because they don't know the terminology.
Yeah. What a trick fuck that is, man. Yeah.
So this is the same thing. Like if you don't know like the terminology of physics, right? Even though the concepts themselves, right? If I told it to a normal person in normal English, they can understand it. But if I use the lingua franca of physicists, then they
Yeah.
don't understand it because they're not familiar with the terminology. I just said like 3 sentences and they don't know the definitions of half the words. It's not because they can't understand the definition. It's not the intellect of the person. It's just because They just don't know the definition. It's almost like speaking in a foreign language. You have to think of it like that.
I like
Right?
it.
So say I talk to somebody and like 10 of the words are Chinese words. Obviously, they're not going to understand me, no matter how simple it is of what I said. And
Correct.
that's how, like, and you brought this up. Like, they make it. It's actually a philosophy called obscurantism. They try to make things overly complicated to hide the truth.
I'm down with that. Fuck yeah. That's what they're doing. Mhm. Yeah, I've seen it in action.
If you like, when you make your software, if you make it so complicated no one else can decipher it, then only you can do it, right? So now they have to keep hiring you.
Yeah, but then
That's
I
right.
will myself. I will have so much problem because I made it so complicated, and it will
It's
be keep
okay. You bill by the
crashing.
hour. Just bill by the hour.
Per diem.
Yeah, but basically that's the point. Yes, they make it more complicated than it should, and then they teach us that things are complicated and not simple. Actually, they shouldn't.
This conversation started with measurement of
The
distances
simplest thing in the world, man.
and time over distance. That's kind of where we started. And a measurement of time over distance is how we measure things, but what are we measuring in reality? And which measurement are we going to use? And we have to make that decision. It's inches or kilometers, meter. Yeah. And I love measurements, man. I love them. Mathematics, I don't love mathematics. But measurements, those are true and square, man. True and square every time, right? That's how you make shit round and perfect. Just like your rims on your car or your tire on your bike, man. It's fucking shit's measured perfectly, bro, to fit around that rim. It works every
Well, I
time.
mean, within good enough for practical purposes. It's not like perfect in the absolute sense.
I think I agree with
Good
that,
enough.
man. I had some shitty tires, man, over the years. So, or shitty rims or whatever. I mean,
Well,
something
I mean,
was
no
like
matter
that.
how good your tires are, I'm sure they could be better, right?
Oh yeah, it can always be better. That's the way. Make it
Making
better.
tires with a radius tolerance down to the nanometer.
Oh yeah. Well, that's the ones they send to Mars and the moon. Come on.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. That's the space ones. Everything in space is better.
Dude, they
because of the way
drove
the
fucking
space.
dune. They drove dune buggies on the moon. I got video. I got
Dude,
video.
ascorbic acid with fake orange flavor is better because it was drank by astronauts and called Tang, so it's automatically better.
Well, I love my Tang, man. I love it. I mean, who doesn't love Tang, man? I mean, that shit's so tasty.
Shit's like battery acid.
Well, according to some people, it tastes like.
Well, if you make it like that, the correct dilution, that'll like rip a hole in your esophagus.
Oh, I'm sure it would. Hey, I drank a lot of that shit growing up, man.
Did you for real?
So, I did, for real, man. I'm not fucking with you, bro. So, I drank my share of Tang. I mean, it was
I always
sweet.
wondered why they didn't make bottled Tang. Like, why didn't they? Or maybe they did. Maybe I
I
missed
don't
that
think.
phase.
That's a good question, man. Why didn't they make bottled fucking Tang?
Oh, I guess they do now. They make Tang in plastic bottles. I wonder if it tastes like
No,
Tang.
get the fuck out of it. No, they don't make it now. I'm not.
Yeah, dude.
I'm gonna look this
Now-
shit up ASAP, man. Hold on. Fuck. I gotta look it up now. Fuck. You pissed me off.
No, it's a Tang flavor, but it's like already a liquid. You spray it in your water. Well, hold on. This might be it.
Hold on, man. I'm looking it up, man. Oh, it's like a little. Oh, fuck.
You squeeze it into your water.
Oh, it's like electrolytes. It's like
People
electric.
are too. Yeah, exactly.
Do
People
you
are
know how?
too lazy to stir now.
Indio, I don't
So
know if you know this, man, but there's these additive electrolytes to water now that you buy in these packages, and it's a $1 billion business now, man. It's billions of dollars. People buy these packets of electrolytes to put in their plastic bottle of water, and it's a thing, man. There's a bunch of different brands out there selling this shit, and it's kind of like the whole Tang thing, bro. It's the same fucking thing. I just put it together. It's like the modern day Tang is what it is. And these people are putting it in their waters and drinking it, man. That's all I'm saying. It's modern day Tang. They sold it as electrolytes in your water, man. That's how they sold it.
No, they didn't even use electrolytes back then, did they? That wasn't
Well,
like their
no, but
phraseology. Their marketing was astronauts drink it.
yeah, well, that was their marketing. But
So
apparently
it's automatically better.
Tang is into the same kind of thing as the electrolyte companies are doing.
See what I posted or earlier? The Oreo cookies?
I did see some Oreo cookies back earlier.
The space cookies?
Yeah.
No, I'm serious.
I know.
Oreo space cookies now, man.
Get the fuck. Have you looked
Yes,
at
dude.
Have you ever looked at an Oreo imprint up close? They got those little like symbols and shit on the Oreo on the outside. Have you ever seen a close up look at those?
Yeah, they have like writing on it or something, right?
Yeah, they got some writing and some symbolisms and stuff on there. Yeah, interesting.
You can win a trip to space if you find the right Oreos, man.
Get the fuck.
Yeah, I'm telling. Look in the live stream. I
I'm
posted
looking.
this
I'm
earlier.
looking.
It's a screenshots from the webpage. I'll post the link now.
Nah. Oh, that's hilarious, man. That's hilarious. I got to give it to him, man. Yeah.
Yep. So
The
it's
spaceship.
so there's a
The
company.
spaceship's
Yeah,
on
no,
the.
it's a space balloon. That's their spaceship. Is a space balloon. So it's a balloon that goes really high to space or something, and
Get the
you like hang out
fuck.
in the gondola. Yeah, dude. That's
Dude,
really
man,
fun.
I've been looking into that space balloon trips to the outer atmosphere, whatever they want to call it, 100,000, 200,000, whatever. Take a balloon. I've been looking into it, man. I've been looking
This is
into it
what you
for.
win, man. This is your trip right here.
I can't believe those cucks went that far. Yeah, that
So
kind of shit. There you go.
look, bro. I'm taking up a GoFundMe for flat earthers, man. We're gonna go to space and test
I've
the
been looking
globe.
at these.
But we're gonna have to eat a lot of Oreos to do it.
Hey, look how flat that horizon is, man. That's interesting.
Well, they know what's gonna happen if they false advertise. Right? Say they showed pictures of curvature, right? Then you go up there and you can't see curvature.
You'll
They're
be
going to be able
pissed.
to.
You'll be
Yeah,
pissed, dude.
exactly. So you can
You're
pay
gonna be like,
15 G's.
Where's the fucking curve, man? I don't see it. Yep. I just paid
Right? You showed
25
in your
grand.
images there was curvature, and like there's none here now.
Well, for the last 5 years, I've been saying, hey, man, if somebody's got a high altitude balloon ride and I can drop like 10 grand, I'm in, man. Where's it at? I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna go ahead and pay the 10 grand and go
It's
up
very
for.
carefully worded. That's the great.
Oh, it's more than carefully worded, man. It's carefully marketed. I went on a bunch of these years ago, man. 5 years ago. I'm like, all right, who's the first guy that can take me to the high altitude balloon? Where's the video of somebody doing this? Where? There's nobody like iPhoning their fucking trip in a balloon to 100,000 feet, dude. Nobody. Not even like nobody's ever done it, bro. Nobody. And I will stand on that rock until the day I die, man. I'm like, just get me up 100,000 feet in a balloon, man. What's it cost?
Oh, you gotta let me
I'm
read
in.
some of this. You gotta let me read some of this marketing, man, from this
Go
Space
ahead.
Perspective company. Oh, this is great. Okay, so this is what you get. Welcome, Explorer. Take your place in space history. Okay, the moment your deposit is confirmed, you are a member of the Space Perspective Explorer community. We'll welcome you with a package that provides details about your journey and many other benefits. You receive regular updates, blah blah blah. Okay.
Yep.
So here's where it gets crazy. On site before liftoff, your pre-flight immersion begins at Kennedy Space Center. Once you're settled at your accommodations, you'll begin by meeting Space Perspective team for a walkthrough of our facilities, including an informational and safety briefing. You'll have time to relax into your surroundings, book an exclusive behind-the-scenes tour of the Kennedy Space Center, get to know the Space Perspective team, or simply enjoy time with your friends, family, and fellow explorers to prepare yourself for the life-changing experience that awaits. And it goes into your journey. The ascent, the balloon goes up and takes like a parabolic arc and then drops into the ocean. Great place to pick up a fucking balloon, right? So you get to like do a simulated Apollo kind of, right? You go up, you come down, you fall in the ocean, a boat picks you up, and you get to like come back and like have a press conference and act all depressed.
Yeah. Act all depressed, yes.
And when people ask you if you've seen any stars, and you look at everybody else, did we see stars? I don't know. What are you supposed to say? I didn't get that line in the script.
I don't remember seeing any. I don't remember. I don't remember seeing any. I missed the stars, man. I was floating around the Earth for a couple days. Floating around the moon, man. My bad. Michael Collins. You're floating around the moon for a couple days, didn't see any stars. Oh, that's interesting. Why would you say that?
Wording and marketing is not that different. How do they market besides, measuring stuff and targeting? That's a technical, aspect to it. But basically, marketing, it's storytelling. How do they sell the story? Yeah,
right.
It's a storytelling. That's all marketing about.
They're trying to say, like, I heard it, like, marketing is basically they're selling you a lifestyle. Like, you're not just like the product itself represents a certain lifestyle, right? A certain thing. They don't sell it for like its utility anymore. They sell it for like what it represents sociologically.
Hey,
in your mind.
you're just a cock Indio if you don't own this fucking GE dishwasher. You don't know what's up, bro. Because you're not hip. Yeah, that's been going on for a long time, man.
I think this is so funny though. Take your place in space history.
Dude, I've been watching those 5 years ago. I was looking at the same fucking thing, man. I was looking at the same fucking thing.
Oh yeah,
5 years ago, man.
I remember that. I remember this from years ago, man. I remember this.
I'm like, okay, they're gonna do this space. They ain't nobody's ever been in a high altitude balloon space ride, man. Nobody, and I guarantee nobody's ever gonna go on one. And there's that, man. I'm so like over the high altitude balloon space ride, man. Fuck off. I'm over
They're
it.
supposed to have a space hotel in like 3 years. Remember?
Oh, they ain't gonna have a space. Fuck all. They don't have a high altitude balloon by now, man. They ain't get a fucking space hotel, man. Ain't that shit's never gonna happen ever. It's not gonna happen. I mean, that's just like some crazy kind of thing, man. At this point, crazy.
Come on, man. We're gonna be hanging out at the space hotel.
Yeah, let's go, man. Let's do it. I mean, all you flat earthers.
Operational in just 5 years.
Yeah, I got a book that says that
it's scheduled to open next year in 2025.
I saw one that looked just like that. They said it was going to open in 1987, bro. It ain't no space hotel happening anytime soon. If it hasn't happened since 1987, it sure the fuck ain't gonna happen now, man. That's my position. But correct me if I'm wrong. If I'm wrong,
what makes this stuff funny is right. So let's pretend they could actually build this. Let's think about how much that would cost. Like probably $1.5 billion, $2 billion maybe.
Okay.
How expensive are those tickets going to have to be for you to make a profit? right? You can't actually keep that hotel filled because technically a hotel is in the hospitality industry.
Right.
So the hospitality industry margins are what? So they make 10 cents on every dollar they invest.
10 cents, yeah, something like that.
Okay, that's a good freaking a good year in hospitality. Sometimes their margins are a lot lower than that. So what are the margins that this thing's going to operate at? How do you keep it full? Are there actually that many billionaires on Earth that can go to their space hotel? Oh, I
Yeah.
want to book 10 days. How much does that
Yeah.
cost? Well, that costs $500 million. How many people can do that? Right?
Nobody.
It's silly. Like even just from a financial point of view. Never mind the technical. Let's pretend the technical is possible, but the expense stays the same. No, it's not financially feasible to even talk about it. This is total fantasy land. And they go,
It is.
oh, flat earthers, where's the edge? Where's the fucking dome? You guys talk about this crap like it's real.
Yep. That shit's real, man. We're gonna go in the space balloon, man. I'm gonna get married this year. 125,000.
Space? Oh my god, dude. Can I get divorced? Can we have a court up there too? Can I get divorced in space? Can we have a child custody hearing in
Space court,
space?
man. I
Dude,
think
space court with Judge Judy.
Issa used to run the court, yeah. Space court,
Dude,
man.
yo, bro,
That
that's
is.
actually we should start that freaking TV show. You're out in
Space
that
court.
area, dude. Space court, man. Let's write the script, sell the pilot. Come on, dude. Listen, I guarantee, dude, we'll get it. It'll work.
We got it. Space court.
Hey, Matt, dude, you want to be a fake contestant? You want to be a fake litigant in our space court series?
Come on, Matt.
Guilty.
You can do it.
Not
Space
guilty.
court. We're going to space court, bro.
Well, we'll create some international we'll make a fake solar system organization legal body, and then we'll make some fake statutes and then we'll have disputes like, this is my asteroid. No, this is my. I planted a flag here first. It's my asteroid. He's mining. Like we can have property disputes. We can have family disputes. Who gets custody of the kids? Is it going to be under Mars jurisdiction or under? We can make a total farce out of it. It'd be hilarious. Which makes me think, why was there no court system in Star Wars, dude? It was total fascist government. I just kill the room, man. Y'all have issues with space court getting too real for you?
I was just thinking that if I lived in your mind, Indio, for a day, I would take notes.
Anybody said anything? I didn't hear anything anybody said. Anybody
I
was talking.
said I was just thinking that if I lived in your mind for a day, I would take notes.
No, you would take fucking drugs.
Tuning in, and you guys are talking about space court.
Yes,
Space court.
Oh, that's because they're gonna make us like a space balloon, and you can go get married in it, right? So eventually, I think of space divorce. So you gotta have, if you're gonna get married in space, what's the jurisdiction? Who does the marriage license? what domestic laws are you under, and then if you get
That's
divorced, like
hilarious, dude.
who
What's
decides
the
how you get to a
jurisdiction?
child custody proceeding in space court? Like what the heck?
Oh my
Uh,
god.
that's hilarious, bro.
Well, this is America, man. We have like a 50% divorce rate, so it's like a 50-50 chance that this marriage in space is going to end up in divorce.
Yep. So we gotta have space court, baby.
And you know how you say like it's not cheating if you're in another zip code? Is it cheating if you're in space? Is it bigamy if you get like a double marriage, like you're married on Earth and married in space? Like, how does any of this work?
I don't know.
I can make a fortune, but we can make a fortune figuring it out, man. Dude, even though none of this exists, man, people will buy into this crap.
I'm trying not to laugh so fucking hard over here. I'm trying.
Totally buy into it.
Gotta get your tang, man.
Yeah,
Get
man,
your-
you gotta
It's
Dude, you can run commercials on TV like the ambulance chasing lawyers, like the divorce court lawyers. We specialize in space divorces. Oh, Feinstein and Feinstein.
Hey, I got a prediction for this marriage in this high altitude balloon, man. I don't think it's gonna happen. That's just my opinion.
If you have space vehicles crash in the air, like, is there going to be like no fault insurance? Like, how is that going to work?
I don't know. Space Judge Judy sounds.
Dude, we gotta have space insurance. Hold on, space insurance.
Space Judge Judy, that would sell like
Space
hotcakes.
Judge Judy. Holy shit!
Dude, you give her like a lightsaber and shit.
You guys are on to some Saturday Night Live kind of comedy shit here, man. It's solid. It's good.
Her gavel turns into a.
It's as good as anything else.
That's hilarious.
You guys are too.
It just
You guys
shows the
are too-
absurdity of it all. That's really, it's just like so
You know what?
absurd, all this space
Hey,
stuff.
Indio, it's totally spacey, bro. You're being spacey. Yeah, the absurdity of spacity is kind of funny, man. Whoa.
All right, get down here. I'm going to call Space AAA and have them tow us. Thank you very much.
Space AAA, man. That's gonna be my new company. I'm gonna start that shit tomorrow.
You'll have to get insurance through space.
SpaceAAA.com, man. SpaceAAA.com.
You'll need insurance for your space vehicle to have that. And you'll have to make sure that you don't just get liability, because you'll have to get liability with the it's not roadside.
All right. on a serious note, man. I mean, if you offered space insurance tomorrow, man, it's like, dude, man, you're gonna go to space someday. You need some insurance, bro. I got you covered. How many people would go for it, man? I mean, think about it. You know, get back to me. You don't have to answer now, but how many people would buy space insurance, man? How many people?
I don't know. Let's find out.
Let's find out. I like that kind of thinking.
Dude,
right
we'll
there.
have life insurance of like getting hit by a meteor, and like even though the odds are like 1 in a gazillion, we'll just charge like your
$12 a
premium's
month,
like
man.
your yearly
$12,
premium's like $1.
$1 a month, man. $1 a month. That's all.
You
That's all
never
we're
have
gonna
to pay out ever.
Never, ever have to pay out $1 a month. Who wants some space insurance? $1 a month. You get hit
For
by
the
something
price
from
of a
others.
cup of coffee, you can be insured in space.
That's right. From
Man,
space.
we need to put some starving children in space, man, so we can really rake it in.
Oh, brother.
For less than $1 a day, you can feed a starving space monkey.
Dude, I wish I had video
No one
capabilities,
to grow
man.
food up there. They really need you
Wish I
to
could-
send them some rice.
I wish I could edit video like the pros, man. That would be
I don't know how they're
hilarious.
gonna boil it.
Saturday Night Live wouldn't be able to fucking handle what we could come up with, man. They wouldn't be able to do it. Fuck those Mongos, man. This is so much more funny than Saturday Night Live.
Oh man. You could just like duplicate everything they do on Earth and just add space in front of it and start an entire like an economic entity that's like rivals
Bar
the
none.
entire country.
Yeah.
Space cops, space traffic tickets, space court, space like everything we do on Earth, we just add space in front of it. We duplicate everything, just
Right.
add space to it. And these, to steal a word, these Mongols would buy it.
Yeah,
they'd be tripping over each other to be the first ones.
Yeah. So, yeah, we got to get busy, Matthew. You can help us out.
Maybe.
We can use Matthew. He'll be like the
space insurance. You'd be a good
be like the
space
beta
insurance
tester for all our
salesman,
products.
man. I know you could sell some space insurance because you believe that shit, man. You're out there, man. You're in outer space, and you probably sell it better than anyone. I think you know.
You need a letter, maybe Y, space Y.
A top salesman.
I wouldn't be surprised if Lloyd's of London doesn't already do some kind of insurance for space launches anyway.
Yeah, well, I'm sure they cover the launches, but they're not going to cover like you getting hit from a meteorite or something. I mean, they're not going to cover.
They have
that.
gravity insurance. That's what they have.
Oh, hey, we'll be here all week. Make sure you tip your waitresses. It'd be
Yeah,
great.
that's right, because the moon causes gravity or something, and then tides, and then because of flooding. Yeah, so flooding insurance.
Yeah, Tides insurance as well.
Oh,
that's a good one.
Yeah, we have Caleb in here, and I'm gonna unmute him to see if he wants to talk. He's on the Xbox.
I didn't even know I was muted.
He's
tipped
probably
Yeah, if you don't have a role, you're auto muted when you enter the channel. So
Are you playing a game on Xbox and talking to us at the same time? That's the only question.
No, I'm not. I'm not playing a game. I just joined and thought I was talking to y'all, but apparently I wasn't.
Do you want to buy some space life insurance?
Would you like to buy some density life insurance?
Oh, hey, oh, hey, tip your waitresses.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
But you need to use carbon credits to do that, to tip or to buy.
I mean, there's a billion of them all around me, right?
Yeah, carbon credits will be the next money.
You got to capture the carbon credits, man. You got to capture those.
What's his name? Carbonera? Or what was the new guy? Caleb. Are you a flat earther?
I don't know yet. I'm kind of. I got some questions that can't be answered by regular science.
Let's hear it. What's your best question?
Okay. How come crepuscular rays are made whenever the sun is over some clouds, and it like makes a triangle of light leading to where the sun is supposedly at?
What do you know about anti-crepuscular rays?
I have no idea.
Interesting. Okay.
You're saying why? Oh, you need to know the medium that the sun is within, first of all, because so let's start there. What is the sun and what medium it's in, and what medium is the sun in, and how did you validate both of those things physically?
Well, I mean, if you see it like in real life, like the rays of the sun coming down, you can just triangulate where the sun would be based off the rays, right?
Okay. So you're saying you can get the real location, not an apparent location, by triangulating the sun?
That'd probably be apparent. Yeah.
Okay, so what's the distance?
Like 23,000 miles or something.
So you validated 23,000 miles worth of distance by measuring. What was the measurement? Like, how did you measure 23,000?
You want the angular measurement?
No. Like physically measuring 23,000 miles. Like, how did you do that? Go ahead.
I didn't. I just guessed at 23. I don't know the actual. I know it's not 90 million though.
Oh. So you think it's closer?
Yeah.
Yeah, I get that feeling too. But the only problem with measuring it is you need to know what effect the medium that the sun is within has on your measurement. In other words, depending on what medium the sun is within, you need that variable is unknown. That's basically an unknown factor. Does that make sense?
Right.
So apparently there was I saw an article where North Korea landed on the sun. I don't think that's true, but that's a good start though. That would be my first way to start. Matthew could probably help you out though. Matthew, you got any ideas?
Yeah, can you see the picture that I posted? 37 past the hour.
I see it.
I was asking Caleb. Do you see it?
Oh no, so I'm on the Xbox.
Oh, never mind.
Hey, go to live stream voice text. Come on.
Yeah, come on. Give Matthew a chance. Give him a chance. Go. What gives that a chance?
I can. I'm on the Xbox. I don't have to chat rooms or anything. It's just the VC.
Yeah.
Oh.
So it's a picture of crepuscular rays above above some railroad tracks, and the question I would have is, if the railroad tracks are parallel but look like they're converging to a point, why couldn't that be the case for the crepuscular rays? Maybe they're parallel.
Well,
Yeah, maybe, or maybe they're just mirrored or something.
The rays are spreading out.
So are the
from a point, and the lines are spreading out to a point. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, same with
I get what you're saying. So,
but that, yeah, but
I like it, but
okay.
But I've seen the lines go up and down, anti-crepuscular rays versus crepuscular rays. I've seen them both ways.
Yeah, I think I would see the same thing if there was like an elevated railroad above this image or something.
Okay, I got another one for you. If the Earth is always spinning in space and shit, how come we can't go into a hot air balloon, go up a little bit, and have the ground move below us?
Because the air moves about the same speed as the ground beneath it.
How do you know it's about the same speed though?
What about?
How did you
what
measure?
about
Wait! Stop! How do you know it's about the same speed? How'd you measure that?
Because it's wind, basically. I said about because sometimes there's wind. If there's no wind, then it's the same speed.
Okay, if there's no wind, then it's the same speed. And what about the direction? Does the atmosphere move in the same direction?
Yeah.
As the Earth? Okay, so what if someone came up to you and asked you what are northern or westerly winds? What would be your definition?
Yeah, on the larger scale, there are differences. In fact, the spinning of the Earth is what causes those large scale differences.
No. If someone, in layman's terms, if I asked you, define westerly winds, what is the definition in your own words? Go ahead.
I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know much about weather.
Can I answer?
Okay, winds that move west would be a good start, right? Or northern winds, right? Winds that move north, right? Are you with me so far? Matthew?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So there's winds that move west, north, east, south, right? But you're saying actually no. You're saying it moves with the spin, which is one direction.
Constant.
You see the problem here?
No.
Okay, then you obviously don't understand, because if a wind is moving north, but the spin is east to west, and you're saying that the atmosphere moves with the Earth, then it has to move east to west. So therefore, there are no northern winds, according to you.
I said about the same speed. So yes.
No, not speed, direction. We're talking about direction.
Right.
So we're not talking about speed.
So if
they don't move in the same direction. We're talking about direction, not speed.
If there's no wind, then there's no direction, no speed. If there is a little bit of wind that moves north, south, east, or west, you're right. Wind affects it. But
No, you're not. Okay, listen carefully. You say the atmosphere moves with the Earth spinning. That requires the entire atmosphere moving in one direction.
exactly,
Got
except for
it?
slight variations.
One direction. No. No, that's not the claim. The claim is it moves with the spin.
Right.
Not variations. That's not your claim. Your claim is the atmosphere moves with the spin, right? That requires one direction. Got it?
At the equator, the ground spins. at
No,
about
now
a
you're
thou-
adding. Now you're just adding to it, dude. You're just adding. You're now you're just changing your claim.
Nope.
Yes, you are.
No, you didn't listen to the second half of my sentence. So how would you know that?
You literally said the atmosphere moves with the spin of the Earth, correct?
It does.
Okay, then you contradicted yourself. Because wind, if it moves north, it's not going east to west. It's over.
At the equator, the ground moves about 1,040 miles per hour from east
How
to
did you
west.
measure that? How did you physically measure 1,000 miles per hour in real life?
I think it's probably a good idea to keep cutting me off halfway through the sentence so that I won't be able to make a point. So I concede.
No.
All right, now,
You've made a claim
Caleb,
now.
see
Now
how
you
this
made
goes,
another
Caleb?
claim. You
So,
made
Caleb,
another claim.
Decide which type of which type of argument you think is right. Somebody who's giving reasonable, common answers, or somebody who keeps cutting somebody off.
You made a claim, Matthew. Now you're making another claim about the speed, but
Nope, goodbye.
you never validated 1,000 miles. Holy wow. Yep.
Well, they should know about the Coriolis effect, how they call it, right? This is what defines that atmosphere moving the same speed with the Earth. If not, it's just the bullet that is not affected.
It's not. Yeah.
And the plane are a little bit, just a few degrees, and like it's a total mess of how is it or is it not moving with the Earth.
It's not about the speed. The speed doesn't matter. I'm talking, but the problem is he made the first claim he made. The first claim he made was the atmosphere moves with the spin, and so my response to that was, okay, so that means if the spin is going from east to west, that's one direction, not all multiple directions, right? Just one direction. And if there's winds that are northern, western winds, eastern winds, southern winds, then it's not just going in one direction. Therefore, the atmosphere is not moving with the spin of the Earth. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's totally clear to me, but the Coriolis doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, well, I mean, he thinks the Earth is moving. That's all I'm saying. Like that was his claim.
The force of that wind, that it has to oppose 1,000 miles per hour at the equator to just go north when like it's moving. If it's no wind, it's 1,000 miles per hour. But if it's a little wind, then it's deviating and it's moving in no direction. And then what force would that be to blow that wind to counter that 1,000-mile speed? That's sorry, maybe I'm not expressing well, but
Initially, well, after we debunked his first claim, when he started talking about, actually, well, let's get back to Caleb. Caleb, are you still there? I think he left, right?
Yeah, he left. I was about to say I posted a couple of things
Okay.
about light rays in the VC.
Yeah.
Honestly,
I thought Matthew would honestly like come to terms with the fact that it is a contradiction. I'm surprised because it's such a simple argument. It's not even like it's just like winds.
I guarantee you the way that he was going to go was like hot air always goes to cold air, and since the equator is warm with the winds, it causes them to shift or something to the cold. I don't know. I
And that,
guarantee you that.
but then it's not. Then it doesn't go with the spin, though, right?
But he was probably gonna try to rationalize that out.
Well, then he would have to contradict himself
Yeah.
because the claim. That's the claim, right? Is the atmosphere moves with the Earth. So,
Yes.
so as soon as I mentioned western winds, northern winds, it's over, man. It's over.
Yep, I agree. Plus, you would have to substantiate the claim that the Earth is even moving.
Yeah, I mean,
And so
that's
you
where
get
honestly, there would be no conversation. Like, if we like started there, like there would be no conversation. Like, actually, yeah, but yeah, like it would be dead in the water. It wouldn't even be. Yeah. Like if we ask them, what is the evidence that the Earth is rotating? Like we could start there, but it's over. Like there's no way. Yeah, there's no way.
They just have to assume that it is, and then rationalize everything that happens in nature around that idea, which they've
It's
done a
over.
great job of doing, but they forget that they started with the assumption to begin with. And anytime they've tried to measure such motion, they don't just not measure it, they measure it not moving. So
Yeah, I was gonna go into the second claim, like when he started talking about 1,000 miles per hour, and I was gonna ask him, how did you measure 1,000 miles per hour in real life at the equator? And there's no way no one ever did that.
That's the moment he left. That's when you blocked him because he knew he doesn't have an answer for that.
Yeah. Honestly, I wanted him to just stay on the first claim, you know? I wanted him to just like, argue the first claim initially, and then he started talking about variations. It's like, no, and there's no variation because if there was, then the atmosphere does not move with the spin.
You have to picture the mind of the people coming here that they imagine that they will debunk this model in like 2 words, and when they realize that, oh, oops.
Yeah, that's life.
I got used to this very kind of aggressive way of debating, but then I hardly got used to it, but then I thought to myself, that's a good way because, if you do not, maybe this will attract people with which really have, clear thoughts in mind, and then okay, I can admit that and I can agree with that, and then not like acting on, oh, you insulted me, shut up. So those who crack on those, better be off.
It is what it is.
Yep.
I expected Matthew to stay and try, but it's whatever. Is there any other globe? I actually can't see my phone, so I don't know if there's any other Globers around, but yeah.
there's a I don't know if he's a Glober, but I don't know how to pronounce his name. Daefoob or Daefoob? I don't know. Some of
Die
these
Foop. Unmute
names,
yourself if you're there. Die, whatever your name is.
I don't know if they have the roles. I didn't check. My bad.
It's
Nope,
okay.
no roles.
No rules. Are there any mods here?
I don't think so. Indio's deafened, and yeah, I think he's the only one.
Yeah.
Sorry, buddy. On my for vanity purposes only, my roles say that I am, what is it? I can't remember. Like temporary admin.
Yeah. I mean, he We'll find a way to unmute you, Def or whatever your name is. We just have to wait for a mod. Or in the lobby chat, you can probably just ping him, but I don't know. We just have to wait a little bit, and we can. I don't know if he's still here, but yeah.
Or he can go up to VC check-in. We can talk to him up there, man.
Oh, you can? Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm on my phone right now, so I can't really do anything. But yeah,
You go
if
to
you want to
VC
talk, go
check-in.
to VC
You
check-in.
want to talk to somebody? Get verified. Get your ass verified. I can help you.
I could check him out in VC. I just can't give
Yeah,
him any.
exactly. Yep. Oh, yep.
Is he going up there right now? Oh, we got another person. Who's that?
If he wants to, I can meet him up there.
Yeah, I don't.
I got to see him
Any-
jump up there because I don't want to jump up there for no reason.
Yeah, you don't have to. It's all right. It's all
Yeah,
right.
wait till they bounce up there, and then you go.
For sure.
If I'll see him in the I checked in. Yeah, probably 60 people over the years, man. And
nice.
Yeah, just VC
Honestly,
verified. Just VC verified. Okay, and I only got burned like one time, bro. At a 60. That's not bad. I
We
got
do
burned.
Tempo is gold. He could unmute him if he wanted to, but that's up to him. He doesn't have to. I can still check him out or whichever.
Yeah, we can check him out. I got burned checking somebody in one time. They just
What did they do? Like yell at you?
no, they were cool here, man, in the VC check-in, but then they came into the live stream and were like, "Well, you guys are just a bunch of idiot motherfuckers." I'm like, "Oh, fuck me, man." That guy, he got past my radar, man. Fucker. I was
Don't think of it
pissed,
as don't think of it as getting burned. Just think of it as comedy. You know, just
yeah, it
think of
was
it as
comedy,
fun.
man. I did laugh, man. I gave him that, man. He was pretty cool, though.
Yeah, at least it made you laugh. See, at least you know, he brightened your day a little bit.
Yeah. I like that kind of attitude, man. Yeah, he did make me laugh. Like, damn, I got
Yeah.
burned, man. I thought that guy was cool, man. No, he ain't cool.
He's burning your trust. That's what he's doing.
And there are people out there that do that, man. And for whatever reason they do it, they will just burn your trust. And, you know, NASA's in that category as far as I'm concerned. But yeah, they just burn you. They burned your trust, man. Once you get burned, yeah, you're not going back for any more. You're not going back for getting burned by NASA. Damn. That pissed me off, man. I was watching some shit. I'm like, no, really? I got
Dude
burned?
already. What did he even come in here for? Maybe he didn't want to be unmuted and just wanted to listen.
Oh, Defum, whatever his name is.
Yeah, Die Foob or whatever. But Tempo was gonna unmute him, but he's gone.
He gone. All right, moving
Yeah.
on. He gone.
Yeah.
moving
Usually. Yeah. Unfortunately, if I just need like, we would just need to have a mod, and then I'll probably get him to a quick reaction time, I guess. Is there anyone else?
No, Tempo said that he muted him and he left. Oh well, who is
There's the guy at Migo Wigo. You seen
No,
that guy?
no, he's a flat earther. I'm thinking about this other one, Noviete, or I don't know.
Noviete, are you there? Noviete.
Know how do you pronounce it? And Globe Skeptic. Okay.
He's not answering.
Oh, okay. Anyone else? Was that the last guy?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
We got Migo Wigo though, man. That guy's he's from Lebanon, man. He's seen
Migo
some
Wigo?
shit.
Hey, what's up, dude?
He saw the flat Earth in Lebanon, man. That guy.
Oh wow.
Yeah, he
Is
did.
do you want to? Does he already have the role?
Yeah. He's all verified. I'm just messing with him, man. I'm just messing.
Oh, okay.
He's laughing. He's laughing at my ass right now. He's like, "Oh, fucking
He's
dude,
a
man, really?"
silver. He's silver flattered, so he's like
He's okay.
Yeah, he's up there, man. I'm just messing with him. I just wanted him to
Actually,
open his mouth.
I was listening to Matthew. I mean, man, don't worry about Matthew. He will never concede. I tried with him, and many tried. Many people tried with him.
Yeah, we've all tried.
You know,
I'm
he
surprised.
knows the truth.
Yeah.
He knows the truth, but he just wanna say it. I mean, he tells you, yes, you need flat Earth to navigate, but it's not flat. You know, it's round. Why? Because the experts say so. So that's what he has. He will never change it. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
Matthews until he retires from the university there, he's not going to commit to flat Earth until he gets his severance, whatever stipend, whatever, get some
Yeah.
retirement, whatever. Then he'll be like, "Oh, you guys are right the whole time, man. I promise you." He's going to come in here and go, "You guys are right, man. I just didn't want to lose my job. I didn't want to lose my job, bro." He's a flat earther, man. 100%, man.
He
Nobody
cannot
sticks
be. I mean, he's explaining you, and he is telling you that yes, you need. I mean, I made him say that you
Yep.
need a right angle triangle to navigate celestial
And he's like,
navigation, and he
yeah,
says yes, that makes a
yeah.
triangle, but you don't need it. You can do it with trilateration. You don't need triangulation. I mean, why they are doing triangulation then if they can do it with trilateration? I mean, it's like crazy. And he will never concede. It's like that's the crazy
Wow.
thing.
I mean, he's probably got like 5, 7 more years. Or, I don't know. He'll retire. Yeah, be like, "Yep, I'm just the NASA information network, man." That's what Matthew is, man. He's really good at what's the explanation for the globe? He's like, "Well, we shouldn't see this or we shouldn't see that." He's really good at that, man. But
I'm just surprised he didn't stick around because he's normally like a strong,
I think
he's not like
got
one of the
class
weak ones.
tomorrow, man. He's got class tomorrow.
Well, you know, you have to give him his time. You know, when
It's
when
late.
he's talking, he doesn't like to be cut, and that's why when Kiwi is here, he doesn't even show up.
He doesn't like to be caught.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's like
what's funny? You know what's funny? The argument that I'm using is literally from QE. That was one of his arguments a long time
yeah,
ago.
and that's I think that's what he found out.
It's a perfect argument.
Because
It's actually not even an argument, it's just facts. That's the best
yes,
part.
and he cannot take that. He comes here for the argument. Yeah, it's like the dancing, the turning around. You say something, I say something. We go here, we go there. You know, he's here for that. Yeah, he's not here
Yeah.
for the facts and the truth. So he's just here to. He has knowledge about some calculations, some language, and some things, and
Yeah.
he just want to sharpen that thing.
Do you know if there's any? Do you see any Globers in the chat right now in the VC right now? No.
No,
Okay.
nobody's there.
All right, it's whatever.
It's just us, man.
The
Just
OG,
us, baby.
the dream team.
Ex-Globers. I can say ex-Globers.
Hey, tomorrow I'm gonna go watch 1,000 musicians, man. What do you think of that?
That's awesome.
Is the stage
1,000.
spinning or not spinning on when they're playing their music?
I don't think it's spinning, man. I'm pretty sure.
It'd be harder to play the music if the stage was spinning, right?
Be
When they're
weird, man.
playing their music.
Yeah.
Or if the piano was spinning, it would kind of be harder to play it, don't you think?
It'd be difficult.
depends
Man.
if the player is spinning with it. Otherwise,
Oh
it's
yeah,
not going to
yeah,
be difficult.
yeah. If the player, well, no, it has to be wobbling too, though. It has to be wobbling and tilted. It has to be tilted, wobbling, and spinning.
Hey, what's the speed of the tilt, man? I've been asking that for a long time, man. Nobody's giving me an answer, man.
Yeah.
But the degree is very interesting, yeah.
I'm guessing
23.6.
66. I'm guessing 66.6 miles per hour. That's the
Yeah,
speed of the tilt.
There you go.
man. That's
I think you
what a
might be on it.
coincidence.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, you see, when you go in nature, um, you see trees. For example, I'm walking in a pine forest. Yeah, I see pine trees and they look similar, but not, yeah,
Yeah.
you see, they're not the same. But even they look the same, but they're not the same. You can see the difference. But in nature, there is no coincidence. These numbers that they show up, like the 666, 33, or whatever, all these crazy numbers that show up.
In you're talking about
How
like a
many
pine tree?
coincidences can be? No, like, during this late a few years, when you're listening to the news and you hear like, oh, there is 33 new cases. It's like, and it's not only in one place. It's like in everywhere is like 33 or like 133
Yeah.
or 233, but the 33 is always there.
Yeah, it's almost like spirit, not spiritual, but it's like it's like how do
Yeah,
you say?
symbolism of some
Symbolic.
kind of religion or sect or something,
Yeah.
right? It's like, as uh,
I never really
there
got
is
into
black eye as
numerology.
well. There is the black eye as well, or the one that they close one of their eyes, or like the other one with their finger in their mouth, like shut up, don't talk. It's like
You know what's
there is a lot
crazy?
of symbolism.
You know, the first time you hear about that one eye thing, it's like it's kind of weird. But you know what's funny is like after hearing about that one eye for like 40 years, 50 years, 60 years, it's like it doesn't even phase you, you know what I mean? It's almost like you got I become numb to it, you know. It's like I don't even care. It's like
Yeah, because once you see, this is the thing. Why it was affecting you before? Because you didn't know it well.
yeah,
Once you
cuz
know it
it's new.
now exactly, and that it doesn't affect you. And this is my thing with approaching the people. Yeah, because during the pandemic, I was trying to find a way to get through to my friends. Like, don't do it. Yeah, it's like it's not the time. Just think and listen. And they didn't want to because uh, the way to
Yeah.
approach, I didn't know. But now they are telling me, oh man, maybe we should have listened to you. Uh,
You're talking about the
it's
people who have the one eye thing?
No,
Or
the people that they are following the orders. Yeah, it's like during the pandemic, you have to do this, you have to do that, you have to take this,
oh
you have to
yeah.
take. Yeah, all these things, and they were like telling, "No, man, why not? Don't be crazy." I said, "Man, there is things that doesn't make sense."
Are we
It's
allowed to deny the pandemic ever happened? Just like how that one other incident?
Ah, I don't think there was anything. It happens
Exactly.
in the movies. Yeah, it's like you go see a movie. Yeah, it happened in the movies. It happened
Oh,
on the screen, not on the yeah.
I think we got a new person, right? Or who just joined? Never mind. I don't know who joined. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, well,
I thought
I
I
don't know
heard
what.
someone join. Yeah.
Yeah, I know somebody joined that.
It's Goon. Goon came back, but he's server muted.
Oh, is he a flat earther or a glober?
Oh, globe head, big time.
He's server muted. Damn, that's rough. I kind of wish. Yeah, well, I don't wish, but he probably got muted for a reason, so I don't want to mess with that.
Yeah,
That
this is
sucks.
the thing. Yeah, I mean, some people they come and they just
They troll.
they cannot. I don't know. I'm sure there is trolling happening. I mean, because conscious people they cannot do that.
Sometimes, yeah.
Like,
Sometimes they troll.
even Matthew, I think, like, I mean, how can you be conscious and say that things?
Yeah,
Because sometimes it's recorded. Yeah, it's like,
yeah. After
how
a certain
can you
number
say
of
that? I mean,
years. Yeah. After a certain amount of time, eventually you realize, oh, we got 2 new people. Hello, who are these people? Whoever joined.
Yes, how are you?
Hello. Welcome to Flat Earth. How are you?
Very flat.
You feeling flat today?
Yes.
Is it the kind of flat where it's not spinning, or is the flat spinning?
No, it's like my wall. My wall is flat and non-spinning.
Oh, is that you, Drace? Or wait, no, someone else. That's Jemsy. Yeah, I recognize that voice. Okay.
No, you
Oh
don't.
man.
like my wall.
What are you playing, Jemsy?
Black Ops. Zombies. For fun.
Yeah,
Just to
Zombies
kill
is
time.
awesome, man. I haven't played it in a long time, but man, that's like one of my favorite shooters.
Which one I'm gonna join in the public? I'm gonna join Moon. The Moon map.
The
I haven't
moon
played
map.
any of the later ones. I think I only played like the first 3 iterations of Zombies. My favorite is still the first one. No, the second one. The second Zombies.
Like Black
Ever
Ops
played?
1.
Yeah.
The one with the first one with the power-up machine, with the Wonder Waffle and the ray gun and.
Yeah.
Have you heard of Left 4 Dead 2? That shit is like the best zombie game, especially when you're playing versus mode. That's just the best.
The reason I like the zombie one is because I used to solo it, so
Nice.
like it's like see how far you can get solo.
Yeah.
I mean, I used to also play with my son, but it's like almost like a personal challenge. Whereas like Left 4 Dead 2, like you're trying to make it through the game. There is no ending to Nazi zombies. Like in the first ones, it's like no, you just got like how
You go
much
until
can
you die.
take? Yeah.
Look how many people are server muted in here.
You guys wanna play a game of whack-a-mole? We can unmute one and then just see what happens.
I've made it to level 34 in Durisa and Nazi Zombies playing solo. Which
Nice.
well, basically, past that, your bullets don't come out of your gun fast enough.
Yeah.
Kill the zombies.
In the original Black Ops Moon, I made it to around 60. That's it. 60 something, I think it was, but it was with like 3 players, so the rounds go longer with more people. It actually took probably like 6 hours.
Does anyone remember why all these people got server muted? Like,
Release the Kraken, just unmute
No,
some
Sir
of them.
Justin wants to be unmuted, so I'm gonna unmute him.
okay.
Okay, Sir Justin. No sad face emoji. You're unmuted.
Yay! I'm so happy to be here. It's nice to meet
Welcome.
you guys.
Welcome to Flat Earth, man.
I'm happy that you're happy.
Yay!
Autism
How long
detected.
have you guys been a part of this society
What society is that?
of the flat Earth? I'm a
We're not in the Flat Earth Society.
Okay, so let's get this straight. There's no flat earthers in the Flat Earth Society.
What do you mean?
The Flat Earth Society is Globers that are LARPing as flat earthers. They're not actually flat earthers.
No. I knew it.
Yeah,
I knew it.
No.
yeah. Well,
It's a
listen,
trap.
I've met thousands
It's
of flat
trap.
earthers. Not a single one has ever been in the Flat Earth Society.
Of course, it makes
Not
sense.
one.
Like I knew that.
Okay, so there was a Facebook group with flat earthers with 250,000 flat earthers on it, and not a single one was in the Flat Earth Society. So
Wait,
Flat
what's
Earth
the Flat Earth
Society,
Society? What is that?
it's an organization that was created back in the 70s as kind of like a joke. And the guy that was the president used to go around with a rock and say, "Oh, look, I was at the edge, and this rock saved my life because I grabbed onto it once I fell off." It was just basically like a troll.
Like an acid trip. It was basically the result of an acid trip.
Somebody,
A really good.
it's just somebody trolling, dude. That's all it is. Just somebody trolling humanity.
Mm-hmm.
But if
Yeah,
you
I
go
hate
on
how
their
they hide the
forums,
secret from us.
well, the Flat Earth Society has the forums. There's no flat earthers in it.
Uh-huh.
I'm glad that we made this Discord so we could keep all the the true knowers in the loop.
So,
What does that mean?
Hey,
You know, like, listen, nothing you're doing is original.
Huh?
Your little like GARP game playing, it's not original.
Can you unmute Mr. T?
Wait,
please?
I could, but I'm not gonna.
one at a time. We're still on
I
this
actually
guy.
had to delete all of Mr. T's shit in the lobby because he's a fucking troll. So I'm actually gonna ban him. Now I think about it, because I should have banned him in the first.
Wait, what did he write?
Mr. T.
Let me see. What,
No
what did he
way.
write? Yeah, like you don't know.
No, I swear to God, I don't know. I didn't know he wrote anything. I'm looking. Where is it?
I deleted it.
Oh.
Yeah, we don't like trolls, man. You can't be guys. You got to take it seriously. You can't troll. We're gonna detect. We got tons of people troll this server. We know. We can sense it from miles away. All right. You're gonna
So,
get banned if you do that.
So,
Go ahead.
so I came in here.
You
the
talked
other
about
day-
Hawking going to Epstein Island, and that proves the Earth is round. Okay.
No, well, I
That's
actually
messed
looked
up.
into how far we've drilled into the Earth, and like what we hit. So it's like iron, or is that not real?
How many miles have you drilled?
Like 7.8, something like that.
Okay.
And apparently, like China is starting another one. Which, I mean, is that a troll? A psyop? Or like, I don't know. I wouldn't trust it.
7.9 miles. That sounds like what I remember. Have you heard of the borehole or whatever it's called?
Yeah, that's what she's talking. The Kola super deep borehole, and what makes you think they found iron? Where'd you get that information? That's not correct.
Okay, well, see, that was the other thing. I was like, I'm like, where am I going to search for this and find a reliable source?
Well, you can go on
First, I mean,
Google
that
Scholar.
was my other question.
You can go on Google Scholar and just type in Kola super deep borehole, and all the published papers on it will come up, and you can read those.
Okay. I think it was something called Science Matters. That was the website.
Yeah, it's probably not a good source. You should probably read the papers written by the people that actually drilled the borehole.
Okay.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
Yeah.
I mean,
So what?
but those people.
Well, they're Russians. So
Oh,
what do
yeah.
you like? What are you implying? Like that the Earth is like we think it's. Like
I'm not implying anything. No, listen, I'm not implying anything. I like about 2 weeks ago, and before that, like I had heard the term flat Earth, and I had seen like, well, I had obviously had an imaginary image of it from the two words together, but I had never investigated, or spent some time in what it was all about until I came into the server like 2 weeks ago. And
So
it's
we don't think the Earth is a disk floating around in space, right?
well, I mean, there's a lot of theories, like I mean, I
no
don't.
flat earther thinks the Earth is a space disk. No, not a single one.
Yeah, that was going to be my question. Like, what is your imagination of the
like a
flat
flying
Earth.
saucer. Well,
No,
no,
it's nothing like that.
I don't. I mean, I don't know exactly. And I don't think anybody's ever exactly explained it to me. Like there's these maps that
Actually,
I've
I can.
seen. I don't know. Is there
Well,
like the
those are
ice
just
wall?
those are just representations. An ice wall is just if you sail south from any direction, eventually you'll cross the Southern Ocean and you'll hit a big wall of ice. And this is not disputable because it's not us that came up with it. The ice wall, and the ice wall is not like the edge of the Earth. If you climb over the ice wall, you fall off into space or something. It's
Right.
not Game of Thrones, right? So the term ice wall comes from old maps, right? So Captain Cook and Amundsen, they so-called discovered Antarctica, and they tried to find an inland river to go into Antarctica. So they tried to circumnavigate it, but could never find a way in because of this ice wall, and they called it the Great Ice Barrier. And it appears on maps and all that crap back in the day, from the 1800s, 1700s.
Yeah,
Right.
the reason why we're all here is because we put the globe claims under even just a small amount of scrutiny, and then had to dive deeper because people want to ask us about every single little thing.
Right.
So people have this idea of like, I don't know, like I do know where the idea comes from.
Well, they're taking
from
the
all
term literally. They're taking the term
Yeah,
literally.
I know.
Right.
We get straw manned a lot, right? So flat earthers think this, flat earthers think that, flat earth. That's why this server exists, as a matter of fact, because people they'll look on the internet and they'll get all kinds of information about flat Earth, but like none of that comes from flat earthers. That comes from globe earthers trying to tell people what flat earthers think. That even though they've never actually talked to any flat earthers. So how do they know what a flat earther thinks? So that's why the
Right.
server's here. If you want to know what we think, we'll just tell you what we think. And we don't think the Earth is a disk in space. We don't think Earth is in a giant infinite fucking void, right? So like when you are shown a picture of the Earth, right? Like, oh, here's a picture of the Earth. This is taken from outside the Earth. Here's a picture of a ball. We don't think that is accurate, right? We don't think that you
So
can
you guys
go
have
out.
strong
We don't think
feelings
you can
of
go
gravity.
outside the Earth. No, you can't go outside the Earth.
Yeah, the firmament's very real.
The what?
Yeah, do you know about the waters above?
We're not getting into that. Okay?
Yeah, don't go there. It's too early.
Yeah, it's not achievable to go outside of the Earth and take a picture of the Earth in its entirety. It's not achievable, and the fact that anybody would think that we could even
That's 'cause of the
achieve that
firmament.
is ridiculous.
Totally,
You're
I agree.
asking what people are asking they're asking us to speculate about what we think it is instead of just sticking to what we know.
Right.
So the common conception is there's a giant void called outer space. The Earth is inside this giant void, this big vacuum, whizzing around, right? And this planet's whizzing around, the galaxy's whizzing around, everything's whizzing around in this big empty space. Well, that's a cool idea. It's a nice story, but no one you know or I know or anyone they know has any knowledge of that, right? What we have knowledge of is where we are, right? So you can go outside, you can look around. There's no evidence that the Earth is inside some giant fucking space. But the evidence is that everything is within the Earth, right? So if you think of, you have the container, which is in modern cosmology, the vacuum of space, and then the Earth is inside the container. Think about it in reverse. Earth is the container, and everything is within it. Okay, that's how we conceptualize reality.
So Elon Musk is what with
Why do
his
you
little
think all the rockets explode?
Mars mission. What about that?
Wait, that's so funny.
Cannot
the Mars
happen.
mission? When's that going to happen?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, isn't he trying to?
Yeah, he's trying to make
Well-
money.
Yeah, the rockets always explode because they hit the firmament. It's always in
Okay.
every recording.
Yeah. Okay, Justin, shut the fuck up, dude.
Yeah, for real, dude. Who says that?
So remember what I was just
The-
telling you about people try to straw man what we think? That's
There
exactly
you
what
go.
Justin's doing. They try
Yeah.
to portray flat earthers
So
as
is
something they're
that
not, right? Because we don't think I don't think the fucking rockets explode when they hit the firmament. I never heard anybody that says that shit.
so
No,
where's he
actually,
getting that from?
if you observe
He's
it, they
making it
make
up in his head. That's
yeah,
where he's
Okay.
getting it from. It's his sloppy
Because
thinking about what flat Earth is.
and about what we
they
all think.
cannot even touch they cannot even touch the firmament. If they
Yeah, but
touch the firmament,
if
they
you
would
even
have
look at
known.
a sorry, Amigo, go ahead.
No, I mean, if they touched the firmament already, they would have known what is the firmament. So they didn't touch it yet. Nobody knows what is the firmament. We know there is a containment of the air that we are breathing, but we don't know anything outside of that. That's all we know.
Yeah, and what you observe rockets do, they make a parabolic arc. That's all you
Yeah.
see.
So often, this is how I'll describe some. If you had a medium range ballistic missile that went 500 kilometers and a rocket that claimed to go into orbit, would they look any different if you watch them launch? And the answer is no. You would see the exact same thing, even though one is allegedly going to space and the other one's only going 500 miles. Right? So you can't tell the difference. You can't quote unquote see a rocket go to space. What happens is just like Bletzy said, the rocket will take a parabolic arc and go out of sight at the horizon. Real simple. That's what you see. You witness that. They don't go straight up into space.
Oh, you're saying it goes like an airplane, right? It slowly goes slowly up.
Well, I mean, they go up fast, but they just go out of sight. Like you can only see so far, so like, eventually it'll reach a point where you can't see it anymore.
And then they start to show you the CGIs on the computer, and then you think like, yes, it's the continuation of this what we are seeing.
Yeah, so you'll never see a continuous shot, right? So here's a rocket going to space. We're going to just show the video and we're not going to cut, right? It's just going to show it all the way from launch to orbit. Well, we'd never see this. No one's ever seen this. Well, you'll see, like he
I
just
cannot.
said, right? You'll see a rocket. It'll go up for some period of time. They'll have a camera on it, and then it'll cut some CGI representation of the rocket. This happens every time. Look, like I've been doing this for a while. There's plenty of people that are against flat Earth. They're like, and they come in here and they challenge us. And years ago, I'm still waiting. I want a continuous, uncut shot of a rocket going to space, and no one's ever produced one.
It's almost like rockets don't work in a vacuum. Who am I?
Well, I feel like Elon Musk would be the perfect person for this. You know.
Well, you remember the car he sent into space?
What happened to that?
Well, in an interview after that, what happened to that? No car went to space, bro. So what he said was after that, after they showed the video of that, right? He says you can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
Right.
That's an exact quote of what he said. You can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
Yeah, no, he definitely says some fucked up shit.
And then if you look at, so they live streamed that, SpaceX. So if you go on their YouTube, that live stream, they edited that live stream after it was live streamed. And you can actually see, like, because they had there's the timestamps on it, right? The timestamps jumps about 10 seconds. And I remember from the original live stream, it showed two different things in the split screen. They went back in and edited it, right? So, can you edit a live stream on YouTube?
No.
Okay, well, he did. And not only did they edit the live stream, it's not a re-upload. All the original views, comments, likes, all that crap never changed, even though it was edited. Now, how did he do that? How did they get to do that?
Hold Hold on. Did you just send it in the chat? Somebody tagged me.
That was
No.
me. I was just
Yeah.
Oh.
showed you the parabolic arc. That's
I
what I
mean,
was.
you could just
Just
you could
talking
just
to Nico.
well, yeah, you could just watch you can go on SpaceX. It's called Falcon Heavy. So you like Falcon Heavy launch. That's the test, the first one. That's the test launch. You could just watch the video and watch the time jump around. Because you know how they have a countdown timer? It counts down and then it starts counting up like T minus and then T plus. So I think it's T plus 2 minutes. It jumps from 2 minutes to 2 minutes and 10 seconds.
Okay.
It's on the original video, right? Because like it has recoverable boosters, right? So it showed a split screen of the camera from one booster and what was supposed to be the camera from the other booster, but it was both the camera from the same booster. So they went and edited it and changed it to be two different cameras, like two different cameras in the split screen. But they didn't edit it perfectly because they had overlays and they couldn't recreate the overlay in the edit. So some of it's cut off. Yeah, but the very fact that they can do that at all and it didn't change anything and it's a live stream and like none of the comments changed, the view count didn't change, the likes didn't change, none of that stuff changed.
That's pretty powerful. They definitely have connections, 100%.
So what did like Elon Musk go to YouTube and like, hey man, we fucked up. Can you let us edit our video? And they were like, yeah, we're gonna give you we're not gonna let anybody else do it, just you. Like, that's crazy to me.
Well, I mean, there's some fuckery going on somewhere, obviously, right?
Yeah, with
Yeah.
Elon Musk, there's a lot of fuckery.
Especially
I mean, he does have 6 kids from I think 5 baby mamas or something.
yeah,
Really?
Train wreck right there.
Oh yeah, he's a whoremonger.
Why
Yeah, but,
does he? Why though?
well, I
That's
mean,
kind of
that's
weird.
what's that other guy? That's what Andrew Tate preaches, no?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But Elon is not. Oh, I guess he is a billionaire, so never mind.
I think Andrew Tate says to marry them though, and not to just have a bunch of baby mamas.
I don't know. I don't really follow any. I just hear random pieces
Well,
repeated.
he's a Muslim
regurgitated.
now, so he says marry your multiple wives. Not just.
Put them all under
Yeah.
one. Good luck.
At least he's in a committed relationship. Relationships.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. He at least seems like he cares a little bit. He at least pretends like he cares. So that's a W, right?
I mean, I feel like if you would throw his brother in, like maybe I'd get on board with it. You know, if you could marry both of them, then have a bunch of wives, but have access to both of them.
Oh, that's that's some next level.
Well, you're screwed because his brother Tristan's a Christian, so.
Oh yeah, we can't.
Well, we gotta convert him. Fuck, who cares?
You could try to convert Tristan to Islam. That would be hilarious. So you can marry him. That's fucking funny, man.
Who cares? It's all in the family at that point, right? I mean,
They like to keep it in the Alabama family right there.
Whoa, buddy.
Oh, whoa! I knew Lexi. Shut up, Lexi.
I'm gonna
Never
say,
mind.
yeah.
Never mind. Sorry. My bad. They like to keep it in the Rothschild family, right?
I'm pretty sure there are plenty of inbreds around here, okay? But that's just such a stereotype.
What about aren't the Rothschilds inbred as well?
Yes, they marry each other into each other, and they also married their family into the other elite families. But there's always intermingling between them. Yeah.
All right. Well, I mean, if they supposedly have a lot of power, so I guess if you actually, you know what? Let's not get into this right now. Let's get back to Flat Earth.
What?
Yeah, the whole royal families, they are fully interbred. So
Well,
don't
listen.
worry.
I do think it's relevant because aren't these the families, the ones that are kind of lying to us?
Wait, what?
Reptilians, you mean?
The family's
mean-
lying to us. Yes.
Well, yeah. Aren't they kind of part of keeping the information, the real information from us, whether the true shape of the Earth and kind of what's going on? I mean, they would be part of that.
I think the real families we wouldn't even know their names. Honestly, I know that might sound crazy to most people, but I
So
think
I want to play a short clip for
yeah.
Dub here. It's
The
only
Wolfgang.
yeah, exactly.
But before she said that the Rothschilds are keeping the real shape of the earth, but I don't think they know that either.
Maybe. Are they a villager or are they a wolf? Anyway, listen up.
Have you ever heard of a game called Werewolf?
No.
Everyone gets a piece of paper. It's either got villager written on it, but 2 have the word werewolf. Someone runs the game to make sure no one's cheating, and they go, okay, it's nighttime, everyone close your eyes. Werewolves choose someone to kill, and the werewolves go. They say, okay, everyone close your eyes, it's morning time, open them again. During the night, Francis was killed. There's then a conversation, and this is where it gets interesting, between all the villagers and the 2 werewolves over who the werewolves are. Then at the end of the day, the villagers have to decide who they're going to kill, and they say, well, we're going to kill Constantine. It's revealed by the person running the game, I'm afraid Constantine was a villager. And the game continues. The villagers win the game if they kill both werewolves. The werewolves win the game if they kill all but 2 villagers. And the werewolves usually win. The game was invented by a student of sociology in Russia who wanted to prove his thesis that an uninformed majority will always lose a battle of information against an informed minority. So that just shows when you have hidden information, you can completely manipulate a large group of people.
And it doesn't
There
matter
it
what
is.
kind of information it is. The shape of the earth, if it's
Who do you think the werewolves?
Anything.
Who do you think the werewolves kill first?
The people who know the truth.
The smartest villagers die first.
Yeah.
The ones that can reproduce.
Yeah, the strategy of the game, it would be very, very strategic. I guess I'm being redundant there.
You got to
To
make the men weak.
smarter, yeah, take out the smarter guys.
You got to make
And-
the strong men weak to take over the nation. 100%.
And also, it's very vital to make sure that the population is uninformed and dumbed down.
And against each other.
Oh yeah, that too, man. The Hegelian dialectic, man. If you don't understand like this sort of a way of like driving society towards a certain agenda, it's so easy. It's so easy to do it because you place out the options before them, and then they end up not liking either one, and then they have the solution waiting in the wings.
Yeah. And you can have an invasion and just you can convince the nation that you want to take over that they want to be invaded, but in reality you could just call it immigration. And they'll just say, they could make any excuse. Oh, we need to hire these people, or we need more, the birth rate's going down, so therefore we need all these other people from all these other nations. And then they can justify a covert invasion disguised as immigration or literally they could make any excuse. It doesn't even matter. But yeah.
Yeah, you see, this is the way I went into like the conspiracies. Yeah, they can do anything, they can do this, but when
Yeah.
I come to talk to people that I want to tell them this, and they tell me, show me a proof. So, and then you start to go around and bring them all these things that they have to read, they have to research. But the things about the flat Earth, it's like you don't need all these things. You don't need anything. All you have to do is like go out and you can find out the truth.
Yeah, it's like one of those things that you hear about everything. Don't you see this? Wake up. Don't you see this? Wake up. It's literally you
Yeah.
just gotta like wake up and go outside and pay attention. And then you could really it's just like they overuse these terms so that you're desensitized to them. It's ridiculous.
Were the people that got unmuted, are you guys still there? Or are they leave?
No, I'm here. Who did you unmuted? Justin?
I unmuted
No.
Justin because he went into his Bible thumping shit.
Oh, okay. Is the other person, are
What
you still
about
there?
Sosa? I mean, there's Sosa. It's too bad
you had that other guy. He had where? Well, let me see.
I
Well,
don't know about that goon. I didn't
which
mute
goon?
him. His name's that goon 24.
I don't
I
know.
didn't. I don't know why he's muted. I didn't mute him. He joined muted like that. So someone server muted him
Kiwi.
some other time.
Kiwi,
Oh.
you muted him.
I'm that goon. You can talk if you want. You're
We always know that it's okay to unmute Kiwi's mutes.
You there, Goon? Or any other
He
Glover? Just speak
muted
up.
me.
Globetards.
We need the globe proof. Come on, speak up, guys. Unmute yourselves.
So, Dub, if you have any more questions or like, so I heard you bring up gravity.
Yeah. Wait,
To
let
be
him.
honest,
Can you let Justin talk if he promises not to do any Bible thumping?
well, I mean,
Well, just.
Was
I
he
mean,
here before?
I'll unmute him.
Okay.
I mean, he's just a young kid. He doesn't know better.
Hold it together, man. Hold it together, bro.
Sorry, I'm just trying to learn, and I'm like, I really believe in it, but I don't have like everything.
We
'cause
don't
I
care
know-
if you believe in it or not.
So just
We're
empty
not-
your
we're not-
mind.
Listen,
empty your mind.
Justin. We're not here to convert people into flat earthers.
It's not about being converted. I'm trying to put my seed into the trap, but I can't grow.
God damn it!
I'm serious. I'm trying.
It gets worse. The more you talk, the worse it gets.
What do you mean?
What I did.
No, he's you guys. He's a very sensitive, keen individual.
Well, do you know what I did when I
Yes,
joined?
but you see, on this Discord, you have to listen as well, not only talk. Sometimes when you ask a question and somebody's trying to answer you the question, you have to listen to it. Sometimes you have to learn to listen. So if you are
Yeah, you can't learn when you're
keen
talking.
to listen, you will be very good candidate to learn. But if you cannot listen, you cannot learn. You will be muted.
It's totally okay to ask questions. I mean, I ask
Yep.
questions.
So, Justin, let me ask you a question real quick.
I'm sorry, guys.
I'm gonna ask you the question since you want to talk. Why do you think people think the Earth is flat?
Well, it says it in the Bible. I know that,
That's not it.
but it's
We
also
got Muslims here, we got Hindus, we got everything. So it's not the Bible.
well, don't all of the religious texts say it's flat?
Well, I mean, if there was
I did
no
hear that.
religious text on Earth, would there still be flat earthers?
Well, of course, because I've been in a plane before and I've seen how like when I
Then
look
there
out
you
the
go. You answered your own question. It's
Yeah.
not. Why do people think the Earth is flat? Because that's how it presents itself. That's what
Yeah.
it looks like, right?
Totally.
Yeah.
That's why people think the Earth is flat. There's no higher concept or conception or abstraction. I go outside, it looks flat. Boom, that's how it presents itself right off the bat. A newborn baby can figure that shit out. You got eyes to see, then you see it, right? And there's no reason to think that's not what it is. Right? Why do you go, well, maybe I'm just hallucinating that? Like, why would you think that?
Yeah, Justin, the truth is hidden in plain sight. Just go outside. There it is, bro. Straight up.
Like, how are they hiding flat Earth? Like, they can't. What are you talking about hiding?
The
Where are they going to
reason-
hide it?
the
They're going to hide
reason
the
why
Pacific
actually-
Ocean behind the Atlantic Ocean? Like, what the fuck?
The reason why actually I have my profile picture set as that one is because I was on top of a building in Boston, and I remember I was kind of on the edge about the whole flat Earth versus globe Earth, and I remember that's like the tallest building that I'd ever been on, and when I
Oh, the
looked out,
Prudential?
yeah, it's the one where everyone can go to.
You in Boston now?
No, I used to be, but it was just for family vacation.
I just go smack in your head if you were.
Wow, that's not
That's where I
nice.
am. That's where I am.
Oh. But I remember that was the first time that I like had finally seen like for myself, and it was always just like I
So
was
are
like,
you fully flat Earth now? Like, are you fully flat Earther now?
I think it's more of like a semicircle because there's also like Agartha. I think
Well, the size. This hold on, wait. The size of is unknown. Do you agree with that statement?
yeah, I think there's more lands that we're not allowed to go to
Okay,
because the government.
so the overall shape. Well, let me ask you. Okay, so
Do you
Maybe like
think
a
it's
triangle.
possible? Well, hold on. Let me ask him. Do you even
yeah.
think it's possible to measure the size of the Earth? Like, how would you even measure that? Think about it. Most of the Earth is water, right? So how are
Yeah,
you
that
going to
would be hard.
measure the length of a surface of a fluid that's in motion?
Wait, say that one more time slowly.
The length of the surface, like if most of the Earth is motion, ocean and water, how are you going to measure how big that water is, right? Can't measure it with a tape measure. Can't really measure it with a boat because it's a fluid. Like, how are you going to measure that? Like, to even know how big it is? You can guess, right? But you can't get an accurate measurement of it. You can probably get a range. Well, we know it's less than 2,000 miles, but it's more than 1,900 miles. So it's somewhere
Well, that's how
between
they
there.
made the maps, right? They guesstimated more or less.
Yeah. All these that's my point. Is that like these are all sizes of the Earth are guesstimates. They're not accurate measurements, regardless of what people tell you. We use the stuff and we use it good enough for practical purposes, and that's all we need to use it for, right? So, like, I'm gonna drive to California. I'm estimating I need freaking 6 tanks of gas because it says it's this far away. Yeah, so I use 5.5 tanks. That's good enough. I'm not gonna call the president because it wasn't 6. Like, oh my God, the North America is shorter across than what they said because I didn't use as much gas as I predicted. Like, no one's doing that. It's just good enough for practical purposes. Like, if you're sailing and you're like 30 miles off, you're like, you can see the city, like a city from 30 miles away. So you're like, oh, there's a city over there. I don't need to be super accurate. I just only need to be accurate enough to get the job done.
So do you think that the maps are actually correct with it or not?
All maps are distorted, period. End of story.
Do you
Yeah,
think that
'cause
there is one that isn't?
No, it's not even possible.
not
You can't
possible.
measure all the oceans and all the continents, Justin. That's physically impossible.
To have a 100% accurate map, the map would have to be as big as the thing that you're mapping.
Yeah,
It's
I
called
was
the
thinking.
map territory problem.
I mean, you guys, I'm sure you must have like noticed this, but I've never heard you say it. But like, if you look at the NASA sign, I mean, it's like
Well, NASA's controlled by Germans, the old Nazis, right?
right. Well, yeah, but that circle is like it's more of the flat Earth like shape than the actual globe, right? Do you guys see what I'm saying?
On the map?
I've never
No, on NASA. You look like you guys posted a NASA thing on your on your voice text thing, like, and it has the logo. So I'm just looking at it. I mean, I do see it's got that. It's got the circle, the blue circle. I'm assuming that's but in that has that there's like that white like oval in a sense, which kind of. I mean, I know you guys said you guys don't think it's just a flat thing in space, but it's just funny that it has that kind of like that flat Earth shape in it. Do you see it? Do you guys?
What? Like where
I
north
understand.
is in the center? Go ahead, Dio. Sorry. Go
Well,
ahead.
I think she's talking about the orbit, the little.
Yeah, the orbit. I was just looking at the at the logo, and it's just interesting that it's circling the A and the S, but yeah, so I guess that's the orbit, but it looks like the flat Earth kind of thing, you know? Yes or no?
I mean,
the straw.
Have you guys haven't like noticed that?
Wait, just let him do.
I've seen people talk about that. You see the red lines? That's the
Yeah.
tongue of a serpent, forked tongue.
Okay.
I've
Okay,
seen people talk
yeah.
about that, but like never heard like that was like a flat Earth map.
No, but the orbit, the one that goes around the A and the S, like that's the oval or like it looks like I mean that right there could be the flat Earth, like in a sense,
You mean the straw man of the flat Earth?
You
His
know,
wiki.
there was a
just like just the
When you look up
I
flat, they show you a disc in space.
correct.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
yeah, that's the straw man, which means we don't actually hold that position.
No,
They're
I understand, but it's still the in a sense a symbol of it, and it's in there. So I'm just saying, like, a lot of times they always put what it is in your face, right? Like hidden, but right there.
I got you. I guess
That's
I
what
kind of.
that's the United Nations logo kind of thing. That's what they did with the United Nations logo. But truthfully, we don't know what the map actually looks like because, like Indio said earlier, every map is distorted. Period. So rest in peace. That's it, man. It's over. Honestly, the better question is, how are you going to physically measure and verify any of the maps? That's the ultimate question you got to ask yourself. Which map and how are you going to measure it? Because really, that's how you find out what's real and what's not. So, but I don't know.
So,
The
like, where
government
did
would have to let us go past the like the rest of
Antarctica?
the world too. Yeah. Well, is Antarctica real?
Wait. India was going to say something. Go ahead, India.
I was just gonna. Is Antarctica real? Yeah, there's a place that we call Antarctica. I thought I covered that. Still south hit ice. Boom, you're in Antarctica. Whether it's a continent that it's some island individually, I don't know. I ain't never been there. It's not like you can just go there and like hang out and do stuff.
In the 60th parallel where they start making the restrictions, that's before you even get there. So
If you look at like you can go on marinetraffic.com, right? And they'll show you like the locations of boats. It shows boats inside Antarctica on their map.
That's funny.
Yeah,
I
like
got
way inside, like hundreds of miles inside Antarctica. Now I'm
Wait,
pretty
really? That's
sure.
weird.
Well, yeah, I'm pretty sure that boats can't sail uphill on land. Pretty sure.
And in
Correct me if
ice.
I'm wrong. Because Antarctica's elevation is supposed to be average elevation is supposed to be 9,000 feet above sea level, so they have to sail their boat 9,000 feet uphill and park it somewhere. Like I don't know how they do that.
I wonder what they're hiding too, because they threatened to shoot down planes if you try to fly around there. I have a family member who's a pilot, and he talked about how he tried to fly around the area, and he had 2 fighter jets come from each side and tell him to stop because like it's restricted airspace. But it's like, what is it? Like, why?
An
See, that's
environment.
fucked up
It's
right
an
there.
environmentally protected area. That's what they say.
That can't be true.
Okay, so well, obviously it's
Like
not
all
true
of a sudden they give a
because
shit
there's
about the
nothing there.
environment.
Listen, even if you go by what they say, right? So what they say is there's no plants, there's no animals, there's no running water, right? There's no life there, basically.
How is there
period.
no animals? How is there no polar bears or seals?
There's
or
literally no life.
penguins?
There's literally no life in
Penguin.
Antarctica. The only thing that even resembling
Is that
life
because it's
is
too cold, or what?
yes,
Why?
because
There
it's
is
too
penguin.
cold and it's too dry. That's the main thing. Is it's too dry. There's no running water. There's no rivers, dude.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
This is the
The only ice
mainstream
is the water.
story. This is a mainstream version of the what
So
he's
yeah,
describing.
so this is the environment that needs to be environmentally protected, right? Because you might
Right.
destroy it. You might make it. You may make it worse. Like nothing can live there. Like you're gonna make it
Yeah.
so what? Nothing can live there. Like it doesn't even make sense. Like what are you trying to protect?
Right.
The narrative.
Yeah, they'll come
Yeah.
up with
makes
any
sense.
reason. They'll come up with any reason why you can't go.
Well, look, Hitler was there first, right? Or I mean, he was. I mean, that's we do have that documented that he was down there fucking around, and so and then after
Admiral
World War
Byrd.
II, if that was true,
Oh, the story of Emerald Bird. Didn't he see like giants?
Wait. Before we get
No.
to Admiral Byrd,
The
what
giants
we
were
gonna
in
say?
at the North Pole where there was a hole that went into the Earth, and that was his nephew that wrote about that.
Oh.
What were we saying about old mean Mr. Mustache again? I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, no,
Mr.
no, no,
Mustache.
no.
Funny.
The art school dropout. That's what I call him.
He
Go ahead.
ruined the style of mustache for everyone in history.
Yeah,
Now you
in a rollerblading accident.
Have you guys seen the Hitler cat? How come
Didn't
I can't put memes in your voice text?
Some words are recognized by the bot, right, India? I think. I don't know if it's still around, but
What do you mean?
like if you type some words in the chat, it'll delete them or ban.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Put you in cognitive dissonance.
No,
No,
but
she
that's
don't.
not.
She don't have the in-bed role, so I mean.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh yeah. You
So
need to.
I'll give it to you. Don't post any porn, spam, wrecked, or anything that's against Discord terms of service. Thanks.
What about like toes? Just kidding. I'm not.
She's funny.
I thought we had to subscribe to your OnlyFans for that.
I mean, I thought about it. I got cute toes, so why not, right?
Are they flat?
They are flat. They're flat and round. So I should be able
Wow.
to get everybody, you know?
You should save your toes for your husband, and what would your children think?
Yeah, she's flat-footed. You should upgrade her in the Discord.
Haha, Johnny, your mom showed her feet on the internet.
Yeah.
I'd pay for that.
Flat sodomites. There should be a Discord server called the Flat Sodomite server.
Oh no. That's gender appropriation.
But yeah, tell us what were you saying about the passionate guy from the 1940s again?
Yeah. So, I mean, I just want to fact check, make sure that, I mean, at least that's what they told us, right? So when World War II was over, we went into Hitler's like science lab, and we took everything, and we also took all of his scientists and everybody that was working for them, and then brought them over to the United States. Yes or no?
There was actually a race to steal scientists, so the Russians stole some, and then the United States stole others.
Yeah, but it was an Operation Paperclip is what that is under.
But when does Antarctica?
So when so Operation Paperclip, we flew a bunch of Nazis here and gave them cushy jobs, whereas the Russians, they grabbed the scientists and basically made them work at gunpoint. Same result, but different methods to get the result.
So who has?
Oh, sorry.
Who has? Sorry, honey. Go ahead. Sorry.
Weren't they trying to develop nukes at the time? So they created the space race in a way to distract the people. Or is that wrong?
Space race. Well, I mean, that's a whole nother story, man. I don't even want to go down that rabbit hole of bullshit. But I will. I mean, there's something called the International Geophysical Year. So it was like a international, I don't know what you call it, an international effort to do stuff, right, around the world. The Admiral Byrd stuff was part of this. Sputnik, Explorer 1, all these space things was all part of this. It's all happened around the same time. It was kind of like it wasn't a UN thing, but it was an international body. So the Russians, the United States, for this purpose, everybody was on the same team, right? So the space race is a concoction. That's all it is. It's just it's a way to control your domestic population and to keep them pacified.
Is that like
Have you ever read 1984? You ever read 1984?
I've heard about it.
Is that a movie too?
Fuck, dude. Yeah, they did make a movie. William Hurt is the main character.
Yeah, that's a good movie.
They're gonna put your boot over your face, something like that.
Well, I mean, the main theme of the movie is there's two themes, but the theme I'm relating to is that the population, right, on TV, they always see there's an enemy, right? Eurasia is against East Asia, right? And you're part of Eurasia, so we have to fight them, the evil hordes of this other country, right? But then they keep changing it, right? And then like they have to rewrite the past because you got to like have a thing, right? Oh, we fought all these people and eventually we succeeded, but they keep the people working, right? So the entire population's working towards this goal of defeating this enemy, and then eventually they defeat the enemy. Well, they have to rewrite history, then create a new enemy so that the whole population will work towards that goal of defeating this new enemy. But you have to forget the old enemy, and that's part of the story, right? Whoever controls, I'll give you the exact quote. Who controls the past controls the future. Who controls the present controls the past.
Mm.
So the idea is that the Russians are told those evil Americans, they're gonna freaking take over this, us. So we have to industrialize, and you have to work hard for these freaking slave wages, and you're doing it for your country and for your nation and for your family. And on our side, right, we're getting told the same thing. And what do the powers that be get out of it? They get a docile, controlled population that'll do as directed. But there was no real war now. There was there.
Was that
They
in
called it
preparation?
the Cold War, right? So there was never actually a war. There was a war in the media. They portrayed it as a war on TV, in the newspapers, in print. There was no actual war.
Was that in preparation for the New World Order?
I don't know. I don't fucking know, man. I'm not one of them, dude. I don't have all the answers.
You're pretty smart, though. You know a lot.
I know a lot about fucking history and stupidity. I grew up at the tail end of the Cold War. I grew up in the 80s. So I
Oh, that
got
must be scary.
I mean, it was scary in the beginning of the 80s, but by the end of the 80s, it wasn't so scary. So at the beginning of the 80s, we all thought we were going to die at any second from a nuclear blast. And then, eventually that kind of faded away where
That's like what they tried to
that
do with
propaganda
COVID.
wasn't pushed as much.
I think that order was established when they have the same way of propagating things. So I think that you have your answer. It was already in place.
They actually changed the so what would happen is, when I was real young, when I was like first, second, third grade, every once in a while they'd wheel on a TV, right? And there was like a VCR tape, and they would show like in the beginning it was a film, so they'd bring in a film reel, and the film reel would have stuff about nuclear war, radiation, like where a bomb shelter was, civil defense, all that shit. And that was like first, second, third. Probably started changing like third or fourth grade. Then when they would wheel shit in, right, it would be NASA shit. I shit you not, bro. Like, it would be like space stuff, the space shuttle, the Hubble telescope, crap like that. So it went from nuclear war propaganda to like space propaganda in school.
Do you guys
want
want to?
civil defense films? That's what they were called. And those that eventually stopped. That whole civil defense narrative stopped, and it became a NASA narrative because NASA still does it. They still send so-called quote unquote educational material to schools around the nation, and to give the teachers. I don't know if they pay to have it done, or I don't know the economics of that. But like for that day, the teacher will teach that because I have a 13-year-old, but like 2 years ago, came home with a bunch of papers, and they all said courtesy of NASA, and they like showed a diagram with like gravity and a circle with arrows pointing in. Like everything he learned that day was space stuff, but NASA provided all the teaching materials. So basically, the teacher of his class taught a curriculum provided by NASA to the entire class for an entire day. I probably still have them. I took pictures of it and all that shit.
So really quick, if one of you guys believe in the globe, just or do you have questions? Anyone have questions about flat Earth? Any doubts about
Yeah, we keep getting into weeds. I'm sorry about that. Like,
What do you mean? It's
well,
all interesting and related, you know?
yeah, I
Yeah.
know, but it's like they're all derivative topics.
Okay,
You
so
know what
what's
I
a
mean?
better topic?
I
What's
have
a better
another derivative, kind of.
Where's the curvature?
Yeah.
If I looked at Hinduism a good bit, and they believe in the flat Earth, but they also have a lot of stuff to do with astrology. Is there anything with the stars that you guys believe in, and like the
You're
constellations?
trying to get out of here, huh, Justin?
Well, I just don't know. That's why I'm
Like
asking.
every question you ask is about like the limits. I want to get outside of Earth, dude. There's no out. No matter how you mentally contort your brain, you're never going into a third-person shooter.
Well, I agree. It all comes from the
Wait,
heart.
what's a third person shooter?
You know, you have a video game like
Fortnite.
So you have a Call of Duty that's a first-person shooter where you see out and you just like see your gun and you run around the environment from a first-person point of view. Then you have video games that are like a top-down point of view where you can see yourself running around in the third person. So when they show a picture of Earth, like from
Hold on,
outside,
like astral projecting.
yes, exactly, like astral projecting.
Woo! I've done that. It was crazy.
Oh, God,
I was
you
so
did that.
scared though. I was so
No.
scared.
I think you fell and hit your head. That's right. Get out of body experience. No, so like people think of the Earth, they're like, okay, what's the Earth look like? When I ask them, they imagine in their head of seeing the Earth from outside of it. That's a third person point of view. But your actual point of view of the Earth is the one you have right now. You know, look around your room, look out your window. That's a first person point of view. That's your actual viewpoint. And that's the only viewpoint you've ever had. You've never had the third person point of view viewpoint, and no one else has either of the Earth.
So does that mean that like
So,
the moon?
but Justin, you think in your head that you can actually take this point of view, right? That you can go outside the Earth and look back at it and take like an Earth space selfie or something? No, dude.
No, that's supposedly supposed to be like Western astrology, because I was looking at the differences between it. Hinduism goes by a Vedic system, and
Yeah.
and then the like the tropical system of like the Westerners and all the
Dude,
New
I have a
Age things.
playlist. I have a playlist about it. You want to watch it?
Yes,
Yeah.
please send
Vedic
it.
cosmology. Hold on.
Because they always try to mess it up so everybody else doesn't understand.
Okay, I gotta
But
post
I'm
some
pretty
live
sure that
stream.
the Vedic perspective believes that too, where you're from the earth and you look outward instead of from the outside looking inward. Because it doesn't make sense to try and go past the firmament if it's there. I believe in that.
The word firmament just means expanse. It's just the expanse of the sky. Doesn't mean something solid or you can hit it with a hammer and shit. Doesn't mean that.
That's good to know.
Well, if you look up the definition, that's what it is. The etymology of the word, it means expanse.
Ah, okay. Maybe that's what they always try to invert everything.
Or
so maybe-
or that which is fixed, right? And it refers to the stars, which are fixed, in relation to each other.
Yeah.
Is that from Latin?
What? No, in the Hebrew it means expanse. So, but in other languages, the word has been changed to mean that which is fixed, something solid, not moving, right?
Oh, so wait, the Hebrew became before the Latin or the Latin before the Hebrew?
The Hebrew came first.
Oh,
Wait a second. What about the Greek?
well, the
The
Hebrew is
Greek,
before
the Greek and the Roman, the Greek and the Latin are the kind of the same thing.
Okay.
The-
But isn't Hinduism before Hebrew or no?
I don't. In Hinduism,
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. The Phoenician alphabet you can get from that point. That the Phoenician, they had an alphabet, then the Greek got it from them, and then from the Greek it went to Latin and to Slavic.
Okay.
Wow.
Good to know.
Doesn't the words, like the letters, wouldn't they come from the constellations and the lines that they make? Or is
They
that
are a
a strange-
combination. They are a combination of Greek and Latin, and they kind of mixed it up cultures. But the Phoenicians were the first to properly express speaking in letters. Phoenicians. So then Phoenicians influenced Greek alphabet, and then the Greek spread it out in Roman and then in the Slavic later on. But you will see if you look at the Greek alphabet, it will really look like Slavic. Also, some are taken in the Latin, but before Phoenician there were Babylonian, but that's just babbling, mumbling. You could not, it was more like an imagination alphabet. But the Phoenicians, they were very practical, and then you could really communicate in written texts with the Phoenician alphabet. I mean, once you know the cuneiform, like those lines. I don't know how is it in English. Cuneiform is like those lines mostly somehow. I don't know.
Are the
Look for it.
constellations?
Yeah, look for Phoenician alphabet and you'll see it.
Does you know about the Freemasons? Do you know much about them?
No, I'm sorry. This is just common culture.
They talk about a lot of Phoenician spell casting. That's a part of one of their 7 virtues at
Yeah,
Ransom.
many talking points in history are starting from Phoenicians.
True.
They were very pragmatic.
Yeah, we still use some of the laws they created they created laws called the Rhodesian Code, and that's basically the entire basis of the current maritime law that we use now.
Also, the first navigation systems were created by Phoenicians.
Yeah, certainly.
Using
So where do you think they came from, the Phoenicians?
Well, they were in the margin of, there was Assyrian, Babylonian, those cultures were before them, and they were contemporary with them. The Persians, they came, they keep fighting with the Persian, and they expanded to the Greece. They had fights with the Greeks, and it's a whole tumultuous history there. But Phoenicians it's like a very good point to start to understand the pragmatic history. Like they started to write better, they started to navigate better, they understood economy very well, and then with the one city and then another city, they controlled all the Mediterranean area. So it's no wonder they influenced everything. History of Phoenicians.
I heard a rumor that the Phoenicians could have been the descendants of the Sea People after they invaded and toppled Europe. What do you reckon the chances that the Sea People
I don't know what Sea People are.
became the Phoenicians? Oh,
The Sea People invaded and conquered the Egyptians, supposedly. At the end of the at the end of the so-called Bronze Age collapse was supposedly initiated by quote unquote these Sea People, right? No one knows where they came from, who they were. It's unknown exactly. I mean, but history is kind of.
Those could be Phoenicians because they were navigating the best at their times.
Well, that was a speculation. I mean, there's it's an unsolved mystery. Let's put it that way.
Correct. I could not point it. I didn't even hear about Sea People
because there's some connections I've seen made with the hieroglyphics and Demotic and Aramaic with the Phoenician alphabet. There's some similarities with some certain symbols.
Yeah, and they were supposed to have been first seen coming in through the gates of Gibraltar, and it was pretty obvious these people were not from Europe. So when you look at the gates of Gibraltar, i.e. North Africa, the only other place, unless it's like from the far north, is America. So my suspicion is that the Sea People came from the Americas, and that the Americas had a full civilization, and maybe they were going through a drought, or maybe they had issues, an ice age, something that forced them to leave and head towards, so-called Africa.
Well, there's ancient DNA analysis, so they take DNA from bodies, but then you have the problem of the chronology. You can track how populations, where they came from or where they're related to. There's issues with it. I'm not saying it's perfect, But it's pretty much turning out that most of the history of where people came from or where they didn't come from is just all wrong. It's none of this stuff kind of makes sense.
Are you gonna play the Vedic astrology stuff?
Oh, I posted it in the chat. It's a
Oh, it's in the
playlist on
chat.
YouTube. Yeah, I'll post it again. Hold on.
Oh. Have you guys ever done your Vedic chart?
No. I've tried to talk to people from India to see if they got more details on this because I'm very curious about it. But
Is it the luminary mysticerium? Is it the
no,
lobby chat?
it's in live stream voice text, which you probably can't see. So
Oh,
hold on, let me give it to you. Let me give
Thank
you the
you.
right roll. Okay, you should be able to see it now. It's the chat right above this, the voice channel.
Wait, how do I get to in the corner, the right corner?
If you go right above this VC, there's a channel that says live stream voice text.
Oh, okay. The Vedic cause. Okay, yeah, I see. Thanks.
Wait, this is VC voice chat. I'm in the wrong one.
So in the Vedic cosmology, there's a bunch of, for lack of a better term, let's call them discs, but they're planes. But they're planes of existence. They're not physical. I mean, they're physical planes of existence, but one physical plane can't touch the other physical plane because it's at, I don't know, some different vibration or something. So as you can go, because they believe in the karma and all that shit. As you advance karmically up or down, when you're reborn, you'll go into either a lesser or lower plane. But each one of these planes are connected by this Mount Meru, which is in a mountain that runs through the center of all of them and has there's a whole lore behind it. But the thing is, all the lore I've ever gotten aren't from native people from India that actually. I don't know how accurate it is because I don't know how close to the primary source it is. Plus, there's the interpretation of translation. So, I'm very particular about certain things. I'm not going to treat this as an absolute accurate representation of Vedic cosmology. I'll just, take it for what it's worth. I'm not going to be running around debating what Vedic cosmology is based on this video. Okay, let's put it that way. Because unless I run into an Indian that actually read the original text and they can tell me, or at least somebody that reads.
Well, I know somebody who's in India who's pretty smart. Probably here. Wait, I where is it? Because I would love to send it to him and see what he thinks.
It's go into the live stream voice text and just go
Okay.
up to 13 after the hour. It's a YouTube playlist that says Vedic cosmology. So it's 5 8-minute videos or something.
I found it. Okay. So now, are you the one that was in the military?
I was never in the military.
Okay.
And it never will be.
All right, I'm gonna send this to him. What is?
The military.
I only kill people for my reasons. I'm not going to kill them for somebody else's reasons. Oh, go kill that stranger because, they fucking something. No, dude, I'm not doing it.
India, you mentioned chronology. Have you looked into the Scaligian chronology? Because you said history was a bit shaky. Have you done a deep dive on that?
Yeah, eventually, I'm more Anatoly Fomenko and all the stuff he's come up with. There's another guy, too, named David Ewing Jr. Have you heard of him?
Yeah, and you've got Ellinger as well.
Who?
what's his name? Illiger. Heribert Illig. Sorry. He
No, I'm not
created.
aware of him though. I would like to check that out.
Yeah, I think he had a book called The Phantom Time, and I think that coined the term Phantom Time, Hubert Illig. But his proposal was only 400 years added, I think.
Yeah, there's a bunch of like time added in that don't actually exist into the calendar. So I knew about Anatoly Fomenko. I've known about him for like a few years now, and the chronology problems. And there's other problems with the chronology, which he didn't know about, like that relate to like radioactive dating, which is because radioactive dating turns out to be variable. It isn't an accurate clock. Let's put it that way.
Right.
So the rate of radioactive decay, it turns out now, even though it hasn't like, they won't admit it, but there's plenty of, there's actually an MIT website that but going with like almost like 100 papers showing that radioactive decay is actually variable. That means the rate of decay, it isn't like a set rate, right? The rate varies. So it's like having a clock that like doesn't keep time, right? So one swing of the pendulum takes this long, then another swing of the pendulum takes this other amount of time. So it varies, and they've been trying to figure out why it varies. Is it related to like the days? Is it related to the months? Is it related to the year? Is it related to like the environment? And they haven't like nailed down what it is, but that throws a wrench in any type of radioactive decay dating, right? Nuclear decay dating. Because if you have an inaccurate clock, like what are you actually doing?
Right. Sounds like that it should be thrown out completely.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, they claim to date millions of years, dude. When like you've only been testing this fucking thing for like 100 years. How do you know it keeps time accurately for millions of years? What do you want, bro? That's a leap of
Science.
logic. Right? Science. Trust the science.
What's crazy to me is that the calendar we use is 365 days, and the months like October, November, December, and then even September. It means 7 for sept, 8 for oct, 9 for novo, and then
Deck is 10.
It'd be 10 for deca. But with a calendar that we use, it's not right. It goes
Science.
Do you know
But it's
where
not
when
right.
the sun is closer to the Earth in their globe perspective? What month is that when the Earth is closer to the sun?
Would that be Aries?
Say it in the
Summer.
normal,
Summer.
like the spring solstice. That's the first real month in the calendar, and then it will make sense to the October and the December and Deca, Nova.
So does that mean that the New Year is in February or?
No,
Yeah,
the New Year is March.
March, 1st of March.
Like, is that what that's Chinese, right? Chinese New Year.
What do you observe?
All ancient cultures would have that.
It's
Yep.
almost like they give us the puzzle pieces, but they spread it across the nation, so we have to like.
What do you think a New Year, the extra day is?
Is that the
Wait,
day
what?
when sun stops?
The New Year. Like, what do you think that actually is?
Because there's 28 days for 13 months. I think we're missing a month.
No. So
Because that'd be
okay.
364.
So let me tell you, like, so in let's call it the modern cosmology, right? What they say is the Earth doesn't rotate completely around every 24 hours. So this error in this mismatch of like the orbit and the rotation of the Earth adds up to an extra day. After a period of 4 years, it's a complete extra day. But you have a problem because after 2 years, right? say you're facing the stars on one side, after 2 years it'd be facing them the other way, right? So midnight would change. So the calendar would be in sync, but the clock would get out of sync 6 hours every year to make up that entire day after 4 years, right? What's actually observed in reality is that if you start, do you have something to say?
I think his microphone is messed up.
Your mic is ass, bro. I have to mute. Dude, your mic is so bad that no one can understand what you're saying.
He,
Oh,
I've actually
AB,
talked to him
AB,
before.
Alpha.
He's got a lot of information on this stuff. He just
Yeah, no, he's a flat
he's
earther.
being very succinct.
Who, Pig?
He's very passionate. He's a vegetarian. Yeah.
So let's
Vegetarian.
let me finish this, please.
Hey, everybody's entitled to eat what they want. Okay.
Okay, so yeah. Anyway, so let me just finish this. Okay, so if you actually count the days, so if I take a stick, right, and on the equinox, I'm on the ocean. I'm gonna watch where the sun rises, and I'm gonna line the stick up to where the sun rises on the horizon, so it's in a line. And then I'm gonna wait, right? I'm gonna watch all the sunrises and count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How many sunrises till it comes back to the stick? Right? 365. And that happens 3 years in a row. Then on the 4th year, I'm gonna count 366 sunrises. Yeah, there's an actual extra day. It's not a partial day. It's an actual extra day. Now, why this happens, I don't know the answer, but I know it does happen because there's a Russian guy named Sergei Martinikov, whatever his fucking name is. They actually went and counted. He actually counted, so he took the calendar, right, and actually counted the days. How many times the sunrise, sunset, the number of days until we get to the next leap year. So, and then there's a leap year like every 100 years. So there's like another cycle within that cycle of an extra day. This to me is 100% evidence against the globe heliocentric model, because you can't explain this kinematically with fucking orbits and mechanics and that type of shit. It's like a whole extra day appears out of nowhere. Oh, the sun's just going to rise an extra time, and the sun's going to set an extra time. There's going to be extra solar noon. And there's like the December solstice, right? So when the December solstice comes, the sun, so if I'm looking east, right, I can watch the sun rise, move on the horizon to my right, right? It moves towards the south. But on the winter solstice, it doesn't move anymore. It'll rise in the same place 3 times in a row, 3 days in a row. And some people think that this has something to do with Christianity, that Christianity is a sun worshiping religion and shit. Thomas Paine about this, and not others. If you watch Zeitgeist, it's in that. The point is that if there's a heliocentric orbit in that sun, and it's caused by the tilt of the Earth, the sun should never stop precessing north or south. It should be one day where it would stop, it would rise in a place, and the very next day would start coming north again. So if I'm facing east watching sunrises, right? So on the equinox, it'll be due east, and then on the next day, it'll be a little bit to the south of that, and the next day, it'll be a little bit south of that, and then to December solstice. Then it'll be at its farthest point south, and then it should, after that day, it should start coming back, right? It should start moving west again, or start moving north again. We watch it stay there for 3 days in the same spot. That can't be explained by heliocentrism. There's a bunch of different things which go against this model. That model. But the point of it is that there's an actual extra day. That's why there's a leap year. Because we have to account for that extra day. The calendar's always going to be fucked up. There's no way to fix it.
Wait, so it would be 366 days? Or
Yes.
360?
There's 1 year where you're going to count the sunrise 366 times, and there's 3 years in a row where you're going to count the sunrise 365 times.
Wait, that doesn't. I have a hard time.
Yeah, it
grasping.
doesn't make sense. That's the point. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Welcome to Flat Earth, man.
Oh,
One every 4 year or something like that.
Yes,
The
every 4 years.
February month.
says that
February
this-
month is like the unbisect. I don't know year bisect. I don't know how is it in English, but the month doesn't really have those many days, so that's how they are counted. Like every 4 years, they like balance it with that.
Well, yeah, it's like how are you going to count the length of a year? Think about it. How are we going to know how long a year is?
Well, that's the moon's job, isn't it? Because we have the sun, which tells the time of the day.
Well, we can make a lunar calendar work, but we can't make a solar calendar work. That's the point.
Oh yeah, of course, I agree with that.
Stars.
You can make a 13-month lunar calendar, and it doesn't need any corrections.
About stars.
What about stars?
And what
Get
I
a
think,
year out of the stars.
what I was thinking about
I
too,
wonder why no one's ever done that. Has
if you
anybody ever
do,
done
The Egyptians did. They had some kind of relation to the
well, the moon and the
precession
stars, they
of
play a part
Venus
together,
compared to
because the
the
13
stars or something.
the
They
13 moon,
and they got 365 out of it. I read that somewhere. I can't remember
the
now.
13 full moons, they have different constellations that they land in. So it goes. I don't remember the names, but
The
there's
whole luminary is delayed. It's like somehow delayed 30 degrees in 1 year. So it will, be delayed. This is our conclusion from those old clocks like Antikythera and stuff. They would knew that every year the whole luminaries are delayed 30 degrees from the previous year. They will still rotate, but they will have a 30-degree delay. So in, I don't know, 2,000 years, they would have a full circle, and that's what you call a long year, or I don't know how is it in English, but like the long year is 2,000 and something years, and then anyway, 30 degrees per year, the luminaries are delayed. Or advanced, I'm not sure.
That's pretty interesting. That's interesting.
Yeah, I'll post a picture. I mean, I've seen it in a documentary about it. I'm not very into astrology, but this I remember. So the concept of the big year, like the 2000
Yeah, the
and
great.
the great year, yeah,
long
something.
year. Then they have the great year, which is supposed to be
Yeah.
the precession of the equinox. But I have a thing that shows that the precession of the equinox doesn't actually happen.
Yeah, it does.
And their
30
evidence
degrees.
is because of archaeoastrology that the sun rises on the equinox relative to some archaeological structure that it shouldn't line up there anymore.
Yeah, so they have 30 degrees delayed or advanced. I'm not sure which one is it. Every year. So then in a 2000 and something years, there will be a full delay. Like the luminaries, there will be again one full rotation delayed. Yeah, I mean, don't ask me for details. It's just like a thing I remember. I didn't really dug into it because I'm not necessarily.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat, dude. I'm not too into looking in the sky, man.
Yeah, but I have a telescope, and then now I will start searching. No more assuming.
Hey, can you unmute Pig? He has something to say. I think his mic is fixed. Please.
Okay, you're unmuted.
Now,
Your mic is.
is my mic better?
Oh, that's better. Yeah.
Okay, good. So what the other guy was previously talking about, like the years and stuff. It's called the Great Year, which has 12 ages of 2,160 years respectively, which add up to like 25,060 years or something. And
Yeah,
every age corresponds with one of the constellations or zodiac houses. and every age has a certain phrase that it goes by. For example, the last age was the age of Pisces, which was I believe, and there are spiritual connotations behind these ages because certain things change throughout the ages.
Yeah,
Pisces is
but
all
it's
about
not
belief,
just
so
about
people.
spiritual connotation. It's where the sun is in that horizontal line somehow, and then we shouldn't be naming our, like half from the equator and north pole. What is it called? What is it? The long line or
Just north or south.
yeah,
North or south.
no. There is equator, and in between at the half or at the 30 degree, I'm not sure. It's called something. It's even written on the Google map. It's like
You mean the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn? Are
yes,
you talking about that?
exactly. Now we
Well,
shouldn't be there. We should be on the next age somehow.
yes,
They should be
yes.
called because they have like a real function on how you call those, and depends on where the sun is on that position. So now the sun is not more. I'm not, particularly in detail, but this is how they work. I mean, I'm sure you find the
You
explanation.
are correct. You are correct. So, um, the Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn, they're incorrect. We shouldn't be calling them anymore. They used to be those tropics during the equinoxes. Now
Yeah,
I
like
believe it's
2,000 years ago.
Libra
Yeah.
and Cancer. I think it's Libra and Cancer, but I'd have to double check later to make sure. One more thing that I wanted to say. Everything is like deeply intertwined. So right now, currently, we're in the age of Aquarius. Not fully yet, but soon we will be, which is all about idealism and knowing, where everything which has been kept a secret, if you will, and pushed aside will be coming to the forefront and being revealed. People are going to value more information and knowledge than belief. That's
Time
why
to
there's a
take
lot
down
more
the
people.
hierarchy of the elites.
Hmm?
It's time to take down the hierarchy of the elites because everyone's going to know now, so it's not going to be confusing.
Yep, yep. It's all about now putting all the information together. Just like people, like we as flat earthers have to deal with globe earthers and their constant ignorance, if you will, and lack of will to have an open mind and perspective. We also fall to the same category when it comes to other subjects. Because everything is intertwined on a very, very deep and spiritual level. From numerology, spirituality, astrology, flat earth, it's all intertwined. Everything works together like a beautiful giant machine, clock, if you will. So we have to be very careful and mindful when we are learning about these things to actually understand them and understand them in order to come to the truth.
I like the word understanding, like
It is,
understanding, understanding. Yeah.
yep, yep, it's a beautiful
Because
word.
it's not only outside, right? It's things happening inside as well.
Well, once you, again, I'm going to use that word, once you understand that everything that is outside is actually within you, everything from all the knowledge and information that you wish that you knew and are seeking to figure out, it's all within you. It's just a matter of tapping into your higher self and into source to understand and understand everything.
Yeah.
That's why they can't look from the outside in. You have to look from the inside out.
Yeah. Because I mean, our senses is made like that. Yeah. Inside out. With I am seeing from inside me outside. I am feeling the
Well,
heat.
from a spiritual point of view, you can talk a lot about it, and then you get
Yeah,
to
I know.
high
That's why I
philosophy and
didn't
stuff.
want to
But the
go.
point is, it should be remembered that the old, in the old times, they really knew better this stuff, things that we don't know. It's like, I mean,
I know.
someone's know it, but we have to give them credit for the accuracy of predicting stuff, because one of the reasons is like, oh, flat earther, that you cannot predict anything with the model. I don't have to predict anything. They did it already, even better than you think. That's my point.
You are right about
That's why
that.
they've been able to keep everyone under control too. Because if you confuse them on the history, then you can play with the elements around them, and then nobody will know. Like that's why the societies have been, locked in house boxes and eating cardboard food, and it's like
And
Yes,
pay
that
with the
was my
carbon
point.
credits, everything, right? Pay with the carbon credits, which they want to implement.
That's
And
that's what I wanted to go as well. Like they condition us to live in the cities. Don't look to the sky. Always the lights, and you don't see the sky. You don't see the stars. And now that it's been like a few years now that I'm looking to the stars, and it's like completely it's different thing. And you go out and experience the nature, and you feel different things. Yeah, it's like we are not meant to live in the cities. We are not uh, like a prison creature. We have to be free. Yeah, go out and
they harvest
experience.
our energy.
Climb the tree, climb the mountain, swim the ocean. I don't know.
That's why if you look at computer boards, and then you look at the inside of a city,
Exactly like yep.
they charge the cities using our energy. It's
Can I
solar
can I give you
harvesting.
can I give you guys an example of how both the flat Earth and spirituality are intertwined?
Please.
So you know the saying, "As above, so within; as within, so without; as above, so within." So underneath. Um, as the sun moves from December to April, from the south hemiplane to the north hemiplane, and hits Aries on the right side and moves into the north hemisphere, and we have our summer. The same thing also happens with your chakra system or Kundalini, where you have electrical energy going from your root chakra all the way up your spine, hitting your pineal gland, and it throws open the right side of your hemisphere, the feminine side, where quote unquote God resides. So the same thing that happens in
Okay,
nature also happens within your body.
I agree with you, but you see, this place is not really for this kind of conversation, because I know what you're saying, but a lot of people here they will not agree, and I don't know if we have to go on with this topic exactly. I know what you mean,
It's not
but
about
we are here
agreeing
for
or
the flat
not.
earth.
It's about that here is a place that we should be more structurally precise and own the position, and not to talk, stuff that we don't understand. This is all. And therefore, I mean, where for philosophy, you can go over and over and over, and it's like, I mean, if you're bored
And
and you have on a subject, it's okay, but these things should be more pragmatical, like Phoenicians.
Yeah, do you have scientific evidence for chakras?
I believe the nerve
Yes, I
centers.
do. The chakra system is also referred to as the seven central nerve centers within your spine, or electrical resistors. The international measurement for electrical resistance is ohm. And guess what? What do most, well, not most, but all people who meditate say, one of the things they say with their mantras is ohm. It's because they understand the frequency and vibration play a key role in this reality. 369. Everything is
you see,
frequency, vibration, and energy.
you see,
All right,
you
I
see,
stand corrected.
when we go in this route, there is a lot of explanation. You saying just the word we hear it's oh, yeah, but in reality, they say there is other people. They say it's aum.
Yeah,
It's
they're not
like
talking about
a
ohms like
u
resistance ohms.
So it's three syllables. Yeah, it's a o and all together, which is the only words, the only things that a guy that cannot speak, how you call that in
With
English?
their
I don't
tongue.
know. When the people they cannot speak,
Oh, when they have I know what you're saying.
They cannot speak. They have this problem, you know. They cannot speak. They can do only these things. They cannot use their tongue, so they can use only 3 syllables. O, and So it's like when you put all 3 together, it's become aum. So there is other things, and so there is so many things when you want to go that route. But in this
I
platform, we don't want
understand
to go
what you're
in that
saying.
route. Yeah.
I understand what you're saying, but we have to go by the rule that the exceptions don't make the rules. Not every single person cannot say all vowels or all letters or words. That's a minority. In the majority, most people can say om, and you can
Yeah,
also
because
measure it.
that's what I'm saying. Because even the person that cannot speak can say that 3 things that which is even the people that they cannot speak, they can say that. So I know what you're saying. That yes, it's a vibration. It's a something that we have to study, but not on this platform. Here we speak on some things where we can back it up. Physical, tangible, right? Not chakras, not spirituality. We can go a
Well,
little
there
bit
are
tangent like that,
That's a
but not like,
speculation. That's speculation Sunday, man. We have a day for that.
oh yes. Speculation Sunday.
Oh, you have a day for that? Cool.
Oh yeah, speculation Sunday, man. Be here, be square.
I would love to participate in that.
We see you then. But today we come back to the flat earth. I think you were talking about ether or something, right? The other day?
Yeah, I was.
Okay. I know your picture from somewhere.
Yeah, it's from the other flat earth server, man.
Have
Yeah.
y'all seen the
That
periodic
didn't go
table
very well, right?
with the elements below the solid, liquids, gases, and plasmas? So the plasmas would be I think xenon. Um, uh, it's basically on the right side, right? So it would basically mean earth, water, fire. Sorry, solid would be earth, water would be liquid, um, air would be the gases, and then plasma would be the fires. But then there's the periodics that are on the bottom of the table. That's like plutonium and things like that, where they're a bit more harder to observe.
Noble gases.
Yeah, are they the noble gases?
Yeah, that's how they call them.
But they're hard to observe. Like they're kind of
The ones that are very unstable.
Would that be the ether?
No, those are the noble gases. I don't know what ether is because it's not.
Ether is spirit, basically.
Yeah, and it should be. You could see it as fabric of the realm, basically.
I'm still trying to figure out how to explain ether and make it more concisive. But in essence, ether is the 0 point energy for or the source of everything. It's a part of the electromagnetic field or torus field. Everything works in tandem with each other, like yin and yang, brother and sister, if you will.
Up, down, left, right, forward, backward.
What about what about like if we say, okay, I think where you're coming, like it's okay. What I'm thinking is like you are saying whatever we can sense in our 5 senses is not enough, right? Because we know that something there is behind that 5 senses, that experiencing that 5 senses, and that can be ether, maybe the spirit that experiencing these 5 senses.
I'm
That's the thing
definitely.
too. Why would music make people dance if there wasn't some sort of connection and vibe? because like it's like people resonate on a certain frequency.
You are right
Yes,
about
of course.
that, definitely. Everything, the universe, what does universe stand for? Universe, one verse, one song, one note, if you will. God
One
said, let there
chord.
be light, and light there was. So he spoke things into existence, which is vibration and frequency.
Yeah, but
Emotions
he
are
didn't
nothing
speak
more but
only one
energy.
word, right? He spoke so many words. So he spoke so many different vibrations. He said, "Let
Yep.
there be animals, let there be trees, and let there be waters." And yeah,
You are
he
right.
didn't say, let there be light." So there
Yep.
is so many vibrations.
Well, just look at the
But,
word emotions.
It's like all of
so
us are different expressions of the cosmic cloth. Like we're all a string within the thread of the universe.
yeah, in the end, with the ether, like what I'm getting into, understanding it, what people they are saying is like it. In the end, it will become God. So ether is God, right? So this is where we have the problem because you cannot. It's spiritual. In the end, it's kind of is becoming God. So that's where I have problem with.
What is your problem? I fail to see the
Problem
problem.
is,
Like,
what is ether?
In a more pragmatical way, you can name ether as the fabric. I mean, there's no thing such as free space. It's all something. So ether
Fabric.
it would be yeah, fabric of our realm. They call it fabric of universe, but what's universe? So
Wait, fabric.
This is the
yeah,
problem. You see, we don't know universe. All we can experience is the
yes. So in
the
order for you
inside of the
to
containment that
get
we are.
electrical, in
So
order for you
inside
to
the
get
containment that we are, yes, of course, everything is. It's not empty. The
exactly,
space
it's
between
ether.
us,
Yes.
there is something in it, but we don't know there is outside of it. So we're starting to imagine that there is a universe
Yeah, but
outside of the space,
for now, we
right?
don't really care for now. I mean, we could, but for now, we should understand the fabric of our realm, and that would be a base like ether, where you can influence
No,
elements to
no.
be
What is
constructed.
what
It's
is it
an
again?
opinion.
A
No, but
fabric in a fourth dimension? No, no, that's not what I
you,
experienced. I
Okay,
don't experience fourth dimensions, and I don't experience imaginary fabrics.
I didn't say fourth
I don't know
dimension.
what you're saying. You're not saying anything. What is ether?
It's something like a structure
Connection.
that you cannot measure, see, or something like that. But that kind of structure.
Okay.
It's influenced with electrical and everything else, and then you can form elements from that
No,
with
it's not.
different
If it
vibration.
was
yeah,
electrical,
but
I could
Okay, it
measure it.
was just an idea. I'm not saying it's conclusive or is like that. I'm just thinking
It
of in
doesn't have
terms
the
of
validity of electricity. It doesn't have the validity of. It doesn't have any validity. It's
Why does the Earth?
nothing.
Doesn't the
According
Earth
to you,
get
it's
struck by
everything,
lightning?
and if it's everything, it's nothing.
Doesn't the Earth get struck by lightning thousands of times a second?
yeah, but
Doesn't
this is all
ether
inside
not
that
have a
inside
definition?
it. But this is what you are asking is all inside the system of the earth that we are living in. This is all happening inside the system of the earth, which is under the contained system. The
It's
lightning, the
always going on
electricity,
before.
the electromagnetic, all these things is happening inside. Outside of it, we don't know what's happening, and we don't know, and we never been there. So we can only talk about what we are experiencing inside here. We can
can I
prove that.
read out
We can
something
at least
from
talk about
Tesla?
that. Excuse me?
Can I read out something about from Tesla's work about the ether? Just like a few sentences, real quick.
They killed Tesla because he was telling too much and he was giving
Yep.
about free energy. They killed
Of course,
him.
man. So listen up to this. 1 second. We live in a harmonic universe built upon a unifield and unseen foundation of consciousness, or conscious loving energy known as zero-point energy. A universal energy force and source
whose existence is crucial for the understanding of our existence, and it is the cause for our existence. The day science begins to study non-physical phenomenon, it will have made more progress in 1 decade than all of previous centuries of its existence. Nikola Tesla.
One question. What he means by universal? Universe. When he says universe, what he means by universe? He never been there.
Well, again, he's not talking about universe in that in the sense of
Yes,
outer space and so on and so forth.
Yes, he's talking inside our experience, inside our place, inside our things. Yes, I can understand. It might be energy that I can harness from the air, but it's not from nothing. I am harnessing from the air. Like there is energy I can harness from the solar system. There is energy I can harness from the wind, from the tides, from the river. There is energy I can harness. Right? It's zero as well. The energy is there
No,
already.
that's not 0
Right?
point energy. This is
But even if you are harnessing from the air, the empty air, still you are harnessing from the air because there is
well,
this
you're
guy. I
harnessing
don't.
from the torus field, to be more precise, from the toroidal field and hyperboloid, which is a part of it. But yeah.
Yeah, but if you're saying the toroidal field of the universe, that you are saying that there is a shape of a universe that has this toroidal field.
No.
When you are saying
Again,
our body has a toroidal field, when you're saying the apple has a toroidal field, that means they have a shape. They have the toroidal field around it. Like our body, our heart, you would say it has a toroidal field, right?
it emits a toroidal field. It emits one.
Yes, I mean that's one because it has a shape.
But the flat.
If you are saying the Earth has a toroidal field, that means it has a shape. It has its boundaries. That's where the toroidal field is moving around.
Well, does the Earth not have boundaries? The Antarctic is the boundaries of our known Earth, as
We
well
don't know
as
exactly.
well.
I don't know.
With as far as we know for now, yes. Who is there to say that one can't have a toroidal field
Okay,
within
what
a
is after
toroidal
that
field?
then? What is after that? You're gonna say there is nothing after that, or you're gonna say there is an
We
infinite
don't
field
know,
after
man.
that?
We
So
can't
we don't
say for
know. That's
sure.
what I'm
What is
saying.
energy? What is energy? How do you describe energy? How do you create energy?
My
If
God.
Newton, which I don't necessarily believe in Newton, but if energy can be created nor destroyed, it can only be transferred. Why is that? What does that mean?
That's what I'm saying. You can take energy from the air and transfer it to whatever. I don't know. You can
Why is
try
the
to
energy
find a
in the
way to
air?
transfer it. But you have to transfer it.
We
You have
can
to use
describe it with
something to
entropy.
transfer it.
Yeah, we
You
can
cannot
describe
bring from nothing.
entropy. It moves in one direction.
Is that lightning?
Entropy. The hot will always move to the cold, right? The high gas pressure will move to the low gas pressure. The
So
ground
if
is not moving.
So it changes from one element to the other?
Element? Who the fuck?
I'm confused. You said the gas.
Element.
You start moving from one pressure to the next pressure and into the gas. I'm asking questions.
High pressure gas will move to fill the lower pressure volume.
So how
Like
do we know
when your
then?
tire is full, and you get a nail in it, slowly, the pressure from your tire will go out to the lower pressure until you have a flat tire.
So then how do you know then if you're like if your family member gets hurt, or even if it's particularly with mother and daughter or the mother and son where it's the most affected. How does a mother intuitively know when her son is being bad or when her son is being good, when her son is hurt, when her son is happy? What what
Uh,
causes what causes the mother
Were you
to
first off? Were you breastfed?
I don't understand.
Were you breastfed, Sir
breastfed.
Justin?
Oh, like with the booby?
Yeah.
I don't know. But I know that this happens with
Wait, you don't know?
I have no idea.
Let me ask you this pertinent question: how does it make you feel, Sir Justin, that you don't know whether or not you were breastfed?
It is what it is. Why would I be upset about that?
I think we've made a long journey to get to this far, and maybe we should take a break.
Well, that didn't answer my question. You answered my question with a question.
Justin, Justin, can I maybe help you out with that? Um, so when you're in your mother's womb, when you're forming as a human being, a baby, what happens is that your DNA gets mixed up and exchanged with your mother's DNA. She has parts of you, like literally blood cells of you within herself, and vice versa. And this has been proven to be factual that when the mother, for example, is sick, the blood cells of the child will actually go out to the part in the body where the bacteria or disease is attacking the mother and try to defend and protect her by killing the bacteria or disease, and vice versa. And due to this connection, symbiotic connection that you have through the umbilical cord, that's how she can also know when her son or daughter is in danger, because they have a connection with you on a more physical level than you might think, which is also then entails spiritual.
But I've had times personally where I was living in the other side of the country, and I can't speak for anyone else, but from my own experience, I've been going through a really hard time, and it's like, you know, I don't talk to her too much, but when I do talk to her, it's very important. And she just randomly reached out to me, and it was the exact moment in time whenever I was hurting. I don't know how to explain
Yeah,
it, but
exactly. That's why, because she can.
even
She
like
has a
even like
part of you within herself.
with other family members too. Like I've had time where my grandfather died,
What are
and
we talking about, man?
hey,
Condolences,
hey,
but
that's not nice.
condolences. Yeah.
I'm talking about it's an experience that
But
I've
the
gone
thing
through
is,
personally.
yes, but you see, Justin, the thing is like, uh, these things they are like happens in life. It's like miracles. One day you
But
are
what is a
happy,
miracle?
one day you are sad, and the bondage between your mother, the mother and the son, as he explained and explained it pretty good, I think. But part of that, there is nothing else. It's like things happen in life. Yes, some days you will be happy, some days you will lose people. We are born and we are all going to die. This is
That's
things.
okay, but my question is why does it intuitively happen where I'm not in the same place, but I know? How
Yeah,
does that
things happen.
happen?
Like
Why does it
sometimes
why does
I
it
think
happen
about the
whenever
friend
I
and
go
he
into
calls
a
me.
room with music that the
Sometimes,
music,
yeah,
the
sometimes
energy
I
that
think
the music is giving changes everything that I feel and know and, experience? Why does that
yes,
work?
there is a lot of things I cannot explain. Like sometimes I think about a friend, and like 5 minutes later he calls me, or I don't know. I think about somebody, and I don't know. He pumps up in front of me on the street. It happens, things like that, but it doesn't mean that uh, it has to be something that we can explain. There is
I
things we
agree.
cannot explain. We cannot
That's
explain
love
how
though.
we are here. We cannot explain uh, everything, but we talk in this platform only about the things that we can prove. This is why I'm trying to bring back to flat earth and to physical things.
I just don't think that
Because
the flat earth I don't think
when
flat
we
earth
go to this
denies this.
spirituality
I
and
think
all
flat earth is
this,
part of it. And there's a
when we go to this
misconnection between the two. between the two realms, and they're not even realms because they're connected. I think there's just a missing piece of the puzzle.
Yes, I know, but I think that that's a personal journey for everybody to find out for themselves. It's like I can give you, I don't know, hundred of reasons why that's happening, but is it really what is that happening? Because I know what you are saying. I know what the Peak was saying about the spiritual things, but you see, there is things I cannot explain. I can give you uh, explanations, but they are not reality. It's your own journey. That's your own thing. You see, the spirituality it's a personal thing, but the physical and experiential universe or like reality, we can experience it, all of us. We can experience all of us is flat. We can experience all of us that we are living in a motionless place, in a contained gas pressure. We can experience all these things. But the spirituality is an individual journey. You take it in your place, your way. A Muslim person will take it his way. A Hindu guy will take it its way. That's it's different realm. We cannot say which one is good, which one is right, which way you have to go. You have to find this thing. But the reality, the physical experience that we are living, we can experience, we can talk about it. I hope that makes sense.
So it's not supposed to be talked about?
I don't know, we can talk about, but you see, I cannot give you advice. I cannot tell you what's happening. Because in my journey, it was maybe something different. And in your journey, maybe it's something, you have to go through something different experience. Because when I felt that things, I went to a journey and I figured it out in some way that it was good for me. But when I explain to other people, they don't understand it and they go like, what you're saying doesn't make sense. So I understand that because it's not their thing. It's my experience. It's my bondage with my mother. It's my experience, right? The same thing that you're saying, the bondage with you and your mother. So I had that kind of things as well, but that was my journey. I don't know what is your journey, what is your thing. You see, that's emotional. That's things that I cannot you cannot really explain to me exactly what happened. It's something happened, but you don't know exactly how it happened. So I cannot help you with that as well.
I think God is good, and it's not subjective to anything on the planet. It just comes from an outside source and makes everything happen.
Yeah, probably. I'm sure God is everywhere. He's omnipresent. At least, I mean, he's everywhere. He's next to me. He's next to you. He's in me. He's in you. If he's everywhere, right?
Yeah.
And he's omnipotent. He can do anything he wants. And he's omniscient. He knows everything. So
Did someone say yo say no say?
What?
Did someone say yo say no say?
What does that mean?
I don't have a clue. But I guess like we are talking too much.
No, like what is no say no say? What is that?
I don't know.
I was asking the question. Did someone say yo say no say?
Oh, no, I didn't hear that.
Is that what you're talking about?
I
What the
don't know.
hell is that?
You roboting pig. You roboting pig.
No big.
Mic check.
Check.
Sorry, guys, I'm also working on stuff, so I can hear you well, but I have to focus on parts. But yeah, he was right. I mean, spiritual things are for ourselves. I mean, it's okay to share it and to have a, you know, common ground. I experienced that. I felt that. But then, you know, in this fight, let's call it like this, like, you know how people are saying, oh, flat earthers are the dumbest people in the world. So in order to control that, in order to prove other people, not to prove, but to you don't have to prove anything to anybody. But you know, like whenever you speak without having a possession, you about not owning what you say, that would be more damaging to what you express. So that's why it's you're lucky that there are some admins here that would that would kick you. I mean, not like in a nice way, but that would be harsh to you for saying, you know, what's that? Do you say that? Why did you say that? If you don't know what's that, you know. So this is nice. It's a good hour maybe for you. It's late to speculate, but mostly the point is to have factual stuff because that's where you start. That's where you can prove your point.
Well, look, if everybody's mother can feel when they're in trouble, I think that's pretty good evidence.
Yeah, but what does it
A
have to do
common
with the Earth's
phenomenon.
split?
No? Is that a
The mother
phenomenon?
of my children is here, but what does have to do if I look at the ocean and I see no curvature?
Well, I mean, we're here on the. I mean, it's all connected, no? I mean, we're all kind of a
Yeah, but
part of. I
some you
mean,
can
do you
point,
think? Okay,
some
hold
you
on.
don't.
Do you think we're projecting the reality on the outside, or do you think? Like, what about
What about?
when we go to sleep?
Yeah, that's an
Hey,
interesting topic.
just
That's very interesting.
before the sleep. Uh, Not every mother can feel the thing. You see, it depends of the bondage. You have some mothers they don't feel like some children they don't feel their mother. Some children they feel their mother. Some children they don't feel their mother. It's not uh, for everybody. So it's not something like happening every time. So we can study and maybe think about what's happening. It's not a phenomenon. Now we can go to
Hmm.
the sleep.
How do you know
What?
not every
The
mother can
sleep
feel?
is a good concept. I mean, it's the closest one. If you want to explain someone what's quantum, that you only have to point to the one sleeping. It's there, but it's not there. You know, that's pretty much of what like a philosophical quantum could be. You know, your body is there, but your mind is not there. So are you there? Are you really there?
Right.
You're talking about when you're sleeping.
Kind of like the
Yes,
earth, right?
yes, yes, yeah. When you're sleeping, you're there, but you're not there. I mean, is you the body or is you the mind?
Or even you have sometimes where even the mind is not there. Because when you wake up, even the mind was not there, right?
All
You don't
vanished. Yeah,
even
most of it
remember when you were usually when you see we have like three
the most
stages of reality as a humans. We have the one when we are awake, like when I'm talking to you now. and then when I'm dreaming, and then when I'm asleep, which is the deep sleep we call it, which and it's like when you don't even remember that you are breathing, when you don't remember anything, and then suddenly you wake up.
The most weird part it's when you are in the sleep and you are realizing that you are in a sleep, and then you like whenever you try to somehow connect it, you wake up. Never happened
Yeah,
to
but
you like when you call it and you say, hey, I cannot hear my voice, and then you start to be conscious and then you start to realize that you're dreaming, but that in I don't know, seconds, how I don't think it lasts long, and then you wake up. Poof, what was that?
I can control my dream sometimes.
Well, lucky you.
Sometimes I wake
I,
up and I go back and fix it.
I like to dream that I'm flying, and then that's a weird feeling. Is sometimes when I think I'm flying, if in the dream I'm afraid of flying, I cannot fly. So I have to convince myself in the dream that I can fly, but I'm in a dream, I can do anything, right? So I have to convince myself in the dream that I can fly, and when I can really believe that I can fly, I do fly in my dream, of course. But that's because I always like the air and stuff. But
Yeah, I cannot control all my dreams, right? It's like some of them is like I can control, and
Where
some I don't.
where are you guys on the where do you live? Where are you from?
I'm in East Europe.
I'm in Las Vegas.
But where are you from though? That accent is not Las Vegas.
Yeah, I was born in Lebanon.
Oh, you're Lebanese. Kifek.
Alhamdulillah, كيفك انت؟
Marhaba.
يا هلا يا هلا. أهلا وسهلا.
Nice one.
And the Eastern European guy, which country? It's kind of big.
Yeah, Romania, if you want to be specific.
Romanian.
I won't be
Okay.
doxing myself too much. It's the west part of Romania, if that's enough for you.
Well, Romania is enough. I mean, just the country is fine.
Yeah,
I
well,
don't. I don't know any Romanian.
You can call the specific part Transylvania. That would be more, fantastic.
Oh, cool. So have you been to?
Hey, Dracula.
Have you been to the castles where Dracula's from? Do they have them there? I mean, I think they do,
Yeah,
right?
they have a lot of castle, but the Dracula was just a father and the son. They were rulers around. They supposed to be rough and stuff, but there are some old stories about it. But that's about it. But yeah, you can see some great castles, more than one.
What do they feel like inside?
Amazing if you have an eye for history and architecture. Pretty amazing.
Yeah.
How did they build that with the horse and carriage?
This is a family show.
All right, we cut it up. I have to be working though.
Pyramid phenomenon, right?
Who's is the owner of the server here, or like anybody who's a moderator, admin, something of that sort?
I guess nobody. That's why we're talking all kind of bullshit.
What are you talking about? This is not bullshit.
Yeah, man.
Well, yeah, not related stuff to flat Earth.
You're asking for a mod. What do you need?
I just wanted to ask because Sunday is speculation time. Do we need to make like a appointment or appointment for to take like an hour, 2 hours up from the speculation time to do a presentation or something?
Not really. Just come in, and if the floor is clear, you can come and talk about like you're doing right now. Talk.
Got it. Okay, that's good. Thanks for letting me know.
Yeah.
Well, I think you should be able to speculate, like these wee hours right now, because you've been talking about flat Earth for let's see, there's 24 hours in a day. I feel like 4 hours out of every 20 should be speculative. What do you think?
I don't mind it.
I agree with that.
can I drop that in like the what's that suggestion box?
For today, sounds good to me because I'm here. I'm not gonna complain.
I'm not complaining. It's just a suggestion. It's just a suggestion.
Sounds good to me.
So going back to the ether, if I would have to build a software that would simulate our existence, I would have to start filling up the container with something, like a neutral piece of something, like a pixel if you want, like a 3D pixel. So I'll have, because otherwise I cannot have interaction between objects. I cannot do anything if it's empty. So first of all, I would fill everything with like a neutral space field of particle that will fill all the space. So then I would apply all kind of functions and forces to move stuff around, create density, create those can be expanded and contracted and stuff. But I would need like a fabric of my space to build on it. I cannot build on nothing. It's like you imagine like sculpture, in a 3D. You have to have something containing that stuff. Otherwise, you cannot just do stuff in the air. I mean, you can do that and put some substance only in objects or whatever you're creating there. But then, in order to have them to have a relation with other, it would be complicated without a filled space with particles. That was my idea of ether. It's not like I'm not going to be naming it spiritually. I'm just thinking like, how do I explain that in a pragmatical way, if you want. So yeah, that idea was mentioned here earlier also on Tesla, because it's like you have to have something around us. And also it fits with the physicality. I mean, there is no such thing as free space. They have to build, walls of concrete to create less pressure chamber, and they cannot take all the air out. So people imagine that there's some like, okay, there's more spaces in between molecules, and there's no such thing. Everything is filled up with something. Because otherwise, you cannot have empty. Something is always there, and that always there is made of particle atoms and whatever. But then that can be expanded, contracted, and you get density, and you get buoyancy, and you get all kind of crazy stuff, physical stuff. But then you'll have to have. There's no such thing as free space.
Yes, but we're still talking about the space that it is under the container.
Yeah, our realm. Yes, exactly. I cannot put all my particles in like the forever, because I wouldn't have so much resources. I would, restrict them in a container where I build.
So everything is happening in the containment. So this is what I'm saying. Even your experience, like sometimes people get come and they say, "Oh, what about when I'm trying this in the vacuum chamber, and while I'm doing this, I'm doing that." But you to make a vacuum chamber, you need a container. It's like crazy. Not only gas pressure, to have a vacuum as well, you need a container.
Of course.
Okay, can you explain this like vacuum thing? I hear it a lot here.
Yeah, well,
Container.
vacuum, it doesn't really exist. Vacuum is more like a psyop term, because like if you can agree upon the term of vacuum, you can agree upon a term of space. Where is vacuum, right? Vacuum, there is no such thing. Vacuum is just a low pressure
So
atmosphere.
is this what is yeah, right. So is this what on the ground and not like floating around and stuff? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm
Down,
saying
or
that
that's just the
you
position.
have to put energy to create vacuum. You cannot create vacuum just, you don't have vacuum. I mean, air is a property of gases to expand wherever in all direction until they fill up everything. That's why you cannot have pressure like someone earlier would give you an example that how would you be to run your car with the tires, but not with the tire itself, but just the air of the tire. Is that possible? It's not possible, you know? So there is vacuum is just the coin term of low pressure atmosphere, but you have low pressure atmosphere, you need to really put pressure to, you know, extract the air there from there. So it's not easy to create a vacuum. I mean, you can create high pressure more easily, like when you pump up your tire and you get a pressure there. But then what happened if that breaks? It equalizes with the atmosphere. But and also misconception that, you know, in a vacuum you get sucked in because it's not.
Is this like a black hole? Are you guys talking about a black hole?
No, when he
Well,
says atmosphere, he means air volume.
Do you guys
yeah,
believe in black holes?
well,
I
not
mean, they were
really.
telling me that the black hole like bends light.
Yeah, that's
Not
a
really.
explication because, you know, in order to or explanation, because in order to the universe to be constantly expanding, something has to be get sucked in. So that's like it's like a black hole is like the junk of the universe, you know. We shouldn't. I mean, we should refrain for talking about black holes because we don't really understand what's there. And I mean, is there such thing as a black hole? Because I haven't seen any, and then they can only pretend they see it with telescope Hubble or something. But you know, I can only see like a graphical thing of it. But things with the pressure and no pressure, that's physical here. You can observe, you can measure.
Speaking
And
of air volume, I debunked gravity today.
oh,
How?
congratulations! How did you do that?
You
Oh,
farted.
yeah, I farted and the gas expanded in all directions.
Shut up.
That's right. That's the perfect debunking.
And everyone knew about it. I can do it again.
The whole room knew about it.
Let me provide a
Even the
demonstration.
neighbors.
Please pull my finger.
Okay, I'm pulling it out.
Even my neighbor came in and
I'm
said,
pulling it
"What's
right
happening?"
now.
That'd be $500. I can.
So, do you want like a Vedic reading from a Nigerian astrologer?
No.
What was that? Vedic reading from astrologer?
From a
Nigerian Vedic reading from Vedic. It's completely from India.
I know it's a joke
Nigeria. Oh, okay, okay.
because you know Nigeria is a joke.
It's
But
the
we
prince
could
from Nigeria
probably
that asks you for money. If you give him
yeah.
2,000, he will give you a fortune. You know, on an email.
But Sir Justin, are you still in here?
Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm right here.
We could definitely give you a little numerology free reading if you want.
But that would be cool.
You guys want to give us just your birth date? Hello?
Is anybody there?
Do we lost them?
That was for
Look,
Justin, right?
no, well, ours is Justin. So me and Justin have
You also
same.
need the hour.
Well, so that would be for the Vedic. Yeah, we could do that too. But we were just gonna go by the numbers first. So
So you were going to
I would
do
just be
to
so all you gotta
Justin,
do is
right?
add up. So no, we're gonna do yours. Me and
Oh,
Justin will
okay.
do yours.
Yeah, I like numerology.
Oh, okay. April 6, 1968.
April 6th, 1968.
I have a book for it. Hold on one second.
Around 9 o'clock in the morning.
You're 34/7. I think he's a
So is that
34.
good?
Well,
I know
7
about
is the sign of
24/7,
like
but
Are you are you like a little are you like a little bit of an introvert? Do you like to be alone?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Did you say
that's and you're intelligent than most people. Like you grasp ideas, and you have a 3-4. So 3 is like you're childlike, and 4 is stability and process, like order. Are you so? Are you clean? Do you like to clean up the house, or are you?
Yeah, I like to be clean, but at the moment I'm not.
Yeah. So that means you're out of balance. You got something going on in your life. Do
Yeah,
do
I
you
know.
do you notice that? Like I, because
I know. I know.
hmm?
Yeah, I know that. But it's not because of numerology. I know that. Yeah, it's happening. But it's good that you are saying.
Well, you have,
Go
so
on.
I mean your birthday. I mean, can we agree that the numbers are the language of the universe, or no?
Numbers are the language of universe.
So there's a
Uh,
story behind the numbers where
I know about numbers, but I don't know if it's a
it's more
language
in
of the universe.
practical terms if you think about things like, you know, one would be the experience of just connectedness. There's no division. It just is. So like the way that we all communicate is one, because we're having one conversation about a specific topic. And then two would be like duality. A lot of the nature that we live in has a big dualistic aspect where people think in terms of good and bad. There's up and there's down, there's left and there's right, forward and backward. There's always a counterpart to everything. There's up and there's down. And then three would represent the creation, how like the father and the mother from the two polarities, they come together and then they make a child. So there's the being, then there's, which would be the man, and then there's the two beings, which is the male and the female, the polarity of both, because one's feminine and one's masculine, and then
I
there's
just
the
want to say
child.
Irish goodbye.
Goodbye. And then there's the child, and then from there we get to 4, which represents the fourfold nature of man, and the 4 elements that we deal with in Earth. So there's solid, liquid, fire. There's solid, liquid, gas, and then there's fire. And then there is physical, mental, emotional, and if you believe in it, spiritual. And they make up the internal areas of your life and the external areas of your life. So if you look at the periodic table, what I was saying earlier, there's the solids, liquids, gases, and plasmas, and those represent the physical world. And the internal world, which is the body that you have, that your consciousness is a part of, is physical, mental, spiritual, and emotional. So this represents the fourfold nature of man. And then you have 5, which represents your 5 senses: taste, smell, touch, sight, and hearing. This is the way that we express, the nature of man. It's the way that we express the abilities that we are given in terms of our physical nature, our mental nature, our emotional nature, and our spiritual nature. And then we have 6, which if you think about the 3D model and how science describes the globe, or not the globe, or no, not the globe, but how science describes the Earth, it's always on a 3D plane where there's a box, right? So if you stand within the box, you can move forward, you can move backward, you can move left, you can move right, you can move up, and you can move down, which are the 6 directions that we can move. So we're given the new body, the child per se, because we're born from our parents, and then we are born with tools for creating, which are our physical, mental, spiritual, and emotional, and our solids, liquids, gases, and plasmas. And then we're able to express them with our hands. We're able to play with the elements on our physical body and on our physical world. And we do that within the sandbox of creation, which is this world that is not a globe. It's a flat space that we all stand on together in an omnipresent way, and we interact with the world. And then 7, it represents the creator taking part within creation. It represents the complete individual who has all of the tools, the ability to express the tools, and the place to express them in. And he gets to create whatever he wants using all of these things.
That's you.
Huh?
No, the 7 guy.
Oh yeah,
You
you're
there?
the creator. And then we have 8, which is basically the infinity sign if you turn it on
That's
its
as
side.
karma, money, and power.
Yeah. And it means what goes around comes around. And it also represents change, which is just another word for death, because there's no such thing as death. We know. You know, God is the creator. So whenever you die, things change. You're given back to the earth, and then, you know, so on and so forth. But it gives the creator something to aspire towards. Because if we were all just creators and we had, you know, no understanding of how what we do in the world comes back to us and how what goes around affects us, then we would just create out of our own selfish ambition, and you know, we'd hurt everybody around us. So what goes around comes around basically represents the fact that what you create will also create you. And, you know, I could give you an example of that where if you punched someone who was your close friend, it would hurt your feelings because you deserve to hurt because of that. Even if they didn't do anything wrong to you or they did do something wrong to you, that's your friend and it sucks, right? Or if you make a bad decision, you know, there's cause and effect for everything that you do. Even if you don't get caught, you still have to deal with the fact that you did it. You know, if you have any sense of psyche or have any sense of soul or like who you are as a human. And then 9 represents the intellect over death, because you come into awareness with 8 and then you use the 9 to take the material world and flip it upside down and work for you. It represents potential and wisdom and the ability to do everything that you need to do to become the best creator possible. And there's also a hidden thing in there too, where Nikola Tesla says if you want to understand the universe, you got to
Hold
think
on. What was the year again? What did you say? 1960 what?
68.
Okay, sorry. Go on, Justin.
Okay. And then Nikola Tesla said that if you want to understand the universe and creation, you got to think in terms of 3, 6, 9. So if we go back to 3, which is father, mother, child, then we go to 6, which would be the same thing, but extended. That would mean that the child would go find their own mother or their own father, depending on if it's a boy or girl, and would have their own child. So that would create 6. And then that child, the 6th child, or the 6th human, would do the same, and then it would end up 9, right? So that would be the complete family. And once that 9th child comes around, you know, if this, depending on if the family is healthy and things go right for everybody, God bless, that means that the first human and the first grandma and mother are going to be coming around to the time where they're ready to die. And they would have come full circle and seen a younger version of what they are. Because humans, you know, we only know what we are because we live in the present moment at all times. So if you live and you grow up and you have children, you get to see the child that you once were through your genetic DNA. And a lot of people like to say God. Some people say, you know, generator, operator, destroyer. And it could be the same for 3, 6, 9, because the 3 is the generation, the 6 is the family for the operation, and then the 9 is the ultimate destruction whenever you're getting ready to go back to you know, to where you came from. Because you don't know what you came from. You also don't know where you're gonna go. It's all a part of the experience, right? So once you get to 9, then you move to 10, but 10, ultimately 0 holds no space. It just is a place value number, so it would just be 1. So the circle goes from 1 all the way to 9 and then back to 1 again. And what's crazy is whenever you get to the 9 and you become the grandmother, adult, you see the 1 standing right there in front of you, which is your grandchild. It's just interesting to think about.
Hmm. Yeah, very interesting. And very, very well put.
So you're a monkey. You're Chinese
Yep,
sign.
I am a monkey.
And
And I'm sitting like a monkey.
what was your month again?
April?
April. So you're what is that? Aries? No. Is it?
The beginning of everything.
I don't know. Wow, an introverted Aries. That's odd, huh?
Special always. Unique.
Who else? I think we took over flat Earth and turned it into numerology. Is that a win?
That's
Anybody else?
I think that numbers are a big part of Earth because I just said it in the live stream chat.
I
1 plus
know
1 will
numbers are an
always be
abstract
2.
concept, so they don't mean anything. Like time.
Hi, Paul.
Can we just put all this information into one beautiful
Paul has to
masterpiece
say.
and use it?
But Paul, you got to give us your birth date first.
Are you there, Paul?
No, thank you.
Okay. But if you guys think about it, 1 plus 1 will always be 2. If you grab 2 rocks and you add them together, you can't create 1 rock, but you'll have the 2 rocks together, which will make 1 system of rocks. That's actually a terrible explanation for that one. But if you're thinking in terms of math, right? 1 plus 1 equals 2. And that goes for a lot of science. If you look at equations that solve a lot of the theories that, impose the understandings that we have in order to prove, that we believe flat Earth, because I believe flat Earth. 1 plus 1 will always be 2. 2 plus 3 will always be 5. We didn't create.
Yo, Justin, can we stop saying believe the flat Earth? There is no point in believing. It's measured flat, man. It's just
Right,
flat.
because 1 plus 1 is 2. That's what he's saying.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying when I say
Okay,
believe,
okay.
I'm just making sure that everybody knows that I am a person who knows that the Earth is flat. Because sometimes people have a hard time grasping that numbers do hold meaning. Because, like what they said in just the live stream chat, someone said that math is not the language of the universe, but math is man-made language designed to help us grasp some aspects of the universe. I think that we as people, we like to label God. We like to label things because it's hard for us to understand them and just experience them. So we try really hard to figure it all out when the goal is actually to live ultimately.
So you guys know a lot
But
about golden ratio, right?
Oh, the Fibonacci
Yeah,
sequence
Fibonacci
is
sequence.
amazing.
Yeah, that's where like 3, 6, 9. Whoever holds the secret of the numbers knows everything.
Is that
See?
Fibonacci
See?
sequence?
yeah, but even
Oh, it is.
okay, but even that isn't the way to understand the reality.
It says
Still,
it says that the real
you're
numbers
using a
are only
language to
prime
understand the
numbers.
reality.
The 1, 2, 3, 4 numbers, they are not numbers. They are just an enumeration. The real construct of numbers is the prime numbers. You can go to infinite with them, but those are the real numbers. The rest is just like to get there, just fractions of numbers to get there.
Yeah, we are fractal beings, and when it comes to like the Fibonacci sequence and vortex math, true vortex math is done using the torus field. Side note,
The energy.
because of the duality of reality and the torus field itself.
See, that's something too, that the 1 plus 2 will always equal 3. Because or the 1 plus 1 will always equal 2.
Yes, because maths is a convention which we made up.
Hmm?
You can use it to describe things that exist in nature, but they're not caused by math. It's not physical.
No, they're not
It's a
caused by
concept.
math at all. We
Yes.
just understand the nature by inventing these fractions, so we
Maths
can,
doesn't
you know,
explain anything. Category error.
Yeah, right. I
As
do. I mean,
language.
I do agree.
Describe.
That's where
Numbers are
equations
nothing.
come into play.
Yeah,
Because there's different
numbers are.
equations for every experience. We just use it to.
Numbers are tools for us to understand our reality. Like the reality is not numbers. The reality is what we see. Like you better express it like golden ratio if you want to. But numbers are only tools in our hands or our mind to understand reality.
They are representations of the energies that are predominant in our reality on certain days
Energy, structure, whatever.
yeah, same shit.
But in the end, is the reality is outside. You have to go outside and look for it, right? Feel it, experience it.
Or inside yourself, man. Everything
Yeah,
that
but
is
still,
outside is also.
if you don't want to go and look at the lake, I don't know. I mean, but you have to go out and experience the nature, right? If you are kept always inside, you will not know.
Of course,
You will
of
be in
course.
your
But
room,
what
right?
I'm saying inside is about yourself. You can go outside into
Yes,
nature and into
you're
this
talking
reality
about
and
the
observe
spiritual.
things and experience
Yeah,
them. But in essence, you don't need to do that because all this information and everything you already have. You just don't know that you have it. That's what I'm
yes,
trying
but
to say.
you see, to arrive to that knowledge, you have to experience. You have to go outside and experience it, so you know the reality. And then now I know that I can sit inside and learn, and I don't need to go outside because I know the reality outside, where I'm living, what I'm breathing.
So in
You
order
know
to
what I mean?
know, first of all, you need to observe, and then you get to a
Yeah, you
sense.
need to observe, experience, and then it's like science, kind of, right? You go outside, you observe the lake. It's very flat. I can see very far. Okay, it's not curving. I'm breathing. Okay, there is a containment.
Yeah, but after all, we're such a bunch of idiots. What do we know, right?
Oh yeah, in the end, they
I have
treat us
my
like
own
little
theories.
dumb
I
people.
have my own theories that emotional should be educated, but then we don't have a language for that.
It's emotional intelligence.
Yeah, but that's pretty much as
What,
far
what
as
do
it gets, and numbers won't explain emotions.
And nothing can explain
Mm.
emotions. Emotion. You see, it's like emotion is a dimension as well of our experience. I cannot explain my love towards this person or my hatred through. Yeah, I can express it, but emotions they are different.
You
Right?
can
You
measure
cannot.
the chemical interaction in your body when you love, that you can, but
Yes,
what's causing them and how the way you focus on things to make that happen, it's like a mystery.
It's
mean,
just the energy that you're feeling.
yes,
That's all
but
it is.
how we control that energy, that's more of like the question.
Well, for example, what a lot of people do when it comes to trauma and bad experiences or emotional baggage, instead of letting the emotions just go through their system and being in the moment with the emotions without actually like having any negative thoughts about it, attacking yourself for feeling that way or belittling yourself, just being in the present moment with those emotions and letting them take their course. That's how you get rid of trauma, man. It's
Yeah,
emotions
yes,
are energy in motions, emotions.
emotions. That you ever heard of that concept of organum energy? Like that guy, that doctor, whatever professor, that he discovered so-called the energy of
Wilhelm
life, and he
Reich.
could harvest it. And I'm not sure if that's science fiction or true, but there are a lot of
William Reich.
papers about it. And then he claimed that he could cure all kind of stuff, but
He
then
could make a
he
guy I was
got
watching.
messed up by the society.
No,
Guy
he
I was
didn't
watching, he
claim.
claimed he could make the water glow iridescent like in a tropical sea just by putting it in this orgon accumulator. It did look blue, but I don't know if there was any shenanigans. It was just a video
Yeah,
on
the
YouTube.
weather modification tool, and then we know now that the harp,
Yeah,
it's
Cloudbuster. Yeah, I've seen about that.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but
I've seen about
actually that
that.
one works.
But
There is
he
another
also
guy.
experienced with the energy of humans, and then of
They can
everything, not
manipulate the
just
weather, can't
humans,
they?
animals.
Fairly clear.
When it comes to energy, if I may, when it comes to energy and human beings, if anybody is truly interested in understanding like the basis of how the human body works and your immune system or biosystem, look up Sabrina Wallace. She has amazing information, decades of work, not just from herself, but I believe her father as well, where she talks about bioenergy or the aura, if you want, or Taurus field as well. It's another name for it, and she explains how the elite, quote unquote, are doing certain things to attack your biofield and keep your archaic rhythm screwed, as well as just disturbing you with the 5G towers and so on and so forth. It's amazing work, truly. It's over, I believe, several thousand years of information that has just been taken away from us. Like nowhere can you find these books anymore. It just vanished during the 1900s, but it's very, very accurate, and it's just mind-boggling.
What are some of the ways that you could keep the 5G away?
One thing you can do is, first and foremost, don't live near those towers at all. Just if you have one close, find a way to get away from those towers. Secondly, by grounding yourself, having what is that called now in English?
The EMF
It's a
map?
special kind of no, it's a special kind of pyramid that you can make using copper and other crystals.
Organite.
Organite, there we go. Thank you. Organite pyramids are amazing as well. Getting into a bit of electroculture and electro healing would also be helpful. What else? Keeping your phone away from you, especially your head when you're sleeping.
By the way, about the Cloudbusters, because I like that the subject a lot, and there was this guy. His name is James DeMayo. He's from Oregon, and he tried the William Reich's Cloudbuster, and in 1970s, he did, I think 1972, 73 or something like that. He went to Israel and he tried that Cloudbusters, and after 3 months, they had like the lake, the Galileo Lake, it was full again, and after being so dry, and then after a few years, he went to Eritrea, and he tried to make a contract there to stay 5 years to study, and to make it like a more kind of scientifically uh, observed something, at least, And of course, after a couple of years, there was a war started between Eritrea and Ethiopia, so he had to stop the project. But again, he got good results there as well. So
Sorry to
why
interrupt, but
not to
I
try?
have to go for now. But I've left a link in the live stream voice chat about that Wilhelm Reich, and then I will
Oh, I
be.
know William Reich. I've been
Yeah,
following William Reich for a long
I will
time, and
salute you for now. It was nice conversation. I have to get into other talks, but it was nice. We will be
Go
seeing
ahead,
around.
man.
yeah, see you, man.
Much love to you.
Yeah. Good
Nice to
talking
meet
to
talking
you
to
guys
you.
and have a nice life.
You
God
too, man.
bless.
Goodbye.
And he
One
did the
thing.
orgonites as well, right? I mean, the
Yep.
orgon, it was his thing, and he did the orgonites as well. And because his thing is like, you see, he's not creating something, he's just using the energy of the ground, for example, to stimulate something in the air, right? And it's just like it's just playing in the system, which is in the closed system. It's not like, oh, I'm
Yes, you're
creating
right.
something from nothing, right?
You're right. You know that most organites like structures are pyramids, right?
Yeah.
Why is that the case? Even Tesla's tower, the Tesla coil that JP Morgan stopped the funding for, it was also built on the basis of pyramids. Why is that? Well, if you look at the word pyramid, it literally means fire in the middle. Pyro, pyra, and mid.
Yeah.
Not only is a pyramid the most safest and sound structure that you can create, but as well it represents the five elements being water, earth, air, fire, and ether or spirit. Um, it also has the same principles as a volcano. It works all on the same principle. It's all intertwined.
Also, one of the most magnetic materials in nature, called iron oxide, magnetite, takes the shape of a pyramid. Another thing, if you put salt, like sea salt, and let it dry in a bank, it will take the shape of a pyramid. If you let it dry under the sun will dry the sea salt, and it will take the crystalline shape of a
Or
pyramid.
that's nice. I didn't know that for salt. That's beautiful, man.
Yeah, it's because in the center of the sky, where all of the luminaries revolve around, looks like the shape of creation. It looks like a pyramid of light. It's observable in the electro-opticals. So in the electro-opticals, all of the phenomena that we call the luminaries, the sun, the moon, the planets, the stars, the radiance, all of it revolved around a center point, like a clock. A clock, it's a very complicated clock. It has a lot of hands, a lot of pieces, a lot of things to it. But it's also
And you're
like a
speaking
motion.
facts.
It's all a motion around a center point, and at that center is the shape of a pyramid, the shape of creation.
Yes, you are speaking facts, my friend. Also, on another side note, when it comes to the five platonic solids, or platonic solids, they all correlate to the five elements, and with the dodecahedron being the last one, which represents what? Somebody's breaking up. I'm not sure if they're speaking or not.
No, it's
I
just
think
you.
it's you.
Uh, am I breaking up?
No, you sound
Yeah.
good. You sound good. No, he's not breaking up for me. He
Okay.
sounds
He's
clear.
mine.
So when it comes to that, if you look at the five platonics, all of their degrees add up to nines, as well as 144,000, if I'm not mistaken, but I'd have to recheck that for you guys. Can I post stuff like in this chat? Let me see if that's a possibility.
Let me check. Let me check your perms. 1 second.
I can't.
I'll
I
give
have
you
no
perms.
permission for
Just
anything.
just give me a second.
Yeah.
You got perms now. What else?
Chat quickly for you guys. Or wait, can I? There we go. I
The
can
live stream.
So I'm gonna put it in the live stream voice text, right?
Sure.
Live stream voice text. Okay. So this is what I mean when I talk about the torus field and Nikola Tesla's work on ether and so on. These are just some of the things. So you guys can look at it. Maybe some of you guys will automatically understand it. Take a bit. And definitely Sunday's gonna be a good day, man. I've been
You're
meaning
cutting
to
now.
do a
I think you're
presentation on
driving or
this topic
something.
for a while. Now I have a reason to. Hmm?
I said you're cutting. You were cutting out.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay muted because I'm at work right now, going from village to village delivering packages. So I might not have connection always.
All good.
Before I say anything, I want to clarify that I'm not a troll and I do not seek conflict. What I seek is complete understanding of what you're trying to preach and what you're trying to tell me. Now, I myself am a skeptical person. So when people tell me the information I haven't met or haven't checked by myself, I obviously start to question it. I questioned round Earth first and foremost, and now I'm trying to question your beliefs and your core ideologies when it comes to flat Earth.
Sure. Well,
yes.
let's
So
start. Have you met any flat earthers yet, or are we the first ones you've come across?
Discussed. I think you're the first one I tried to discuss with. Others were blatantly ignoring me. Met? Yes, I've met them. They're not very. I don't know.
Well,
I mean, I'm not being
usually a
biased.
friendly bunch in here.
Yeah.
So
That's good.
basically, what we talk about here, and the boys will jump in after me, is that we've got proof that the Earth isn't curved. We've got observations that show us that the Earth isn't curved. So which guy wants to jump in? Go for it.
I got it. Hey, do you think the Earth is a ball?
Yes.
Okay.
Not a ball, but an egg-shaped. You know. Like, yeah.
An ellipsoid, oblate spheroid.
Egg shape.
Are you aware that what she just said is the case? That every observation that we ever find shows that there is no curvature. That we've disproven the claim of curvature deduced on the radius that they say.
Okay, but how would you do that?
All right, go ahead and do it. Have you ever heard of the black? Have you ever heard of the black swan?
No.
Have you seen the videos of the Nikon P900 guys?
No.
Go and check out some of the. You probably trouble finding some, but look at the P900 infrared, and there's no way they can film that far into the distance and still see mountains like 400 miles away.
Just look at the picture that was posted in chat right now.
Yeah, can you?
Which one?
5 feet observer height.
But in which channel?
Let me walk them through it. So, Arcade, do you see where live stream one, where you at? Right above it, there's a live stream one voice text that goes along with this. Click that.
Okay. Yes.
Do you see the picture that's posted, the one that says "bye-bye ball"?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Witsit.
Okay, so basically, you know there is a circumference they tell us of 24,901 miles, right? And with that, we get the radius, which is 3,959 miles. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, that's what they tell us. Now, with that, we can deduce what should be the geometric horizon, meaning where the ball Earth should go down and away from you, right? Because it's the geometry of the ellipse. Okay, so we factor in the radius of 3,959 miles with the observer height, and then we can deduce how far it should. Now, this observation was taken at 1 foot. In this little meme here, we've actually given the given you, the globe Earth, 5 feet. Okay, and so when you factor in 5 feet, what the geometric horizon should be is no further than 2.73 miles. Okay, so that means that we should see a horizon of the physical Earth bulge at no further than 2.73 miles. As you can see in this image, we have 2 oil rigs, one at 6 miles, one at 9 miles, and there's a horizon behind it. Okay, so there is no geometric horizon between us and 3 miles, but in fact there's a horizon beyond 9 miles, thus disproving the claim of curvature based on the metrics they gave us. You follow?
Yes, but at the same time, one question arises: when you're looking at the picture of a ball-shaped Earth from space, you are. Well, I mean, I'm only assuming. I'm not for sure, but I mean, what I've seen people say is that those pictures are fake. How are you certain that this image is not artificially shopped or anything of the sort?
Because it comes from a video. Exactly. This is a still shot from a video, and there's more than one.
Can you see the JPEG up there?
Yeah, it's been replicated. Black swans are everywhere these days, so.
And we call this a black swan because it's the death knell for the globe. It's pictures like this. It's a black swan photo for the globe.
So how many pictures from space, you know? Have you actually seen that you can confirm how they were taken? No?
Yes. But well, I also wonder how
how
legitimate.
how did you confirm? Like, did you
Let's
see
not move on
the
to
person with the
space.
camera
let's not
go up
move on.
there or something and
Let's not move on
single
to
shot?
space.
Let's stay
Well,
on topic here.
considering there are satellites, it would be.
That's not what we're talking
Hold
about.
on.
Yeah.
We just want to keep him on the topic of Black Swan real quick so he gets it 100% before we move on to that. Go ahead, Woods. Or Jedi.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say evening, guys. How's everyone doing?
Hi, Crypto.
Hello.
Doing well.
Okay, so
I just
very
heard
simply,
I just heard satellites, so I'm sure this is an interesting conversation.
We're trying to talk about oil rigs, buddy, but yeah, satellites. But yeah,
Oh,
if you want to go
fair
back
enough.
to the Black Swan, buddy, that'd be awesome.
Sorry for interrupting. Carry on.
No, but look,
So
his counter argument for the curve was pictures from space. So we
well,
have
that
to
doesn't work though,
that
man.
connection.
No. That wasn't my counter. What I said was, what I asked. What I asked was.
Right. I heard you. You asked, how can we prove this is legitimate? Okay, we told
Yes.
you that it's actually from a video. I'm pretty sure the video has actually been posted right here. Okay, so there's a
Mary just
video where
posted
this.
it.
Exactly. So this dude zooms in from a video from a 1 foot observer height from the beach. He zooms all the way in, and then we took a still shot of the video. And there's more than one video. Okay, so this is provable that it's authentic.
It's ground
And so
level.
right. So now that we've established that it's authentic, do you know of a counter argument to the fact that there's no geometric horizon?
I would only assume no. To be honest, I do not know if it is a definite counter argument, but if I don't know, someone could say that the distance is legitimately just not enough when we consider the size of Earth. We could say that it's not enough. You know.
Well, this is what. Hold on. This is what we're applying the mathematical model to. So, according to the mathematical model of a ball, given the dimensions that we are given, then the horizon must be a countable distance away, dependent on the observer's elevation. Now, that works out for this particular image to about 1.23 miles away. That's where the geometric physical sagittare of the Earth should be. Now, as you can see, the horizon is past the second oil rig, and the oil rig is only there as a distance marker. So the horizon is plus 9.41 miles away. Geometrically, according to the mathematics of a sphere, the horizon should be 1.23 miles away. So it's 10 times further away than it should be, according to the math of the ball. So it either completely disproves radius or puts us on a planet the size of Jupiter.
I see. That's interesting.
And sorry, just going to make the other point as well. When we brought this to you about 2 minutes ago, you said images from space. This is a picture that's been taken down here on Earth, on the floor, something that you can go out and validate for yourself. Every single image, long-distance observation, you, the individual, can prove this to yourself. I doubt you can go to space and take a picture of the Earth.
Right. So very simply, we've proven, it's very provable and verifiable that NASA's not a very reliable source. The government lies. So what we've done is we've taken it into our own hands where we can go repeat and replicate and observe these things ourselves. Right. All right. It's not 1930. Get a computer. Why are you on a typewriter?
Right. So.
So are you understanding though are you understanding the geometry of the Earth is not really debatable. It necessitates there be a geometric horizon, and it necessitates a certain distance because of the imposed radius that they give us. That's what they tell us that the Earth is. And so if they've been to space and all this other stuff, they should know exactly what it is, right? So this is the numbers that we've been given. And Arwen, I'm about to come through the computer. All right.
Oh my God! Use some grease on them keys, bro.
He's playing Socket Rocket. All right.
Yeah, you can unmute him when he comes back.
I've done it.
Sounds like a Dell
I enjoyed that. Sorry.
At the same time, I don't want to seem ignorant, and I don't want to seem like a person who is ignoring all of your arguments. But I would like to say two things, and also I would like to say once again that I'm by no means trying to disrespect anyone here, but I would like to see the mathematical what do you call it? The problem, the solution itself. Yeah. Can we see that?
To find the distance of the horizon on the ball, it's 1.22 times the square root of your height above the ball. You want to see the derivation of the formula or whatever?
Yes.
And you
This is an approximation.
listen. You can get
it on Wikipedia.
You can get that from any survey book, civil engineering book, the geometric horizon and the distance to it. This isn't a flat Earth concept. It's taught in civil engineering, survey, geodetic survey, astronomical survey.
I am a software engineer. I don't do much of the civil engineering, but I understand your notion.
It's 1.22 times the square root of the height in feet above the surface to give an output of the number of miles to the horizon. So if you're 5 feet above the surface, the square root of 5 is like between 2 and 3 times 1.22 gives you a horizon for 5 feet. That's like 2 to 3 miles out with that math alone. And so if it's 10 miles out, you're going to need a bigger Earth because the square root of 1.22 times the square root of the height reduces down in the formula to 1.22 times the square root of 2 times the radius of the Earth that you're talking about times the height in feet above the Earth divided by 5,280 feet for a mile. That's where the derivation comes from. I could point you to the Wikipedia page that goes through the derivation. It's something from the secant cosecant formula that's used to basically right triangles.
Here, Wizard Slayer posted the mathematical equation for the argument for the black swan as presented by Quantum Eraser.
And I guess it's important to maybe
you can look up the formula. Hold up, you can look up the formula and make sure the equation is in proper context. If you wish.
Right. And also, just so you know, what the black swan means is if you make the claim all swans are white, but then we go find a black swan, well, that disproves that all swans are right. So this is the globe Earth's black swan. This cannot exist for the Earth to be the globe they tell us that it is. So it's a death blow to the globe.
Right, and it's based on modus tollens. If P, then Q. So if Earth is a radius sphere, then the equation for the horizon, if no radius square, no horizon, no geometric horizon, then no P. Earth isn't a radius sphere.
If you're looking for more information on like these type of measurements, like the black swan one is not presented to you right now, but there's another one that's more in depth too. That is a laser test. If you want, we can discuss that as soon as you guys are done with the black swan. I'll go into the FD core laser test.
It's under the Wikipedia entry for horizon. Go under distance to horizon for geometric modeling. It goes over the derivation in there.
Yep.
Yeah, so you're understanding the implications of this here?
Being you're a software engineer, accredited sources should be part of your repertoire, right?
True.
There you go. So I'll assume that you have a good quality of research, as if I know what academia requires.
It's a big problem,
I would try to create it. Yeah, right. Never mind.
No, we finished. I just wanted to add on that the black swan image is just compounding our argument that we've had for the last 5 years, and that argument is we see too far. The ball Earth has a prediction. We're on a curved surface, so things at distance should descend beyond the horizon, so we can't see them anymore. Flat Earth claim number 1, we see far too far. Long distance observations prove that there is no sphericity to the ball.
Right.
Actually, also, if you're looking to simulate this, someone's actually simulated it with Walter Bisland's software. So I can provide that link as well.
Please do.
Presets for flat Earth, globe Earth, everything is in there.
Yeah, the black swan argument, though, is the modus tollens. So the black swan is the fact that we show through the modus tollens that it doesn't have a radius or circumference. There'll be people who argue that, though.
This is a black swan. It shouldn't exist, but it does. All swans should supposedly be white. Well, back then, before they went to Asia anyway and saw black swans. It just disproves the globe.
That's a premise based on the modus tollens. That's all I'm saying.
Right. Then another question, if you don't mind. Why would the government...
Before you carry on, I'm just interested to know...
We can only guess at that.
The curiosity is killing me because I can't work out if you've got a Swedish, Dutch, or Bavarian accent.
Neither.
Please tell me. Where's your accent from?
You tell me.
Well, it's not English. There's
Maybe.
definitely a lot of Dutch in there.
Maybe.
So you've definitely lived in Holland, but I don't know that you've lived there your whole life.
I haven't, to be honest. I haven't lived in Holland.
You haven't lived in Holland?
No.
Not sure about that. Where's your accent from anyway?
Well, I'm Russian. Truth be told.
I don't believe that for a second.
Я русский, я серьезно, я тебе говорю, я русский. Я
I
знаю
didn't say
русский
you
язык.
can't speak Russian.
Well, I'm telling you I'm Russian. Why else would I speak Russian? That fluently.
Lots of
So-
people speak languages for lots of reasons.
Oh, right, okay, so why would
Whatever.
I learn?
I was just curious. It doesn't matter really. Carry on.
Yeah, it really don't matter.
No.
Oh,
What was your question?
Sounds
You said,
pretty
you said you had
Russian
a
to me.
question. You said you had
yeah,
a question.
well, my question is, why would government and why would NASA, why would government pay so much for NASA to lie? Plus, if that's the case, then why would they send, or even try to create those fucking fake experiments in 1979 and 1982?
Okay,
Based off of their record
Hold up,
of
not
lying.
5 people at once. We can only guess at that, but people offer you a million guesses if you ask that.
Yeah,
we
you
can-
need to study
we can
the
only
liar. You need to study the liar to see what motivates him to lie. A lot of times, the adept liar will seemingly lie to gain control over the truth process. They'll tell little fibs to see what you'll buy, and then they'll work up and formulate their lies to better deceive you. But there are many other reasons we can speculate. Bad, incorrect maps have the potential to hide land with resources, people, and Lord knows what behind a bad map. That's number one. Number two, NASA may be getting money for nothing. Maybe they, went up there, found out that the space was not all that it was cracked up to be, there was a firmament up there keeping them from going that far, like some of the flat earth models appear to say, and they just kept on getting money for nothing. Maybe they're taking that money and redirecting it toward black projects, breakaway civilizations, weapons development, technology development, something else other than just pure space rocketry. The rockets appear to go up and curve to avoid hitting stuff.
Cinematography.
Yeah.
Hollywood.
Okay, and very simply,
they lead
very
that
simply,
shit. They build it. They make the rules. How
Very
it's
simply,
supposed to
that's
be.
a speculative question. We do talk about that, right? But what we want to do first, if we're just being intellectually honest or responsible, is we're going to establish what we can prove or what is observable and we have evidence for. We're going to establish that, and then we'll go from there. So you can't reverse engineer it. Like if I can't figure out why they would lie, well then I'm going to just ignore the evidence. So right now we're presenting you with the evidence that disproves the globe Earth, and then you can go into the speculation of why they would lie.
Why is such a complicated
Hold on. I posted the simulator for you so you can play around with that and ask questions as you see fit.
And why is such a difficult question? Because you need to know what motivates the liar. People are different. Different things motivate them, number one. And number two, they have to be honest enough to confess what's motivating them. When you're dealing with things like deep evil, sometimes they'll hide the reasons that motivate them to be what they are so deep inside themselves, they can't even tell you what motivates them. And so it's up to you from afar to just, see how their behavior is consistently motivated. But, based off the way most governments and organizations, operate, money, avoiding embarrassment, or hiding something else usually are the go-tos.
So can we stick to that? We need some kind of concession or something with the actual evidence, right? We can't just skip past it. It's just dishonest.
What we need to do also is look at the claims. So first of all, we're told that we live on a ball. Okay, so we're looking for the ball at the moment. We're looking for it with observations and measurements. We still don't find any curvature, primarily over water. Second claim that this begging the question, shape of the Earth is moving, it's spinning and it's going in a direction around the sun. And the third claim is that we're going through space, which is a vacuum. And then the fourth bit will be gravity that keeps it all together. So we're looking for a ball that spins in space because of gravity. Those four claims must be proven some way or another. But unfortunately, all flat earthers here will agree with me that there is no ball, there is no movement, there is no space, and gravity doesn't exist.
Gravity doesn't exist?
No. Not in the way that you probably think that it does, i.e. the Earth is a ball sitting in space and gravity is either mass attracting mass or the bending and warping of space-time. So those two things, being as there's two, there's not one, those two things have never been scientifically proven, and one of them's a concept.
Yeah, gravity's a theory, that's right.
Right,
That's
very
not a
true. And
scientific
again, my man, can I just get you to? I know it's probably a lot, right? Can you just concede that this this evidence here doesn't jive with the ball Earth claims of curvature? Can we get some honesty in here so we?
Well, truth be told, I'm still trying to figure things out and see through for myself. Your words and your affirmations, that's dandy, and I'm thankful, but I have to be absolutely 100% certain that what you're trying to tell me is true, and that comes from my own personal observations, what suits my own, not really suits, but what I understand with and what I jive with in
Well, that's
conjunction
cool.
with
That's
my
cool.
comprehension.
We encourage that, right? We don't want you just to believe us or whatever, but would you concede that if the math is correct that
Then
we
yes.
told you? Yeah.
Then yes.
Okay. Well, I assure you it is, bro. But I encourage you to double check it. But yeah, so there you see why we're all here, because the math is correct, and we have observations like this where it's literally a death blow. It can't exist. It can't exist on the ball Earth.
So I'm
Yeah,
gonna
so
drop I want you to take a look at real quick. This is another one of our best evidences for the flat Earth, or for at least disproving WGS84 model, right? Which is still
Well, before you go into that real quick,
Yeah,
can
go
I
ahead,
just say one more thing about the simulator? So what they've tried to do is recreate the situation where they could have the horizon block the image. And so they have that in video. Now, this calculator is not made by flat earthers. This calculator is made by someone by the name of Mick West. And the globe earthers use that to pretty much try to prove that you could recreate the image on a globe earth in a simulator. But the link that I gave to you pretty much shows what they use as proof of a geometric Earth. They're using planar geometry, and that's why you can tick the flat Earth option. Well, the flat Earth option is already applied with the simulator preset that's in the link that I gave you. But you could still play around with it, and the point is that it's possible. We see this way because this is exactly the way the reality works. They've hijacked what perspective is and called it Earth curve. So yeah, go ahead, Jose. I didn't want to take up too much.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go through the FB core real quick. So do you see what I just posted? It's Ether9000 bot posted something that says FB core experiment description final version. Do you see that link?
Yes.
I want you to click on that link and just save it. So you don't have to review it right now, but I'm going to give you a quick summary about it. Just save that link because that's the information that supports another flat Earth observation, in my opinion. So what these people set out to do was they went to do a bunch of laser tests over large bodies of water, right? Because the Globe Earth model predicts that the most easiest place to measure some type of curvature would have to be over water, right? Since everything's getting pulled to the center of mass by gravity. So these people set out to Lake Issel, which is measurement 7, the one I'm discussing right now. That measurement was done in Lake Issel. I believe I forget exactly where that is, but it's called Lake Gisel. Anyways, so what they did was they put a laser, right, that is sitting about 2 meters of elevation above the sea level. And this laser is a 0.08 millirad. The millirad allows you to, pretty much calculate the spread of the beam, how much that beam will spread out through its distance. And at the longest distance target they had was about 25 miles. So the spread of that beam would probably go to 3 meters of width. So, all that's calculated in the PDF I sent you. Now, what these people set out to do is try to measure the WGS84 model for its accuracy, right? If it's even, predictable, right? Now, they had a target that was 1.5 meters of elevation being shot by a target of 2 meters of elevation. And what they did was they did a horizontal pan, right? They had 3 targets ranging from 6, 12, and 41 kilometers, 41 kilometers being the 25-mile distance one. And they were managed to actually do a horizontal pan and hit and align all those targets with the laser. Now, the Globe Earth model predicts that the shortest target that can observe the laser on a line of sight would have to be sitting at 90 meters of elevation. But these people are at 1.5 meters. So these 7 measurements show that the WGS84 model fails with predictions, and they actually aren't measuring anything close to the curvature what they should be measuring. It's very similar to the Black Swan in some ways, because if we were to actually apply what the radius would have to be for the observations to work, it's ridiculous. It is like, it makes the planet like 10 times bigger. So this is like, that's where it's relevant, right? Like, so we know that the math of the globe of the that's hidden cement, that 24,901 miles circumference with the radius of 3,959 is broken. It's destroyed. And if the circumference changes, you have to understand something. If it gets bigger or smaller, everything falls apart. Your gravity model falls apart. Your 15 degrees per hour fall apart. Everything of the model falls apart with just changing the circumference. So that's why it's like the most damning, nail in the coffin for the globe Earth, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Direct line of sight between laser and target over a distance of 25 miles would be impossible if the surface between the laser and target was curved. What Jose is pointing out is after 25 miles, the curvature is over 90 meters, but
Yes,
the
that's
target is only 1.5 meters in height. So there is direct line of sight between the laser and the target, a physical impossibility on a curved surface.
And sorry to interrupt you guys. And also, American Navy have this weapon they call the railgun. Now, that weapon fires a projectile, leaving the muzzle at Mach 7, hitting a target at over 120 miles away, hitting it, obliterating it at Mach 5. Now, that would be completely impossible within that distance because there should be 2 miles of curvature, roughly, between the two, that distance. So,
Yes.
the railgun.
So Jin's pointed that out for me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say it a little bit clearer. Long distance observations we see too far. Measurements over distances of water we measure no curve. The practical use, as in the militaries that Jin's just pointed out, is evident. The practical use of a flat stationary Earth is always relevant. You'd expect militaries of the world to use a curved surface if there was one. To their technology, if there was a curved surface, they wouldn't waste our fucking time. So long distance observations are practical measurements over distances of water, and the practical use of a level plane is in effect always. 3 things are demonstrably true, which they are, then the Earth can in no way be a spherical object.
Yeah. Because you wouldn't see a target at 120 miles or more, not from your position. To observe a target that's 120 miles away, line of sight targeting, that's just an impossibility on a globe of the dimensions that we are given, 24,901 miles in circumference. Ugh.
What we've also got down at the bottom of the Discord server is a place called Additional Informations, alphabetized A through to Z. There's a bit called long distance observations or observations. In there, there's observations that are done from about 1 inch, 2 inches above the surface of the water. And there are also ones that are using infrared cameras that go hundreds and hundreds of miles. Now, long distance observations supersede the prediction of a curved surface.
Yeah.
That's flat Earth claim number 1, mate. We see too far. Yeah. And you said earlier you would have to see it yourself, right? Now, where do you see the curvature of the Earth? When do you ever see a ball?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't. I myself don't. But neither do I see its flatness because I do not see its edges. I had to travel.
Hold on. You can't see edges, right? Because flatness is a description of a surface. We're not making a claim to shape. We also don't know the limitations, if there is any, because it could be infinite. We don't know the limitations to our environment, right? So we're talking about the description of a surface at the moment. So long-distance observations and primarily measurements over water show that the Earth is most definitely a level topographical plane.
Yeah, that's what we observe. That's what we experience. Yeah, we don't see the curvature. We do not experience this curvature that's supposed to be this globe that we're living on. And a true story here in Japan. Back in 2017, 3 Japanese hikers who tried for 25 years to get a picture of Mount Fuji from a mountain in the Fukushima area succeeded in 2017. And they were very proud of the fact that they were able to take a picture of Mount Fuji after 25 years of trying, and it made big news, okay? Now, unbeknownst to them, they were proving that the Earth was flat. That was not mentioned in the article because everybody thinks we're on a globe. And I only knew of this event from my Japanese student, who is actually an English teacher herself. And she pointed it out to me thinking that this is proving the globe. I said, no, it is not proving the globe. It is proving that we can see long distances. 180 miles should be 4 miles of curvature.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Okay, so what are we waiting on?
I don't know. I just got in a few minutes ago, so I don't know how you guys started.
Hi, Rio. Move on with the other guy.
Have they proven curvature?
No, they couldn't prove anything, and they're stuck on the gas pressure, so they're unwilling to concede to that.
Well, if they haven't proven curvature, why do they have gravity in this discussion? You shouldn't even have that. You should prove curvature first.
Wait, what? Curvature isn't the result of gravity, though.
No, it's because of the physics of it. You need to prove that there's curvature before you can have your gravity. Otherwise, density and buoyancy work just fine.
Yeah, make your point.
Yeah. So what I was saying is that since we can travel from the North to the South Pole without going over the edge, then both the North and you cannot have a flat plane because you cannot.
This baseless assertion. Can you? Have you?
Mm-hmm.
Have you been there?
Have been where?
Have you been to both North and South Pole that you're talking about?
Oh no, I haven't.
So we're supposed to take your word for it?
So that's okay. So when you show me pictures of
evidence, citation, evidence. End of story.
So okay. So you're making my reasoning unvalid because I haven't been to the North Pole.
No, because you don't have evidence.
Which if the North Pole exists?
No. Oh, go on. Who was talking? I'm sorry.
How did we get to this point? How do we get to this point that we are all debating about what the shape of the Earth is? The reason is we've been given information that we have never tested for ourselves. Never! So if we're suspicious about everything that people bring here, first thing we do is citation, evidence, let's test it. You're coming here with an assertion that the Earth could be a globe just because it has a North and South Pole?
No, I'm saying it's not flat. I'm saying it's not flat because we travel from the North to the South without going over the edge.
Oh, so see, this is why I answered you about the circumnavigation. I have answered you even before your mind got to that question.
I never talked about
You can circumnavigate on the flat plane.
If you set an object in the center of your floor and you call that north, you can move around about it without going to the edge and be in the south. South is out from any location.
I'm not sure what you said, but I don't think you understand me. When you travel north to south, you are not circumnavigating anything.
How do you know? How do you know what you're doing?
I'm telling you that you're not going. You're not ending up in the same place. You're not
because you're circum. Do you know what's? Can you please
give him a picture to look at? Look at live stream voice text, please, so you can have an idea what we're talking about.
Yeah. What did you mean? The north pole of the compass points to south, and the south point of the compass points to
north. Any clearer? If anybody else wants to take this, go ahead.
Can you just look in the voice
the compass point north.
I'm not gonna let you take my friend on a wild goose chase here. It doesn't work in real life what you're thinking. It works on paper, in your mind, but when you go out and you travel, Go south. Let's see if you ever get there. You will be going in circles, buddy.
I never mentioned anything about paper. Anything on paper. The compass doesn't point north because the north is more powerful than south. It points north because it's the south end. What?
What did you say?
I'm done. He just said the compass doesn't point north. I'm done here. Jesus, I'm not gonna waste any more minute with you.
I said
that's it.
Compass doesn't.
You are muted for me. Don't talk to idiots, buddy. A spreadsheet of what?
It says Polaris calculation stuff.
Okay, I've already debunked that earlier. You see that citation that I have? Those are two witnesses there. What you have is a spreadsheet of numbers that can be easily manipulated.
Yeah, I think Meggie and some of the other gents
already. We've crushed your balls and you haven't figured it out. Here you are coming back.
Okay, I'm all crushed. All right. Then why do you guys keep asking?
That's alright. No, it's okay because some of the guys want it. So still DM it to me, okay? Just open the message that you've got with me, click the plus, and go into your files. Click it and send it to me in my DMs, and I'll post it for you.
Okay, and this is Bambi talking. Or who's talking?
Yep, Bambi.
We've crushed your Polaris. Now we're gonna crush your Snell's law. See, because Snell's law, you need two.
Do you want the spreadsheet or not?
For Snell's law.
Send me the spreadsheet.
Bro, you can listen while you do that. She can talk.
Okay, so
we're done with your Polaris. We're done with your Polaris. Now we're gonna crush your Snell's law, because you keep coming back here like shit that won't flush. One, you need two different Snell's laws. Second, you start talking about refraction. Any type of refraction depends on your radius. Now we're gonna crush that with the black swan. You've already seen the black swan, so I don't need to repeat it.
Okay, so Bambi,
you're done.
I don't see
You're done,
a
dude. You
plus.
haven't figured it out.
Hey guys, Rob Skiba here. So it's been a while since I've done any research type of video here on YouTube because I've been so busy working on Seed, which is coming along great, by the way. I'm really making some good progress in that regard, but I'm still always looking into things, and this whole flat Earth research is always very much on my mind, and things just keep coming across my path that catch my attention. And so I post about it every now and then on Facebook. And so if you're interested in that, you can check it out there. But I haven't been making too many videos because, like I said, I've been too busy. But I just want to do a quick one here just to talk about a few things that recently caught my attention. I posted this one today. I said, man, it just gets more and more interesting the more you dig into this research. Okay, in the late 40s and into the late 50s, there was an obsession with getting to Antarctica to explore. Something was discovered at the end of Operation Deep Freeze, which sent everyone home to draft up the Antarctic Treaty. At the same time that was happening, NASA and DARPA are created. The next thing that happens is the United States and Russia engage in a missile race and start launching high-altitude nuclear bombs into the sky. We called our effort Operation Fishbowl, which was part of Project Dominic. Dominic means of the Lord. The name Dominic means of the Lord. So here they are, launching nukes into the fishbowl of the Lord? Shortly after that, the United States and Russia launched into the space race. And even before Kennedy's, hey, we choose to go to the moon, even before his let's go to the moon speech, they had already sent probes to Venus, Mercury, and Mars. Yeah, even before we've allegedly been to the moon, we were sending stuff out to, this is like right after Sputnik. Sputnik was supposedly like this massive achievement. You know, the Russians threw a beach ball up there, you know, with an antenna on it. Ooh, wow, amazing. That was a huge accomplishment. But like very shortly after that, and long before we started doing anything to try to get to the moon, our closest so-called neighbor in the alleged solar system, we're already sending out probes to Mercury, Venus, and Mars. Okay, But as if all of that wasn't enough, the United States and Russia both also set out to see who could drill the deepest hole into the Earth. Yep, this is all happening in the same time period as Mercury, Gemini, and Apollo. Again, if they're trying to avoid all appearances of conspiracy, they aren't helping with the names and the activities they were engaging in at the same time. People say the Russians would surely expose the United States for this, that, and the other thing if it was really a conspiracy. I hear that one all the time. If we really didn't go to the moon, don't you think, we're arch enemies with the Russians back then? They would have surely exposed us. No, not if they were engaged in the same plan, which all appearances indicate that they were. It's not a coincidence that we both countries just so happen to be engaging in the exact same activities at the exact same time after coming back from Antarctica. And I would say it's the same with every other country who signed the Antarctic Treaty. So, the Chinese aren't going to expose us. They're going to be on the same plan as everybody else that signed the Antarctic Treaty. So let's just do a quick recap here. 1, everyone becomes obsessed with Antarctica in the late 40s and late 50s. 2, everyone leaves Antarctica to draft up a treaty which would prohibit anyone from going there except under the express strict guidelines of the treaty. 3, the United States creates NASA and DARPA, that organization which creates black budget projects for the military and other agencies and other groups. 4, the United States and Russia start blowing up the sky. 5, the United States and Russia become obsessed with what's above us in space. 6, the United States and Russia become obsessed with what's beneath us. 7, the race begins to get the picture that will brainwash the world into never questioning any of this. And oh, by the way, okay, we're in a race, right? And we supposedly beat Russia in the space race, whatever that means. We did something more than or faster or whatever. Who cares? They just gave up? Really? They just gave up? I quit. I'm going home. No, they didn't give up. They sent dozens of missions to Antarctica while we were doing the Apollo program. Let that sink in. Okay. I got to say, it sure looks to me like they found something in Antarctica which challenged everything we thought we knew, and thus they immediately set out to find how high our enclosed world dome is and how deep the foundation goes. That's exactly what somebody would do if they discovered they were in a cage. They try to figure out wait a minute, what are the boundaries? How do I get out of here? That's exactly all of the activities that the United States and Russia in particular engaged in immediately after Operation Deep Freeze all points to exactly that. I don't know how you could come to any other conclusion. They started acting exactly like people stuck in a cage. They started immediately trying to figure out the boundaries. That's exactly what they would do. So this video is prompted by a video. I happen to be looking for footage online for a whirlpool for something I'm working on for the Seed trailer. And in the suggested videos there in the right column, on YouTube, it suggested this video right here. The deepest hole known to man goes so far down, nobody even knows what's at the bottom. So I watched that video, and that's by somebody called Did You Know?
In school, we're taught that beneath the Earth's crust lies a mantle and a core. However, some people theorize, and falsely so, that the center of the planet might actually be hollow, or there's a species of reptilian aliens that live under the crust.
And falsely so. Okay, when you finish watching this video, first of all, you're going to find that we have never gone deeper than, I think it was something like 9 or 10 miles. That's the deepest anybody's ever gone. So we have no clue what's down there. And, as far as reptilians or whatever, okay, fine. But the hollow earth thing, every ancient culture had an understanding of the hollow earth. And it's certainly, if you subscribe to the Bible, there's at least 3 compartments on there. You got Abraham's bosom, you got Hades, and you got Tartarus, the prison of the Watchers. Okay, hollow earth. And, Skywatch TV and a whole bunch of others are all about inner earth right now and hollow earth right now. There's abundant evidence for a hollow earth. As far as all the stuff you see in the textbook about what's supposedly at the core of the earth, nothing but computer-generated artwork. Now, that's it. We haven't gone deeper than 9 or 10 miles. But, okay, let's continue.
Well, those theories are silly. They speak to our fascination with what we can't see. Several decades ago, two countries, America and Russia, raced to drill the deepest hole into the Earth with the goal of discovering what was at its core. Both projects were massive undertakings, and the world was fixated on what mysteries they'd find beneath the surface. Russia's efforts resulted in something called the Kola Super Deep Borehole, and when you see it, you might have to pick your jaw up off the floor. Have you ever wondered what lies beneath the Earth's surface? In school, you're told there's a mantle and a core, but what if there was something else down there? Well, in the 1960s and 1970s, America and Russia each set off to find out. Both countries drilled boreholes deep into the ground until they couldn't go any further. They used enormous metal contraptions that were designed to break through even the toughest material. The world...
Okay, 60s and 70s. That's when all this started. Okay, Operation Deep Freeze, late 50s. Everybody pulls out. 1958, NASA and DARPA's formed. Going to the 60s, we're sending probes to Venus, Mercury, and Mars before we even gone to the moon. And the United States and Russia are drilling deep inside the Earth for some reason.
The world watched in awe as the Americans kicked off the race. The enormous drills were fired up, and everyone hoped the project would go according to plan. What kind of mysteries would the drillers find, if any? The United States called the endeavor Project Mohole, and they began their drilling off the Pacific coast of Mexico in 1961. This would be a massive effort with global interests, and there was a lot riding on the team's work.
1961. You guys starting to see the timeline here? 1961.
In order to ensure Project Mohole success, the team submerged 6 massive buoys 200 feet under the water in a circular pattern. The Navy barge tasked with the actual drilling used sonar to maneuver itself over the center of the circle and align the enormous rig. The team was given very thorough instructions on how to handle the heavy rig. It was a dangerous operation, and extreme caution needed to be taken the entire time. Unfortunately, soon after the project began, it was abandoned due to lack of funding.
Lack of funding because they decided to put all their funding into going to Antarctica looking for moon rocks and faking the whole world with the moon landings.
Almost a decade later, the Russians had organized their own drilling team and began their quest to reach the center of the Earth. On May 24th, 1970, they set their sights on the Kola Peninsula. The Russians called their endeavor the Kola Super Deep Borehole. From 1970 to 1994, the skilled group of Russian drillers managed to burrow a third of the way through the Baltic continental crust. The hole they drilled still stands as the deepest man-made hole in the world. Here's an illustration showing just how deep the Russian borehole was. And this wasn't even the deepest it eventually went. At that point, it was deeper than Mount Everest was tall. That's an amazing geological feat. The Kola Super Deep Borehole was an incredible undertaking that was appreciated by most all of the people of Russia. In 1987, the country printed a number of stamps commemorating the drilling team's effort. This is a picture from a massive rig, the one the Russian team used to bore deep into the Earth's crust. It was so heavy and so dangerous that all it took was one wrong move from a driller for the team to have been crushed under the weight of the steel. Controlling the massive rig required several men at a time, and even then it was still often a struggle. The rig would sometimes jerk to one side, and the team had to be ready to reposition its massive arm at a moment's notice. This was the superstructure where the Kola Deep Borehole was located during the active digging period. The massive tower that loomed over the water was actually home to the enormous drilling rig. The end goal of the drilling project was to reach a depth of 49,000 feet into the Earth's crust. There were several holes dug that branched off the main hole, and the deepest branch, called SG3, reached a depth of an impressive 40,230 feet in 1989. In 1992, although the Russian team was still about 9,000 feet away from their goal, the drilling came to an abrupt end due to dangerous conditions. The temperature at such a depth was much higher than the team planned for, almost 600 degrees Fahrenheit, and it made drilling impossible. Although the drilling came to a complete stop, the entire project wasn't officially shut down until 2005. Unfortunately, in 2008, all of the facilities and the superstructure were scrapped and dismantled. Even though the buildings were abandoned, visitors can still walk around the ruins and imagine what life was like during the epic race to the center of the planet. It's a fascinating place to visit, but it's also unfortunate this grand structure was simply left to rot. If you do happen to visit the ruins of the building on the Kola Peninsula, you might not even notice the actual borehole itself. All that remains is a small 9-inch steel cap that covers the surface opening of the hole, which has since been dubbed the Hole to Hell. Even though the Russian team never reached their goal of 49,000 feet, the drilling did give the scientific world some major discoveries. Scientists now know a bit more about the planet's structure, and microscopic plankton fossils were even discovered at the bottom of the hole. The race to the center of the Earth was an exciting and intriguing time for the world. In the end, the goal was never reached, but at least the scientific community benefited from the efforts. Though defunct, this phenomenal structure still stands as a reminder of one project that had the world on the edge of its seat. What a feat!
Okay, so they didn't get to 49,000. They only got to something like, I think he said 40,200 or something like that, which is less than 8 miles. That's less than 8 miles. Even if they got to 49,000, that's, what is that? 49, let's look that up. 49,000, that's 9.2. We didn't even get that far. I think he said we only got to 40,200 or something like that.
Even the deepest drilled hole is still some 3,955 miles short of the center of the Earth. Barely a pinprick on the surface of our planet.
So 7 to 9 miles, really? And then we claimed we have all these pictures in the textbook about the center of the Earth and what the core of the Earth and everything else looks like. And they're going to say, all right, it's all fiction about the inner Earth and hollow Earth, all that stuff, when they have never even gone deeper than 8 miles. It's unbelievable. We have been lied to with artwork, pictures, paintings, drawings, CGI, everything about our Earth and everything about space, artwork. Speaking of space, there's something else that caught my attention, and I wrote about it in the Testing the Globe group. I said, the year is 2018, and someone has finally, only now, mind you, possibly figured out a solution for the radiation problem in space, though it still needs to be tested. Okay, ballers and NASA fanboys and girls, please explain this. If the Apollo crews allegedly had no problem with the Van Allen radiation belts, as you claim, why is this such an issue to overcome 50 years later? Although this is a funny quote from the article. It says, the STEMRAD vest for space use was developed based on the principle of selective protection vital organs that are particularly sensitive to radiation exposure, the ESA said in a statement. And that's the Israeli Space Agency. Apparently, the brain is not a vital organ worthy of protecting. Not sure how this will protect sensitive electronics and equipment, though, either. That's why the Orion project hasn't really done anything, because they haven't figured out how to protect all the onboard computers from all that radiation out there that Apollo apparently had no problem with.
Once we travel beyond low Earth orbit, the crew will be exposed to larger amounts of radiation. So we have to design both the crew protection systems and our electronic systems to withstand this radiation.
If there is something that definitely, at least in my opinion, exposes the Apollo program as a fraud, it's the Orion project. The Orion project, after they retired the space shuttle, the next project that's on the board right now is called Project Orion. And they're pretty much telling you that Apollo never happened, especially when they put out videos like this talking about the Van Allen radiation belts.
We are headed 3,600 miles above Earth, 15 times higher from the planet than the International Space Station. As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belts, an area of dangerous radiation.
What?
As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belts, an area of dangerous radiation.
One more time.
An area of dangerous radiation.
Oh. What's wrong with that radiation?
Radiation like this could harm the guidance systems, onboard computers, or other electronics on Orion. Naturally, we have to pass through this danger zone twice, once up and once back.
That doesn't sound good.
Naturally, we have to pass through this danger zone twice, once up and once back. But Orion has protection. Shielding will be put to the test as the vehicle cuts through the waves of radiation. Sensors aboard will record radiation levels for scientists to study. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
What? We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space? I thought this problem was solved over 40 years ago when he sent a bunch of people in jumpsuits and tin cans through it there and back a half dozen times. But I forgot. The Apollo guys, they were clueless regarding the radiation belt. It didn't affect them.
I don't know the distance to the Van Allen radiation belt. And if we did, it wasn't a problem. If we were going to encounter it, then we would have had to build the spacecraft and the spacesuit to not give humans a problem. You don't just build something and hope it works. You study to see what the threats are, the environment is, and then you say, how thick do I have to make the metal on the spacecraft so that going through this kind of radiation or these kind of meteoroids, it won't get hurt. And then we build it that way.
I help manage the Orion Crew and Service Module office. We're responsible for developing the crew capsule, which is where the crew lives and works when they're in space, and the service module, which is what provides the power and the fuel and the consumables then that is plumbed over to the crew module. We don't have the ultimate answer for radiation on Orion. We're still working on that. If we were to build Orion out of the materials we need and the sole job was to protect for the radiation environment, the vehicle would really be too heavy. So we have to balance the weight of the materials that we put on the spacecraft with how much protection it's providing the crew. So we're really looking at it from an operational perspective. If we understand a radiation event has happened, the crew will actually take shelter in the aft bay of the vehicle. We have found over the years that water is a really great radiation absorbing material. So we could do things like water that's already there in the water bags for drinking and things like that. That water could be used to shield them. As well as we've had some concepts like a water-filled vest that they could put on should they know there's an event and need to be protected.
We don't have a clue when it comes to like how to protect them from like radiation. So we're gonna just like put them up there in like water suits. Yeah, we like water suits, and like we put water all around them, so the radiation could go like into the water, and then they could drink it, and it could be like a Fantastic Four. Everybody they'll come back and be mutants when they get back. But we just got some ideas, yeah. But don't worry about it. Yeah, I know there are refugees everywhere, and like people are starving and stuff, and like we have homeless all over the place. But if we spend like a few $1 trillion, I think we should be able to figure out how to make water suits for the astronauts in space, and then maybe it'll work out like it did for the guys in Apollo.
The belts are 1,000 miles to 25,000 miles above the Earth.
We went right out through them.
No effects on your cells?
We didn't even know it. I don't think anybody, well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside, and we didn't get any, added radiation.
Yeah, if you pretend that it's not really there, then you can just go right through it.
To protect the astronauts from the Van Allen radiation belts, the lunar module would have required 6 feet of lead shielding. But here's what they really had for protection.
Obviously, the only shielding they had was the literally paper-thin outer hull of aluminum, and their suits consisting of glass fiber, some aluminum fibers, and silicon rubber.
It's very interesting concerning radiation that the astronauts were protected by a thin film of aluminum when here on Earth they put a lead shield on us when they take a dental x-ray.
In conclusion, when NASA themselves admit to never having left low Earth orbit, and the fact that we don't even have the materials that could withstand the extreme temperatures and cosmic rays in space, how on earth can anyone believe that we ever went to the moon?
But yeah, go on believing in the Apollo program and the associated pictures of Earth that allegedly came from it. By the way, anyone care to take any bets as to whether or not these Uber vests will be used to clean up Fukushima and other severely polluted radiation sites on Earth first? Seems to me our priorities are severely screwed up if we don't. It also further proves an agenda, and you can check that article out here. Post a link in the show notes there talking about this super vest that the Israelis apparently created in connection with NASA. But yeah, and while all of that was going on, I see some knucklehead out there has put together a $100,000 flat Earth challenge for Rob Skiba. Okay. This is just, first of all, I don't believe that these people have that kind of money. Second of all, it would cost more than that to go down there and do everything that needs to be done. Third of all, I have no interest in going to one of the most hostile places on the Earth. I've worked in very cold weather conditions before. I happen to like my fingers and toes and other parts of my body. I don't want to freeze them off. And it's extremely dangerous, and I have no interest in going down there. I've already been convinced. I don't need to go do something as stupid as that for some idiot that's trying to offer me $20,000 a year for 5 years that he doesn't even have. But yeah, this idiot was upset that I wasn't acknowledging him, so he put out another video. Rob Skiba deletes challenge within an hour of posting.
So yesterday I posted a video called the $100,000 Flat Earth Challenge for Rob Skiba, and got some really interesting messages and comments, and I'm probably going to do a video and delve into some of that later on. But I really wanted to come on real quick and let everyone know that I posted a link to this video on Rob Skiba's YouTube channel on his most recent video. And I actually had to use a sock account because I think it was probably 2 years ago. He blocked me from his YouTube channel because I challenged a doctrinal issue that he was talking about, and he couldn't really argue. He basically had to leave the doctrinal conversation and start calling me nuts and crazy. And he just went off the rail because he could not argue past that point any further. So he chose to call me nuts and crazy and block me. So I had to use a sock account. And so I posted the link to this video, which I'm sure somebody probably sent it to him already. But I wanted to make sure he saw it. And within 1 hour, he had already deleted it from his YouTube channel.
Okay. First of all, if I block you, it's because you're an idiot and I don't have time to deal with you anymore. I have no problem with people who disagree with me and can have and have no problem engaging in lengthy debates. I've had marathon debates before on YouTube and certainly on Facebook and elsewhere with people who disagree with me. But when you have proven that you are bat crap crazy stupid idiot, there's no point in continuing the discussion anymore. And this person clearly is a bat crap crazy stupid idiot. And you know what? I'm just calling it the way it is. But let me address something first real quick. First of all, don't flatter yourself. I'm not afraid of you, and I didn't delete anything. I didn't even see anything. And when I was looking at this video here to see what the heck is this guy talking about, he's got his post there, and I saw that it was on the video that I posted about QAnon, and this is his comment that he says that I deleted. So I went to my channel, and I'm like, what is he talking about? I went here, this video right here.
Hey, what's up? It's Billy Jean.
And by the way, I don't read, after like the day that I post the video, it's rare that I read comments much beyond a day or two after I post them. I just don't have time. The other thing that I don't do is look at this right here. You have comments waiting your review. This is, there's already a bunch of comments that I got to deal with that I don't have time for. So I never even look at this, but I decided to look at this to see what the heck is this guy talking about. And I actually posted on his wall here that he was an idiot and that I didn't delete anything from him. And I don't even see my post here either. It could be here. I just don't see it. But I have a feeling the same thing happened to my comment that happened to his comment. So just a little word of advice to all you people up in arms freaking out thinking, Rob Skiba was deleting my comments. He's blocking me. He's not listening to me. I posted a video that debunks his video. Whenever you post a comment that has a link in it, many times, I don't know if it happens all the time, but many times YouTube puts it in the review category. And that's what you see right here. So I decided to see if that was the case. And sure enough, here's Captain Baltard's comment right here. So I finally did look at it. Yeah, I got to show you something else. Just for those people who, are upset with me calling this guy an idiot. Let's see. As Forrest Gump said, stupid is as stupid does. This is just one of many reasons why I would block somebody like this. Listen to this genius.
Got to go out there and look back. And you'd have to be 200 to 300 miles out to be able to look back and take a decent picture and get the whole thing or close to the whole thing in one shot. That's really difficult. That's hard to do. But to prove that the Earth is flat, all you have to do is go to Japan on the flat Earth model. Go to that Japan. Of course, the problem is I don't know how you're going to get to that Japan because Japan isn't there. That's not where Japan is. To get to Japan, you'd have to go to LA, jump on a flight, and fly west. Not east, but west. So that's, you got a problem right there. How do you get to the Japan on the flat Earth model? So, but let's lay that aside. Let's say you could get to the Japan on the flat Earth model. Let's say you could do that. All you have to do is find a high place or a low place because the Earth is flat. Remember, it's flat. The whole thing's flat. So all you have to do is just go to the flat Earth Japan and just look out over the flat. Because water water finds its level, right? Water doesn't curve, right? So it's flat, right? Okay, so all you have to do is go to the flat Earth model Japan and just look out over the ocean, and you should see it. You should see a rim of ice circling around that part of the Earth if it's flat. And it would also be easy to charter a boat or a ship and just go out there. Easy, so much easier to prove the Earth is flat than it is to prove the Earth is a globe. If your criteria is, well, we want one shot.
Need I say more? Wow. Alrighty then. Enough of this idiot. But to answer the challenge, why I wouldn't go down there, I'm going to conclude this video with a mirror of Taboo Conspiracies video, Antarctica, Sorry We're Closed, Our Hidden Flat Earth. Fantastic video. I suggest that you subscribe, just as I did, to his channel. He's got some great stuff out there. But for all you guys that are, oh, yeah, okay, just show us a picture.
Just go to Antarctica, take a picture, go touch the dome, and show the rest of us, all right?
This is why that can't be done. Please try to pay attention. Thank you.
Welcome, everyone. This video is in response to the many globe propagandists who demand that I show a picture of the edge of the flat Earth. For the dozens of these ball-loving zealots with multiple sock puppet accounts who repeat this mantra daily, your demand is ridiculous. But you probably already knew that, right? And that's why you probably keep demanding it. It's actually pretty funny that I just got one of these take a picture comments an hour ago. I'm going to prove in this video that independent travel is not allowed under the Antarctic Treaty System. That fact alone should cause any thinking person to begin questioning our official models. Because something big is being hidden from we, the plebeians, and we're not talking about penguins. For most flat earthers, based on the information that we can reasonably gather, Antarctica constitutes the outer rim of the known world. In other words, Antarctica is likely the shoreline to all of the world's oceans. Like a ring magnet, north constitutes the center of our flat Earth map, and south is every direction away from the northern center. And before I get a dozen comments claiming that such a magnet is impossible, here's a ring magnet shown here. Notice that south is in every direction away from the center north magnetic pole. This is where the 60th south parallel is on a Mercator map. This is the 60th south parallel on a potential flat Earth azimuthal equidistant map. It seems that Antarctica constitutes the circular shore of the known world. So, demanding that I take a picture of a possible edge of the Earth, if any, requires me to not only travel below the 60th south parallel, represented by this circle, but also to cross the entire breadth of Antarctica. According to official numbers, Antarctica has a diameter of roughly 3,400 miles, and so that means our trek will include a long boat ride for hundreds of miles below the 60th south parallel, plus a minimum 6,800-mile round-trip hike across Antarctica. That's assuming the official model is correct. Maybe we could fly to one of the ceremonial pole areas, but that would still leave at least a 3,400-mile hike. In addition, we wouldn't know for sure whether the plane trip itself was interfering with our results, since the pilot would have to follow a designated path outlined by the Antarctic Treaty System, and who truly knows what direction that is until we get there. In order to be fully confident, we would really need to stick to the ground and have control over our own pathway, where we can control our direct southerly route opposite of the northern magnetic pole. Now, whether Antarctica is a smaller continent next to the outer rim, or whether Antarctica is indeed the shoreline of the known world, I don't know the answer. Flat earthers don't have a government budget to spend $1 billion to hire hundreds of cartographers and fleets of boats and planes to map the entire world. But even if flat earthers had the money, we would still run into the Antarctic problem, which is the point of this video. So, what is the Antarctic problem? It is the fact that independent travel is not allowed below the 60th south parallel in any reasonable manner to make any determination as to whether Antarctica is the shoreline boundary circumscribing the known world, or whether Antarctica is simply a continent a little north of the true but unnamed southerly shoreline of the Earth's oceans. For all we know, Antarctica may be an infinite plain that is uninhabitable at further distances. Again, we don't know. But, as I will describe in this video, I suspect that Antarctica is the shoreline circumscribing the known world due to the unbelievable restrictions placed on travel there. Excluding a couple of questionable claims, the total lack of north-south circumnavigation only proves the same. But if I'm not allowed by our governments to independently travel below the 60th south parallel and then to traverse Antarctica over 6,800 miles, then I cannot take a picture of a theoretical edge, dome, or those other lands beyond the South Pole, whatever the case may be. But you probably don't quite grasp how much area is really being blocked off under the Antarctic Treaty System. Let's look at it from the alleged 60th North parallel, because this will give you an idea of the tremendous area blocked off to independent exploration. This is the area of the 60th North parallels. As you can see, the 60th North parallel includes all of northern Canada, Alaska, much of Russia, including St. Petersburg and other major cities, Finland, Sweden, Norway, Iceland, Greenland. It is huge. Now, why in the world is this much area blocked off at the south? Do you really think it's because of penguins?
You see, first there was just one, now there's thousands of them.
Are they trying to tell us something?
So what's the problem?
Well, among other things, we are messing with their food chain.
And we have got to do something about it.
We suggest a ban on all marine harvesting.
Do you think the child propaganda from Happy Feet is true? The Antarctic Treaty was executed in 1959 and has been in place ever since. Think about it. No country had any real alleged concerns about the environment at that time. One of the more interesting facts is that the Soviet Union also ratified the treaty, and did so from the beginning on December 1st, 1959. Do you really think the Soviets were truly concerned about the penguins and the fragile Antarctic environment? In other words, America, the USSR, and the rest of the major countries of the world remained partners in generally closing Antarctica throughout most of the so-called fake space race, the Cuban Missile Crisis of 1962, the fake moon landings, most of the Cold War, the Vietnam War, the Six-Day War, the Soviet-Afghan War, and the collapse of the Soviet Union, which at that time Russia continued as a signatory in 1992. That's some peculiar cooperation transcending international conflicts, don't you think? Do you really think that the vast resources and strategic military benefits of Antarctica were multilaterally put aside because of penguins? Even North Korea has been a signatory since 1987. For some strange reason, the Antarctic Treaty has remained sacrosanct for nearly 60 years, regardless of worldwide conflicts. For the reasonable, objective person, alarm bells should be going off right now. As I was preparing this video, I found something else that's interesting. Out of all the flags of all the countries across the Earth, can you guess which one only shows a map of the country as the emblem of the country? You guessed it. Only one. Antarctica. Yeah, the one country they want you to know the shape of. That doesn't reek of programming, does it? Let me make this clear from the beginning. Travel to Antarctica is more difficult than travel to a military base. Sure, the military base may have a visitor shop near the entrance, but if you go beyond that visitor shop or another designated travel area without clearance, you're going to get arrested, or something worse. I'm sure I already have a few globe shields ready to pounce, armed with various inanities to counter my statement, but let's ignore the global spin. This video is about evidence and facts and the reasonable assumptions based thereon. So let's decide to take a theoretical trip across Antarctica to find the edge, if any. I'm not talking about going to the visitor center along the edge of Antarctica, or an overly expensive cruise to a small ice shelf along the edge with a small excursion, or a flight to one of the multiple ceremonial poles, and then straight back again. Yeah, that's not strange at all. I must reiterate, because I will get a dozen comments telling me to take a cruise or that someone's best friend went to Antarctica. I am not talking about a trip to one of the few designated tourist locations of Antarctica. I'm talking about a real trek, pointed directly south across the entire 3,400-mile breadth of Antarctica and back again to determine whether Antarctica circumscribes the known world and to possibly determine whether there's an edge, a dome, or whatever, and then take a picture of it. I'm talking about repeating the trek of Admiral Byrd and discovering that area as big as the United States that has never been seen by a human being on the other side of the South Pole, full of minerals and such just waiting to be explored.
But strangely enough, there is left in the world today an area as big as the United States,
that's never been seen by a human being. And that's beyond the pole on the other side of the South Pole from Middle America. And I think it's quite astonishing that there should be an area as big as that unexplored.
Okay, let's get started with our theoretical trip. So what is required to trek across the entire breadth of Antarctica? Now, I'm in the United States, and so we're going to examine it from the position of a slave of the U.S. But the rules are going to be the same for all 53 signatory countries of the Antarctic Treaty, and everyone else, since these countries all enforce the same provisions. To begin with, we need to understand that anything below the 60th south parallel is referred to as the Antarctic Treaty Area. What does that mean? That means I'm generally not allowed within hundreds of miles of Antarctica, from approximately 400 to 900 miles, without obtaining a permit to do so. Now, the U.S. government has recorded that some sailors have seen the mountain ranges of Antarctica at 300 miles distance while sailing. Of course, 300 miles should be impossible on the globe with a curvature drop of 11.4 miles, but the 60th parallel is between 400 and 900 miles away from the shoreline of Antarctica. Even under a flat Earth, that's a lot of lower atmosphere to see through, also referred to as atmospheric extinction factor, and a lot of angular size reduction. Despite the claims of the ignorant globe zealots, you can't see through that much lower atmosphere. In other words, I can't even see Antarctica from the ocean without first obtaining a permit from the U.S. State Department, or whatever department that controls that in your country. Taking a trip to the 60th south parallel isn't going to accomplish anything, and so we're stuck with getting a government permit. So let's go through the steps to obtaining a permit from the U.S. State Department. This is the handbook of the Antarctic Treaty System. These are the rules that govern all signatories to the treaty. We'll be citing to it regularly as it lays down the rules that govern the Antarctic Treaty beyond the fluff of the treaty language itself. Most importantly, we're going to look at the rules governing non-governmental activities located here, and some of the rules regarding the protection of the environment located here. Now, as a U.S. slave, this is the first form you'll have to submit to get approved to travel to Antarctica. The form itself seems rather innocuous until you understand exactly what is involved in the application process. In summary, Antarctica is treated as a giant natural reserve. Like a military base, all activities and pathways in Antarctica must be approved. This is unlike any other area in the world, except maybe a place like North Korea. So, when I say that no independent travel is allowed below the 60th south parallel, I'm stating an admitted fact well recorded as international law. The protocol states, as a matter of principle, that all activities are to be planned and conducted on the basis of information sufficient to evaluate their possible impact on the Antarctic environment and its associated ecosystems, and on the value of Antarctica for the conduct of scientific research. Organizers should be aware that the environmental protocol requires that activities shall be modified, suspended, or canceled if they result or threaten to result in impacts upon the Antarctic environment or dependent or associated ecosystems. If you visit Russia, with a Russian visa for example, are you limited to one particular neighborhood and certain pathways? For those who visit America as a tourist, are you restricted to New York City? Or are you generally allowed to travel around America? No one is just allowed to travel around Antarctica. All of your activities, vehicles, and pathways must be approved, but it gets much worse. Now, how many genuine people watching this video think that the purpose of seeing the edge, the dome, or the extended plain beyond Antarctica would be approved by the U.S. State Department and the other myriad of agencies? Are you ready to litigate the matter when some State Department official arbitrarily says something like, "I think your expedition is frivolous and would be too damaging to the environment, especially in the light of the frivolity of the expedition"? I don't think a court will overturn that decision, especially when treaty law supersedes any rights you may think you have. So, we're going to have to come up with some fake expedition that will somehow get approved. Let's say we're a tree-hugging Luciferian geologist conducting a comprehensive analysis of the global carbon footprint on Antarctica and its flora and fauna. I think that sounds plausible, and so we could hypothetically fake our way in with respect to our purpose, but it will be tricky. Okay, I'm not advocating that anyone break the law. This is all theoretical. That brings us to the next point. Entire swaths of land are entirely off limits to all travel. These are called specially protected areas. It's pretty much guaranteed that no one is going to get a permit to go through a specially protected area. If my math is right, that's 1,373 square miles that are allegedly specially protected areas. You can see the maps on the websites, but I don't have time to plot all of them. Now, I agree that's not huge in comparison to the total alleged area of Antarctica. But I believe there's a distinct possibility that those swaths of land could be coordinated in such a way as to prevent me from going through Antarctica easily. So, right from the beginning, my route may be extra hard, especially if mountain pathways are blocked and the areas are much larger than claimed due to likely globe distance shenanigans. But let's go ahead and assume we can navigate around those prohibited, specially protected areas. Next, no motorized equipment is allowed at all for non-governmental personnel. Page 308 states, do not use aircraft, vessels, small boats, or other means of transport in ways that disturb wildlife either at sea or on land. That seems kind of hard and very subjective, doesn't it? Antarctica itself is supposed to have a diameter of 3,400 miles. That means no motorized equipment for at least a 6,800 mile round trip? That sounds pretty damn impossible, right? Especially if Antarctica is much bigger than what is claimed. What about sled dogs? Surely they'll be allowed. What's that? Sled dogs aren't even allowed? Okay, so our trip is now limited to a very long hike in insanely harsh conditions over an extreme rise of elevation. On a side note, Antarctica has the highest average elevation of any alleged continent, but I'm sure that's just coincidence, right? But getting back to our insane trip, we not only have to walk at least 6,800 miles, mostly depending on when we need to turn around, we must also tread extremely lightly as walking on plants in Antarctica is prohibited. I can't damage plants or frighten wildlife on a 6,800 mile journey in a wilderness? I wonder if the Lewis and Clark expedition was limited by such requirements. Good luck traversing 6,800 miles on foot without damaging plants or frightening wildlife with no motorized equipment. I'm not saying that we couldn't figure out a way to get around these big issues, or maybe we could just, theoretically ignore the issues once we get there, but again, I'm not advocating that anyone break the law. I'm saying that these are listed enforcement rules under the Antarctic Treaty System. And so think of how easy it would be for one of the many international bureaucrats reviewing our application to deny a permit to trek across Antarctica based on this one plausible excuse. Sorry, you're going to end up walking on plants and scaring birds at least one time during your 6,800 mile journey, and the Antarctic Treaty System prohibits such activities. Application denied. For argument's sake, let's just assume we're going to figure out a way to get around that. Don't ask me how. The next issue is, how are we going to carry all that food and fuel for heat? And don't think that the Antarctic Treaty System isn't concerned with how we store our fuel. The United States itself is roughly 2,500 miles across. So imagine the difficulty of hauling food, climbing at extremely high and unknown elevations, and carrying all of your extremely warm gear and supplies across the United States from coast to coast and back again, all on foot with no food stops along the way. And don't forget, we're going to have to haul our poop as well. You are going to have to drag your poop with you on your 6,800 mile Antarctic hike. But it gets worse. Your poop is regulated by a different pseudo-government agency, the National Science Foundation. Here's where you can learn about what permit is required if you wanted to dispose of your poop on your 6,800 mile journey if you don't want to carry it. Could you imagine for your next trip to France and the custom agent saying, "Welcome to France. By the way, no vehicles are allowed, no animals are allowed, do not walk on any plants, and here's a bag for your poop. Be sure to bring a bag full. If you don't want to carry your poop, you're going to have to get a permit from the National Science Foundation. Enjoy your stay. But here's another and potentially bigger problem. What if there is no edge when you get there, but the conditions only get worse? How many years of supplies can one carry by a handheld sled and some skis? What if Antarctica goes beyond 3,400 miles? What then? When do you turn your back, and how do you prove it? Because the Globe shows are just going to call you a liar anyways. Any sane person right now would have to admit that our little trip is impossible, but we have a lot of paid-for apologists for our slave masters who will still somehow claim that I'm lying when I say that independent travel in Antarctica is prohibited. But we're not done. Going back to our form DS-4131, in addition to disclosure to other parties to the treaty, the information provided may be shared with the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency to ensure compliance with 40 CFR Part 8 Environmental Impact Assessment of Non-Governmental Activities in Antarctica, as well as with other relevant U.S. agencies. This brings us to one of the most important issues facing us. What is an environmental impact assessment? No country, even North Korea, would ever require an environmental assessment before traveling across their country. It's insane. Here's the definition of an environmental impacts assessment in the U.S. Code of Federal Regulations. Environmental impact assessment means the environmental review process required by the provisions of this part and by Annex 1 of the Protocol, and includes preparation by the operator and U.S. government review of an environmental document and public access to and circulation of environmental documents to other parties and the Committee on Environmental Protection as required by Annex 1 of the Protocol. Well, let's see what the Committee for Environmental Protection says. Article 8 of the Protocol requires the parties to conduct environmental impact assessments for their Antarctic activities and provides 3 levels of assessment according to the potential impacts of each activity. The procedures for environmental impact assessment are detailed in Annex 1 of the Protocol. If a proposed activity is determined in a preliminary stage of assessment to have less than a minor or transitory impact, it may proceed. If an activity is determined as likely to have a minor or transitory impact, then an initial environmental evaluation must be prepared. If an initial environmental evaluation indicates the potential for more than a minor or transitory impact, or if such impact is otherwise determined to be likely, a comprehensive environmental evaluation must be prepared. Draft CEEs are made publicly available and considered by the CEP, which then advises the ATCM, and that's a Antarctic Treaty Consultative Meeting. Comments provided by other parties in the ATCM must be addressed in a final CEE, which is used as a basis for making a decision about whether and how the activity is conducted. Same law as here. It is the comprehensive environmental evaluation that's going to kill our expedition. Here's the regulation, and this applies to all signatories, including North Korea. Any operator who plans a non-governmental expedition that would require a CEE must submit a draft of the CEE by December 1st of the preceding year. Within 15 days of receipt of the draft CEE, EPA will send it to the Department of State, which will circulate it to all parties to the protocol and forward it to the Committee for Environmental Protection established by the protocol, and publish notice of receipt of the CEE and request for comments on the CEE in the Federal Register, and will provide copies to any person upon request. The EPA will accept public comments on the CEE for a period of 90 days following notice in the Federal Register. The EPA, in consultation with other interested federal agencies, will evaluate the CEE to determine if the CEE meets the requirements under Article 8, Annex 1 to the Protocol and the provisions of this part, and will transmit its comments to the operator within 120 days following publication in the Federal Register of the notice of availability of the CEE. So, now, I'm sure most of you probably just went brain dead when I read that, so let me explain it. First, our CEE, that's our Comprehensive Environmental Evaluation, must pass the EPA's initial review. Not an easy task. Next, the Department of State, along with its Office of Ocean and Polar Affairs Bureau of Oceans, Environment and Science, must review it. Next, it will be sent to all parties. That's 100 countries, by the way. Next, your assessment must be approved by an international bureaucracy called the Committee for Environmental Protection. After their highly unlikely approval, the EPA will then publish it in the United States Federal Register. Now, why would they do that? Because any supposed private tree-hugging group can now sue to stop you from going there. Once that is done, assuming you haven't been sued, then the EPA, along with all of the other interested federal agency, whatever the hell that means, evaluates it again. Do you realize the amount of legal work this would entail? Do you realize how easy it would be for any one of hundreds of entities or thousands of bureaucrats to halt your expedition? Again, this applies to all countries. One person in the comments of my last Antarctic video claimed that it wasn't necessary in the United Kingdom. Well, he lied. The Environmental or Madrid Protocol is part of the Antarctic Treaty System and applies to all countries. Here is the requirement on the UK application if you're interested. As explained above, for every person in the United States who wants to get a permit to travel across Antarctica, has to first submit the environmental impact assessment to the EPA. You know, the freedom-loving EPA.
Beware! Beware! Time is short! EPA! 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 Believe me! Believe me! Thanks for listening.
Lost them, sir.
Well, then you find them, and you get them back in the dome. And to make sure nobody else gets out, I want roving death squads around the perimeter 24/7.
Do you know what the environmental impact statement costs? This is very similar. A typical environmental impact statement costs from $250,000 to $2 million. And those are a lot easier than this comprehensive environmental analysis required under the Antarctic Treaty. For us, the biggest problem is that you would have to incur the expense of the environmental impact assessment before you know if you're denied, due to whatever arbitrary claim a bureaucrat can think of. Do you see how difficult this environmental assessment will be? How would one know the environmental impact on an area which you've never been to, and very little information would be available? With a normal environmental assessment, you'd be able to send an engineering firm to the location to make the assessment with attorneys who would draft the statement. In this case, you can't send an engineering firm all the way to Antarctica, and so you have to hire Antarctic experts who have been to the same places you're planning on walking through. Now, how many of those do you think there are? I say that we can safely assume that the price of getting an environmental impacts assessment approved by the EPA and the international agency would cost millions, assuming no supposed private group sues you once it's published in the Federal Register. Do you have more than $2 million to spend for an environmental impact assessment? And then, what if the EPA or the Committee for Environmental Protection or one of the other agencies says no? Maybe that not enough information was provided. Are you ready to spend another $2 million to fight that in court? But you still have to have your purpose approved. Do you see the problem there? You would likely spend millions on getting the environmental impact statement, only later to have some official at the International Committee for Environmental Protection reject your purpose in Antarctica. You would truly gamble millions in this silly endeavor. To learn more about the environmental assessment procedures with the Committee for Environmental Protection, you can research it here. See also. Let's get to the final issue we're going to run into. 7 countries claim territorial rights to various parts of Antarctica. Argentina, Australia, Chile, France, New Zealand, Norway, and the United Kingdom all maintain territorial claims in Antarctica. I did find it interesting that the USSR never claimed territorial rights to Antarctica. Yeah. I'm willing to bet that my trip across Antarctica is going to need other permits from other countries based only on territorial claims. Getting more permits or visas from other countries who have alleged territory in Antarctica? Yeah, that shouldn't add too much to our already strained budget. Now, just for the propagandist who's going to claim that's not true, I quote, "The Antarctic Treaty puts aside the potential for conflict over sovereignty for providing that nothing that occurs while the treaty is in force will enhance or diminish territorial claims." Meaning, the territorial claims trump. So, the next dumb shill who demands that you take a picture of the edge or that anyone can go to Antarctica and see for themselves that it's a continent, be sure to point out what a damn idiot they are, and then share this video because everything in here is fact that anyone can look up. I'll try to have all the links in the description. Of course, the lying minions from the Ministry of Truth will spin and call you names, but at least the rest of the world will see the liars for who they truly are. This is Taboo Conspiracy, signing off.
Tell me how to comfort you. Tell me everything I need to make you see that the world is not the same for everyone. There's a wisdom from the ages coming back to teach us, babe. How you gonna feel when the world's not around? How you gonna keep our love from burning out, sweet lady, far away from me? What you gonna do when the stars keep falling? Turn out the light to this calling love every day, 'cause the sun will always shine across the place.